Chapter 1. Intro. Excuse me, customer Lee Kang-yoon? When are you going to pay us back? Big men with wide shoulders and sturdy backs surrounded me. They were all holding long metal pipes and baseball bats, with cruel expressions. One of those men placed his face in front of me, and he held out his hand. It's the third month already, Sir Lee Kang-yoon. I don't even remember, when was it that you said you were going to pay the interest? Just this time? Just let me go this time, then I. Ha ha ha. That, Sir Customer, won't do. Is this the first time you have taken out a loan? Hello? The interest you owe us is now over 30 million. 30F asterisk King million won. Almost equals 26,000 USD. Do you know what happens if you get any more, our dear customer? What? Last month it was just 10 million. How can it become 30? You don't even know our way of calculating, huh? We can't leave empty-handed today. Boys, get him. They were ruthless. Of course, they didn't touch a single hair on my head. However, no, not that. Hey, I told you we couldn't leave empty-handed today, right? What do you think you're doing? The big man roughly pushed me out of the way. I crashed into the desk. Taking that opportunity, the loan sharks took every document they could, such as the building contract. They could use this to earn money. No, UB asterisk cheese. I said not that. This guy, regardless of whether it was a desk or a chair, they broke everything. I even clung to their legs, but the smashing didn't rest. They kept pushing and pulling me around. Still, it was good that I didn't get a bat massage. However, they already made my heart into a mess. This should just about cover the interest. Customer Lee Kang-yoon, we will meet next month. Let's go, boys. The loan sharks came and went away like a tide, and I was left alone in the office. Being left alone in this messy office made me feel like I was falling into the pits of hell. F asterisk CK them all. In the empty office, I screamed like a madman. The sorrow filled the office. Due to the loan sharks having taken away the deposit money, I was kicked out of the office. I had nowhere to go. I even invested the money that I was going to use to buy my house, but the loan that I used, due to low funds, was a source of calamity. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Perhaps this was that kind of situation. President, I will quit being a singer. What? Why are you even like that, Yunhee? You should work hard and become successful. I trusted you until now, and I even tumbled around for 2 years. However, not to mention getting onto the charts, I didn't even get to have a proper event. To spend my time like this, I'd rather have gone to university and learnt music properly. There was no cancellation fee in the contract, so there's no problem, right? Yunhee, the last singer I had left me. The other employees were the same. Well, who would want to work with a president who couldn't even pay them properly? Without an office or a house, there's nowhere I could go to. I just walked without any purpose. At this rate, the loan sharks would probably want to sell my organs by the next month. However, I have already given up on myself. Fine, such is fate. Excuse me, young man. However, when I was walking without purpose, I heard someone call to me. What is it, sir? I am hungry, but I have no money. Can you buy me rice and soup? A homeless person spoke to me. Usually, I wouldn't even glance at him, but I subconsciously put my hand into my pocket for some reason. Is my end nigh? When I searched my pocket, a piece of paper could be felt. I took it out, and it was a piece of green paper. 10,000 KRW note is almost equal to $8.70. Yeah, what the hell can I do with this? I held out the 10,001 note to the homeless man. Then, the homeless man's eyes widened. Thanks. I will be able to buy a meal of rice and soup with this. The homeless man repeatedly gave thanks, and in the end, ran away with vigor. They say homeless people are only full of energy when borrowing a cigar, but this person was a bit unusual. The fact that my pocket just became empty didn't stir me at all for some reason, and I just turned around. However, I then heard someone calling out to me again. Excuse me, young man. Looking back, it was the same old man. By chance, do you want anything? I almost forgot because I was frantic. What would I want from a homeless man? I said that I was. All right, and smiled it off. Don't be like that. Tell me anything you want. I will do anything. Uffed. Those words made me laugh. What was this homeless man saying? Well, yeah. Could he give me anything or do anything at all? Could he get me out of this hell? I laughed at myself for thinking that. I just want to start again, I guess. From the beginning. That's your wish. Yeah. If I could start again, I feel like I wouldn't fail. It's just nonsense. Now then, please enjoy your meal. I subconsciously grumbled at the homeless man who seemed delighted with just a 10,001 note. How good would it be if I could start it over again? Minus, if I could change this nickname of Minus's hand. 7 years as a manager. During that time, I made many acquaintances, gathered money, and became a planner. Planning for a singer was creating something from nothing, and it was fun. In the beginning, I achieved big success, so I smoothly changed from a manager to a planner. However, the problem came after that. After I became a planner in a big management company, I was put in charge of a big group. It was a 5-man group of singers, and they achieved success with their 4th album. When it was time for the 5th, I was put in charge of them. However, the result was a huge failure. Not only that, the members fought with the company, and a scandal between one of its members and one of their fans happened. All of this came together, and the result was that it ended up with the group disbanding. I was unlucky, but the important thing was that the 5th album had failed. The problem became even bigger after that. From new singers to middle-tier singers, the misfortune didn't end. I failed every single album I put my hands on. The middle-tier singers, who had never failed before, even became rash and ruined their name. This continued for 3 years. That was how I got the nickname Minus's Hand. In the end, it was no different from being buried in this industry. Even so, with all of my effort, I gathered all of the money possible, from loans to debts, and planned a singer, but the result was that there was, even more, debt. The singer left, and I'm now unemployed. Phew, is it going to be over like this? I put a cigar I picked up from the road in my mouth, and I stood on Mapo Bridge. This was called the sacred place for people who gave up on themselves. No confidence, no motivation. The only route was this way, such was their thinking. However, if I give up here, then my little sister? Kang-yoon. I tried calling my sister's name out loud. However, the echoless Han River was emotionless. Who would look after my little sister, who had to undergo dialysis for her entire life, if I am gone? I stood on Mapo Bridge, but I didn't even manage to get up on the railing. I couldn't die even if I wanted to die. And even if I wanted to live, there is no way. What do? Tears uncontrollably flowed from my eyes. Zethrin. Suddenly, my phone started ringing. A phone call nowadays could only be from loan sharks, my only friend, or Kang-yoon. However, this number is unknown. Wait, this is the hospital number. Hello. Are you Ms. Lee Kang-yoon's guardian? Yes, I am. So, Ms. Kang-yoon's condition is serious right now. She missed her dialysis period by a lot, and she collapsed. My head instantly turned white. I couldn't think of anything else. Kang-yoon, her condition was serious. The fastest route, right now, was a taxi. The direction was the other side. Then I have to cross the road. The crossing was far away. However, I crossed the road here due to being frantic. Asterisk screech. Asterisk away awash. In the middle of the road, I was hit by a giant truck and flew up in the sky. In front of my eyes, something went past like a panorama. It was that something like you seeing your life passing by in a flash. I knew then that I would die like this. Is this the end? Then what about Kang-yoon? Kang-yoon. Ah no, it can't end like this. Sirens wailing. The ambulance was dashing through the road, towards the hospital. Blood pressure going down. Use the defibrillator. Quickly. The inside of the ambulance was frantic. The lowering frequency of heartbeats and the efforts of the emergency doctors were tear-jerking. However, whether he knew it or not, Kang-yoon's breath was getting dimmer. If I could just start again. Pi-I-Thith 3I, his heart rate line turned flat. Kang-yoon's hands dropped towards the ground, and for him, time was disappearing just like that. Chapter 2. To 10 years in the past 1. Appa appa. Appa appa. Just a little more. Kang-yoon was tired. The hand which was shaking him was getting stronger, but his heavy eyelids showed no signs of opening. Ah geez. Appa. In the end, after a shout, he barely opened his eyes. Asterisk and asterisk. Oh, so noisy. I said just a little more. Oh geez. You told me you had an interview, and you asked me to wake you up early. Yeah, whatever. Interview. Interview. What? Interview? After hearing an important word, Kang-yoon felt his head go blank. After kicking the thick blanket covering him, Kang-yoon stood up abruptly and looked around. This is my room. Where else is it if it's not your room? Wake up. You gotta eat breakfast. You? Kang-yoon? You're Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon finally saw the apron-wearing lady who was looking at him. With a tall height and a paler face than others around the same age, it was his little sister, Hee-yoon. Hee-yoon, you are alive. Huh? Appa, why are you like this? Kang-yoon hugged Hee-yoon firmly after thinking that she was safe. Hee-yoon tried to shake him off in confusion. However, she found her brother, who was even crying, a bit strange, and she left him to his own vice. After a long while, Kang-yoon calmed down, and he let go of Hee-yoon. Appa, why are you like this? You look like you've seen a dead person. The hospital. Weren't you in the hospital? I was discharged yesterday. You were even with me. You said let's change to the regular treatment. What does this mean? Kang-yoon didn't even begin to understand. The hospital stated that she was in a critical condition. After being contacted, he hurried to the hospital. He tried crossing the wide Mapo Bridge, and then he was hit by a truck. What happened? Kang-yoon finally felt that something was off. He first stared at his own sister's face. The paler face, compared to others around her age, was still there, but her age seemed a little too young. There, my dear brother. Stop looking at my face. I cooked breakfast for you, so you gotta eat it deliciously, right? Appa. Why yeah? I will be there after I wash up. Kang-yoon headed to the toilet right after he let Hee-yoon go. Even pouring cold water onto his face, he didn't grasp what was happening. Healthy, no? His little sister becoming younger, and an interview. He didn't know what was what. After washing his face, he went to the living room. The first thing he saw was the calendar hanging on the wall. July 2007? Not 2017. Is the calendar wrong? Kang-yoon rubbed his eyes, and he looked again. However, it wasn't wrong. He lived and died with the entertainment world. He was meticulous in organizing calendars. The calendar was packed full of the schedule he wrote there. MG planning team interview. 11 a.m.? Wait, I had this interview 10 years ago, though. Kang-yoon finally felt that something big was happening. He got through the MG entertainment interview, and he entered the company. However, the singer he planned for failed miserably, and he even got his hands on marijuana. He had to take responsibility and leave the company. His memory of that was evident in his mind. He became bitter when he thought of that failure. Appa, come and eat. While he was in thought, he heard Hee-yoon calling him from the kitchen. I'm coming. Kang-yoon changed his clothes, and he walked towards the living room. In the beautiful world, Hee-yoon was singing while she boiled the soup. The sound of the soup boiling and the cutting sounds on the cutting board was filling the room. But, what is this? This light. In front of him, an incredible scene was taking place. Light surrounded Hee-yoon. The hazy white light came out of Hee-yoon, and it filled the kitchen. Kang-yoon was scared out of his wits, seeing this sight that was like magic. What is this? This is... Perhaps it was a halo. Kang-yoon doubted his own eyes. He rubbed his eyes, and he looked again. However, the white light from Hee-yoon didn't disappear at all, and it was filling the kitchen with faint light. Appa, let's eat. Then, something even more amazing happened. The light disappeared instantly when the singing ended. Yeah? What? Appa? What is it? And no, I seem to be seeing things. Appa, you're strange today. Did you have a nightmare or something? Usually, he would sit and lift his spoon. However, today he was staring at her, so it was no wonder that she felt it was strange. No, let's eat. However, instead of telling her his thoughts, Kang-yoon lifted his spoon. Speaking to Hee-yoon about it would make her treat him like a freak. Of course, the inside of his head was chaos itself. This is 10 years in the past. I died, I returned to the past, and now I'm seeing strange things. After his sister went to school, Kang-yoon sorted the situation in his room. His mind could not comprehend this situation at all. To think that he had returned to 10 years in the past. It was hard to accept. However, he could only accept that it was 10 years in the past after looking at the president's policies, entertainment stories, and internet articles. Then, what is it that I'm seeing? The light that Hee-yoon was giving off. He couldn't begin to understand what it was. To think that a person would give off light. It was something that he should report to the Wonders of the World TV program. However, worrying about it wouldn't lead him to a solution, and so he didn't look for any answers. Oh, the interview. It was good etiquette to arrive 10 minutes earlier to an interview. For an 11 a.m. interview, he had to leave now. Kang-yoon neatly wore his suit, sorted his figure, and he left the house. The MG Entertainment office building was located in something like the Silicon Valley for entertainment companies. Due to it being located on the most famous street of Gangnam, there were models along with celebrities walking the streets. Street performances were standard. Look back at me. Kang-yoon was walking past the street when he found a lady who was performing on the street. The figure of her focusing on singing with a guitar strapped to her made the passers-by gather around her. He was curious as to what the people were looking at, so he went to take a look. Huh, what is this? This light is... In front of him, the light appeared again. The faint white light was spreading out from the singing lady. From the guitar also came out blue light. It melded into the white light, and the white light grew stronger. The song's good. She's performing well. The reactions of the public were also all right. Tens of people gathered around her, and they praised her singing. From time to time, people put a 1001 note, and, sometimes, even a 10,001 note. As the song reached its climax, the light grew even stronger. The light, in the end, engulfed the crowd that was listening. What is this? Don't tell me. It's caused by singing. Kang-yoon gave off the light in the morning when she was singing. The singing lady in front of him, right now, was also giving off light. Kang-yoon grew absent-minded after seeing the white light growing stronger as it melded into the people's bodies. Thank you. After the song ended, the light given off by the lady disappeared. It was as if it was a mirage, fading just as his focus neared. However, the light from the singing still shone on the people who were listening. The light disappeared slowly after some time. Kang-yoon now understood what the identity of that light was, to an extent. This is singing. Singing. The light is something like the influence that people get from music. Kang-yoon tapped his knee without realizing it. He didn't know why he could see singing as light. However, he no longer feared this strange phenomenon. I will be late to the interview. Let's go. Because he was listening to the singing, he was running out of time. Kang-yoon hurried towards MG Entertainment. Mr. Lee Kang-yoon, born in 1978. That means you're 30 this year. In the previous company, you were the chief planner for the singer, Julia. That is right. MG Entertainment office, 7th floor conference room. There, Kang-yoon was interviewed by 4 interviewers. They were facing each other, and tension flowed into the chamber. Julia was prepared ambitiously by GTH Entertainment, but you barely crossed the break-even point. There was no news of her since then. The one speaking was the one in the middle wearing a hat. He kept poking where it hurt. In this field, career experience directly relates to ability. If you come to us with those failing experiences, then would we be able to trust you in planning? The questions were sharp, but Kang-yoon was calm. Producer Oh Ji-won. As expected, he's asking the same questions. The current questioner was producer Oh Ji-won, MG Entertainment's representing producer. He was known for being picky, but his producing was great. Even between singers, he was known for being a producer that's worthy of trust. The only downside was that he was not affectionate to anyone. You are right. From the company's perspective, Julia was a failure. However, she was also the singer who provided the opportunity to plan for other singers by crossing the break-even point in just 1 year. She didn't rise high, but she provided us with an opportunity. If you trust me and give me work, then, even if I fail, there would be no loss in any way. Companies are sensitive to money. If the planned singer rose high, that was all right. However, to do that, they needed to break through countless variables. Crossing the break-even point was not easy. Kang-yoon appealed this point. No losses. Stability-wise, it's all right. Then, let's move on to the next question. I believe that you know of our situation in the company very well. Our most important male singer group, Epis, is borderline disbanding while our female group, Serenity, disbanded. Also, our solo singer, Yeonjua, is experiencing difficulties due to the confusion in the planner team. Mr. Kang-yoon, if you were the supervisor, then how would you overcome this crisis? From the woman in a suit from the furthest right, a long and arduous question flew at him. May I have some time to think? Yes. Is 1 minute all right with you? Of course. For a brief moment, silence flowed around the interview room. In the end, Epis was disbanded because the members had different thoughts. The members went solo, but the reaction wasn't that good. The members of Serenity all contracted with other companies. Amongst them, the least famous of them all, Harry, hit it big doing musicals. She exceeded all the other members. I heard MG Entertainment was stabbed in the back. Yeonjua, As an active singer for 10 years, she intended to debut in Japan first, then go to America. However, the company wanted her to step onto America directly, and confusion ensued. In the end, Jua went to Japan and hit it big, but there was not much of a reaction in America. Sorting out the past, he now knew how to answer this question. First, I will start with the problem with Epis. Go on. The woman in the suit crossed her arms. She had an "I'll listen to your answer for a bit" reaction. It was an attitude that only appeared in people with high positions. There is a lot of friction in between the members of Epis. Everyone has their own musical ambition. The company misses the fandom and synergy effect when they get together. Thus, they are unable to let go. However, in my opinion, we should let them go. What's your reason? Of course, there will be profit even if the recontract is done. However, the recontract money will be high. So, even if you recontract all the members, the profit will be small. The members of Epis all want to work solo, and they don't have much interest in working as a group. The company recontracting them will only bring losses. Even so, can't we force them to work as a group in the contract? Not at all. Kang-yoon strongly refuted the words of the woman in the suit. They already achieved success once. That won't work even if we provide them with a lot of money. If we force them to do what they don't want, then they won't do it. It's better to let them go or contract them one by one. Good, next. The next is Serini. As far as I know, Yuri of Serini already has more interest in marriage rather than the entertainment industry. It would be hard to hold on to her as she dreams of having a stable family. Hami, she has interest in acting. However, as you know, she is already known for her terrible acting. To straighten it out, a lot of time will be necessary. Finally, wait. Kang-yoon was speaking when a casual-clothed man on the far left interrupted him. What is the reason for your confidence in saying this? At that moment, Kang-yoon panicked. All of this, he knew because it already happened in the future. However, that person was asking for the source of information. It was a sharp question. However, in the end, Kang-yoon calmly resumed his answer. I was in this field for a long time. It was a prediction based on rumors. Is that so? Continue. It should have made him panic. But, seeing Kang-yoon reply so calmly, the man didn't speak anymore. I think Jua should start being active in Japan first. First, Jua's style is one that gets through in Japan. Her age is 18. However, her skills are already top tier. In Japan, idols around her age have a showdown in looks. If it is Jua, someone who has both looks and ability, it will work. My answer concludes here. Kang-yoon's answer ended. The interviewers gathered and spoke to each other. Kang-yoon calmly waited for new questions. In the end, the casual-clothed man spoke. You said that the things you talked about were based on rumors, right? Yes. You have excellent skills. I think we underevaluated this man called Lee Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon rejoiced in his heart. He answered differently than last time. However, the reactions were great. This level of information network and adaptability, and if you have the skills and planning as you said, then I think you would be able to use your ability to the fullest here. Good. Then the last question. Please speak. Suppose you're a team leader, and you make a plan for Jua. Where's the stage? Japan. A question that he never heard 10 years ago came at him. Kang-yoon needed to think this over calmly. Jua had no relation to me in any way. She was a famous star. However, in Kang-yoon's past, he didn't even see her properly once. To plan for a top star 10 years ago, just thinking about it made Kang-yoon's heart thump. Please give me time to think. I will wait. Kang-yoon pondered for a bit. If he was going to do it, then do it big, on a big, wide stage. He should make her have fun. After confirming his thoughts, he calmly started replying. The dance that Jua has the most confidence in is popping. Popping for the dance, and little to no electronic sound for the song. Music station for the debut stage would be great. I'll know better if I receive the songs, but currently, this is all I can think of. As a music broadcast by the Japanese Asahi TV, Music Station was one of the biggest music broadcasters in Japan. The problem was that they never allowed foreign singers to stand on it. Oh, Music Station, you say? Was there a precedence where they allowed a foreign singer to stand on it? I think that's why we should try it. Our singer is worthy to stand on that stage. Let her try. Then we prove it to them. My view is that planners should be responsible for creating that opportunity. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. The man smashed on the desk hard. Good. I'll be honest with you. There was no one who answered as refreshingly as you. Last question. If I let you run that plan for Jua, will you be able to bring me that refreshing answer again? Chairman. Chaos ensued amongst the interviewers. His straight-ball reaction made many people stand up abruptly. Plan for the singer, Jua? If it went as it did in the past, he would be assigned the four-man singer group who were trying to do their fifth album, fail, and then leave the company. Kang-yoon could hear his heart thumping at the incredible opportunity he made for himself. Jua's Japan stage? This. Even imagining it made his heart thump. He was also worried about the risk of failure. However, the risk of failure was incomparable to the one in his past. However, all of this fear. I will definitely succeed. Kang-yoon's fear couldn't win over his own eagerness. Fail. For Kang-yoon, who was sick and tired of the countless failures in his past, this was an opportunity to leap. He decided, yes, it's possible. Kang-yoon grabbed onto that opportunity. Chairman, this won't do. How can? Chairman, of course, there will be chaos since he let a newbie take charge of a massive project. However, the chairman waived all the complaints, and he held his hand out to Kang-yoon. Please take care of me from now on. Team leader Lee Kang-yoon. Please take care of me too. Chairman. The casual-clothed man, chairman of MG Entertainment, Won Jin-moon and Kang-yoon, grabbed each other's hands. And that's how Kang-yoon's first planning project started. It was the start of the first planning project by Kang-yoon, who would later be hailed as the Midas's hand, no, the god of music. Chapter 3. To 10 years in the past, 2. This unbelievable thing, actually. Leaving the MG Entertainment office building, Kang-yoon couldn't hide his smile. Initially, he would become a team member for a failed singer. Now he's in charge of Jua, and the leading position of planning team leader at that. Was there this kind of cronyism? Ha ha ha. Due to not being able to hold back his laughter, the supermarket owner looked at him as if he was looking at a crazy man, but Kang-yoon wasn't bothered. Instead, he showed good manners by buying coffee and cigarettes. Kang-yoon lit a cigarette in a secluded alley. Typically, cigarettes didn't suit his tastes, but today, it felt strangely good. Looking at the dispersing smoke, he felt that all of the fatigue today was being relieved. Excuse me. While he was wallowing in delight, there was someone who approached him. It was a tall girl in a school uniform. What is it? Excuse me, but can you light me one? Kang-yoon fell into confusion. A female student in a school skirt was asking him to light her one. He was dumbfounded since he had a little sister. I don't have any. I just saw you putting it in your pocket. The girl confidently pointed towards Kang-yoon's pocket. Kang-yoon could only deeply sigh, and he looked at her acting as if she was getting back something she lent. I do have one, but I don't have any to give to a student. I don't think this is right. If you don't want to, then you should just say so. There is no need to preach me right. The girl complained. Kang-yoon blinked his eyes at those rough words. And so, he was about to scold her when he blinked continuously, looking at her familiar face. Wait, isn't this girl Young Mina? From Edios. She looked younger than the Young Mina he knew of, but it was certainly her. The group with 7 girls, Edios was a group which had a thick fan base due to each member's individuality. There was a strong fan base, and the songs were good too, but due to the bad relationships between its members, there were rumors about their discord, and in the end, they would disband. Young Mina, with a tall height and a vibrant expression, boasted popularity between both the male and the female populace. Kang-yoon was about to pass it off as being unlucky, but he thought that it wouldn't be right just to leave a member of Edios, who was once the big star in the world of singers. Moreover, they would work for the same company in the future. Aren't you a trainee of MG Entertainment? Who are you to concern yourself with whether I am or am not one? A cigarette when you're a trainee. You're not even a successful singer. What are you doing? Like I said, who are you to stick your nose into this? Young Mina came out strongly. Her personality was originally one that hated to lose. However, Kang-yoon also wasn't someone who would smoothly pass this by. I originally had no relations with you, but I do now. I'm an employee in MG Entertainment. You are Young Mina, right? You know me? I know very well. You are talented in dancing, and you are an unofficial trainee that decided to be put in the next girl group. Are you? Relieving yourself just because you were put in there? You're even smoking. Young Mina was mad. It was because there was not a single thing wrong with what Kang-yoon was saying. No, It pricked her because he knew too well. Moreover, to say he was in the same company. If he knew who the trainees were, then it was likely that he leaned more towards field work rather than paperwork. Young Mina couldn't continue speaking. To pop the champagne so early is bad. For a trainee, it starts for real when you become a SI dash. I was dropped. However, an answer that was completely out of Kang-yoon's expectations flew at him. I was pushed out from the next girl group. Satisfied? If you aren't going to light me one, then please go away. Kang-yoon panicked in his own way. This kind of past, he never heard of. Young Mina was dropped? No way. Then did she get dropped once and get selected again? Kang-yoon's head spun rapidly. As far as he knew, it was the season when MG Entertainment was preparing its next groups. It was a period where trainees sweated beads to get selected for the next girl group and boy group. But Young Mina was dropped? He didn't know that such a past existed. Why were you dropped? I tripped in the selection audition. I was scolded a lot with words like, are you going to be like this in practice too, and the like. And was dropped. Ha ha ha. Young Mina didn't understand why she was explaining all of this to him. However, she was doing whatever she liked. Whatever her heart compelled her to do. I won't get in with my singing, so I should just light one to get rid of the stuffiness. If you aren't going to light me one, then are you going to end it like this? Is this the end? Hey! Finally, Young Mina shouted. But the things she showed were tears. Tears filled with sorrow and anger. What are you, Juicy? To me? Why are you? Puberty would always produce ups and downs in emotions. Perhaps it's due to the overflowing emotions? Or perhaps it was due to the piled-up stress. Young Mina started crying sorrowfully. Kang-yoon, who was getting angry at her, panicked for a bit before tapping her shoulders. It's just once. And in MG Entertainment, Young Mina, how many can hold a candle to you in dancing? This is not the decisive factor. Try again, and you can definitely do it. All right. Young Mina felt strange. This was definitely the first time she saw him. And she was scolded and even consoled by such a person. It was the first time something like this happened. For a moment, silence flowed. Young Mina, who controlled her emotions, raised her eyes, which were red. Thank you. Nobody believed in me like this before. Oh, really? Thank you. Even if it's just empty words. I just needed some consolation, I guess. This has never happened before. Huh. It's funny. Perhaps she also felt that it was funny, but Young Mina showed an awkward smile. However, Kang-yoon spoke with confidence. It's not empty words. It's based on many sources. You will definitely become a singer. A big one at that. So don't go ruining your body with something like cigarettes and start again. All right? Don't destroy your body. Yes. Finally, Young Mina smiled a proper smile. Of course, the tears and the smudged makeup made her face a mess, but her unique beauty didn't go away. This was one of the things I enjoyed. Stop it. Your lung capacity will drop. Okay, I'll try stopping, but I don't even know your name. Who are you, Juicy? They spoke as if they were close friends until now, but she didn't even know his name. Young Mina was curious about him. He had an ordinary impression, but his eyes had unusual depth, and his body had strength. I'm Lee Kang-yoon. We will eat from the same pot from now on, so please take care of me. Me too. What's your department? That's a secret. What? TCH, being childish. Kang-yoon and Young Mina became friendly in no time, and were talking without holding anything back. It was the first meeting between Young Mina, whose name would shake the world as MG Entertainment's girl group's core, and Kang-yoon. After returning home, Kang-yoon was pondering about the light from the singing. It doesn't appear through the TV or computer videos, huh? He concluded that it only appeared when he looked at the performance directly. If that was so, then how should he use this? Kang-yoon fell into thought. Returning to the past is an incredible miracle in itself, but to think that I would see singing. Why did I become able to see it? Perhaps it was due to that homeless man. He finally remembered that he handed a 10,001 note to a homeless man who said he was hungry. Tell me anything you want. I will grant them all. Incomprehensible stuff that he will grant them all. Kang-yoon wanted to start over. And those words became a reality, with an inexplicably strange ability to boot. No matter how much he thought about it, that could be the only reason. It became night, but Kang-yoon didn't turn on the light in his room. He wanted to sort out his thoughts. I returned to 10 years into the past, and I gained an ability to see singing. And today, I changed the original future. He was put in charge of Jua, a top-tier singer, and not the doomed singer he was initially assigned. He even got acquainted with young Mina, who he never had any interactions with before. Kang-yoon was satisfied with the results of his hard work. However, he was also afraid. Jua's album planning, and in Japan to boot. I was put in charge of a massive project right off the bat. However, if it's the me now, he was sick and tired of failing. He didn't even want to think about failing anymore. There was no longer a Lee Kang-yoon, who was chased by loan sharks while being called the Minus's hand, anymore. Kang-yoon resolved again and again that he would never think of something like failing again. He started over like how he wanted. Yes, I will start over. Again. I will definitely succeed and become happy. In the dark room, Kang-yoon decided on the direction of his future. I will erase something like an unfortunate future here and now. I will make a bright and sparkling future with my own hands, like this. Appa, you there? Oh yeah? Hyun, you're home. What are you doing? It's pitch black. Are you sulking? Kia. Appa, what is it? Right at this moment, Kang-yoon, who tightly hugged his little sister who just came back from school, was happier than anyone else. And I will make this happiness bigger, he decided. Chapter 4. To 10 years in the past, 3. The dress code for the planning team was casual clothes, but it was laughable to go casual on the first day. Kang-yoon wore a suit that fit him perfectly, and he checked various parts while looking at the mirror. Is it strange? No, not a bit. My Appa is the best. Hyun did a thumbs up from behind Kang-yoon, while looking delighted. The long legs and wide shoulders accentuated Kang-yoon in the suit. I'll go first today. Be careful on your way to school. Today is dialysis day, all right? Don't forget. Yeah. Appa, do your best at work. It took a long time for Kang-yoon, who lived in a poor district on the northern side of the river, to go to a well-known street on the southern side of the river. With him having to ride the bus and the train, commuting to work was difficult. Using the temporary card key he received, he entered the company and headed straight to the chairman's office. Welcome. I was waiting for you. Good morning, sir. Chairman Won Jin-moon greeted him nicely. Drinking the tea brought by the secretary, Chairman Won Jin-moon spoke. So today's your first day? Jua will be here in the afternoon, so look around the company until then. I understand. I never touch anything after I give someone a task. Instead, if the result is bad. Chairman Won Jin-moon sliced across his neck. Haha. Of course, it's not like I'm going to kill you for real, so don't worry. I'll do my best. Looking at Chairman Won Jin-moon, who was laughing without restraint, Kang-yoon thought of his personality. He doesn't touch anything after he gives someone work. However, if the result doesn't satisfy him, there would be severe consequences. Likewise, a good reward would follow from a good result. This was the secret to how Chairman Won Jin-moon survived in this industry. He always had capable people nearby him. They never felt the need to leave him because they received what they deserved. Kang-yoon thought that he should learn this point from him. The tea time ended and Kang-yoon was led to his office by the secretary. The office was on the 5th floor. It's here. At the place where the secretary opened the door was a name tag with the words, Team Leader of the Planning and Management Team, Lee Kang-yoon. And he had his own room. He was satisfied with the elegant table, the resources on the bookshelf, the TV, the computer, and everything else. Look around the room until lunch. I will contact you if Miss Jua comes. The secretary went back up to the chairman's office. Kang-yoon, who earned free time until lunch, started looking around his office. From the programs in the computer to the album resources, he found the videos of the training room and snacks too. There was not a single thing missing. He could feel with his skin the position of planning and management team leader of MG Entertainment. Looking through some resources, Kang-yoon opened the video where the trainees were practicing. The video, which was recorded by CCTV, showed trainees undergoing various training, including dance training and vocal training. Looking at those scenes, Kang-yoon became curious. Shall I have a look? They say, strike the iron while it's hot. So Kang-yoon went straight to the training room. It was a training lecture room on the 3rd floor where vocal training was currently being held. Kang-yoon lightly opened the door and went inside. He saw that there were many youths, in their early teens to the late teens, who were in the middle of listening to the lecture. Min-sung, I think you lack a bit of abdominal strength in that part. Let's tense up a little bit more. The reason why you can't help but leave me. A male trainee was tensing his abdominal muscles while singing, however. This time it's Gray. From the male trainee, a dull gray was permeating. The flat color made Kang-yoon crease his eyebrows. It was a color which had a bad feeling to it. Han Min-sung. That's not it. You're too tense. Again. The reason why you can't help but leave me. The light came out from the trainee again. However, it was still gray. Still, it wasn't as dull as the previous time. Min-sung. It's getting better. Again. The reason why you can't help but leave me. The gray light became thinner and thinner. Kang-yoon was curious about this phenomenon. The dull gray thinned out and eventually became white, and the white spread out gently. Good. Just like that. Let's go to the next part. I love you, but... Perhaps he grasped onto that feeling. The white light from the male trainee filled the surroundings more and more. When it became white, a good song resounded. The gentle sound, which was spreading to its surrounding, sounded all right. Good. Let's rest for a bit. When the resting time came, Kang-yoon quietly left. This ability to see the light, he seems to have grasped it. Good singing spreads white light. It would be safe to assume that the dull gray light comes out when the singing is off or horrible. When the light spreads to others, that person will get affected and react. In the end, what kind of light one produces or what influence it gives to others, I need to find how this works. To see the effects of singing, this was an amazing ability. Good singing and powerful singing had differences. Dear God, Kang-yoon, for the first time in his life, looked for God and thanked him. He never looked for God in his despair, but now, when he had received the thing he needed the most, he automatically looked for God. In his new life, God gave him a present which he needed the most. Adient Vion. At that moment, his phone started ringing. Yes, I will be back right away. Kang-yoon went to the chairman's office after being contacted to come to the chairman's office since Jua came. Jua was a singer who had a short height, not even reaching 160 centimeters, but had long legs and a thin waist, a good body ratio. It was the result of harsh maintenance in her ordinary life. She was still 19. She, who hid her childishness with makeup, suspiciously looked towards Kang-yoon. This is my planning producer? Nice to meet you. My name is Lee Kang-yoon. Jua met Kang-yoon for the first time, but she didn't hide her suspicions. She scanned him from the top down and looked towards to the chairman again. Chairman, can't I just do it with Jiwon Appa? Jua, you know me. If I do it with a new person, it takes a lot of time. You said that this album would go to Japan. It's such an essential album, but if I need to match with a new person, then how much time would it take? The result is uncertain too. It was Jua's declaration of I can't do it with this person. However, Chairman Won Jin-moon shook his head. Jua, we decided on this after careful consideration. We chose the person we thought was the most suited to this album. So, Chairman, you know that I never went against you in the past, right? But I don't understand you this time. You're telling me to work with a new, unverified person. Did I do something wrong? Jua was really stubborn herself. The album, which will be printed in Japan, decided her very existence as a singer. But to work with an unverified newbie. She worked for 5 years as a singer, and she was one of the best, so Jua couldn't accept it. However, Chairman Won Jin-moon drew the line. Jua, you believe my eyes, right? This is the most suitable person for this album. Trust this uncle once and do it. But uncle, stop there. I won't allow any more objections. In the end, Jua could only smack her lips, open the door, and run away. Kang-yoon bitterly said while looking at the door. She doesn't seem to like me. Haha. How is it, Team Leader Lee? Jua has a stubborn personality. She's pretty loud to her opinions. Can you topple that stubbornness? Kang-yoon was having fun. A top-class singer must have a side like that. He replied without hesitation. It's interesting. A singer must have stubbornness. Please leave it to me. Good, I will trust you. From this moment on, you're the top person regarding Jua's debut in Japan. I will not allow anyone to touch anything. Then, please work hard. Chairman Won Jin-moon stood up from his seat and patted Kang-yoon's shoulder while ordering the stop of all interference. Kang-yoon said goodbye and left. It's starting for real now. While walking towards the office, inside Kang-yoon's head, various plans were taking form. Chapter 5. To 10 years in the past, 4. The next day, Kang-yoon started organizing the team for real. Chairman Won Jin-moon gave him all of the power as he said, so Kang-yoon could select all of the talented team members as he wanted. MG has a lot of talents. That's for sure. From producer Oh Ji-won, the main commander in practice who produced countless albums that were big hits, to Vice Chief Lee Ji-yeon, who was the ace of the promotion team and was well known for being able to read the latest trends in the media, Jua's #1 manager, Kang Soo-min, who knew everything about Jua, and lastly, the one who would choose the songs, MG's leading composer Seo-lin. These people were aces who Kang-yoon had heard of at least once in his past. To think that in his previous life, he never even had the chance to work with these people, but now he was the planning and management team leader who ordered these people around. Kang-yoon felt the responsibility, along with gratitude for his new life. After Kang-yoon selected the team members, he held the first meeting in his office. After everyone gathered, he did a brief self-introduction and started the meeting. The objective this time is to successfully debut in the Japanese market and place within the top 5 of the Oricon chart. Everyone groaned at Kang-yoon's objective. They were aces all right, but to debut into Japan was an entirely different matter. To Korean singers, the Japanese market was an independent existence where one had to throw money in, not earn from it. Do you know who the most famous singer is in Japan? It was Vice Chief Lee Ji-yeon who spoke first. After everyone shook their heads, she continued talking. It's a solo singer called Siska AI. Before that, it was a singer named May. The common point that these two share is that they used their singing ability rather than their dance to become famous. You mean that we should go with singing too? Since Juia's singing is good, manager Kang Soo-min added. Then, Seo-lin chimed in. However, if a Korean singer uses the Japanese style, can we actually satisfy them? I think this will be quite an adventure. Of course, the lyrics will have to be translated into Japanese, but changing the style of music will not be easy at all. It's a debut into Japan. To do that, we need to understand their way of thinking. If acoustic music is the trend, then I think it's safer to follow the trend. However, then what happens to Jua's style? Of course, Jua won't be weak with acoustic music, but if that happens, then we won't be able to show her original performance at all. The opinions of Seo-lin and producer Oh Ji-won clash strongly. In the following conversation, the four of them didn't narrow down each of their views at all. Each of their opinions on how to debut in Japan and how Jua should perform was different. The idea to match the current Japanese style and the advice to go with Jua's style continued clashing until Kang-yoon, who didn't speak at all, spoke up. Let's go performance-based. What? But right now in Japan, the male idols basically reign over performance. It's their trend. I think it's impossible. Vice Chief Lee Ji-yeon shook her head. People feel familiar to what they are used to. Plus, it's Japan. They are very exclusive towards foreigners. As Koreans, we need to make them feel that they are familiar, but to go with performance. It is too dangerous. No, performance is better. To be honest, there is a lot more to what Jua can show than the Japanese male idols, since Jua exceeds them in ability by far. We are foreigners to them anyway. Isn't it a good idea to show them something entirely new? Vice Chief Lee Ji-yeon couldn't say anything. Kang-yoon's words had a strange persuasiveness to them. Ability was boss, so if she were that good, then everybody would watch her. And Jua had that ability. Then team leader, suppose we go performance-based, then would the song be dance-themed? It would be like that. Dance based on popping. One that can bring out Jua's specialty. One that has groove. This is what I have in mind. At producer Oh Ji-won's question, Kang-yoon answered. Then producer Oh Ji-won clapped. Loudly. Groove, huh? Wow. I didn't even think about it. It can be considered retro. Japan has a longer history in modern music than us. I think the chances are plenty. Kang-yoon's didn't speak too much, but his words carried strength. It was because his words had logic. He seemed unreliable since he was a half-cronius team leader, but it wasn't like that at all. Jua's specialty is riding the rhythm, so she would definitely like a groovy song. Manager Kang Soo-min seemed satisfied as he nodded. You're right. You're summing up today's meeting in one line. The promotion, one team should look for a route to sign a deal with a Japanese TV station, while composer Seo-lin should select a song. You should choose first, and it will be alright if I join later. Yes. Yeah, AP. Vice Chief Lee Ji-yeon and composer Seo-lin answered in their own style and wrote down the important things. If the song comes out, producer Oh Ji-won should make a guide version. Imagine that you're training a trainee and make a good guide version. Anything else? Not yet. We will get busy once the song comes out, so rest up now. Producer Oh Ji-won nodded, and all that was left was manager Kang Soo-min. Jua's looking after her weight, right? Of course. Looking after her body is important, but something even more important is to check for stress. Even if she has to gain weight a bit, don't let her stress out too much. And please allow her to go out too. However, that's against the company rules. Jua will be ruined if the company rules bind her. Anyway, can't Jua look after herself well enough? We need to show that we trust her and she will do better by herself. I understand. The checks for details also ended, and the meeting ended there. Everybody received their own work and exited Kang-yoon's office. Kang-yoon, who was left alone, finally came back to his seat and buried himself in it. Phew, that was hard. I still can't believe it. To think that I'm planning Jua's album. He, who was dubbed the Minus's Hand, had just led the meeting for a top-class singer known as Jua. This fact still dazed Kang-yoon. He still thought this was all a dream. However, the sweet smell of coffee he felt made him realize that this was no dream. I will absolutely, definitely succeed. Kang-yoon sipped his coffee while looking out the window, and he strongly resolved himself to succeed this time. The next day, Kang-yoon was face to face with the singer Jua, alone. If you have anything to say, then do it quickly. I am busy. Jua was direct and strong. However, Kang-yoon, facing a top singer who was talking sharply, wasn't flustered at all. Jua originally had a sharp personality. She's cold to strangers too. However, once she thinks someone is on her side, then she would protect them to the end. I need to make her realize that I'm on the same side as her. However, Jua had her own standards, and that was based on ability. She was a person who treated those without ability as insects. She tried not to put those without knowledge by her side. Jua, can you sing for me? Sing? What? Despite how I look, I'm still the planning team leader. Shouldn't I at least listen to you singing once? It was a reasonable request. There was no room to avoid this. In the end, Jua grumbled and stood up. She cleared her throat a few times and started singing. Don't forget, my name, you are my. After Jua started singing, a light began to exude from her. Her voice is good. The singing was good. No one would be able to find any faults in her singing. However, gray. The light from Jua was faint, but it was gray. To think, a superstar would emit gray light. Kang-yoon's expression automatically creased. Jua seemed to feel something wrong, and she eventually stopped. KHMM. I'm sorry. Let's go again. After coughing for a bit, she started singing again. However, Kang-yoon saw the gray light from her again. No, it was even darker than before. The gray light filled the room and eventually surrounded Kang-yoon himself. What is this dull color? After the gray light touched him, Kang-yoon felt sticky. It was as if he was buried in mud. The marsh-like stickiness buried him and constricted him. I will stop here. Did she notice Kang-yoon's displeasure? The song didn't even finish, but Jua stopped singing. Then, the gray light disappeared as if it was a lie. I can't believe it. Gray light. From Jua. Even street singers gave off white light. But why was Jua giving off a gray light? Kang-yoon pondered. Did anything happen recently? Nothing special. But why is your singing like that? What about it? What about it? You think you can say that? Your singing is horrible. You just trust in your voice and sing insincerely? Can you even call that singing? Kang-yoon got angry. It was a disappointment to his expectations on Jua. Being arrogant was all right, but arrogance with this level of singing? Now that was being extravagant. I did say to sing lightly, but a singer must do their best at all times. Even when practicing. Even on the stage. Didn't you have to listen to this point to death in your trainee days? Do you think you are the best since everybody calls you that and lifts you up? Then you will only be at that level. I was stupid for expecting something from you and having taken up this plan. Let's end it here. Kang-yoon was thoroughly disappointed. Jua's voice was unique, but it was her ability to develop that unique voice into her own singing. Kang-yoon also liked her singing and admired the fact that she put in the effort despite being at the top. But to meet like this, it was no wonder that he was disappointed. I will try again. Don't. There's nothing for me to listen to. I will do it properly this time. Please reevaluate me correctly with this. Jua seemed to have resolved on something and corrected her posture and started clearing her throat. After Kang-yoon gave his silent approval by crossing his arms, she began singing again. The I had. I thought it would be like this, but you... A crisp and refreshing sound started filling the room. It was completely different to the previous one, and Kang-yoon started seeing the lights. It's white. It was white light. The gray had disappeared like smoke. A clear white light emitted from her and filled the room and surrounded Kang-yoon. It's like a feather. He felt like feathers surrounded him. A slight tickle, this kind of feeling. Listening with his ear, it was clear, and looking with his eyes, it was bright. Kang-yoon could smile now. The other people don't realize, but you realized immediately. After her singing ended, Ju-ah made a surprised expression. It was way too uncomfortable for me to listen to. Yes, the first singing cannot even be considered singing. It was worse than an echo. No emotions and no nothing. So it was nothing but sound. Wait, did you just test me? Your position is that of my future boss, so you should know me, right? At Ju-ah's ambitious figure, Kang-yoon could only laugh helplessly. Haha, yeah. So, what's the result of your evaluation then? I will give you a pass. I am very thankful, but... Come here. How dare you test your superior? Ack. I'm sorry. Kang-yoon smacked her, and Ju-ah struggled while pretending to be hurt. The picky attitude from the beginning was gone, and the two became friendly. Kang-yoon had earned Ju-ah's approval. Then please take care of me from now on. Me too, team leader Appa. Yeah, let's do this. Yup. Ju-ah cheered naughtily while grabbing Kang-yoon's hand. The project had begun for real. Chapter 6. Sweeping Japan. 1. Is the work going well? A question flew at Kang-yoon, who was handing in the interim report to Chairman Won Jin-moon. Yes, it is going well. We're selecting the song right now. We have also decided on the album name, Girls on Top. It represents a proud and aloof girl shining at the top. The attracting audience should not be men then. Are you aiming for a female fanbase? The Ju-ah I know is easier to attract a male fanbase. This may be dangerous. Chairman Won Jin-moon pondered while going over each page of the report. However, Kang-yoon confidently said his argument. Instead, it has possibility. Currently, it cannot be considered that there is a wide variety of musical media choices for Japanese women. At best, it's at the level that they are buying albums or magazines. The aim of this album is for Ju-ah to attract admiration from there. Wouldn't it instead attract jealousy? We're foreigners, and Koreans to boot. If it's Ju-ah, then she can shine at a higher position. There are already magnificent stages to support Ju-ah. Chairman Won Jin-moon seemed worried while listening to the interim report. However, the concepts and fanbases he never heard of until now also sparked his interest. Anyway, you have all the power. I will believe you. I will wait for the next report, and I will receive the next report in the director's meeting. This report is fine, but prepare a presentation for then as well. I understand. Kang-yoon headed to his office after exiting the chairman's office. His office was already in a mess due to the scattered resources, various paperwork, many monitors, and even clothes since he didn't go home recently. It's no surprise that he's worried. However, it will be accepted. Putting down the transacted paperwork, Kang-yoon muttered. In Kang-yoon's past, Ju-ah debuted in Japan while aiming at the teen fanbase. However, she attracted female supporters in their 20s and 30s rather than teens. Cute, great, and even fresh for these kinds of reasons. There were lots of reasons for people to like Ju-ah, and she achieved success by placing in the top 10 in Japan. However, Kang-yoon was now aiming for the top 5. If he set the target right this time, then the possibility was high. But the problem is the song. Even if we use the original one, it's obvious that it will only get in the top 10. This adventure I started, I will take it to the end. Whether he becomes Minus or Midas, it all started here. If he used the same song as in the past, then he would just repeat history. Of course, a Korean singer placing in the top 10 is a great achievement in itself, but Kang-yoon had ambition. He started this. He couldn't be satisfied with just the same level as before. Kang-yoon opened the budget draft. He had more than 30 songs until now, and requesting for these songs had cost him an enormous amount of money. Moreover, the money for making the album cover, Ju-ah's activity costs, and other miscellaneous costs. The album production cost this time was incomparable to Ju-ah's previous albums. I'm using money like water. The scale is different, all right, haha. Kang-yoon thought back to his past for a moment. In his past, it hurt him even to use 1 million won, almost equals 870 USD. But now, 1,000,001 wasn't even enough to request for one song. The number increased at a frightening speed, and this came back to him as responsibility. Like the huge budget, the responsibility he felt was significant too. Team leader, Miss Ju is here. Please let her in. When he was focusing on his work, he was contacted from the lobby that Jua had come here. Typically, Jua would barge in, but today, she even contacted him before arriving. It was a kind of consideration for Kang-yoon. Soon, Jua and manager Kang Jin-sung came into the office. After a brief greeting, the three sat down and started the conversation. Is the practice going well? The main song isn't even out yet. Do you think I can practice? When is it coming out? I told you that the guided version would come out tonight. Why are you here so early? I wanted to listen to it earlier. How many are there? 30. Appa's great, alright. You made him do guided versions for 30 of them? Jiwon Appa must be dying. Jua was surprised. Generally, they would settle on the main song and make 1-2 guided versions. However, Kang-yoon had made guided versions for all 30 songs. It's because selecting songs for the album is an important task. All the members, including producer Oh Ji-won, will be gathering. You need to get a grip on yourself, alright? Oh, leave it to me. A guided version referred to the records of melodies sung by another person before the actual recording. All the singer that was recording the tune had to do was to follow the song. Normally, it's done by trainees for practice, but sometimes singer friends of the real singer did it too. Is Jua's condition alright? Kang-yoon's gaze turned to the manager this time. It's good. Your words of not restricting so much on a diet were very efficient. Since then, she managed herself well. I think Appa knows me better. Thank you for believing in me. Don't mention it. Some people do better when you leave them alone. Jua was one such person. Due to this freedom, manager Kang Jin-sung had an easier time, and Jua could comfortably concentrate on practice and rest. Thanks to that, the two were at their best conditions. But when is the song coming out? My throat's getting all itchy. Then shall we wait there? And not here. Let's do that. I'm no good with meetings. Jua stood up as soon as she said that and headed towards the underground studio. Kang-yoon and Kang Jin-sung shrugged their shoulders while watching her activeness. An active girl's charm would make men smile. When the three went to the underground studio, there was a great crowd that included producer Oh Ji-won and his team members, Chairman Won Jin-moon, and even a woman in a suit. We met at the interview, right? Pleased to meet you. I'm Lee Hyun-ji. So it's the president. I'm Lee Kang-yoon. The woman in the suit, who sat next to Chairman Won Jin-moon in the interview, offered her hand to Kang-yoon. It was a woman who looked like she was in her mid to late 30s. She had a short height and had a couple of wrinkles around her eyes, but she still boasted of beauty. It was the victory from management. President Lee came since she was also interested in Jua's song selection, and that includes me, too. We will just watch from the back, so don't mind us. That phrase was the scariest one of them all. Kang-yoon said that he understood and started working right away. Producer, are the songs ready? Yes. Shall we start straight away? Jua, shall we start? As soon as he said that, Jua headed into the booth. Inside the booth, the thick scores, headsets, and microphones were finished being set up. Even the microphone was set to match her height, so further adjustments were not necessary. Then let's start. Please put on the first song. From the studio, Jua's voice started flowing out. Everybody quietly listened to her singing. The melody without lyrics was coming. It was resounding throughout the studio through Jua's voice. I see it. It's just white. It was white light, but it was just white. It had no sense of being delicate, and it was something like a white from a crayon. Kang-yoon looked at the people around him. They had no significant reactions either. Okay, next. After the first verse ended, the next started. However, it's gray. Kang-yoon looked to Jua just in case, but she was singing with all her might. However, to think it's gray, this meant that Jua and the song didn't match each other. Stop. I don't think this is right. Kang-yoon stopped the song. Then Jua, who was inside the booth, also nodded. Yes, I don't like this one either. Good. Let's go on to the next one. Continuing, the third song started. However, this time, gray. I don't think this is right either. Kang-yoon stopped it again. Then, it was producer Oh Ji-won who chimed in. How about we listen a bit more? That isn't necessary. The song doesn't match with Jua. I think continuing is useless. But the first verse hasn't even finished yet. At that moment, Jua, who was inside the booth, spoke. I don't like this song either. I want to do another one. When it became like this, people were surprised at Kang-yoon. Wasn't it as if he was listening to Jua's point of view? Like this. This time it's white. The first verse ended. However, Kang-yoon proceeded on with the song. It was because there was a climax point at the end of the second verse. However, to think the climax part is gray. I think I need to request for a rearrangement. After the song ended, Kang-yoon picked up a microphone. Jua, let's try this again after requesting for a rearrangement. Yes, it's a good song, but it lacks something. Kang-yoon was choosing the song as if his heart was connected with Jua's. However, the more surprising thing was that there seemed to be no flaw in his selection. He was pinpointing good songs and bad songs for Jua, whether it was a ballad or a fast song. Moreover, his opinion matched with Jua's, so nobody could refute what he was saying. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the song selection didn't last that long. They only went through each song once to narrow down 30 songs into 12, so the process ended in just 2 hours. Team Leader Lee, I'm surprised at your ability to see songs. Thank you, President. Let's eat together sometime. Then, see you later. President Lee Hyunji bade farewell and exited. To think, Hyunji, that girl would say something like that. She seems to like you a lot. Is the old lady trying to marry this time? Chairman, what are you? Ha ha, it's just a joke. Me too. Today's song selection was a surprise in itself. I thought God had descended. To think that you made everyone accept the songs by just going through them. Once. I look forward to the future. Chairman Won Jin-moon, who was amused at Kang-yoon's awkwardness, tapped Kang-yoon's shoulder once and exited. After that, the employees who followed him into the room left in a straight line. The only ones left were producer Oh Ji-won, Jua, and the manager. Thank you for your work. Now we have to make the lyrics, record it, and wait for the choreography. At Kang-yoon's words, everybody nodded. Thank you for your work, team leader. Today left a deep impression on me. Producer Oh Ji-won spoke a line too. Appa, it was awesome. Did we get through to each other today? What do you mean? Get through? That's just your point of view. This album, I have a great feeling. I think it will turn out really good. Isn't that obvious? Kang-yoon spoke with the remaining people for a while before going up to his office. When he finished doing the remaining work in his office, it was already 10:30 p.m. It was very late for leaving work. Kang-yoon took the train and the bus back home, even though it was late. When he arrived, it was already the next day. Yoon, you didn't go to sleep yet? Appa wasn't home yet, though. When he stepped past the tattered door, Hyun heard it and came to meet him barefoot. At that figure, Kang-yoon was so surprised, and he waved his hand. Get in quickly. Did today's dialysis go well? Don't worry. Of course I did it. He washed his face with cold water in the courtyard and changed his clothes. He was tired, so he laid out the futon and lay there immediately, but Hyun opened the door. Appa. Yes? Hyun, what is it? My brother's face I haven't seen for 3 days. I want to have a look. Thinking back on it, he hadn't left work for 3 days. He called whenever he had the time, but seeing face to face was different. Kang-yoon thought, dear me. Oh, my dear sister, did you miss me so much? Yes. What are you going to do about it? Hyun's white face looked whiter than ever today. However, she was Kang-yoon's most precious and most lovely little sister. Kang-yoon sat up and hugged her. Appa's work is going very well this time. If it goes well, let me fix your illness and buy a real house and everything, all right? I'm all right. I'm happy with just Appa by my side. I'm happy with just you too. So let's get happier. She had a tall height, but she was very skinny. And when Kang-yoon saw her, his heart ached. However, he was glad that he could embrace her now. He wanted to protect this happiness and make it grow more. That night, Kang-yoon resolved while hugging his sister to make this small happiness grow larger and larger. To do that, first, Japan. He needed to sweep Japan. Chapter 7. Sweeping Japan. 2. Jua had prepared to stay up the whole night, but she didn't expect the song selection would end so quickly. Thanks to that, she could return to her dorm early. Thank you for your hard work, Jin-sung Appa. You too. Jua. After the manager left in his car, Jua also went inside the dorm straight away. The inside of the dorm was too big for one person, and it was also neat. Jua hopped onto the sofa and lay down. To Jua, resting on top of the sofa after leaving early was no different from luxury. He works really well, that Appa. I was prepared to fight a lot today. While rolling around on the wide sofa, Jua looked back on today's events. The song selection process was literally a war. The producer, the planner, or the singer would all select songs from their point of view, so there was a lot of talking. However, the song selection was over in a mere 2 hours, and it was a result that left everybody satisfied. A peaceful choice like this never happened during her 4 years as a singer. Today, too, she sang for 30 songs, but she didn't have a hoarse throat. If she sang that many, it was normal for her throat to get hoarse or hurt. This was thanks to Kang-yoon, who rapidly and correctly went through the song selection. Due to him having caught on to the feeling of the songs and having found the songs that went well with Jua, they could quickly find songs for the album amongst the 30 songs. I think I have met a great planner. I have to see the results to know, but I am very comfortable. This is a first, I think. The feeling that whatever she did would be covered. Whatever song she chose, it seemed like this planner would do something by himself. Good. Jua decided to do what she couldn't do until now with music on this album, to spread out everything she desired until now. Then have a safe trip, my dear brother. You're creeping me out. You aren't going to school today. Today's Sunday. It was the day when everybody rested, but Kang-yoon left the front door to go to work. Hee-yoon cheered him up while seeing him out. Have a good rest at home. You can't go to school, okay? I know. At Kang-yoon's request, Hee-yoon's tone dropped at the end. Hee-yoon never satisfied the quota for self-study even during weekdays. 1. There was no need to talk about the weekends. Hee-yoon, who was now in her 3rd year of high school, couldn't hide her disappointment, but Kang-yoon was firm. Appa's going. Have a safe trip. Watch out for cars. Kang-yoon went to work by commuting a long route that included riding a bus and getting on a train. Due to it being Sunday, there weren't a lot of workers. There was still a large crowd in the train due to families going out for an outing. When this work ends, I should go on a trip with Hee-yoon. Kang-yoon resolved himself after looking at the scene where people were going on trips with their families. The fact that he couldn't take Hee-yoon anywhere in his past life was tugging at his heart. Success was important, but the most important thing, without a doubt, was Hee-yoon. Kang-yoon headed straight for the underground studio after arriving at the company. Good morning, team. Leader. Good morning, Producer O. Has everyone been well? Everyone involved in the project was already waiting there. There was no way for these people to be in a good mood, being called in on a Sunday and all, but currently, they were in the middle of a big project. Nobody said anything. After having a brief tea time, they began to work straight away. The songs were selected, so discussions about the album's concept began for real. There were songs with the lyrics completed already, and there were even songs with the whole choreography. Kang-yoon gathered these songs and settled on the order, and discussed advertising strategies with the promotion team. The work continued without any time for lunch. There were a lot of things they had to do. However, nobody could talk about lunch. In the end, after a rumbling sound came from one of them, they ordered food from a Chinese restaurant. 2. Lunchtime wasn't long. After eating, various things, including strategies, were processed. It was a forced march, but nobody complained. Today's work would decide the direction they would go in the future, and hence, it was critical. Thanks for your hard work. When all the work was finished, and Kang-yoon bade farewell to everyone, the sky was already dark. It was summer, and the sunset was late. It was only until now could everyone leave work on their cars with exhausted bodies. Kang-yoon left his office after everyone left. He thought that a team leader should be a role model. So he was putting this into practice. Ajusi. Kang-yoon was going past one of the convenience stores near the company when he heard a voice calling him. When he turned around, it was Young Mina, who showed her thin, bare legs while wearing hot pants. You Young Mina? What the heck is you Young Mina? If it's Young Mina, then it's Young Mina, and if it's Mina, then it's Mina. You Young Mina? Mina was quite daring even while waving. However, Kang-yoon knew very well that this was her style. He went up to her and sat down next to her. 3. Training should have ended ages ago. I did private training, private training. What? You think I was smoking again? I didn't say anything. You got cold feet. No. Young Mina's unique trait of speech, one that complains a lot, was similar to a sharp girl in puberty. Kang-yoon found this kind of Young Mina cute. It was as if he was seeing a little sister that didn't listen. He was always near Hee-yoon, who was quiet and feeble, so when he saw the active and energetic Young Mina, it was a new experience. Okay, I got it. So did you practice a lot? A lot. Well, so. Hey, that's boring. You should do a lot since you're in your prime. Oh, I did a lot. It's awkward for me to say that I did a lot with my own mouth, right? Anyway, I need to get back into the singer's class. I can't give up like this as you said, right? A woman must have face. 4. At the word face, Kang-yoon couldn't help but laugh. Uffed. Yeah, must have face all right. Work hard, since you will definitely succeed that way. Kang-yoon tapped her shoulders and stood up, but she grabbed his arm. Juicy. Why? Anything else you want to say? Can I really do it? She had strength one moment and none the next. Kang-yoon grabbed both of her shoulders and said firmly to her, who seemed like she had bipolar disorder. Of course, if it doesn't turn out well here, then go to another place. Since it means that this place doesn't have eyes for people. I guarantee it. You will definitely become a great singer. Definitely. Kang-yoon put strength into his hands. He wanted to give her a definite confidence boost. In the future, Kang-yoon knew she became a great singer so that he could say it confidently. Words with evidence have strength. Juicy. Yes. It hurts. Oh, sorry. Finally, Kang-yoon lets go of her shoulders. At Kang-yoon, who was coughing since he was embarrassed by his actions, Young-mina spoke. Thanks, then and now, for believing in me. I spoke what I felt. It's an unbiased evaluation. Haha. It feels good when you say that, you know? If I become big, then I will make you the #1 fan. Yeah. Please become big. Okay. Kang-yoon tapped her back and ran to get on the bus that could be seen far away. Young-mina stood up to say something, but Kang-yoon had already run fairly far. TCH. I wanted to speak a bit more. Anyway, he's cool, that juicy. Until that wide back disappeared. Young-mina couldn't take her eyes off the direction that Kang-yoon disappeared to. Jua's album production process was smooth. After the song selection ended, the writing of the lyrics progressed quickly. They already requested lyricists who wanted to write them, and there were a lot of cases where the composers involved themselves in writing the lyrics too, so there wasn't a big problem. It was just that they were taking this album to Japan, so they had to consider the culture, the tradition, and even the pronunciation. So Kang-yoon had to check again and again. Will this be received well by the Japanese public? He could speak Japanese fluently because, in his manager days, he frequently visited Japan. Thanks to that, he could read Japanese lyrics quite easily. In Kang-yoon's point of view, the lyrics of Jua's songs weren't difficult. Rather than going for lyrics which would attract extreme hate and extreme love, going for easy lyrics was better. He continuously checked the lyrics and gave it a pass if there was nothing strange after consulting with Jua. After the checking process ended like that, recording day came. With producer Oh Ji-won as the head, all the aces of MG Entertainment had gathered to put their efforts into this album. Jua also poured in effort with the recordings in Japanese, using her Japanese skills she studied until now. A delicate white light shined from Jua, who was putting all her effort into singing inside the booth. The delicate light filled the entire studio, and the majority of the people inside the studio seemed satisfied. Jua, can we start again from this part? This part. Okay. After producer Oh Ji-won's request of starting again from the chorus, the re-recording began. Jua, whose sweat already covered her forehead, shouted the chorus with all of her might. But it was then when it's gray. Jua emitted gray light. The gray light was mixed with the white light and was floating around. When Jua tensed for emphasis, the gray light became stronger. Good. I think this is enough. Shall we go to the next part? However, producer Oh seemed satisfied and requested for the next part. Nobody else appeared to notice anything. Until now, the gray light negatively affected other people, but strangely, it didn't affect anyone this time. Kang-yoon was confused. What is this? Kang-yoon pondered. He now never doubted the music he saw. Gray light definitely had an adverse effect. However, there was no reaction from the people. Kang-yoon was lost in thought. What to do with this? Moreover, recording was the producer's right and at the same time, his pride. Although he was the planning team leader, to intrude on such rights wasn't a good decision. Kang-yoon agonized. What should he do? Should he just let this go? Or should he use another method? Nobody said anything even after some time had passed, as if they didn't feel anything. However, Kang-yoon had some hesitation, but he firmly decided. No, let's go over that again. At Kang-yoon's words, everyone, including producer Oh Ji-won, whose rights have been intruded, looked at Kang-yoon with surprise and confusion. However, Kang-yoon looked back at them with eyes filled with confidence. 1. It's all turned into application now, but in the past, self-study after school, high school, was mandatory. 2. Extremely common in Korea. It's cheap, fast, and delicious. As for health meh? 3. Large convenience stores have tables and chairs in Korea. To know about other countries. 4. Raw is Gao, which is not a word in Korean. I think it's in Kao, JP, which means face. Chapter 8. Sweeping Japan. 3. Of course, it is good as it is now, but let's do it once more. Producer O, in my opinion, it would turn out better. If team leader says so. Producer Oh Ji-won's reaction was sour, but he didn't seem to oppose it that much. It was because Kang-yoon never said he was bad or criticized him in any way. After producer Oh Ji-won agreed, Kang-yoon picked up the microphone. Jua, can you do it once more? Okay. After Jua's permission came, Kang-yoon gave the sign straight away. This time, Kang-yoon interfered lightly. Producer, I think Jua's voice feels a little too big. When she pronounces sud, her pronunciation vibrates a little bit. I'd like you to edit this part. 1. Is that so? Shall I adjust the high tone since that part has a high melody? That's your area of expertise, Producer O, so that I will leave it to you. Of course, Kang-yoon could do it himself, but he didn't interfere with the details. Producers, at their heart, were people who do art. They were prideful people. It was not good to meddle in their affairs too much. Kang-yoon was someone who had 10 years of experience, so he knew this fact very well. The recording proceeded with producer Oh Ji-won adjusting the tones. Jua was absorbed in her singing with her eyes closed, and the people outside also wrote what they needed while appreciating her singing coming out of the speakers. Each of them did their own work, whether it was coming up with a concept or thinking up ways to advertise this. Phew. Now the gray disappeared. Kang-yoon was relieved at the scene with no gray light. When he saw the delicate white light growing stronger, Kang-yoon could finally sigh in relief. Huh, why did I skip this part when it could get so much better? Team leader, it's at least 100 times better than it was previously. I have learned something from you today. After the recording ended, producer Oh Ji-won took off his hat and scratched his head. Recordings always left some disappointments. However, days like today, when he was refreshingly satisfied, were rare. He was the one to record Jua's albums until now, but it was the first time something like this happened, so he smiled awkwardly. He thought he had the best grasp on Jua's voice. But today, he accepted defeat. No, I just gave a small push. It was producer Oh who did the work. I have a great feeling about this song. Shall we rest a bit? Shall we? Well then, rest up, everyone. When producer Oh Ji-won declared it was resting time, the studio members who were controlling the various machines in their positions sang in delight, and the other staff left with a cheer. Would you like a cup of coffee? Chairman Won Jin-moon offered Kang-yoon, who was looking at paperwork in the corner, a can of coffee. Thank you, Chairman. Everyone's resting, but you are not letting go of work. May I? Of course, please sit. Kang-yoon covered the paperwork he was looking at when Chairman Won Jin-moon sat down next to him. Do you know the rumor about you? Rumor, sir? Workman. You're known for carrying paperwork with you, whether it's in the resting lounge or the office, so people call you Workman. It's certainly better than MYMY. 2. Kang-yoon laughed. It meant that he was working hard, so he didn't mind it. Has it been 4 months since you came to this company? It has been that long already, huh? I came in during the summer, so there's not much left of this year. Yes. So when is the album coming out? I am thinking December, around the 2nd week. So there's not even 2 months, even if we count this month. You must be busy. Isn't it fine for you to release it next year? Is there a reason for you to release it within this year? I think you're aiming for the Christmas season, but you will have to compete with the big singers of Japan. Do you stand a chance against the big singers of Japan? This was his meaning. However, Kang-yoon confidently replied, It's all right. Instead, we will only see results if we release it then. Can I ask you for a reason? Kang-yoon hesitated a bit. Like the chairman says, 2 prominent singers came out. The male idol group Iden and the female idol group Hydria. However, the 2 leaders of these groups get mixed up in a scandal. A big scandal where they get photographed in front of the hotel. So they ended up ruining the Christmas marketing and delayed their comeback stage too. The singers who prepared comebacks at a later time, while thinking that these two were going to have their comebacks, were all dumbfounded and made a comeback hurriedly, but Christmas ended up being blank. We are using this opportunity. Kang-yoon's strategy was like this. Of course, doing things like reporting the scandal himself as a noise marketing strategy was a no-go. That would negatively affect him in the long term. Making enemies was not a good choice when considering the future. Anyway, he couldn't say he knew the future, and even if he did, wouldn't he just be treated like a psycho? You're not thinking of competing with groups like Iden, and you're not letting go of the fan bases of women in their 20s and 30s, right? I don't have anything to say since I gave you all the rights, but I want to listen to the reason in the director's meeting. Can you do it? I understand. I will expect good things. Right now, my expectations are huge. I mean it. I am curious, but I will hold back for now. Instead, I expect acceptable results. This was the hidden meaning behind Chairman Won Jin-moon's words. It was a pressure mixed with expectations. Kang-yoon answered straight away, knowing that fact. Chairman Won Jin-moon seemed satisfied with Kang-yoon's answer as he tapped Kang-yoon's arm and stood up from the seat. The chairman's a chairman, all right. He gives me pressure this way. Kang-yoon muttered to himself as he saw Chairman Won Jin-moon's disappearing back. Superiors were always uncomfortable to be with. He headed back to the studio for the recording. Jua's recording for the album continued for a long time. The lights Kang-yoon saw were mostly white, but there were some gray lights from time to time. From problems with pronunciation to difficulties with the voice, the guitar, the microphone, etc. There was a variety of reasons for gray light to appear. Of course, when something trivial happened, producer O would solve it himself, while Kang-yoon advised from time to time, and the song was finished. By the time another song was finished recording, it was already past midnight. Thank you for your hard work. Jua, who came out of the booth with sweat all over her body, spoke with a feeble voice. Not only her, but everyone was exhausted. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Let's end it here today. When Kang-yoon proclaimed, everyone sang in delight, and the studio became empty in no time. Thanks for your hard work. Phew, I can't do a recording tomorrow. You've worked hard. Is your throat bad? No, it's not that. I just spent too much energy. It's the first time this happened. When Kang-yoon asked while passing her a bottle of water, Jua drank with big gulps and replied, let's rest tomorrow and resume recording the day after. Producer O should rest too tomorrow, and let's continue working the day after. Can we do that? For work like ours, efficiency is crucial. Let's rest up when we can and resume with vigor. Producer O cheered when he heard that and, with a haggard face, packed his clothes and ran straight out. Nowadays, the poor guy didn't even return home once. This kind of rest was honey to him. Appa, in this situation, aren't you supposed to drive them more? Everybody does that normally. Doing that doesn't help. Working while exhausted doesn't bring out any efficiency, and people should rest to charge up their energy to work. They don't do well by just working thoughtlessly. Wow, is it like that? You're entirely different to the people I worked with until now, I think. What about me? I am very comfortable. The other Unis and Appas also say that. Oh, that doesn't mean we're looking down on you. You understand, right? 3. The planners who directed. Albums until now were all workaholics who were crazy about working. However, Kang-yoon was different. Of course, he did a lot of work himself, but he didn't urge the other staff to work. The staff all felt comfortable with their job, so their efficiency increased. The Kang-yoon Jua felt was like that. To say it nicely, I'm good. Jua, it's late. Go home now. Okay. Appa, however this album turns out, let's work together. This is not a joke. Okay. Go home already. It's for real. It's a promise. Jua had an excellent impression of Kang-yoon. There were a lot of people who praised her until now, but Kang-yoon was the first one to understand her so well and lead her. If it's this person, she felt like he would give a satisfiable result, whether it was a success or a failure. Jua, who was waving at Kang-yoon, was dragged by the manager who came to pick her up and went to the dorm. I should leave now too. It was very late. Kang-yoon hurried home. A new morning came. He needed to go to work quickly, but the time when he should leave was getting delayed. Appa, I'm alright, so go to work. Hyun, who was undergoing dialysis while lying on the hospital bed, worried about her brother who couldn't even go to work at the right time. However, Kang-yoon smiled at his sister while brushing her head. Today, They said to come to the hospital with a guardian. Appa should of course come. But Appa's very busy. You came back at dawn last night. Hey. Kang-yoon brought his index finger to Hee-yoon's lips. It was an indication for Hee-yoon not to speak anymore. Even if work is important, there is nothing as important as you, Hee-yoon. You just need to get healthier, okay? Okay, I'm sorry. That again, I said not to say sorry, right? Okay, I won't. If one underwent dialysis, then she couldn't move for 4 or 5 hours. Their face would get paler too. Kang-yoon's heart would tear whenever he saw his already pale sister in pain. However, he didn't show his pain on the outside. Should Hee-yoon see his pain, she would shed tears. Appa, I'm sleepy. I will sleep for a bit. When Hee-yoon fell asleep, Kang-yoon went to see the doctor. The numbers are stabilizing a lot. You're keeping the dialysis appointment date, and above all, I think the lack of stress has contributed a lot. Kang-yoon carefully went over the graphs that the doctor showed him. It was about his sister. Although he had no medical knowledge, he could judge whether something was good or bad. He cared for Hee-yoon that much. Please let her eat the medicine regularly, and keep the dialysis appointment dates. The doctor's words weren't that different from usual. His point was to keep eating the medicine regularly and keep the appointments. However, what was different from usual was the hope that Hee-yoon was getting better. Kang-yoon calmed down with those words alone. Don't worry. This time, I won't let you pass the days in vain. Looking at his sister's white face, Kang-yoon resolved and resolved again. To protect Hee-yoon whatever the cost. 1. This is supposed to be JP. It's probably Satiki, wonderful, I'm not sure. 2. So, Walkman and MYMY are mobile cassette players, and Walkman and Workman sound the same in Korean. So, yeah, it's a pun, I guess. 3. Uni, big sister, Appa, big brother, not blood related. Chapter 9. Sweeping Japan, 4. You're late. When Kang-yoon arrived at the studio, where a last-minute recording was going on, Jua, who arrived early and was resting, shouted at him. I'm sorry, is the recording going well? I will forgive you this once. Why should I worry about you? And why is our team leader so late today? Kang-yoon always came earlier than anyone and prepared for work. However, to think that Kang-yoon was late. Jua was curious of the reason. There was something important. I'm sorry. Let's hear the recording. Jua seemed curious but didn't inquire deeply. At Kang-yoon's word, one of the studio staff members played the recorded song. It was a ballad, and it was nice to listen to the slow beat with Jua's voice that matched it. He couldn't see the color, but whether it was the vibrating voice or her skills of conveying the words, it was an excellent song. Kang-yoon was satisfied. The song's good, right? It's all right. So one more left now. Yeah. Oh yeah? Appa, I have a question. Jua asked Kang-yoon with a curious face. Where? Is my debut stage in Japan? Are you preparing a showcase stage? Normally, Korean singers who proceeded to Japan prepared a huge showcase stage, with the pretext of this kind of singer will be active in Japan as advertising. MG Entertainment's showcases were known for being fancy. Using the elaborate stage as an opportunity, they greeted various people related to the industry, and they give out albums here and there. Jua was asking whether she would debut as a newbie or take the usual route. No, we won't be opening a showcase. Eek. It wasn't only Jua who was surprised at Kang-yoon's words. The majority of the people inside the studio were surprised at Kang-yoon's words. However, Kang-yoon didn't satiate their curiosity. Just keep in mind for now that you won't be doing a showcase. Then where do I have my debut? You will know soon. I bet you'll be surprised when you know it. Hey, I'm getting even more curious now. Appa. Kang-yoon headed to his office as if he was done with work in the studio. Jua kept calling him, but Kang-yoon went to his studio without even looking back. Kang-yoon, who spent the morning with Hee-yoon in the hospital, had a lot of work piled up. He already did a lot before, but there was still a pile of paperwork that needed his approval. The pile from the promotion team was unusually large. After going over the paperwork given to him by the advertising team, Kang-yoon opened the paperwork given to him by the liaison. Team 1. What? Politely refuse. Going over the paperwork given to him by the liaison team, Kang-yoon creased his brows after looking at the attached picture file. In the document, Music Station's refusal of singer Jua's special debut stage was written. We are replying to the matter about your company's request for singer Jua's appearance at Music Station. Music Station is only aimed at the Japanese people. Therefore, We're not able to cast a foreign singer. We ask for you to understand that we're doing this in order to keep the beliefs of our program. Thank you for your interest and for contacting us. Ase TV producer. It was a music station stage that he was preparing while giving up the showcase. Jua's first start will begin there. However, a refusal. Kang-yoon didn't stop moving. He directly looked for the liaison team. Team leader, you're here? Manager Han Young-suk of the liaison team stood up and greeted Kang-yoon. Good day to you, sir. Is this the final reply from Ase TV? Oh, yes. I'm very sorry. We even went to Japan and did our best, but let's go. I'm sorry. You have a passport, right? Yes, of course, I have one, but we're leaving on tonight's flight. It's an emergency business trip. I will contact the accounting department. Team leader. He had returned to the company just yesterday. Manager Han Young-suk was frightened because he didn't want to go to Japan again, but Kang-yoon didn't let him go. Manager, this is the whole point. It's not an exaggeration to say the success and failure all depends on this. Yes, I understand. Manager Han Young-suk, who was pressured by Kang-yoon's strong presence, went back to his seat and prepared for the sudden business trip. These kinds of unexpected business trips were rare, even in the entertainment industry, where there were a lot of variables. He seemed depressed as he loosened his shoulders. Kang-yoon also hurriedly went back to his office and prepared to go to Japan. Kang-yoon's mind was hurried. Kang-yoon, who arrived at the Tokyo Haneda airport with a night flight, headed to Roppongi where the Ase TV station was located. When he arrived at Roppongi in a car, the sun was already rising. Team leader, aren't you tired? Manager Han Young-suk, who was nearing 40 years of age, was feeling pressure on his stamina. He slept on the plane, but exhaustion could be seen in his eyes. Even if we go in the morning, we would just get rejected at the door. Shall we reserve a lodging and rest for a bit? Manager Han Young-suk sighed in relief in his heart. He was worried that he would be scolded with the "you only have age and no stamina" talk. However, there was no scolding at all. Instead, Kang-yoon knew that and was considerate towards him. Although Young-suk was older, he was thankful to the team leader who was so considerate. After they found a nearby inn and settled there, Kang-yoon and manager Han Young-suk had a shower and changed for work. They changed into their suits and prepared the paperwork meticulously. Then, they headed to the Ase TV building. Good morning. What is your business? 2. We are here to see producer Yakazuki Tatsushi. Kang-yoon went to the lobby and headed towards the information desk, and he spoke to the person behind the information desk. Did you make an appointment in advance? Would you tell him that we came from MG Entertainment of Korea? The staff picked up the phone and called straight away. However, the reply was negative. I'm sorry. He told me that everything necessary was already told, and for your return. Kang-yoon and manager Han Young-suk looked at each other. They even flew all the way to Japan, and they were refused at the door. However, Kang-yoon composedly replied, I understand. Here, this is my business card. Would you pass it on to producer Yakazuki? I understand. Kang-yoon left the station. Manager Han Young-suk also followed him. Team leader, are you planning to go back like this? No way. We came all the way here. We can't go back empty-handed. But they aren't even willing to meet us. It wasn't like this when I came. To think that they won't even show their face. These people are too much. Manager Han Young-suk expressed the stifled feeling in his heart. He sent the materials and even tried to persuade them, but they weren't persuaded at all. It's indeed stifling, but what can we do? It's us who's disappointed. Then what do we do now? Do we go back? We unsheathed the sword, so we have to cut some radish at least. Shall we wait over there? Kang-yoon pointed towards the CAF inside the building. It was a CAF where its sofas looked very nice. You did bring work, right? Yes, of course. Just in case. Then let's do some work over there. We can meet producer Yakazuki later. Manager Han Young-suk felt stifled at Kang-yoon, who said he would wait even though he was refused at the door, but at the same time, he felt envious. It was because he could feel the strong will and stubbornness to succeed. The two who went inside the CAF took out some paperwork and started working while looking outside from time to time. What is the reason? Kang-yoon pondered. In his previous life, Ase TV allowed Jua to stand on the music station stage. And it was for the debut stage too. Just in case, Kang-yoon compared the influence that would come from music station and a showcase. But it was a crushing victory by music station. However, to think that music station's producer rejected it. If so, then did history change because he broke the flow? Or was it originally like this? Kang-yoon needed to confirm it. They waited for a long time in the CAF, but producer Yakazuki never showed up. After the day passed by and it became night, one or two people started leaving work, but producer Yakazuki wasn't among them. Team leader, he isn't coming out. While the CAF owner was staring at them, manager Han Young-suk whispered to Kang-yoon. However, Kang-yoon didn't move. He ordered another drink, and the owner couldn't say anything since one customer was buying a lot of drinks by himself. Are they editing a video or something? No, there's no way a producer for live programs would do video editing. As Kang-yoon said, producer Yakazuki was only in charge of music station. This meant that he was an on-the-scene personnel. How much editing would a live broadcast group like music station need? Not that much. In other words, there was no need for any editing. And that meant that there was no reason for him to be so late. Is he doing another broadcast or something? No, if I remember correctly. At that moment, the elevator stopped, and someone was coming out. He was wearing a bucket hat and had long hair. He also had a small stature. It was producer Yakazuki. Let's go. Kang-yoon went straight away. Manager Han Young-suk also followed him, but Kang-yoon was fast, and he couldn't catch up. Excuse me, are you producer Yakazuki Tatsushi? Kang-yoon stopped the man who was about to leave the lobby. Then, the man with the bucket hat looked up towards Kang-yoon with a dumbfounded face. I am. Good evening. I am Lee Kang-yoon who contacted you before. I am a team leader from MG Entertainment, and I. However, the man sighed as soon as he saw Kang-yoon. His expression was one of getting tired of something as he creased his face. The talk is already over. We already made our stance clear to you, and I have nothing to speak about anymore. I am very well aware that there hasn't been a precedent where music station has allowed a foreign singer to appear on it. I am also mindful of the fact that the nationalistic Ase TV station cannot easily allow it. However, if you look at this video, Jua is a singer with a style that cannot be seen in Japan. Kang-yoon played the video with Jua in it on the PMP. It was a different material to what he sent before. After having a look at the video, which was concert-based, producer Yakazuki answered, "Pho, I understand. However, to flip what is already decided will be hard. I will take my leave." The voice cooled down, and Kang-yoon noticed that. This meant that there is a reason for it. He thought of that reason. The stage we requested for music station is during the second week of December. If it's rejected, then there must be other singers. The singers that make a comeback at that time. There were them. The male group which boasted of the best popularity in Japan, Iden, and the four-girl group Hydria. The two groups who belonged to the two biggest entertainment companies in Japan had their comeback stages right next to each other at this time. However, the day before the stage, the leaders of Iden and Hydria got mixed up in a scandal, so they ruined everything, including the comeback stage. It was such a big scandal, and it even changed the flow in the Japanese entertainment industry, so Kang-yoon could correctly remember the time this happened. So now I understand. To allow a Korean singer to debut along with the comeback stages of Iden and Hydria, there is no way they could allow it. It wasn't that they didn't like Jua. This was a problem due to the pressure by the big entertainment companies. Jua's stage was impossible to be obtained from the beginning. Then, sir, can I ask something? Please speak. If, during the second week of December, a spot opens up, can I ask you for Jua's stage then? Then, a reply came straight away. I understand. I will contact you if necessary. Thank you. I will leave it to you. Kang-yoon bade farewell politely, gave him his business card, and turned around. It was manager Han Young-suk's turn to be surprised now. Team leader, you told him to give us the stage if a spot becomes vacant? There is no way something like a waiting list exists in music station, though? I don't know yet. Oh, manager, since we worked so hard, shall we stay at a hotel tonight? Hotel? There's not much allowance, though. Aren't we from MG? This much should be fine. Manager Han Young-suk's opinion of Kang-yoon could only rise when he said to stay at a hotel. In business trips, people would usually take work slowly and rest if needed, but for this one, they were working all day. However, when he heard he could stay in a hotel, his heart fluttered. The hottest topic in MG Entertainment was Jua's debut in Japan. Regardless of whether it was the trainees, singers, management personnel, or staff, it was the hottest topic. It was a debut using an entirely new album rather than an existing one, and the strategy was also prepared with aiming for an overseas debut. So everybody's opinion was that this was MG Entertainment's step into becoming a global business. And at the center was Kang-yoon. The debut will be in Music Station during the second week of December. The stage props, the countdown until the official album was released began. During this time, the director's meeting and Jua's Japanese album presentation was being held. Kang-yoon was there. There was no hesitation while Kang-yoon was explaining to the group of people in suits, using the presentation he meticulously prepared. No, he was more confident than any other time. And that is it. I will answer any questions. After the presentation, which was held over an hour, ended, a man at the back raised his hand. That was an impressive presentation. First, I applaud Team Leader Lee for preparing this. Thank you. The thing I'm curious about is the reason for setting the concept with the name Girls on Top, and also why you have set the target audience to be 2030 rather than 1020. 3. It was different from before. Fundamentally, people in a higher position don't like changes. He was talking with a soft tone, but it contained a sharp blade. Kang-yoon changed the presentation and started answering. Jua is 19 years old. However, she debuted early and rose to a high position. Japanese ladies admire things like these, and their economic power is also huge. What's more is that once they become a fan, then they won't change easily. I was considering the future, and I set the people in their 20s and 30s as the target. So that is it. Thank you. It was a new approach, but no one objected to Kang-yoon's words. Perhaps they had a lot to ask as many questions flew at Kang-yoon. From, why did you use so many expenses here, to the planning team did this. What is the reason? There were a lot of sharp questions. Kang-yoon explained everything in detail, and the directors were all satisfied. Because he had to answer every single question, there was quite a lot of sweat on Kang-yoon's forehead. The mental fatigue was piling up. However, because he prepared meticulously, everyone was satisfied with his answers. However, the problem began in the last question. May I ask a question? After Kang-yoon said the last question, the person who raised her hand was President Lee Hyun-ji. Perhaps due to the weight of the position known as the president, Kang-yoon tensed. Please. The preparations are all excellent. Whether it is the concept of the album or the aim of the plan. I can see that you have analyzed Japan meticulously, and I can see the evidence of working hard to set the target, and I can't find any fault. However, I have one thing I'm worried about. President Lee Hyun-ji went roundabout with her words, before pointing the center with a laser pointer. It was the part where Music Station debut was written, and she got to the main point. Music Station stage. That's the place for Jua's debut into Japan on the second week of December, right? That is so. Can Jua stand on that stage? A straightforward question flew at him. The Music Station debut stage was crucial for Jua's debut into Japan. However, to question whether the whole point was possible. From one perspective, this was a question of disdain. Can you really do this? It could be interpreted like this. However, Kang-yoon replied calmly. Yes, of course. This is the whole point. That's right. The whole point. Yes. Kang-yoon had no hesitation. At that, President Lee Hyun-ji creased her brows a little. However, if I remember correctly, Aiden and Hydria, the two groups with the two biggest entertainment companies backing them each, have their comeback stage on Music Station during the second week of December. It seems that they don't allow any other stages to happen during this time, whether it is a comeback stage or a debut stage. I also heard that even Asahi TV allowed for this tradition to happen since the power of those stars is so strong. So this is possible? May I inquire the reason? President Lee Hyun-ji attacked Kang-yoon without holding back. Kang-yoon's presentation was perfect in her ears. However, here, there was a fatal flaw. The Music Station debut stage, it was this. If he couldn't find the solution to this deficiency, then this album would fail, and failure was not allowed. The people murmured to each other. The ripple was significant since the majority didn't know of this information. However, even with the voices getting louder, Kang-yoon wasn't moved one bit. No, he was instead waiting for those words. I will speak directly. Aiden and Hydria will not appear on Music Station during the second week of December. When Kang-yoon proclaimed with a big voice, the people started talking louder. 1. I'm guessing he's on the PC. 2. It's said in Japanese, hence the 3. This is in the ROS. It's pretty much self-explanatory, right? 1020 means teens and 20s. 2030 means 20s and 30s. Chapter 10. Sweeping Japan. 5. What's the reason? President Lee Hyun-ji crossed her arms and demanded answers. It was the close-minded Asahi TV and music station in which no foreigners ever appeared on. On top of that, Aiden and Hydria, from the big three entertainment companies, were having a comeback stage. In this situation, a Korean singer will have a debut stage? She didn't understand the reason for Asahi TV's producers to let Jua onto the stage. Kang-yoon calmly explained the answer to her question. Would you see here? When Kang-yoon put the USB onto the projector, a photograph showed up. The photo showed a man with a hat pressed on top his head, and a hooded woman was nicely holding hands while they returned a key to the reception of a hotel. And a woman who was photographing the whole thing from far away could also be seen in the photo. What is this? President Lee Hyun-ji and the directors all demanded answers from Kang-yoon. They knew who the people inside the photo was without anyone having to tell them. It was Aiden's leader Ryuji and Hydria's leader Rita. Looks like they were photographed by a reporter when they were coming out of a hotel. They say Japanese reporters were awful, but this. A middle-aged director, who was sitting next to President Lee Hyun-ji, realized what the photo was about right away. The photo, in which there was a woman who was using a huge telephoto lens to photograph a man and a woman, made everyone shocked. This is a massive scandal. What does team leader Lee intend to do with this photo? Chairman Won Jin-moon asked Kang-yoon. He was calm on the outside, but he was shocked at Kang-yoon, who got this information from who knows where. He wanted to whip Kang-yoon to make him speak quickly about the source of the photo to how he will deal with it. However, he was the CEO. He couldn't lose his composure. To start from the conclusion, we must never directly use this photo. Then what is the reason for you to show us this picture? President Lee Hyun-ji thinned her eyes and asked. She was about to go crazy thinking about what Kang-yoon was going to say next. But as she had the position of president, she could only tightly grip her fists. It's because, even if we don't do it ourselves, their comeback stages won't happen, Kang-yoon proclaimed. To the directors, his words were a continuous chain of surprise. They listened to numerous plans until now and even did them themselves. But such an easily changeable plan like this was a first for them. Everyone was being attracted to Kang-yoon's side. Kang-yoon pointed at the woman with the huge telephoto lens in the photo with a laser pointer. There, you can see a woman who's holding a 1,000 millimeters diameter camera lens. The angle and direction all point towards Ryuji and Rita. Moreover, if it's that position, she would have secured enough lighting for the two of them to be recognizable from the photo. Even if a rumor spread around, it will be fatal. The conclusion is a scandal. The scandal, in the end, will stop their comeback stages. The directors were all noisy. Each of their opinions were different. Will a scandal article actually show up? Won't the comebacks happen forcefully even under the scandal, etc.? They all thought about the possibilities and opinions were split. The one who stopped all this noise was Chairman Won Jin-moon. Seems a bit similar to making two enemies fight each other. To procure information like this, amazing. But it's not reassuring. There are too many possibilities. Whether a scandal article will happen or not is doubtful in itself. And even if it does, whether the comeback stage will be stopped or not is even more doubtful. If they don't do it, then that's the same as admitting that the scandal is true, but will this really happen? Yes, it will definitely happen. And they won't have a comeback stage. Your reason being? The reason he could procure the photo was that he knew the past, but it also had elements of luck. He was aware of the location of the scandal, but he didn't know the time. In the end, all he did was to wait in front of the hotel where the scandal occurs. The result? He procured a photo and could provide sufficient reason. Now was the time to bring up the real deciding card. The future Kang-yoon knew the others didn't. The effect of the scandal was so big that they had to postpone their comebacks by 1 week. To others, it may sound like a bet, but to Kang-yoon, it was evident. What was left now was persuasion using evidence. First, I will tell you the reason why a scandal article will appear. The newspaper in which the scandal article will be published is Sakita Shinbun. 1. It is reputed as the newspaper agency with the most public trust. The scary thing about this agency is that although they are late in publishing scoops, they bring out reliable information. In other words, they don't negotiate. You mean that even for the two big companies to suppress them will be difficult. It will be hard to suppress the article from going public. If the article is made public, the pure image Iden and Hydria built up until now will need time to get it under control. If they forcefully do a comeback stage, there's a high chance that it will have an adverse effect. There's less damage if they postpone the comebacks. Chairman Won Jin-moon fell into thought. No, it was the same for everybody else who heard Kang-yoon's words. Kang-yoon was speaking with clear evidence, and in the end, everybody was persuaded. Of course, they had worries. As their representative, President Lee Hyun-ji asked, "To sum up, the scandal will happen, and due to that, there will be a blank on the second week of December, which is, according to our schedule, should be our time. But currently, it's the beginning of December. Considering the characteristics of reporters, they should be releasing the article as soon as possible. Will it be able to affect the comeback on the second week? No matter how much a new paper is resolute, if the entertainment companies pressure them, they need to reveal that they are going to release the article. Considering that time, the release date of the article is around the second week of December." Kang-yoon's explanation ended. The directors had their own opinions. The core part was the comeback stages. The risk was high, but the merits were huge too. However, preparing for risks was necessary, so Chairman Won Jin-moon asked, "What happens if the music station stage fails? At that time, we will delay the debut. We are hurrying to match our schedule with music station, but if we are given one more month, we can prepare more meticulously. It's just that we won't be able to expect the impact Christmas and New Year's would give. The impact that New Year's and Christmas give is tremendous. It's because it leaves a strong impression on the people." Kang-yoon was planning to use all of these. After that, Kang-yoon explained the plan B when music station fails, and the presentation was over. The directors applauded towards Kang-yoon, who just ended the presentation. After wishing well, the directors left the conference venue, one by one. That was an excellent presentation. Chairman Won Jin-moon clapped at Kang-yoon, who was cleaning up afterward. It seemed as if the impression from the presentation remained in his head, as he was smiling the entire time. "Thank you for your work, sir. You did the work. That was a great presentation. Especially, the music station strategy was dangerous, and at the same time, fresh. To think to use a scandal. You were a scary guy, huh? I just acted according to the situation." He didn't directly report the scandal to the new agency or any other underhanded tricks like those. However, he used the seeds he sowed. He made an opportunity to become big without making enemies. Chairman Won Jin-moon was sure of the fact that should this strategy succeed, it will bring about a huge effect. Of course, the risks were as significant as the effect, so being excited was forbidden. "You know Hyun-ji. Sorry, I mean President Lee." When he heard just the name, Kang-yoon was confused for a moment. When Chairman Won Jin-moon explained, he understood then, and he shrugged his shoulders. "Hyun-ji is marking you." "The president is?" "Hyun-ji is picky with people. She prioritizes work over people, so there are not many people around her. But she would cover anyone she deems is on her side. President Lee seems to have marked you. Whether it was the reports you submitted or the broadcasting materials, she is looking over every one of them carefully. While there is the fact that we're advancing overseas, she is paying attention to you for more than just that." Should he be happy or not? Kang-yoon did an empty laugh. To be marked by the president, he didn't know what expression he should have. The presentation is over, so there's only the rehearsal before going to Japan. Huh. That is so. How is it? Is the preparation going well? Yes, it's all working out smoothly. Perhaps Kang-yoon's answer satisfied him, but Chairman Won Jin-moon laughed without restraint. Kuhaha. Then I look forward to next week. The Jua you procreate. I'm looking forward to it. When even Chairman Won Jin-moon left, Kang-yoon was left alone in the conference room. Pho. It's over. Finally, the tension in his body all left. A presentation in front of the directors was, in no way, easy. Going against the directors who poured out sharp questions, he had to softly console them while clearing their doubts, and he needed to reassure them. "I'm this kind of person, and I am preparing these kinds of things. Look forward to it." All the strength left his body as he delivered speeches of persuasion and passion. But he was satisfied as there was a good result. After clearing up the conference room, Kang-yoon was headed to his office when he passed by a training room with wide doors. However, inside the room was a single female trainee who was engrossed in practicing. A short trainee wearing tight-fitting training clothes was sweating with the fast tempo. And, A familiar thing came into Kang-yoon's eyes. White. It was light. When the trainee extended her arms and did her steps, white light filled the training room. There's light from dancing too? He thought that only singing emitted light, but to think dancing emitted light too. Kang-yoon was delighted at this ability, but at the same time, it didn't feel real to him. He quietly entered the training room and started watching the trainees training. Dash. The trainee turned her body, made a wave with her arms, and danced while matching the fast tempo of the music. Beads of sweat fell onto the floor and friction sounds rung out. However, something unusual shined from the trainee who was engrossed in practicing. Gray. The light from the left foot, it was a dull gray. When the left foot stepped out, the angle became off, and it ruined the whole choreography. And when one thing went wrong, she became out of tempo. It's not going that well. In the end, the trainee sighed and stopped the music. However, she met her gaze with Kang-yoon's, who was watching her. Oh, I apologize for that. I came in without asking. Sorry. No, it's all right. But the trainee didn't show any rude reactions. She turned away her gaze from Kang-yoon and started practicing the part where she went wrong. However, the left foot was off again, and she came out of beat. Why can't I do it? Mina did it easily. Young Mina, who practiced the same dance, digested the same move in one try. However, she didn't know how many times she made the same mistake in this move. The mistake wasn't solved even after numerous attempts. At that moment, Kang-yoon interfered. You know, that left step. I think the reason is that it tilts away from the original angle. Mind that left foot and do it again. As soon as she heard Kang-yoon's advice, the trainee went back to training. Then, as if everything was a lie, she succeeded the move in one try, and she succeeded straight away with music too. She felt so empty now that she had achieved it so quickly. Thank you. I was able to do it easily thanks to you. Don't mention it. Then do your best practicing. Yes. Oh, and may I know your name? Kang-yoon was about to leave when the trainee asked for his name. I'm called Lee Kang-yoon. And you? My name is Han Ju-yeon. Thank you for the help today. At the trainee's polite self-introduction, Kang-yoon looked back straight away in surprise. Ju-yeon. Yes? What is it? Oh no, it's nothing. Then see you. Later. Yes. Goodbye. The trainee called Ju-yeon pondered why Kang-yoon acted like that while tilting her head, but in the end, she forgot about it. However, Kang-yoon was surprised because of her. Isn't she the main vocal of Edios, Ju-yeon? To think to see her here. No, but why couldn't I recognize such a famous person? Han Ju-yeon was a singer who provoked a man's protective heart. With a small face, she had a strong image of a little sister. To think he couldn't recognize her due to something like rimmed glasses. Kang-yoon made a bitter smile. Kang-yoon, who spent a satisfying day in various meetings, went back to his office, cleared up, and left for home. One newspaper agency. Shinbun means newspaper in JP. Chapter 11. Sweeping Japan, 6. So it's today. It was dawn when everybody should be asleep. Kang-yoon woke up early and got the already packed travel bag. Kang-yoon carefully trod towards the front door while carrying the bag in fear of waking Hee-yoon up. However, Hee-yoon seemed to have heard that small noise as the door to her room opened. Appa, you're going? Hee-yoon, who was rubbing her sleepy eyes, came out the door barefoot, without even tidying her hair. You should be sleeping. You need to go to school. If I don't see you today, I won't be able to see you for a while though. Today, Kang-yoon was going to Japan. The countdown to Jua's Japanese debut had begun, so he needed to be in Japan for a while. You can't miss the hospital appointment, okay? And contact me if anything happens. If there's anything urgent. Okay. I just called Jihuna Juicy right. That too. Keep track of your dialysis days, okay? Don't miss your meals. Don't overwork yourself. Watch out for cars. Okay. It's this again. Whenever Kang-yoon saw Hee-yoon, his words multiplied. They say an Appa's heart was all the same. And Kang-yoon wasn't that much different. His sister was always weighing on his mind whenever he thought about that figure which seemed as if she could be blown away by the wind, even when he had an important job. However, Hee-yoon said to him not to worry and pushed her big brother confidently. There. Appa, you should go. Team leaders shouldn't be late. Don't forget dialysis. Okay, I am going back to sleep. Do your best at work. After receiving Hee-yoon's farewell, Kang-yoon went to Gimpo Airport. It was early dawn. As he didn't have a car, He took the taxi and took out the schedule table as soon as he got in the taxi. A meeting with the representative of Gen X after going to the Japanese branch office. Then, the schedule was harsh. Until now, the method MG Entertainment used to spread overseas was to build a branch office and run around while contacting various people themselves. However, Kang-yoon used a different strategy. Even if we have to split the gains, we need to get to know their know-how by leaving the contacting to them. Gen X Company was one of the big three entertainment companies of Japan. Like what Kang-yoon thought, they thought highly of Jua's possibilities. Their work with MG Entertainment's promotion team and planning team connected well, and they were producing a synergistic effect. This would become the foothold for not only Jua, but other singers in the future. Although they were splitting the gains right now, this would be a form of investment for the future. Of course, the most important thing was the music station stage. At Gimpo Airport, Kang-yoon met the people of MG Entertainment and headed to Japan. After arriving at Tokyo Haneda Airport, they headed to the branch office of MG Entertainment straight away. "You're late. Why are you only here now?" When he arrived and proceeded to the training room, Jua complained to Kang-yoon. It seemed like she was in the middle of practicing as she was wearing training clothes and there was sweat on her forehead. "I came just in time." "What do you mean late? If I say you're late, then you are late. I have tons of things to ask you." While emitting a smell of sweat, Jua sat right next to Kang-yoon and started pouring out questions. They were mostly about the music station stage. She was excited just thinking about standing on that new stage. Kang-yoon and Jua were sitting on the floor of the training room. Kang-yoon unfolded the cue sheet where the order of the stage was written, a picture of the stage, and a sheet where the concept of the stage was written, and the two started talking. "Music station is alive. You know that already, right?" "I do. One pre-rehearsal and live. And there's interview 1 in the live broadcast." "You know well. But is it true that I can only do one song, the title song?" "I need to confirm with them, but the most time a singer gets is 5 minutes at most. I will talk to them, but keep in mind that it will be at least 5 minutes. Prepare to give them a big impact." It's a bit disappointing. Jua was greedy for the stage. She licked her lips. A first stage will always be more exciting and heart-pounding. She seemed to be disappointed as she kept asking for more with her eyes. "Endure it. If you hold it back here, a bigger stage will be waiting for you next time." "A bigger stage? Really? You know I don't like empty words, right? It'll be on the same level as the Tokyo Dome, right?" It was half a joke and half not. Of course, she was also testing Kang-yoon. However, Kang-yoon seemed confident as he nodded. Jua was stiff for a moment before she continued speaking. "Okay, but can I really stand on the music station stage, right?" "That's right. That present whatever you did, I heard what people said. That the big singers of Japan were hogging music station this week, so I won't be able to go on it. And there's no contact until now. Can I really practice for the comeback stage on music station?" Jua was unassured in one corner of her heart. Of course, she was excited about music station. However, if that expectation crumbles, then the disappointment would have nowhere to go. If a singer had uncertainty in his or her heart, then he would not be able to prepare properly. Kang-yoon felt that now was important. "They will contact us within today. Don't worry about it." "What contact?" "Music station. There's nothing for you to worry about. You're telling the truth, right? I can just believe in you, Appa, right?" Kang-yoon nodded without saying anything. In these kinds of situations, it was better to stay silent. Jua looked at Kang-yoon's confident eyes and closed her mouth. "Okay, I will focus only on music station. Nothing else. Appa should concentrate on Appa's work. But promise me that you will make me stand on music station. Believe in me. It will definitely be like that." After that, Kang-yoon explained to her the matters about the stage and left with words of well wishes before leaving. Jua murmured while looking at his back. "It must work. If it doesn't, I don't know what I might do in disappointment." Jua's expectation of music station was bigger than anyone else. Kang-yoon emphatically nodded as if he was going to fulfill those expectations. The night of when Kang-yoon and company went to Japan. In the temporary office of the Japanese branch, Kang-yoon was doing last-minute work. Team leader. In Kang-yoon's office, where Kang-yoon was looking at whether the background of the stage was fit for Jua or not, Chief Han Young-suk of the promotion team barged in without knocking. "Is there anything?" "Team leader. It's out." "What's out?" The scandal." Chief Han Young-suk shouted while bouncing with his big body. His hand that was holding onto the nighttime newspaper was trembling, and he raised his voice as if he didn't calm down. Look here. Ryuji, Rita, a secret meeting at the hotel. Team leader's words were right. Finally, what should have happened, happened. Kang-yoon sighed in relief. However, the real work started now. Kang-yoon calmly ordered. I understand. We were preparing for this moment anyway. Please get the materials we prepared yesterday. We will directly head to Ase TV. Yes, team leader. Chief Han Young-suk wiped his sweat with a tissue while calming himself down. Kang-yoon took the necessary paperwork and left the office. Even while walking fast, he called Ase TV. Last time they didn't accept the request so easily, but this time he was connected to producer Yakazuki right away. Perhaps he left an impression when he clung to him with Jua's matters, and he remembered Kang-yoon right away. I want to meet you, but is the time all right? Then, is today okay with you? This time, producer Yakazuki seemed urgent as he accepted right away. Kang-yoon said okay and headed straight to Ase TV station. The place where he met with producer Yakazuki was a CAF with a nice mood near the television station. The small door left an impression, and it was a place where some Japanese celebrities often went to. Welcome. Good evening. After exchanging greetings, the two went to the point right away. Kang-yoon was very direct with his words. I looked for you to talk about the matter I consulted to you last time. The matter about the singer called Jua? Yes. At Kang-yoon's hand signal, Chief Han Young-suk put some materials on the table. Jua's album and her songs, and there were lots of contents about the stage and the concept of the album. Last time, producer Yakazuki didn't even try to look at them, but today was different. He started looking over the materials. The singer is all right. Her age is fine, and her stage seems to match exactly to outstage, too. However, he shook his head as if something weighed on his mind. However, as you know, there wasn't a precedent where a singer from another country stood on music station. This is the tradition we kept until now. I'm not sure if the general manager will approve. Producer Yakazuki expressed his difficulties. There was a blank. But should I fill this blank even if I have to break tradition? He was pondering. Of course, the materials were all right. However, should I do this even while taking the risks? Is your performance that good? Can I be reassured? He was asking that. Would you have a look at this? Kang-yoon, who caught on to that thought, took out a paperwork envelope. Then he played a video on the PMP. Unlike last time, producer Yakazuki was serious when he was checking it out. Then, his reaction became different. He, who expressed difficulties, started watching the video seriously, and he picked up his pen while checking various things from the document. After a long while, he finished and spoke. You've really prepared well. You've done a fine research into the characteristics of the Japanese population. If it's this stage, then it would get through even if it's not music station. I'm honest. Jua's stage was definitely attractive. If the concert happens as designed and like the video, then nobody would even think about the blank left by the scandal. Producer Yakazuki praised Kang-yoon, which was rare. Kang-yoon felt good since it felt as if he was rewarded for his efforts. However, it wasn't like the performance was over, so he didn't relax. It's a fine stage, and that condition to pay for the expenses of the first stage, it's not a bad condition for us. The time, if we want to show properly what we've prepared, we need about 7 minutes. 7 minutes, you say? Okay, we have a blank anyway, so 8 minutes. I will give you 8 minutes. You can increase or decrease the time by 1 minute, so use it all you want. 8 minutes. Now it was sufficient to do 2 songs. He planned the debut to have 1 song for a big impact, but now he had time for another. This was great, and Kang-yoon realized. The future has changed. He changed the future by his efforts. Originally, Jua does only 1 song for the music station, but to think there's 2 now? Was it a reward for his efforts? Kang-yoon was delighted, but at the same time, nervous. He put in the effort to pioneer his future, but when the result actually came to him, he was very nervous. Thank you. No, please take care of us. You can set the stage devices by Thursday. I will send you the detailed schedules by email. After setting an appointment, Kang-yoon and producer Yakazuki did a handshake before going their own ways. Coming out of the CAF, Chief Han Young-suk couldn't hide his delight. Team leader. We did it. We did it. I was so nervous, but it's the real music station. It's thanks to everyone's efforts. Thank you for your work. In fact, Music station was a reward for Kang-yoon's work. However, he spread the contribution to everyone. At that figure, Han Young-suk was surprised. Team leader is different. Different? You're a cool person. Team leader did most of the work, and I've worked in this industry for 10 years, but I didn't know that I would get to work with a person like you. Today, I'm thrilled. Ha ha ha. He looked delighted. He laughed sonorously, and Kang-yoon also laughed with a puff on the side. Now for the main event. Music station stage. Now he was in orbit. Kang-yoon looked at the sky, which looked clearer than ever. Kang-yoon's heart was becoming more and more excited as the sky seemed as if it was blessing him. Chapter 12. Sweeping Japan, 7. One day before the music station live broadcast, Kang-yoon was at the opening hall of Asae TV where the live recordings would be carried out. There. Ah, really? Hey, what do you want me to do if you put the moving there? I'm sorry. You idiot. Look at the blueprint. The blueprint. Music station didn't have a lot of stage props to set, but today a large-scale construction was underway. Thanks to that, they had to hire one-time workers, which they didn't normally do, so the place was chaotic. A music station stage was a stage where various singers requested various things. If they accepted all those requests, then the stage would just become pure chaos. Still, due to producer Yakazuki cutting a majority of the applications, so the stage was less chaotic than before. However, there was one person who this knife-like producer couldn't refuse a request from. It was the request from Kang-yoon, who was in front of his eyes. I repeat, but if you spread rumors around how I let you do all this, then I will be in a real mess. I understand. Thank you. Producer Yakazuki spoke to Kang-yoon with an awkward expression. Kang-yoon nodded as if he knew everything. For him, he needed to repay Kang-yoon, who filled the sudden blank. Kang-yoon also recognized that fact and used it moderately. Of course, if rumors spread around how this happened, then chaos would ensue. If the live broadcast happens, then there may be suspicions, but producer Yakazuki said he would take care of what would happen afterward. This is a first. You did say you will take care of the stage prop expenses, but a specialized stage like this should never happen. I will not regret your consideration. To think he allowed a foreigner, moreover, a Korean, to do this. Producer Yakazuki sighed. Of course, he partnered with Gen X, one of the big 3 entertainment companies of Japan, but strictly speaking, this was a contract between a Korean entertainment company and Asae TV. To think something like this would happen in this close-minded TV station. Kang-yoon left producer Yakazuki and headed to the stage. The stage was wide, and the lighting and the stage props were all beautiful. He checked the blueprint and the devices one by one, and he went to the lighting director to discuss the settings. It will start with a blue tone, and it will slowly. After discussing the settings of the lights with the lighting director, he also explained how the device should be used, timing, and lots of other details. Originally, he would just leave it to the lighting director altogether, but this time, he couldn't completely let it go. Kang-yoon needed to have the entire structure of the stage in mind. Kang-yoon, who was at Asae TV station all morning, returned to MG Entertainment Japanese branch in the afternoon. In the branch office, the already produced albums were piled up, and the office workers including the promotion team, Jua's manager, and various on-the-scene workers were on their edge waiting for the schedule. The day before Jua's Japanese debut, the entire company was in tension. Appa, you came? Yes, I came. Jua, who was practicing the dance with the dance team, greeted Kang-yoon cheerfully. Her thin clothes were tightly clinging to her body due to sweat. Kang-yoon handed out bottles of cold water. Thank you. Everyone, who was practicing, quickly whisked away the bottles. Then, the resting time came naturally. Jua naturally came next to Kang-yoon and sat. Is the preparation going well, Appa? It is going well. You can rehearse, and do the dry rehearsal too, so don't worry about it. Wow, Appa's really skillful. I didn't think I would be able to do that here. Jua resolved that she would start from the bottom no matter the treatment when she came to Japan. She heard that Japanese idols came to work on the subway. No rehearsal time was the basics. However, when she collaborated with Kang-yoon, the preparation was so perfect that she didn't need to worry about anything. Didn't I say that you only need to focus on the music? Jua never had it this easy. Until now, Kang-yoon never contacted her outside singing or made her worry while working. He really made Jua be able to focus only on music. Appa is really amazing, huh? Hey, you're giving me the shivers. I can watch the practice, right? Of course. Please watch. Jua had no hesitation at all. Until now, she had no schedules including minor ones. This meant that she could pour all her effort into practice. Jua was confident. Resting time ended soon. In the training room, which had mirrors on all four sides, dancers stood around Jua with her as the center. With the ready signal, Kang-yoon played the music. Shonge, Jiaobu, Dream, Moneyed, Sakabu, Dream, /dream. My heart, cries out. Through the speaker, Jua's voice spread out to the surroundings. And Jua and the dancers started dancing in unison. Jua's wave and the dancers' wave matched, and the dance became one. In Kang-yoon's eyes, it wasn't only the dance that was reflected. The light comes out with Jua as the center. Huh. The light from the dancers makes Jua seem brighter. Is it due to the rhythm of the song? It sure is beautiful. White light came out from Jua initially, but today, she looked shinier. That light was so bright that Kang-yoon subconsciously wanted to close his eyes. It was that bright and beautiful of light. This in addition to live. I won't be able to open my eyes. Looking at Jua's rehearsal, Kang-yoon's expectations became higher. Jua was a top-class singer no matter what anyone said. His expectations were also becoming a reality like that. Currently, MG Entertainment was all focused on Jua's Japanese album. It was because they would decide if they would spread overseas for Real, according to the success and failure of this album. Is it not time yet? Yes, President. There are 2 more. Hours. President Lee Hyun-ji showed an expression of nervousness, which was unlike her. The secretary brought her a cup of tea, but unlike usual, she didn't drink it, and she just cooled it down. Jua has to do well today. I'm worried. President Lee Hyun-ji, who was stirring her teacup round and round all the time, turned her eyes to the paperwork which she didn't go over. It was a report about the selection of the next generation girl group. The things trainers evaluate on are all about ability, and they are no good in evaluation about the qualities of a star. Secretary Yang. The planner for the next generation girl group wasn't decided yet, right? Yes, President. The chairman also didn't say anything special, right? Yes, he didn't mention anything concrete yet. Is that so? President Lee Hyun-ji started flipping the report with the title, Report on Candidates for the Next Generation Girl Group, and looked through it. There was an acceptance box, but she didn't check the box. She just wrote, turned down in big letters, and put it on one side. Shall I give it to the team leader? Just leave it. There's another person to give this to. The secretary politely bowed and left, and President Lee Hyun-ji looked at the clock again nervously. D-Day. From early morning, Kang-yoon and Jua headed towards Ase TV in the van. They came early thinking they would rehearse first and confirm the line of sight. Unlike other singers. You really are hard. Working. Haha. Producer Yakazuki could only be stunned while looking at Kang-yoon. Until now, he hadn't seen this kind of strange planner. Moreover, a planner that appeared on the scene so frequently like this. He even wondered if all Koreans were like this. They came early in the morning, so Jua could have a total of 3 rehearsals before other singers came. Although they couldn't use the stage devices, they could confirm the line of sight and even had a dress rehearsal, so it was all worth it. After Kang-yoon greeted the staff again, when he came back to see that Jua was missing, he asked her manager who was behind the stage. Where has Jua gone to? She's in the waiting room. She said she wanted to be alone. Kang-yoon headed straight towards the waiting room. It was to check for her condition for the final time. He knocked the tightly shut waiting room door. Who is it? However, a sharp voice could be heard. May I come in? Kang-yoon Appa? Come in. When she realized it was Kang-yoon, her voice became softer. Kang-yoon carefully went inside. How is your condition? It's the best. Jua, who was already wearing the dress for the stage and prepared to go on the stage, was calming her mind. The makeup wasn't completely done yet, but she imagined today's stage while controlling her mind. That's a relief. Then have a good rest. Kang-yoon didn't talk a lot. Jua was a person who did better if you believed in her. Kang-yoon, who already knew her character, didn't need to say anything more to her. However, it was Jua who grabbed Kang-yoon, who was about to leave. Appa. Yes? Do you need anything else? Appa is sure different. What is? Kang-yoon felt strange. Jua always said this. When he was about to ask what she meant, since he didn't know, Jua spoke. Everybody else only tries to control me, saying I'm too young, saying I'm being paid attention to, saying I can't look after myself alone, etc. But Appa was different. You kept believing in me. Thank you. The thought that that person believed in me. Trust. To Jua, Kang-yoon's such thoughts were vast. MG Entertainment meticulously only sends a singer that was planned by a planner. They were tight on the watch, even to the point that they wrote scripts for what one should say and what one shouldn't, and even made up one's character. However, Kang-yoon was different. He set the environment for Jua to do whatever she wanted to do on the stage, and he planted the thought that he always believed in her. This was the reason why Jua came to trust Kang-yoon. And the various things Kang-yoon showed her, whether it was the incident in the recording studio or the debut stage. I am behind your back, so do whatever you wanted to do. This reassurance was the final strike. Now, Jua would believe it even if Kang-yoon said that the sun rose from the west. Jua. Yes, Appa. If you are thankful, then just sweep them all. Okay. Of course. Look forward to it. When Kang-yoon held up his right hand, Jua high-fived him with a loud sound before running onto the stage. Singer Jua goes on top of Japan after Korea. 9:25 a.m. Thursday, December 20th. Celebrity news reporter Lee Yuncham. Jua, a Korean singer, topped first on the Oricon chart. Jua, who debuted with the album Girls on Top, had her debut stage on Ase TV's music station with the title song The One. And after that, she rose up sharply, and within 1 week, she was at the summit. Until now, there wasn't a case where a foreigner singer stood on music station, and it is analyzed that her astonishing ability was the main reason. Omitted. Jua is considered one of the top singers of the Korean singer industry. She debuted at 14. Omitted. Jua, who debuted beautifully through music station, gathered momentum, and various TV stations are sending love calls to her. The order for albums was also endless, and so a second production is now in process. Omitted. Through Jua's precedent, it is expected that Korean singers would finally start debuting in Japan for real. Chapter 13. Sweeping Japan. 8. I'm sorry. I'm alright, Appa. It's just your work, isn't it? Thank you for understanding. Anyway, sorry. I should have gone back on Saturday. While Kang-yoon was talking to Hee-yoon on the phone, he couldn't help but feel sorry. He thought that when the music station stage was over, he could quickly pack up and go back home. But there was a lot more work left than he thought. Fortunately, Hee-yoon understood his circumstances and encouraged Kang-yoon. I've seen the article, Juaoni hit the jackpot. It's all the rage now. It indeed was a jackpot. Thanks to that, there is a shortage of hands, so I'm not able to go. You've received the regular dialysis, right? Hey, don't start this again. That's the problem with you, Appa. Don't worry about it. Did you eat your meals regularly too? Of course. It's too early for you to worry about me, Hee-yoon. Hey, you're coming like this. Ha ha ha. While talking to Hee-yoon over the phone, Kang-yoon could rest for a while. However, even that was brief. Finally, someone knocked on the door and opened it. Kang-yoon sighed at his disappointment. I'll call you back later. Eat your meals regularly, and watch out for cars. After the call ended, Kang-yoon received some paperwork from Chief Han Young-suk. It's a request for an order from XX Distribution Company. That's a huge lot. I think the effect from music station was quite big. As Chief Han Young-suk said, the impact of the debut stage, that is, the music station stage, was huge. A Korean singer called Jua beautifully showed herself in Japan, and her albums were selling out with sparks. Thanks to that, the albums that were piled up in the branch office were drying up, and the newly produced albums were ordered out as soon as they were produced. They were short on hands, so people all went to support, and so, Kang-yoon was in a situation where he couldn't go back. What's Jua doing? There seems to be an interview with Saku Celebrities magazine right now. After that, it's a photo shoot for Yuri Yura magazine. Then, that's a huge lot, especially when she just came here. However, there doesn't seem to be much of music-related schedules. When Kang-yoon found it strange, Chief Han Young-suk said it wasn't his decision and pulled out. He couldn't say anything about other departments' way of work. Kang-yoon said he understood and made him leave. Phew, this should be about all right. Kang-yoon was about to call for the request of order, but he stopped. In fact, his work was over with the stage and the few days of debut season after that. He did the start beautifully, so it was time for someone else to take over. To do more than that was overstepping on others' rights. After having finished working, Kang-yoon headed to the rooftop. Pho. On the rooftop, Kang-yoon spits out a long breath of smoke. Smoking was something he didn't usually do since it may affect the health of the singers. Especially today, the scattering smoke made him feel satisfied for some reason. Haha. Me? On Jua? And success at that. Kang-yoon was still not calm. The album sales weren't calculated yet, but it seemed that they were nearing 500,000. He could say it was a success. They said it might become a million sellers soon. So this was not just a success, but a big one. In the past, he was called the Minus's hand for his repeated failure, but to think he made a singer succeed on an international stage. This feeling of achievement was indescribable by words. It wasn't a high building, but the scenery down was unspeakably beautiful. The feeling of success made everything seem more beautiful. The light. This ability to see singing and dancing as light. This ability, that sometimes, when other people didn't catch it, he could catch it like a computer. This ability flipped the unfortunate past. The changed future. The past he changed will have changed the future. Now, he had to be prepared for the unknown future. And to do that, he had to become strong. Kang-yoon, who was thinking stiffly while looking down at the scenery of the city, laughed. Today was too beautiful of a day to be thinking about complicated things. When he thought about how he was so stiff on himself, he rubbed the cigarette off. To think of heavy stuff on a day like today was just a waste. When he came back to his office, a guest was waiting. Chairman. Oh, Team Leader Lee. How's it going? The guest, Chairman Won Jin-moon, hugged Kang-yoon as soon as he saw him. On his face was a bright smile. He didn't even imagine that Jua's Japanese album would hit off like this, and he felt that he dug out a diamond from mud. Perhaps hugging once was not enough. There was a lot of strength in his hands. Kang-yoon brought some coffee to Chairman Won Jin-moon, who was sitting on the sofa of the office. There weren't any staff, so he had to make the coffee himself. It's been a long time since I came, but there's not a single person around here. Everyone's out on support. Currently, we're short on even Cat's hands. That's reasonable. They said the sales went over 500,000, right? Yes, sir. A smile never disappeared on Chairman Won Jin-moon's lips. That was reasonable. When Jua topped Japan, and the album sales rose exponentially, the company's stocks rose madly. That meant that his assets were increasing. Kang-yoon couldn't be any more handsome in his eyes. You know, I still can't believe it. That Jua had her debut stage on Music Station. There's nothing to say about the album sales. You tried to convince me using facts and logic, but to be honest, I can't believe it even now. I'm quite out of it too. Don't underestimate yourself. You did it. You didn't use underhanded methods and brought Jua up there. Jua said on the phone that this time was the first time since her debut stage that she was so comfortable preparing for a stage. She requested that she wanted to work with you in the future. Is that so? If it was Jua, Kang-yoon was all for it. She looked after herself well, she listened to requests well, doesn't have a bad personality. Wait, not that. And anyway, she had the perfect characteristics of a singer. Moreover, there was the built-up trust. To think a singer like that wanted him. He was delighted and happy. Of course, he didn't show it on the surface though. But you know? However, one had to listen to the end. Jua will be okay on her own. There is an even more urgent work. I want you to do something bigger in Korea. And so, I came here personally. Something bigger. Sir, yes, something bigger. Chairman Won Jin-moon took out some paperwork from an envelope and held it out towards Kang-yoon. Report on candidates for the next generation girl group? Turned down? What is this? Let's talk after you've read through it. Kang-yoon flipped it over. However, Kang-yoon's eyes widened when he did so. Young Mina, 18 years old. Dance. A. Singing. C. Star quality. B. Overall evaluation. C+. Has excellent dancing ability, but she does not get along well with her team members, and her tendency to stand out is strong. So, someone you know? Oh no, not at all. Kang-yoon flipped on to the next page. Han Ju-yeon. Dance. C. Singing. A. Star quality. C. Han Ju-yeon is. Hey, did you meet with the trainees? No, not at all, sir. I will say it after reading a little bit more. Please do. Kang-yoon couldn't understand. On the evaluation it was written, has the talent for singing, but is weak at dancing due to her fragile body. She's shy and does not get along with the rest of the team, so it would be hard to make her grow into a star. Who the hell did this evaluation? Han Ju-yeon is. Han Ju-yeon will be the core of popularity, and it says she'll be hard to grow into a star? Does this person have eyes on his ass? Kang-yoon was speechless. He wanted to meet whoever did this kind of evaluation. Kang-yoon was dumbfounded at this assessment, so he closed the report before finishing it. May I ask who did this evaluation? Why? Is it strange? Chairman Won Jin-moon asked. He was curious of what Kang-yoon was thinking. Kang-yoon also, in his own way, thought about how to put his thoughts into words. Then he answered, I'm not sure about the dance or singing, but on star quality, I think the evaluations are wrong. On star quality? What's the reason? Star quality. That is, qualities of a star is the appeal that attracts the populace and is undefinable. Young Mina has the appeal that bewitches the people. Many people can dance well, but people who can dance attractively like Young Mina are rare. Especially a girl's dance that can enchant the female populace. Oh, yes. And Han Ju-yeon has an image that strongly provokes the protective hearts of men. However, she has her ambitious side. This will instead bewitch the male populace. If it was up to me, I would take advantage of this point. To say they don't have any qualities of a star is a bit of a stretch. Chairman Won Jin-moon seemed convinced as he slowly clapped his hands. As expected, you always give an answer that's out of my expectations. I didn't even think you saw through the trainees too. The reason why I bought this material here is that I don't like the evaluations given by the trainers and the planning team leader for the next generation girl group. President Lee Hyun-ji said she wanted to come herself, but I insisted that I come myself. As expected, I like you since you bring different answers to others. It was an embarrassing praise, but Chairman Won Jin-moon, but he didn't hesitate. He was astonished. Kang-yoon wasn't just a comet. He thought that it wasn't a coincidence that Kang-yoon succeeded Jua's album. He was sure that Kang-yoon had unique eyes. Now, you will take over as the team leader of the next generation girl group. From the selection of the trainees to training, etc., I will leave all of it to you. Just doing that is a waste of time for you. So I want you to also work on some concerts and other things. Recruits. Sir, I thought Jua requested something to you. Jua's all right. She can do well with anyone. I will take care of that. You did the groundwork so well, so it will be all right here. There was a problem even with working too well, this. He thought that he would get to rest for some time, but Kang-yoon could only sigh. Of course, it was a sigh mixed with delight, disappointment, and many other things. Prepare for takeover until tomorrow and go back to Korea. Thanks for your work. With Chairman Won Jin-moon's declaration, his project with Jua had come to an end. Kang-yoon's first project ended with a big success. Rumors that he succeeded in putting Jua as a Japanese star and laying the groundwork for MG Entertainment's other singers to go to Japan, and even a network of people spread around like wildfire. And like that, planner Lee Kang-yoon showed himself in the entertainment industry. Chapter 14. Rookie Planning 1. Hey Riss. Have you heard? What? Christine stretched while reacting chicly at her friend, who was flustered. Her friend seemed used to Christine not being emotive as she started talking. Jua Seonbi. She hit it big in Japan. A big jackpot. She sold over 500,000 albums and the TV. To Christine, it was in one ear and out the other. She was interested since it was a star she liked, but she already knew all this. She didn't want to hear the same story again. However, the slow-witted friend of hers kept talking about Jua. Police. But even so, it wasn't like she wanted to start trouble. Image making was as important as ability in this industry. A rumor from trainee days would persist even when she became a singer. She just let it go with whatever. Hi. Hello. When she was about done stretching, the trainer appeared. Before practice, they would go through a brief registration, but today, it was longer than usual. We have a notice today. One of the higher-ups will be coming to watch the practice. A guest? The directors like last time? A middle school student, who had rolled up hair, asked. The pressure on the trainees was high since higher-ups in suits were coming and going. To select the trainees. Close, anyway. You will have to put more effort into practice. The trainer threatened them, but to Christiane, it was on the other side of the river. Well, whatever. The selected ones will get selected anyway. She quietly prepared for practice in a corner. Welcome. This way, please. The trainer led Kang-yoon to the practice room. He didn't bring anything that looked like an evaluation sheet in fear of giving pressure to the trainees. Just one. He just brought his phone. He planned to make a simple note on his phone's memo pad. Good day to you, sir. When Kang-yoon entered, the lined-up trainees shouted in unison. Kang-yoon was surprised at their discipline, and it even made him take a step back. Oh yeah? Hello. Haha. Team leader. Surprised? They have great discipline. He came here lightheartedly, but he could only be startled at the military-like shout. Kang-yoon was surprised at the greeting that would only be seen in the military. MG Entertainment is not big for no reason. How thorough must their education be to become like that? Kang-yoon was in awe at the disciplined trainees. This person here is planning and management team leader, Lee Kang-yoon. Previously, he planned for the singer Jua's album, Girls on Top, and this time, he will plan for the new girl group, and he came here to select the necessary people himself directly. Well, then, team leader. Please. At the trainer's words, Kang-yoon was stunned for a moment. He wished that he told the trainer beforehand. He only planned to watch for a little bit before leaving, but now that plan was wasted. Well, it became like this anyway, so he spoke. Hello, my name is Lee Kang-yoon. I will speak briefly. Relax and show me the things you've prepared until now. That's it. The trainees all clapped. No, Kang-yoon's simple sentence changed everyone's eyes. To become a singer was every trainee's dream. Moreover, to become a singer in the hands of the team leader who made Jua, who was every girl trainee's wannabe, a big star in Japan. Wouldn't they become a star just by being selected? Everyone's eyes shined. Then, I'll be over there. Kang-yoon sat at the very front, where the view of the trainees was the best. Then let's start. How far did we go again? The training started as soon as the trainer's words ended. After the training began, a light was emitted from the trainees. Ah, my eyes. Kang-yoon rubbed his eyes since he saw the light from everyone. However, he eventually got used to it and started focusing on each person. The lights were all different. It wasn't the type that harmonized to become stronger like the time Jua was practicing with the dance team. It was the kind of light which attacked each other. Like the characteristics of the dance, the lights were also competing. There was a few dim gray here and there, and the rare white light was too weak. There's nothing to record. Kang-yoon shook his head. Of course, he did think that the things they were showing him now wasn't everything, and he planned to watch for a few more days. But his expectations ended in disappointment. Kang-yoon shook his head. When he was about to stand up, thinking he should go to another class, there was a light that was faint but caught his eyes. It was a pure white light. It tugged on his mind, but the gray around it was so thick that he couldn't see, and so he thinned his eyes and concentrated. Christy, a member of the past Edios. She had mixed blood, with her father being American. Her unique voice was charming, and the chicness and girliness made her receive the male fans' love along with Han Ju-yeon. Oh, she was here. But her expression sure is dark, and she isn't doing her best in dancing either. To think she is that sloppy, even though she knows she will be evaluated. Was that confidence? Or defiance? The light was dim, but Christy kept catching Kang-yoon's attention. It was the foreign but Korean face, a slim body that everybody likes, and the cold atmosphere and expression. It was no wonder that she was so eye-catching. But why is her star quality only B? Kang-yoon remembered the star quality evaluation from the report. The attraction that makes one want to look at her more. That was an incredible talent. Kang-yoon was getting more and more confused due to the disparity between reality and the evaluation. And finally, the practice ended. Kang-yoon whispered to the trainer and left the practice room. Christy went to the resting room when it was time to rest. However, the trainer followed her. Teacher, Christy, is something wrong? The trainer followed her quite hurriedly, but there was no change of expression on Christy's face. The fact that she was talked to alone meant that there was something important. However, there still wasn't a ripple on her face. Was it boldness? Or something else? The trainer was surprised, but she still talked. Go to the 5th floor. 5th floor, that's planning and management team leader's office. From the 5th floor onward, trainees would usually have nothing to do with it. People such as team leader, head director, president's private rooms were located on the 5th floor. But to think there was a call from the 5th floor. It was Christy and without a single ripple, but her expression trembled. Did I do something wrong? I'm not sure either. Just go. Right now. Christy's heart was pounding. It wasn't due to something good. No, it might be. However, in her opinion, the person called planning and management team leader didn't have a good impression of the practice. She saw him leaving while shaking his head gently, so she knew. With her pounding heart, Christian arrived in front of the planning and management team leader's office on the 5th floor. When she knocked and entered, Kang-yoon greeted her. "Have a seat. Would you like coffee?" "No, I'm fine." He was the team leader of the planning and management team. To a trainee like Christian, he was as high as the skies. She was frozen stiff in a formal pose. This is interesting in its own way. To think Riss is acting like this in front of me. Riss was someone who would become every man's romance in the future, albeit being a trainee, but she was frozen stiff in front of himself. Kang-yoon was amused at this fact, and also surprised. Of course, he wouldn't bring it into work. Christy and dance. C. Singing. B. Star quality. B. Overall evaluation. B-. This is your assessment from last time. Christy and drooped her head. That evaluation was a source of fear for the trainees. At least A would be needed if she dreamed of being a singer, and only a tiny portion of those people who got A's will be able to debut. But to think it was B. And her age was 17. Her peer trainees were everywhere. When she thought about this point, she could only lower her head. However, Rip, Kang-yoon suddenly ripped the evaluation paper in half. What does this mean? Christy was surprised, and she abruptly raised her head. Chapter 15. Rookie Planning, 2. This kind of evaluation can be made up for later. Christy's poker face instantly collapsed when Kang-yoon ripped apart the evaluation sheet. Dance. C. Dance needs a little more effort. Singing. B. This isn't anything great either. However, star quality. B. This was difficult too. Approve. Star quality. Christy tilted her head since she still didn't understand what was going on. A trainee would hear this quite frequently, but star quality was something hard to describe. Including outer appearance, it was the result of fusing several complex factors. Thanks to that, it was quite a controversial factor since a lot of it would be subjective. There were a lot of cases where trainees who had excellent capabilities but weren't allowed to debut due to low ratings and star quality, or where even if they did debut, they didn't become big due to low star quality. It was the most difficult point to evaluate, and it was hard to talk about it. Star quality was something that nobody talked about easily. However, Kang-yoon brought up that star quality. He said she had that quality. Christian was confused. I have star quality. You do. May I ask what regard I have star quality to? Christian was harsh on herself. She was curious about the reason why Kang-yoon highly evaluated her like this. No one said this to her. However, the planner who everyone talked about said she had qualities of a star. Her heart was pounding, but she couldn't just be delighted like that. There must be a reason. First, uncommon elements will attract people's attention. Is it because I have mixed blood? That's part of it. The face that looks foreign but not foreign at the same time. And also, the atmosphere around you that seemed cold but at the same time, not. Of course, your looks are a part of it. Atmosphere? Me. It's not sufficient yet. You need to do some image making. In Kang-yoon's eyes, Christian's face now was 100% cold. It seemed as if she only rejected people while giving out that cold aura. However, if she pushed and pulled while making it look like she gave things out while not, she would succeed. Like the risks of the past. No. If she gave out more while leaving them more disappointed, then she would make the people go crazy. Of course, Kang-yoon was looking at something much bigger. Then the reason you called me here is... Oh, I called you to put you into my team. I want to make a temporary contract before that. Christy closed her eyes. A temporary contract. To think he called her here for a contract with her before becoming a singer, which is the same as being put into the debut preparation team. She prepared herself for the worst, but when it came out so well, tears welled up in her eyes. Crying. And no, this is just the beginning. Kang-yoon held out a tissue. At the unexpected delight, Christian, who overflowed with emotions, seemed embarrassed as she turned her head to wipe her tears. Only then could she smile and sit comfortably. Kang-yoon held out the temporary contract paper. You're still a minor, so you need your parents' signature. Please check it over carefully when you get home and get it stamped from your parents. Remember to get advice in regards to legal stuff. Yes, sir. I'm so thankful. However, I can't receive a signature from my parents. Why? Anything wrong? My parents live in America. Oh yeah? You live alone in the dorms, right? Christian came from America and was living alone as a trainee in Korea. Her parents were both in America, and Kang-yoon said that he would send the papers to America for her. They finished after deciding that she would sign the paper after talking it over with her parents. Thank you, sir. No. For now, please practice as you always do. I will make the team in a while. There are others? I need to pick out more. You're the first for now. I understand. I will do my best. Christian bowed deeply before going out. Looking at her coming in with a cold face, but leaving with a happy face, she was definitely a teenager. Even if she's a big star in the future, she's just a teenager, huh? Who's next? When he looked at Christian going out with a thrilled face, Kang-yoon found it interesting. Meeting the future stars in their early phases was a small joy for him. Leaving that, there were many people Kang-yoon had to meet. He picked up some paperwork and left for the practice room straight away. Chairman Won Jin-moon's office on the 7th floor wasn't somewhere anyone could go in and out of. His office, which contained black furniture which was not too big or not too small, as according to his preferences, was Chairman Won Jin-moon's workplace, and at the same time, the place where the most significant transactions of the company were carried out. As it was an important position, it was evident that not anyone could go in and out as they pleased. However, something was happening there right now. Uncle! An unexpected, ear-ripping noise was exploding out. Jua, Uncle already explained it to you. I can't understand. I can't. I don't need anything, nothing. Give me Kang-yoon Appa. Give me. Chairman Won Jin-moon sweated profusely, which was unlike him. Of course, the chairman had the most power in the company. He could crush anyone with his authority, but his opponent now was Jua, the biggest star. If he made her disappointed, then there might be repercussions in marketing. And Jua did poke where it hurt. Kang-yoon, Kang-yoon, Kang-yoon. My Kang-yoon. Gimme Kang-yoon. Jua, there's significant work in the company, so. Is there anything as important as me in this company? Jua was in a riot, shouting as if she wanted the office to collapse. She had a fire in her eyes as if her reason was already gone. In her point of view, it was reasonable. She planned to share her future schedules with Kang-yoon and to have an easy time, but when she came back after 2 days of work, Kang-yoon had disappeared. Jua, who was enraged at Kang-yoon's sudden disappearance, heard the whole story from her manager and flew to Korea. Even so, Jua, team leader Kang-yoon can't just stay in Ja. I don't care. I don't know anything. Uncle, I'm Jua Yen Jua, the current top singer of MG Entertainment. When she went to him with everything she had, Chairman Won Jin-moon had a headache. Of course, he could just say, listen to me. With the chairman's authority, but nothing would get solved that way. So you get headaches even if someone works too well. It was the first time Jua was so stubborn like this. Chairman Won Jin-moon never imagined that Jua would come to the chairman's office to riot. Jua was a cash cow right now, so her words had weight. But it wasn't like he could give her Kang-yoon, who just went into the rookie planning. If Jua was a cash cow, then Kang-yoon was the magician who created those cash cows. In the end, Chairman Won Jin-moon had to console Jua over and over before she had to leave due to a schedule, and he could finally sigh in relief. Phew, it's not like she's a sunflower too. But right then, the closed door opened and Jua peeked her head out. I will come back later. Bring Kang-yoon here before I come here again. This was her meaning. In the end, Chairman Won Jin-moon tapped his head and lied down on the sofa. Should I go on a business trip to America? Now that he was in a situation where he couldn't do anything, Chairman Won Jin-moon was very afraid of this singer who wasn't even 20 years old yet. Appa, evening. When she heard the front door opening, Hee-yoon opened the door to her room and ran outside. When the door opened, it was Kang-yoon. He, who finished work early and came back, seemed cold as he was shivering all over. Why are you here? It's cold. Appa's here, so of course I should come. It's cold. Let's go in. Kang-yoon, who came back home early, held a lot of ingredients in both of his hands. Hee-yoon excitedly started preparing those ingredients. Kang-yoon said he would help with preparing, but Hee-yoon stopped him. Office workers should wash up and wait. Pushed by Hee-yoon's stubbornness, Kang-yoon changed into casual clothes after washing himself. There was no water heating system in the house, so he had to warm the water himself. Thanks to that, quite a long time was taken for him to wash up. When Kang-yoon came out, Hee-yoon prepared a grand dinner. Appa, let's eat dinner. When Kang-yoon went there with a towel around him, there was fried chicken, a beer for Kang-yoon, and japchae, and lots of other side dishes along with jjigae for Hee-yoon on the table. When Kang-yoon held up his chopsticks, Hee-yoon also held up her spoon. What did you do today, Hee-yoon? I studied, went to the hospital and stuff like that. Did you play with your friends? You know I don't have friends. While eating, Kang-yoon asked Hee-yoon about her school life. However, Hee-yoon didn't seem to have much to answer as she kept avoiding his questions. Even from young, Hee-yoon was weak and had no friends that got along with her. Kang-yoon was bitter in one corner of her heart when he listened to her. Hee-yoon didn't like her brother's expression becoming dark, so she said as brightly as possible, "Even so, it's fine. Isn't there a good apple like this?" You. Kang-yoon placed the chicken leg on top of Hee-yoon's bowl. Hee-yoon shrewdly grabbed it and put it in her mouth. The thick meat melted in her mouth. It's so good to eat dinner together with you. For a long time, Kang-yoon was too busy so that they couldn't eat a meal together. All their conversations happened in the morning when Kang-yoon left for work and at night when Kang-yoon came back from work. To Kang-yoon, who was sad by this kind of mealtime was his joy and happiness. Me too. But since your work is going well, I'm even happier. Juwoni hit it big, right? She did. Should I get a sign for you? Rather than a sign, I'd like to take a photo with her. Is that something hard? Who do you think your big brother is? Wow. My appa is so capable, Kang-yoon said as if it was nothing. He wanted to do anything for Hee-yoon. A photo with Jua? That will be solved if he just invites his sister to the company. He worked so hard for Jua. Would she care for a photo? He was confident that he could do more. Here, appa, eat this. This is the wing. I don't like the wing. Eat this and gain strength to bring home a lover. And marriage too. Hee-yoon. Kang-yoon was about to spray out the thing in his mouth. Sometimes, Hee-yoon's witty remarks like these made Kang-yoon shiver. Chapter 16. Rookie Planning. 3. Hello. Hi. Kang-yoon, who visited the third floor for a little bit to receive some paperwork from the trainers, received loud greetings from the trainees when he was walking along the corridor. Hey. Is that him? Yeah. I heard he's planning for the next singer. Wow. The trainees, especially the girls, were all over the place. To get noticed by Kang-yoon, or to make him have a good impression of them, they greeted loudly, and sometimes they even acted charming in front of him like a fox while approaching him. However, he was in his 30s. No, he lived 10 more years in the past, so, to the mentally 40-year-old Kang-yoon, he could only see them as nieces who were acting cute in front of him. He just laughed it off. Here are the related papers. Thank you. Kang-yoon received the papers from the trainer, and he was about to head back to his office when he craved for some coffee, so headed to the resting area. Oh, hello. It's Mina, hello. There was someone before him in the resting area. It was young Mina, who was wearing a sleeveless shirt while hanging a towel around her neck. She seemed to be delighted to meet Kang-yoon as she waved her hand. Young Mina made other trainees sneak a look at her due to the neckline hid by the towel and her chest line, which were revealed due to her clothes sticking to her body. Kang-yoon bought a bottle of water and handed it to her. Thank you. You're welcome. Were you in the middle of practice? Yes. Ajusi was working. What Ajusi? Don't tell that to a bachelor. I like the word Ajusi. But if you don't want it, then I will change it to another one. Do what you want. But within the company, call me team leader. Yes. It doesn't matter if it's outside, right? You. To young Mina, who was disappointed in her heart, Kang-yoon couldn't think of anything to say to her. She was cute, but a company was a place that had a lot of gazes. Caution was necessary. Kang-yoon and young Mina sat down and had a conversation. Young Mina already didn't have the pickiness from the beginning. She brightly talked about her days as a trainee, and Kang-yoon advised time to time while listening. Of course, Kang-yoon never touched the topic about the next generation girl group. Young Mina was the same. Kang-yoon, who was talking, thought it was time, so he stood up. Then I'll leave first. Yes. Have a safe trip. Kang-yoon left young Mina and went up to the office. He needed to sort out the materials for Christian, and he needed to hurry with the work with the temporary contract. He also needed to distribute work to the various teams, so his workload was enormous. When he concentrated on work, time flew quickly. FUA. It's over. When he finished distributing work and sorted out the temporary contract, it was already night. If I go now, then I might be able to eat with Hee-yoon. It was even a leave on time. It was thanks to processing them quickly, even though there was a lot. His dinner time with his sister was his happiness. Kang-yoon hurriedly left the office and got on the elevator. However, The elevator, which was supposed to stop on the first floor, but the door opened when it was on the third floor. However, there was no one there. What the heck? He pressed the close button, thinking that someone must have taken the stairs after pressing. But then, do we love each other with you? Someone singing from not far away stimulated his ears. It was a female voice. Kang-yoon immediately pressed the open button and left the elevator. Then he headed towards the origin of the voice. Today's a good day to love, you and me. The voice came nearer and nearer. The female voice was full and had strength. However, it was soft and good to listen to. The voice was clear and the lyrics were precise. Kang-yoon, who became curious at the sound, walked towards that place. Then, he carefully opened the door to the practice room, from which the voice was coming from. Han Ju-yeon. Inside the door, there was a trainee with average height and long hair. Kang-yoon could only see her back, but her thin waist stood out. The white light emitted from her filled the surroundings to the brim. It was similar to Juya's intense light, but it was at the same time different. Han Ju-yeon wasn't aware of Kang-yoon's presence. She was absorbed in singing, so she couldn't perceive anyone entering. The story of two lovers. Today was a good day to love, but we have to separate, was clearly delivered to Kang-yoon. And matching that, the light emitted from her became stronger. She's good, but why is the vibration so high? I'd rather want her to polish her core skills now. Kang-yoon expressed his disappointment, perhaps due to her still being a trainee. He was slightly disappointed at the climax part where she vibrated her voice too much. The light from Han Ju-yeon also became dimmer at the climax part. Kang-yoon was disappointed in that part. However, he felt it, that her voice was necessary. Kang-yoon quietly left the practice room before the song ended. Let's first put Han Ju-yeon as a candidate. And inside Kang-yoon's head, he was thinking tens of thousands of things as to which direction he should develop Han Ju-yeon. Christy and Han Ju-yeon. Seo Han-yu. A. Lee-young. These four. President Lee Hyun-ji carefully checked over the report Kang-yoon brought to her. She just ticked the box for the transaction a lot of the time due to having too much work, but she never did that with Kang-yoon's report. It was important, and there were some things she could learn from it. That is so. Then the girl group is set with these four. One of the most important things of a singer group is the members. It was because the members affected various things, such as the performance concept or the song. The current trend was 4-5. President Lee Hyun-ji was curious. I'm thinking of that for now. For now, I'm not sure yet, but I'm thinking of up to 7 people. Then, President Lee Hyun-ji tilted her head. If there are too many people, you won't be able to bring out their individuality, though. It was as she said. If there were too many people, they could express various things, but their personality would be gone. This meant that there were not enough marketable elements for each of the team members. She was worried about this. We should find a method to bring out the team's character and the members' individuality at the same time. A girl group with a maximum of 7 people, and will bring out the personality of each member. I understand. Try it. President Lee Hyun-ji was refreshing. People say achievement is the best proof. The effect of Kang-yoon's success with Jua in Japan was tremendous. President Lee Hyun-ji immediately signed the transaction box and placed the paper on the side. This article would be brought to Chairman Won Jin-moon. Then I will take my leave. How long until the members are decided? I will finalize by the end of next week. I understand. Thanks for your work. Kang-yoon greeted and left the president's office. I'm tired. Rookie planning was a process of creating something from nothing. He needed to produce a profit by mining trainees and process them into products. The era was where countless contents were all over the internet. If he didn't prepare enough, then success wasn't easy. Oh yeah, now I think about it, the members of Edios are gathering. They must have become singers because they were prepared right. The Edios members of Kang-yoon's past all put in their best efforts. He tried to be unbiased, but he couldn't not select them. Thanks to that, it helped with deciding on a concept, so he could put those in when he sent the papers to the planning team. Kang-yoon headed to the practice rooms after resting a bit. It was to find any trainees he missed. He was already famous amongst the trainees. As a scouter, to get noticed by him, the trainees were all tense while practicing. There's nothing special. However, no matter how nervous they were while practicing, to Kang-yoon, who could see singing and dancing as colors, it was quite meaningless. The lights Kang-yoon saw became brighter when there was something different, or it resonated with the masses, differentiating from the rest of the trainees. However, no one caught his eyes in the last few days. It was the time when Kang-yoon was disappointed and was about to go back up. "You scumbag." Suddenly a voice struck his ears. How can you do this to me? Who are you to do this to me? Huh. Kang-yoon felt awkward. Did I do something wrong? While thinking this, he looked around. However, there was no one. He turned his head a few times and headed towards where the sound came from and found out a room with lights on. Kang-yoon opened the door and headed inside. Why? Why are you doing this to me? That girl you like. That girl so much. A small practice room. There was a girl. She was very tall. Her facial features were like an actress. Get lost. I said go away. Don't ever come back again. Tears fell from the girl's eyes. Kang-yoon felt as if someone was standing in front of that girl. There was clearly no one there, but it felt like someone was there. Her acting was that realistic. But then, the girl who was concentrating on practicing found Kang-yoon. The girl felt embarrassed and wiped off her tears. Hello, sir. Oh, hello? It seems I interrupted you. Oh no, what interruption? The girl seemed shy and avoided Kang-yoon. She felt embarrassed that she was absorbed in acting to the point of crying. Min Jin-seo? It's Min Jin-seo. Min Jin-seo's here. Kang-yoon's eyes widened when he realized it was Min Jin-seo. Kang-yoon knew her very well. Acting, looks, she was a top-tier actress with both of these things. She swept the movies before becoming an adult, so that's all that needs to be said. A majority of child performers would fail if they grow up, but even as an adult, she kept her position as the top. But was Min Jin-seo in MG Entertainment? If I remember correctly, she was in Dairo's Entertainment. However he thought about it, it was strange. Dairo's Entertainment was a small entertainment company, but due to Min Jin-seo, they were reborn into an entertainment company which produced good actors after another. But to think Min Jin-seo was here, Kang-yoon was curious. Hello. While Kang-yoon fell into thought, Min Jin-seo called out to him. Oh, sorry. I heard you practicing from outside, so I got curious and came. Oh, is that so? I know you. Sir Lee Kang-yo. Kang-yo means to force. It's Kang-yoon. I'm sorry. Unlike Kang-yoon, who was thinking complicated things in his head, Min Jin-seo looked at him with an I don't know anything expression. Unlike Min Jin-seo, who was watching Kang-yoon while thinking what's this, Kang-yoon's thought were complicated while looking at her. Isn't this a jackpot? Kang-yoon looked at Min Jin-seo with trembling eyes in disbelief. Whether she knew this or not, she showed wariness towards Kang-yoon. Chapter 17. Rookie Planning 4. Jin-seo is good at acting, aren't you? Thank you. Kang-yoon lightly said to brighten the mood, but Min Jin-seo was frozen stiff. Were you practicing alone? If I remember correctly, acting classes are not here. Min Jin-seo avoided Kang-yoon's eyes. The place Min Jin-seo was in now was not a practice room for practicing acting, but a dance practice room. When Kang-yoon saw her trembling so much, Kang-yoon said in a softer voice, Why? Is it something difficult to say? It's nothing like that. I'm sorry. Min Jin-seo suddenly lowered her head abruptly and kept repeating the word sorry. Kang-yoon couldn't understand. What's up? They said I shouldn't practice acting for a while, so I'm sorry. However, I felt I would lose. My sense is if I don't practice for long. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. To not practice acting. What the heck does this mean? At the words he suddenly heard, Kang-yoon was confused. However, he was able to know soon. The trainers said to all the trainees to focus on being selected for the girl group. I'm sorry. I intended to do it for a short time, just a short time, but The point was that, in order to focus on dancing and singing for the selection for the girl group, fell whether it was the acting classes or the singer classes. It was an adverse effect of carrying out the orders too faithfully, and she was found practicing acting by Kang-yoon, who was responsible for selecting the girl group members. So she was on her nerves. Kang-yoon sighed after understanding the situation. A company always becomes so single-minded if it becomes too big. It was good that he received cooperation after becoming a hot icon, but there were adverse effects. To think they want the acting team appears on a singer's audition. Of course, there is a possibility that it may turn out well. Kang-yoon felt sorry now that he felt that he spread damage on her. Finish what you did just now. Sorry, you don't need to match every practice for the girl group. Practice pronunciation while biting a pen, and keep reading scripts too. Every day. Now that she heard, not a scolding, but encouragement from the person responsible for selecting members of the girl group, the one who was confused was Min Jin-seo. She blinked her big eyes. May I do that? You don't need to follow the company's orders even while ruining your talent. Isn't there perhaps a demerit? We aren't that small-minded. If the company does that, then come to me. Didn't you want to become an actress more than a singer? Min Jin-seo nodded her head a little. With exceptional looks, she was scouted on the street unlike the latest trend, but she liked acting more than singing. However, the company pushed singers more than actors. Her shy personality and her position as a trainee made her not able to speak anything about the situation. However, this person, who was in charge of the girl group, ironically gave her a clear path. I understand. Don't get pushed around and do what you will. I will talk to them to stop preventing the kids from the acting side from acting. Thank you. Min Jin-seo nodded from the bottom of her heart. Was there anyone who became her strength like this in this company? No one said to her to become an actress when she was unsure of her identity. However, he showed her her path. I will do my best. Yes, I look forward to the day I read your debut report. Then see you later. Have a safe trip. Kang-yoon left Min Jin-seo's practice room with delight. He shook his shoulders while heading home, with delight of having met a future top actress. The selection of trainees was smooth. Kang-yoon received full support from the company, and he came down to the practice rooms once in 2 days to look at the practice. Normally, an audition to select the candidates would be carried out, but Kang-yoon didn't do that. It was thanks to his ability to see the light from the trainees practicing. The trainees with ability or attractive dancing or good singing all gave out white light. It definitely had differences to the standard white light. Even so, Kang-yoon, who thought that it wouldn't be good to see once, came down to see the trainees multiple times, and thanks to that, he could differentiate properly. Everyone's here. Kang-yoon's office. The 6 selected girls were frozen stiff. However, excitement could be seen on their frozen figures. Girls were girls. Nice to meet you. I will greet you formally. I'm Lee Kang-yoon. Good day to you, sir. The girls all stood up from their seats. Kang-yoon told them to sit down, and he sat on the front. Then he moved on to topic. Starting now, you girls and I will start a marathon to become singers. The first stop will be the debut, and the second stop will be the point of time you girls call hit. The next aim would be going overseas. Anyway, until this stage, we need to prepare ourselves well, and we need to encourage each other as a team. The point you girls need to remember is that we are a team, one team. Understand? Yes. Questions? Kang-yoon's words weren't long. They would get to know each other and become more friendly while working in the future anyway. Even if he said a lot to them now, they wouldn't feel it on their skin. The first question came from Seo Hanyu. Tish, then are we practicing together from now on? You're correct. Starting from now, you will have different schedules. It will be different from the other trainees. Next, Young Mina raised her hand for the second. What type of practice will we be mainly doing? The 6 of you don't have any experience working together. We will train with teamwork as the basis, and you will be trained individually to match yourselves. After training, you will have a personal interview with me according to the evaluation results. Young Mina showed detestation. To think it's a personal interview. An expression of hate from the bottom of her heart could be seen on her face. She came to her senses after a while, but it was too late. The trainees were laughing, and Kang-yoon was also smiling. You just need to achieve good results. Next, the next question came from a girl with short hair. Oh, it's Samsoon. What is it? Uft. When Kang-yoon mentioned the trainee's name, everybody laughed. Samsoon sounds countryside-ish. However, the trainee called Samsoon confidently straightened her back and started asking the question. My question is, do we have to go home packing if we fail this? Uft. With a savory Chungcheong province accent, the leisure from Lee Samsoon's words made everyone laugh in the first meeting, where they should be tense. Of course, Kang-yoon was an exception. No, you will be together with me until the end. Yeah? You're such a cool person. I just need to practice well. Of course. Until the end. Together. Kang-yoon emphasized this point. I will take responsibility for you no matter what happens. So you do your best, and follow me. Kang-yoon emphasized again and again. Thanks to the savory accent, the mood was lightened, but the point was delivered to them. Any other questions? Are we supposed to use our dorms as it is now? It was Christian's question. Some girls lived in dorms, and some who commuted from home. A notice will be sent out soon. From now, everybody will live together. Not a dorm, but we will prepare a room for you. Then Han Ju-yeon spoke. What if it's hard to live together? I will have to look for another person. Kang-yoon cut it sharp. There was no compromise on this point. Living together was a vital element. Han Ju-yeon nodded her head. Other than that, Kang-yoon explained how the practice would be carried out, what they needed for now, and what their personal schedules were. The trainees all felt unrealistic since it was the first time they received so much personal care, even though they did receive some as trainees. Tomorrow is a vacation. Please rest a lot tomorrow and work hard from the day after. Please take care of me. After the trainees left, Kang-yoon started writing the report to give to the higher-ups. The members for Etios changed from the original Han Ju-yeon, Young Mina, and Christy and are unchanged, but Lee Sam-soon, Lee Young, and Seo Han-yu are entirely new members. No, can we even call this Etios? I didn't select the other Etios members. Am I alright to take this challenge? While watching the trainees to select the members, of course, he saw the members of the original Etios. However, he saw trainees who shone brighter than those original members. Kang-yoon had to choose, to go the safe path or to adventure. However, Kang-yoon selected the trainees by the light they gave off, and he decided to trust it. Lee Sam-soon. It's a wonder who the scouter is. Where on earth did this person scout a trainee like her from? Disregarding her accent, perhaps due to her practicing Taekyon, a Korean martial art, her dancing is exceptional. She looks too much like a boy now, but if she grew her hair and wore proper clothing, then she'd have fixed fans who would never stray away from her. The trainers kept pointing out her accent, but it didn't get fixed easily. Sam-soon had a boyish, but at the same time, a girlish double attractiveness, but when her accent came out, everyone collapsed. Thanks to that, the trainers also gave harsh points in star quality. However, Kang-yoon's thoughts were different, and he selected her. Lee Young, a daughter of an affluent household, and a crybaby who never experienced pains. The trainers also tried to stop me from selecting her with all their might. However, what was that light I saw? Her dance was horrible, and her singing too wasn't that eye-catching. However, sometimes, when she practiced, her light was brighter than the other trainees, and there were times when it looked more beautiful. Kang-yoon didn't understand this situation no matter how he racked his brains, so he hesitated a lot when selecting her. When he calculated the advantages and disadvantages from the evaluation, it wasn't that bad. Her interpersonal skills were also excellent. Kang-yoon selected Lee Young after a long time of hesitation. Seo Han-yu, a stereotypical hard worker. I think it's possible to image make her to give off a friendliness to the public saying, you can become like this if you try hard. It might become fancy too. Kang-yoon wrote his reasons for his selection while writing the report. Of course, he excluded the part about the light. If this report goes up to President Lee Hyun-ji and passes the transaction, then the project begins for real. I will create a singer with my own hands. The more he thought about it, Kang-yoon was excited. In the past, it was a chain of failure. He was a minus planner who ruined every singer he put his hands on. However, he would never become like that again. Kang-yoon resolved again that there was no minus anymore. Chapter 18. Blowing Suspicions Away 1. Have a safe trip. Kang-yoon went out while receiving Hee-yoon's farewell. After joining the army of men in suits in the bus and train, he arrived at the company when he received a call to the president's office. It was due to the report he gave yesterday. Kang-yoon took some papers and headed to the president's office. President Lee Hyun-ji repeated flipping and flipping back one page after flipping it for a while. Normally, she would refreshingly approve, but today was different. She repeated flipping and flipping back and in the end, signed with difficulty. Today it was quite difficult to sign. Please take it to the chairman's office yourself. I understand. May I inquire the reason? I'm good with everything, but I don't understand why you picked this member. President Lee Hyun-ji pointed to Lee Sam-soon at the very back of the report. She did sign, but she couldn't be satisfied with this member. This was her meaning. Kang-yoon spoke confidently to quench her worry. President, the current Lee Sam-soon is a top-tier member. Her individuality doesn't even need to be talked about, and she can also satisfy the star quality element. It's not like I can't believe you, team leader Kang-yoon. However, this member is a little too different to our concept. Exceptional is good, but it's hard to be assured. First, go to the chairman's office. Kang-yoon bade farewell and left the president's office. Usually, President Lee Hyun-ji would submit the report to the chairman herself, but this time she said to give it to the chairman himself. Her intention was for him to convince the chairman himself. Of course, Kang-yoon had the confidence to do that. Kang-yoon was about to step onto the elevator to go to the chairman's office when someone stood in front of him. It was a female secretary clad in a white suit. "Good morning, Team Leader Lee." "Yes. Hello. Director Jung Hyun-tae wishes to see you." A call from a director. Kang-yoon wondered what it was. Kang-yoon temporarily postponed going to the chairman's office and turned back and followed the secretary. "Welcome. Pleased to meet you." Director Jung Hyun-tae was a middle-aged man with a bulging belly and strands of white hair in his 50s. He stood up and offered his right hand as soon as he saw Kang-yoon. They shook hands and sat down straight away. "Would you like tea? May I have a cup of coffee?" "Yes, of course. Are you fine with Loak coffee?" Director Jung Hyun-tae ordered for a high-class coffee. He looked kind on the outside, but his atmosphere gave off a feeling that he was plotting something. Kang-yoon was on his guard. As he thought, the girl group selection this time. "I called you here to give a little help." He said help. Help when all the rights were with Kang-yoon. This meant that he would interfere. Kang-yoon thought it was absurd, but he replied calmly. "Help? I'm very thankful for just your words." No. You worked in Japan so long, so I thought you might have a little trouble while working in Korea. I thought you would need my help. And so I called you here to know you more. And to talk about that. Thanks for your time." "Not at all, sir. I'm very thankful for just those words of help." This was not a good intention. Kang-yoon accurately saw through Director Jung Hyun-tae's intention. Moreover, the timing was like this too. To think a situation like this would happen just when President Lee Hyun-ji was suspicious about Lee Sam-soon's qualifications. Kang-yoon was on his edge. "I want to recommend a child to you. There's a girl called Kang Ji-hee. Do you know?" "Ji-hee? Yes, I do. I think you overlooked that child. I thought you might want to take another look at her. She has skills, and she's a good kid." Kang-yoon subconsciously gripped his fists tightly. In the end, he meant that he would put a hand. He intended to grow his strength by putting a hand on a large-scale project like this. Disregarding that, it wasn't like Kang-yoon didn't have a look at Kang Ji-hee. She had not so bad skills. However, Kang-yoon pondered deeply before choosing another person than her. This was also an insult to Kang-yoon. "Director. I already know. You must have had a hard time selecting. But I want you to take another look." "Who is it again?" "The kid who has an accent like a country bumpkin. I wonder if she actually can become a star." He referred to Lee Sam-soon. How did this director know that Lee Sam-soon was selected? Kang-yoon was about to speak when he decided not to. Disregarding that, he didn't see the value in talking anymore. This was a clear abuse of authority and a breach of rights. Moreover, Kang-yoon had already promised them to go with them until the end. I can make a country bumpkin into a star, all right." At Kang-yoon's words, Director Jung Hyun-tae's face slightly twisted. "Fufu, is that so? But since we're doing it, isn't Seoul better than some country bumpkin? Seoul's not the only part of Korea, is it? I'm thinking of embracing the whole country. I'm sorry, but I have a lot of work piled up, so I will take my leave." Kang-yoon stood up just like that and left the director's office. Director Jung Hyun-tae called him, but Kang-yoon didn't even look back. "You overconfident bastard. Let's see how your I can do everything attitude lasts." Secretary Lee, bring me water." As soon as Kang-yoon left, Director Jung Hyun-tae's face twisted fiercely. The lovely secretary who entered with a cup of water on a tray couldn't help but shiver in fear when she looked at such a figure. "It's novel. Good. But why did you come yourself this time?" Chairman Won Jin-moon seemed satisfied with the report and immediately signed in approval. "The president said for me to go myself." "Really? But why?" Chairman Won Jin-moon was curious. To think President Lee Hyun-ji didn't sign a report like this. Kang-yoon's report was perfect. When he flipped the pages in suspicion, there was indeed an element of doubt at the back. "It's because of Lee Sam-soon." Chairman Won Jin-moon knew straight away. Lee Sam-soon that Kang-yoon selected, it was due to the worry about her. Of course, there was an apparent reason behind Kang-yoon's selection of Lee Sam-soon. It was approvable. The problem was that she was too different to the singers of MG Entertainment until now. A new approach would always bring pain. In another point of view, the fact that President Lee Hyun-ji, who pursued safety, declined this was quite obvious. It was a difference in thinking. I mentioned last time, but President Lee Hyun-ji doesn't approve unless there is a clear, logical reason. But if she signed despite that, then it's quite clear that she recognizes you. Is that so? Jua is still on the hots due to the momentum. Isn't there a saying that results are the best proof? Chairman Won Jin-moon didn't speak anymore. He thought that Kang-yoon would understand with just this. I understand. I will take my leave. I look forward to it this time too. Kang-yoon headed to his office after leaving the chairman's office. In the end, Lee Sam-soon is the problem. Lee Sam-soon is. Lee Sam-soon. It was Lee Sam-soon that President Lee Hyun-ji was worried about, and also the reason why a director tried to interfere in this. He obtained the signatures, but he needed to solve their worry over Lee Sam-soon. This kind of thing must not happen in the next director's meeting. Kang-yoon realized. Kang-yoon headed straight to the practice room, where Lee Sam-soon was. Mornin', sir. Yeah. Hello. Lee Sam-soon, who greeted him with a savory accent, would usually make him smile, but to the current Kang-yoon, he had no such leisure. See me for a sec? Lee Sam-soon followed behind Kang-yoon with the worry, why so suddenly? In the resting area, Kang-yoon offered Lee Sam-soon a bottle of water. Other drinks were unsuitable for trainees. Thank you. Sam-soon, is practice going well? Yes, it's going fine. The teachers are all teaching us fine, and I'm also trying my best. Lee Sam-soon's accent was savory and leisure could be felt from it. It was a thin sound like a girl, but when an accent came out, an individual attractiveness could be felt from her. Kang-yoon asked her about her current situation for a brief time before going into topic. Why don't we do a performance? A performance? Why so suddenly? It's too much to think of it as a performance, so just think of it as a presentation. We will just lightly put on the music in the street and sing. How about it? I'm good. Lee Sam-soon was refreshing. Her voice was also bright, as if she wasn't nervous. Good. Then shall we go? You mean now? Yes. Kang-yoon's decision was rapid. He immediately got the key to the storage room and packed the equipment before going to Hongdae, where street performances were everywhere. Befitting its name of the Walk of Youth, Hongdae had a lot of people. The street filled with people was bustling with activity. Sir, there's sure a lot of people. While moving the various types of equipment like the mixer, Lee Sam-soon was busying herself with looking around the place as if she was curious about everything. Company, dorm. To her who had repeated such a life, this street was wonder itself. There seems right. Kang-yoon pointed towards a square. When they finished setting the mixer, the amplifier, the camera, and the microphone, etc., people started gathering while wondering what was going on. I'm doing a mic test. Testered. Kukukuk. Muffled laughter. When Lee Sam-soon's savory voice was projected through the microphone, some people muffled their laughter. However, Lee Sam-soon didn't feel down and smiled. Instead, she smiled more brightly and waved her hands to the people. Very naturally. As expected, when he looked at that figure, Kang-yoon was reassured of his previous thoughts. The people were all laughing, but they couldn't take their eyes off her. A cute girl who uses accent, and even someone who doesn't feel down at that. Lee Sam-soon had a natal star quality. Rather than feeling down, her mood became even more lively, and she was about to have a talk show with the people if someone didn't stop her. When preparations ended, Lee Sam-soon officially greeted the people. Hello, puhaha. I'm Lee Sam-soon. I'm a trainee of MG Entertainment, and I came here to perform. Although it was small, cheers started erupting from the crowd. A cute girl was speaking confidently with an accent. An accent that didn't match her appearance was giving off attractiveness. Kang-yoon was also holding back his laughter. I'm thinking of doing a performance here. Is it all right? Oh, pull off an umana. That will be difficult since I'm weak at trot. Old-style Korean music. Lee Sam-soon laughed off the half-jokes that the audience said. The setting ended soon, and Kang-yoon gave a signal. Let's start. Yes. Kang-yoon started the music. Then, Lee Sam-soon's voice started ringing throughout the square through the microphone. It's strange. I can't hide it this heart. What should I do? The lively and light singing of a girl spread out through the square. The feeling or the tone of the accent was all gone. Yes, it's this. Kang-yoon rejoiced in his heart. People started clapping when they were surprised at Lee Samsoon's complete change in image. The people who thought that they were here for a comedy also became absorbed. It's this. Kang-yoon turned the camera through the remote control and didn't forget to capture the reactions of the audience. The usual accent is gone without a trace when she sings. It was thanks to Lee Samsoon's hard effort. This was the reason he picked Lee Samsoon. White light emitted from her already and made the people dance. Kang-yoon smiled when he saw her having a high five with the people he saw for the first time. The next day, it was the usual planning conference, but today, the characteristics were different. Usually the planning team and the stage production team and the other staff would gather and have a meeting, but today, an order came from above for even the directors to gather. It was because Kang-yoon had asked Chairman Won Jin-moon, to think you want the directors here too. It seems something is interesting, Team Leader Lee. Chairman Won Jin-moon asked Kang-yoon while entering the spacious conference room. I called them here since I have something to show to them. I look forward to it. Chairman Won Jin-moon lightly placed his hand on Kang-yoon's shoulders when entering. He was having a better impression of Kang-yoon as time went past. His work was evident, and more importantly, unpredictable, so it was kind of interesting. After the chairman, the president, followed by the directors, all entered. When they all came in, this planning conference produced a thick atmosphere that wouldn't lose out to a usual directors meeting. When everybody was here, Kang-yoon pointed the screen with a laser pointer and started the meeting. Directors, president, chairman, thank you for your attendance today. The reason I gathered you here today is to talk about the finalization of the next generation girl group members. At Kang-yoon's words, the directors started whispering to each other. President Lee Hyun-ji spoke amidst of that. Interesting. Please begin. President Lee Hyun-ji urged Kang-yoon. The next generation girl group project was an important business that would decide the company's future. This needed approval from the chairman, the president, the board of directors. Moreover, this was a planning conference. But when Kang-yoon said he had something to show them, they were all interested. Then let me begin. Kang-yoon started showing the materials he prepared one by one. This member was chosen for this reason, and there is such data, and I plan to go with this concept in the future. He added some additional materials to support them. Due to being a meeting, the directors would usually interfere a lot, but due to the well-prepared materials, there were no such things. However, the problem began at the end. Finally, it's Lee Samsoon. To briefly summarize, Lee Samsoon is an inferior student in MG Entertainment. The problem was her accent and her appearance. However, there are no problems with her skills. The appearance would be solved in due time with management. Wait. Director Young Hyun-tae raised his hand. He showed an entirely different side to him from just until now, when he kept silent. You said there was no problem with her skills. However, everyone here knows the problem with her stubborn accent. When I looked into it, not only the trainers, but even the president mentioned it during the audition, but it seems she still hasn't fixed it. Wouldn't this be interpreted as that she might be going against the company in the future? Is there a reason to select a trainee that might bring up problems even though there are other good alternatives? I already said that there's no problem with her performance. And also, to say that she will go against the company in the future just because she hasn't fixed her accent is too big of a conjecture. Trainee Lee Samsoon never brought trouble during her 3 years as a trainee. I think the reason of she might rebel against the company is insufficient. Director Young Hyun-tae gritted his teeth. Team leader Lee Kang-yoon didn't tremble or lower his head when he was in front of the directors. He spoke what he needed to, and they were clearly backed up by evidence. Director Young Hyun-tae could feel that his face was hot when his own words collapsed. An insult like this in an official place like this. It seems the directors doubt about trainee Lee Samsoon. I have something to show you. Would you have a look at this? Kang-yoon played the video he recorded last night. Chapter 19. Blowing suspicions away, too. It's strange. I can't hide it this heart. What should I do? From the video, Lee Samsoon's figure of singing and high-fiving the crowd flowed out. The figure of Lee Samsoon going into the crowd, having fun, and even playing around with them broke their impressions of the countryside, Lee Samsoon. The boyish charm kept attracting attention. Kang-yoon spoke while the video was playing. Lee Samsoon has a charm which attracts the crowd. If it's like that on the street, then I think I don't even need to mention her star quality. I selected her due to this possibility. An indigenous country girl, but a 180 degrees turnaround when she grabs the microphone. An onion-like girl who has a new side to her the more you peel. There are many marketable elements. I think it's a loss for the company to let this opportunity go. As if it was all planned, the video ended as Kang-yoon finished speaking. Silence flowed for a moment. The directors all whispered to each other to share their opinions. Director Jung Hyun-tae, who was enduring his anger, seemed to have calmed down as he spoke quite calmly. First, I applaud Team Leader Lee for digging out a talented trainee like that. Thank you. To think you dug out a buried trainee like that. I feel that your eyes are amazing. Even so, if we consider time and money, I believe that it's better to use an already bloomed talent rather than blooming hidden talents. Isn't it good if we can catch the preparation period, funding, and even the intention of planning? Kang-yoon instantly realized Director Jung Hyun-tae's intentions. He indirectly said what he said last time in his office. It was just toned down, but he was essentially saying, why don't we change her? Kang-yoon endured the fire flaring inside his heart and calmly spoke. The time now is not the time for saving, but a time for investment. Wasn't MG Entertainment a company which invested in its singers, in the beginning, no matter who the singer was? Even so, isn't it better if we save and bring out the same effect? Please consider it. Everyone, I know a good trainee. This time, Director Jung Hyun-tae tried to induce agreement from other people, but everyone just clicked their tongues. Kang-yoon decided to strike the nail. A breach of rights like this would surely happen again in the future. Kang-yoon put down the laser pointer he was holding. Director, I provided a reason and sufficient proof that trainee Lee Sam-soon has the ability and the possibility for growth. I will consider it if you provide me a clear reason. However, isn't saying that Lee Sam-soon is no good right now the same as not having listened to my story? I think this is wrong. What? Director Jung Hyun-tae's voice rose abruptly. However, Kang-yoon was still calm. Please tell me the reason why you recommend that trainee. Then, I will compare her with trainee Lee Sam-soon and consider a more worthy selection. This is my job. If the directors have the rights to approve and disapprove, then the rights for selection is mine. I appreciate the advice you gave me, but I respectfully decline your request. What? You. Director Jung Hyun-tae abruptly rose up from his seat. Kang-yoon spoke calmly, but he was basically saying, you don't have any reason behind your words. This was an insult. A conference where the one with the biggest voice won only happened in small companies. It didn't work in a place like this. Sit. Director Jung. I'm sorry. See me later. In the end, Director Jung Hyun-tae, who raised his voice in agitation, had to close his eyes due to Chairman Won Jin-moon's low voice. He was too agitated that he went overboard. Even a team leader was, in the end, an employee. He thought that Kang-yoon would die down a little when a director talked to him, but Kang-yoon instead talked back like nothing happened. The results of blurting something he shouldn't have due to his agitation were serious. His shoulders drooped thinking what kind of consequences and wrath he had to bear later. Chairman Won Jin-moon turned his eyes towards Kang-yoon. I already approved. They all have sufficient reason. Especially, using a visual material like a street performance to show us her possibility. That was interesting. Thank you, Chairman. It's your turn now, President Lee. Chairman Won Jin-moon passed the baton to President Lee Hyun-ji. I was doubtful even when I was signing this plan after receiving the report. I also judged that Lee Sam-soon was an element of worry. I originally planned to decline this paper until this worry disappeared. Although I did sign, I was quite unsettled. But you blow away our worries like this, huh? President Lee Hyun-ji was satisfied. Kang-yoon didn't disappoint her like he did last time. She seemed satisfied as she lightly clapped and gathered attention. How is it, everyone? Do we need another directors' meeting? Let's decide it here. At President Lee Hyun-ji's words, the directors all shook their heads. They didn't want to have another meeting due to the same matter. Even directors hated meetings. They were all workers too. Having gotten approval from everyone, President Lee Hyun-ji turned her gaze to Kang-yoon. From today on, I approve of the Next Generation Girl Group project. Team Leader Lee Kang-yoon, please do your best. Along with President Lee Hyun-ji's declaration, the directors' claps rang out inside the conference room. Kang-yoon coolly turned something that may have been his first crisis into trust and ended the meeting. Kang-yoon, who left earlier than usual, called Hee-yoon right away to come to a famous department store. It's so good to walk hand in hand with you, Appa. Under the bright light of the department store, Hyun's already white face shined even whiter. Her white face without blemish even without makeup, and the thin body was a symbol of a girl who needs to be protected. Do you need anything? I'm all right. Let's buy your suit first. Appa has a lot of clothes. Lies. I already saw that your closet was empty. He called her here to buy clothes for her, but Hyun was stubborn in buying her brother's clothes first. In the end, Kang-yoon was dragged by Hyun from the women's corner to the men's corner on the floor above. Your brother's so handsome. You must be proud. Of course I'm proud. Kang-yoon's heart became warm when he saw Hyun confidently boasting about him to the store staff while choosing clothes. Although he had to go through the suffering of having to try on countless clothes thanks to that. Kang-yoon said to come again later since he didn't have money, but Hyun was stubborn to the end, and they ended up buying a shirt. Of course, it was Kang-yoon's. Kang-yoon, after buying his clothing, headed to the women's corner again. He planned to buy clothes for his sister no matter what happened today. Lee Hyun, Kim Se-jin. But then, Kang-yoon and Hyun met 4 female students in uniforms in front of the store. They were wearing the same uniform as Hyun. They were lively high school girls with pins in their hair and wearing sweaters. Are you Hyun's friends? Who are you? Kang-yoon was about to say that he was Hyun's older brother, but Hyun suddenly grabbed his hand. Appa, let's go. Kang-yoon was dragged by Hyun, who firmly pulled him suddenly. At the unusual figure, Kang-yoon was confused. Hyun? What is it? Aren't they your friends? Hyun. They're just classmates. Kang-yoon felt something strange from Hyun's words. So he asked further. Hyun, are they perhaps bullying you? It's not like that. Then, they aren't bad people. Hyun tried not to talk anymore. Hyun always did her best to show her bright side to Kang-yoon, and Kang-yoon knew that well. But to think she would become this down. Kang-yoon's heart ached. As a change of mood, the two sat down in a CAF. After ordering a cup of coffee and a sweet smoothie, they chatted a lot before Kang-yoon stood up to go to the toilet. But then, he heard something strange while heading towards the toilet. Hey, what's Hyun doing here? I don't know. Did she come here to eat? Hey, I don't know about anything else, but someone buy some clothes for her. Those old clothes are so dirty. Leave it. I heard that her household is so poor that they barely have enough money for her dialysis. Let's not tease her for her clothes. Wow, lady, you're so cool, aren't you? It was Hyun's friends from last time. The girls didn't recognize Kang-yoon as they were absorbed in chatting. Hyun's uniform. It was a hand-me-down, wasn't it? They didn't even have enough money to afford a uniform. So Hyun's uniform was found from the uniforms her seniors left behind. They fixed and sewed the uniform for her to wear for 3 years, so it was as old as it could be. Kang-yoon's heart ached when he thought about his sister's tattered sleeves. He hated himself for not noticing things like these. Kang-yoon headed straight back without doing his business. Appa, what is it? Hyun. Let's go. Hyun was dragged by Kang-yoon to the 5th floor without even getting to finish her coffee. It was a uniform store within the department store. Kang-yoon took out his card and bought a uniform for Hyun. Appa, why are you buying a new uniform for me? They are too old. I'm all right, Appa. However, Kang-yoon didn't speak anymore. No, this was the start. Appa, this is too expensive. Appa, how can we buy this? Appa, it's all right. Appa. Kang-yoon started going around all the clothing stores while grabbing Hyun's hand. Hyun put down the clothes even if it was pretty after looking at the price tag, but Kang-yoon was different. Please give us these. He picked up anything and everything that Hyun seemed to like. He bought enough for the old closet at the house to become full. Hyun was shocked and kept holding him back, but Kang-yoon repeatedly said that it was all right. And after 2 hours passed, Kang-yoon's hand was full of Hyun's clothes. Appa, let's return this all tomorrow. Hyun said worriedly while leaving the department store. However, Kang-yoon shook his head. These are all yours. Hyun still seemed to not believe the clothes on in Kang-yoon's hands, as she had a dumbfounded face. She clearly knew she couldn't even dream of this due to the dialysis fee and medical expenses, so no surprises there. Moreover, every single piece of clothing was expensive. Brand-name products that she couldn't even think about usually were lined up in front of her. Hyun, Appa earned some money this time. You don't need to worry about anything, and just wear it. You know the work I did with Jua last time? I received a special bonus from that. Then you should have saved it. Didn't you use too much money today? It's all right. We need some clothes for you anyway. And Hee-yoon nagged him, but Kang-yoon was all smiles. Only the little sister worried about her older brother. Kang-yoon tightened his hands, grabbing Hee-yoon since he liked that warmth. We are going to move soon. Move? How? You know that the previous work went so well. I'm looking for one. We're going to move to a closer place to the school and workplace. It will be soon, so endure it a little longer, okay? Appa. Hee-yoon's eyes teared up. It wasn't simply because of the clothes and the house. It was because she thought about how much her brother had suffered to buy all these things. Hee-yoon silently hugged Kang-yoon. Appa, you worked hard. Let's become happy. Appa will send you to college too. Appa. Hee-yoon, you should live however you want. I will cure your illness too. Okay. Hee-yoon teared up. This kind of older brother. Where would she meet another one? Her tears wetted Kang-yoon's back. Thanks. Don't mention it. Let's go. Hee-yoon tried to carry some of the stuff, but Kang-yoon didn't let her. He didn't want to see Hee-yoon carrying luggage with her feeble hands. Hee-yoon spoke to Kang-yoon to give her some of the luggage the entire time, but Kang-yoon refused till the end. Like that, the siblings slowly headed home. The wind was cold, but their hearts were warm. Hey, Appa. Yes? What? I have something I want. What is it? Jua-uni's signed CD. Kang-yoon already gave her a sign. But a signed CD? Perhaps due to the influence of Kang-yoon working with Jua, but Hee-yoon also felt familiarity with her. The admiration that Jua pioneered her path confidently, unlike her, also played a role. I understand. It seems like Hee-yoon likes Jua a lot nowadays. Jua-uni is awesome. Cool. Especially the Japanese songs. Is it because you made it, Appa? You can kiss up too? Appa, it hurts. Kang-yoon hung his arm over Hee-yoon's shoulders while playing around. Hee-yoon poked Kang-yoon's waist as a form of fighting back. When Kang-yoon turned pale, she laughed loudly. And you know, Jua isn't Uni. You two are of the same age. I just want to call her Uni. Isn't she cool? What? Ha ha ha. Kang-yoon and Hee-yoon headed home while playing around. Next day, early morning, Hee-yoon headed to school after bidding Kang-yoon farewell. Her house and school were far apart, so when she entered the classroom, most of the students were already in their seats. Hee-yoon opened the door to the classroom and entered. However, today, a lot of gazes directed at Hee-yoon was strange. Look at Lee Hee-yoon's clothes. What's up with that? Look at her bag. Isn't that raccoon? The 1,000,001 bag. Lee Hee-yoon, her looks ain't half bad now. Hee-yoon was surprised when she saw that her classmates were all looking at her with strange gazes when they didn't even spare a glance before. Usually, she would be treated as a non-existent person, but today was different. When she sat, her seat partner approached her. Hee-yoon. Why? Something up. Her seat partner didn't even talk to her usually. But to think she spoke to her now. Hee-yoon turned her head away. You're so beautiful today. You should have done this from the start. Thanks. Yesterday, that was just the beginning. At break time and lunchtime, people who didn't usually approach her started gathering around her one by one. The neat and luxurious-looking uniform along with Hee-yoon's long hair appealed to everyone as a weak girl and provoked their protective hearts. They were curious about her until now, but the tattered uniform and the poor image prevented them from approaching. But all that changed now. Hee-yoon didn't even act weak, even though she was ill. That was important. They distanced themselves from her, but they didn't hate her, so the classmates all came to Hee-yoon to converse with her, and they became her friends. From clothes, they moved on to celebrities, and they became friends in no time. Appa, thank you. Even while talking and laughing with her friends at school, Hee-yoon still thought about her brother, who should be working hard right now. The brother that brings her happiness like these, Kang-yoon. Hee-yoon was thankful that she had an older brother like this. Chapter 20. Unintended School Conquest 1. Young Mina, who lived at home usually, was slightly dissatisfied with the forceful cohabitation due to the girl group project. She didn't want to miss the food her parents made for her, but it wasn't like she could miss this opportunity. In the end, she packed up her belongings on the verge of tears and came to the dorms. However, the true suffering just began. Nice to meet ya, Lee Samsoon. Why ya? I'm Young Mina. Lee Samsoon, the person who shared the room with her, and is the same as age as her. To Young Mina, she, who used a savory Chungcheong province accent, was a big trouble. I use this bed and you use this bed, Kay? Why ya? But Samsoon. And I sleep at 11. And ya? Aha. You gotta sleep early and wake early. That's how your breasts get bigger. Samsoon's slow pace of words was a first for young Mina. Moreover, she was cool with everything. A slow pace on top of being a tomboy when she didn't even get used to the accent. Young Mina felt that her neck became stiff. Please take care of me from now. Oh yeah, Mina. Are you close with OL man Kang-yoon? Oh, OL man. Mina didn't like accents that much. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She only heard rumors about Lee Samsoon, but when she met her for real, she couldn't laugh. Their affinity was bad. Ye? Or nay? Why so silent? Such a shame. Oh, it's nothing. Rather than close. Iwa. You ain't close. Someone might say it's savory accent, but young Mina didn't want to accept Lee Samsoon, who was far from being refined. What the hell is up with this girl? You want me to live with her from now? When she thought that she would have to live with this countryside tomboy from now on, young Mina's mentality collapsed. She felt her future becoming dark. Everything was approved, and the girl group project began. An exclusive planning team and a training team was created, and Kang-yoon distributed them work. A large-scale project since the Jua project had began. Everyone was busy. The selected girls were busy moving into their dorms and practicing after their personal schedule was made, and the employees felt their bodies aching due to all the overtime work. The girls were also looked after carefully, starting with the diet. Unlike with Jua, who could look after herself, Kang-yoon was tight with managing those candidates. They are practicing well. 1 week later, in a meeting, Kang-yoon was holding the report from each teams and was speaking. I told you at the beginning, but we will train them with teamwork as the focus for a while. They might not know anything, but they have strong prides, so they will fight a lot. You may not be able to stop the fighting, but please manage them well so that they can properly get over it afterwards. Yes. Any other opinions? There wasn't anything big. Kang-yoon ordered them, but he didn't go into detail. Raise their teamwork, do a lot of group practice. I won't get involved with the method. He used the method which respected the way the employees work, but at the same time, achieve the goal. We will end the meeting here. Kang-yoon ended the meeting. Quickly. There wasn't much group data about the trainees, so there wasn't much to discuss about teamwork, which was a very important element in the beginning. However, even this would be discussed starting next week. After the meeting ended, the people left Kang-yoon's office like a tide. After that, Kang-yoon wrote a report and headed to the president's office directly. Welcome, team leader Kang-yoon. President Lee Hyun-ji greeted Kang-yoon. It was the first report after the project was decided, so she seemed to expect a lot, as it could be seen that she was slightly excited. While drinking the coffee her secretary brought her, she started reading the report. After reading Kang-yoon's report, she signed an approval, satisfied. It's good. Thanks for your work. Thank you. Kang-yoon briefly reported about the progress. Training would be carried like this in the future, and they will focus on teamwork, these kind of things. When can we see the final result? I'm expecting 1 year. Isn't that too tight? President Lee Hyun-ji tilted her head in confusion as she expected 2 or 3 years. If it's the Kang-yoon now, it was better for him to have a safe and steady result, even if it took long rather than a fast result. President Lee Hyun-ji wanted to know the reason why Kang-yoon said 1 year, even though he didn't need to be so pressed about results. Solo singers had strength until the early 2000s, but the stage is changing gradually. Group singers, especially in their teens and 20s, are surpassing their position. Of course, solo singers are better now, but that will break soon. To do that, we need to prepare quickly. Oh, President Lee Hyun-ji enjoyed these kind of talks with Kang-yoon. In her opinion, Kang-yoon had the eyes to read the era. President Lee Hyun-ji was also thinking something similar. However, she didn't show it on the surface. Then I'll take my leave. Please work hard. Kang-yoon headed towards his own office after finishing the tea time-like report in the president's office. A juicy. However, there was a person in his office when he thought there weren't any. It was young Mina. Mina? Is something up? Team leader. I came since I have something to say. Kang-yoon was curious. The current young Mina looked like she had a lot to say. She felt like a person with many things piled up. Kang-yoon told her to sit and started listening. I think I don't fit with Samsoon. I can't live in the same room as her. Why? From the way of living or her accent? I don't like anything about her. Team leader. Can't you change? It had only been 1 day since they started living together. However, young Mina already came looking for him. Kang-yoon thought it was absurd, but he pressed his urges down and spoke. And how many days has it been since you started living in the dorm? 1 day. You can't say you want to change rooms after just 1 day. Moreover, Samsoon didn't do anything wrong. If you don't have anything more to say, then please leave. Kang-yoon cut it clearly. Young Mina was a rare talent. But listening to a selfish request like this was not possible. Kang-yoon thought of these as training. Team leader. Go to practice. Kang-yoon didn't speak anymore. He didn't console her either. In these situations, he needed to come out strong. He thought like that. Although he knew that Young Mina felt sad. But for now, he needed to look at a bigger picture. In the end, Young Mina left the office dejected. Of course, Kang-yoon also didn't feel good. However, he needed to be clear-cut about things like this unless he wanted problems popping up later. It was the lesson he learned in his time as a manager for 7 years. It was when Kang-yoon was about to finish the report. The door suddenly opened. Tada! Appa! I have returned. When Kang-yoon lifted his head in surprise, a girl with small stature loudly appeared with spread arms. It was Jua. Kang-yoon sighed as if all energy left him. At least knock. Will you? What is that reaction? You aren't delighted to see me after such a long time. Yeah, whatever. Good to see you. What the hell is this feeling like I'm being bowed to? I'm delighted to see you after such a long time. When Jua expressed her disappointment, Kang-yoon laughed with a pfft. Jua acted however she wanted in private places. Kang-yoon, after finishing the little work he had, brewed tea right away. Thanks. But you're horrible at brewing tea. Just drink whatever you give, will you? Ha ha ha. You know your sins, right? Sins? What sins? Eat and run with the Japan case. I will use this excuse until I die. Jua wanted to keep working with Kang-yoon. Even though she created that much chaos in front of Chairman Won Jin-moon, she didn't get Kang-yoon back. Jua, who had experienced a damage like this for the first time, had no choice but to give up, but she put it somewhere in her heart. That's my fault. I don't know anything about that. My resentment is like the sea. So audacious? Do whatever you want. First, forgetting that, give me a signed CD. Signed CD? What? The topic changed and Jua was curious about Kang-yoon's request. She heard that Kang-yoon requested for her sign last time too. Of course, she put more effort into that sign than when she did it for other people. She signed on a photo, which there was only one of, so there was nothing more to speak about. I'm giving it to my little sister. She's your fan. Little sister? You had a little sister? She's the same age as you. Oh, really? You're quite far apart. We are. Please. I will. But you know, I can't give it to you now even if I wanted to. The third batch was sold out, so we're on to the fourth. It was a problem even if the album sold too well. Well, although, thanks to that, the company was all smiles at the sales. Well then, please. Yeah, it's your request. Then I'll believe you. After that, Jua listened to Kang-yoon's advice on what to do in the future. Kang-yoon talked to her about her attitude or the people she need to get along with. Jua was naughty most of the time, but she did engrave what Kang-yoon said to the point that she wrote them all down. After they talked for a long time, Jua stood up after looking at the clock. Then I'll take my leave. I need to get on the plane. You're busy, huh? See you later. Don't worry about that CD. When Jua left, Kang-yoon was devoid of any strength as he just experienced a storm. She is as lively as ever. Jua left and Kang-yoon laughed. Her grade changed, and when the new semester started, Hyun felt good to go to school nowadays. She made friends, and the number of people she talked to increased. She didn't talk a lot, but it was a massive change compared to the Pa when she was quiet and felt like she didn't exist. Perhaps due to this kind of change, liveliness filled Hyun's face more than ever. Limit N to 10. Maths. A time of horror when everybody sleeps due to the sleeping drugs known as numbers and polygons. Hyun resisted the urge and focused on the class. It's not easy. Of course, no matter how she looked at it, maths wasn't easy. The teacher solved all the questions, but Hyun was stuck. Hyun raised her hand after trying numerous times. Excuse me, T. It was the moment Hyun raised her hand to ask. Bruin. From the window, a loud engine sound could be heard. What is that car? Where? The students all ran to the window at the loud engine sound ringing out through the whole school. The surprised teacher also ran to the window as if he just got hit with a missile. However, outside the window, A red car that could only be seen on TVs was running through the school sports ground. That's a Porsche. For real? I'll beat you up if it isn't. F*CKU. I bet my entire fortune on it. Car otakus were all excited. Why was an expensive car like that here? Is there some rich tycoon in our school, etc.? Various predictions started spreading. And finally, the car stopped and a man and a woman stepped out. Hey. That's Jua. It's Jua. SH*T. F*CK. It's the real Jua, the hottest celebrity nowadays. The first celebrity who the students admired the most and was jealous of the most, Jua, was slowly walking towards the school. Chapter 21. Unintended School Conquest 2. Lunchtime. Kang-yoon was at a Chinese restaurant with Chairman Won Jin-moon and President Lee Hyun-ji. The sweet and sour pork of that place was first class, so it was a place that Chairman Won Jin-moon visited a lot. This place is known for its sweet and sour pork. Let's eat. The black soybean noodles and the sweet and sour pork, which was hunger-provoking, came out, and they took up their chopsticks. Chairman Won Jin-moon asked Kang-yoon while mixing the black soybean noodles. You said you had a little sister? I do. If she looks like you, then she will be a beauty. Why don't you bring her here? Who knows? She might hit it off. Ha ha. Chairman Won Jin-moon laughed. Of course, it was half joke and half serious. As he knew that he had no ill intentions behind it, Kang-yoon laughed it out. Unfortunately, my sister doesn't have any interest in the entertainment industry. Well, that's a shame. Isn't that true, Miss Hyun-ji? It is. As hard as ever, At the angled attitude of President Lee Hyun-ji, Chairman Won Jin-moon laughed. He didn't want her so hard even at lunchtime, but President Lee Hyun-ji was as hard as ever. The three were eating when Chairman Won Jin-moon's phone started dancing wildly. It was a call from the secretary office. What is it? What? Jua is. At the word Jua, both Kang-yoon and President Lee Hyun-ji stopped eating. Now that's something. I understand. The call ended, and Chairman Won Jin-moon turned his gaze towards Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon. Yes, Chairman. You know what Jua did? Huh. Well, what to say about this? Did Jua create a problem? Kang-yoon was confused. Jua wasn't a person to create trouble. She wasn't gambling, nor dating, or had any strange interests. But Chairman Won Jin-moon was grabbing his head as if he had a headache. It's the first time I've seen this kind of situation in my life. They said she went to give your sister a CD. C in high school, is that right? What? Kang-yoon's voice became high-pitched. Did lightning strike a plane in some clear skies? They said she made a newbie manager drive a Porsche, and she went there while emitting the aura of a celebrity everywhere. Thanks to that, the school was paralyzed, and it's all chaos now. They said even the police was dispatched. Hey, Kang-yoon. Before the savoriness of the sweet and sour pork disappeared, Kang-yoon left the restaurant. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Take a picture, then sign, then take a picture, then sign. A signing event was already taking place in Hyun's school. Sob. I love you. Me too. Jua hugged a male fan skillfully and showed them extreme fan service. There was one manager and no guardian, but she was very daring. Jua Uni. Just believe in me. And what Uni? We're friends. Hyun looked at such Jua with worry, but Jua winked as if it was all right. The school was considerate and even stopped the school, and thanks to that, Hyun's third year, fourth class was filled with people to get a sign from Jua. Yun Jua. But then, a sharp voice that pierced through the crowd exploded. The students whispered to each other about what his identity was, but the person penetrated the human wave, ignoring all those. Hey, it's here. Moreover, Jua was calm. The one who went through the students with difficulty and stood in front of Jua was Kang-yoon. Appa. Hyun. When Kang-yoon was panting while standing in front of Jua, Hyun was at her side. They were even crossing arms as if they became close already. Surrounding them, people were standing in a circle, and the people who wanted a sign were standing in a line. Get out. It's my turn. Kang-yoon was about to be pushed out even though he came here with difficulty. Uffed. At that figure, both Jua and Hyun laughed. I'm sorry. You'll get your sign soon. This is a team leader from my company. He's not here to receive a sign. Oh, okay. And he's also Hyun's older brother. Not only the male student waiting for the sign, everybody in the classroom widened their eyes. I knew something was up. Jua was sticking to Hyun for that reason. Team leader? How high is that? Theirs. Wow. Envious eyes, amazed eyes, dazed eyes, etc. The gazes looking at Hee-yoon was various. The look of the people who thought that Jua was crossing arms with Hee-yoon as a fan service changed. Jua, why are you speaking? What's wrong with it? Hee-yoon, you can be proud of your brother. The one who made me hit it big in Japan was Kang-yoon Appa. If it wasn't for him, I might not be able to go around like this, you know? Really? This time, Hee-yoon's eyes widened. Kang-yoon's face tickled when he heard praises in front of his sister. Jua, stop sugarcoating it. Let's go already. The students have classes. No. Kang-yoon was about to take Jua out when he heard the exaggerated reactions from the surroundings. It was a shout by all the students with one heart. Kang-yoon was surprised. Students should study. This. See, Appa? This is my popularity. Kang-yoon, in the end, smacked Jua's head. Ouch. It hurts. Please let me hit you today. Come here. Hike. Violent team leader, go away. Jua produced a speed to hide behind Hee-yoon quickly, and a scene was created. The students naturally recorded this lively scene. Later, one of the photos from the students' phones with Jua being smacked by Kang-yoon would become a legend with the title Jua's Humiliation and become a topic. This is not it. Lee Jun-yeol threw the papers to his manager. Manager Yoo Sung-cheol was insulted badly, but he endured as if he was used to it. Hyung, you're saying this is wrong, and that is no good. It's the 10th plan now. We changed the planner 3 times already. Arg, I don't know. I'm about to go crazy. Lee Jun-yeol roughly bit the cigar and spat out smoke. His stuffy heart came out as smoke. While looking at that dark expression, manager Yoo Sung-cheol calmly explained. They said that this is the best choice considering our situation and budget. Hyung, this is enough. If you keep being stubborn, then comebacks or whatever, they will all become bubbles. So you want me to have a comeback on a stage like this? I'm Seti. You are doing this to me too. Seti. Real name Lee Jun-yeol. As a singer on his 4th year, he was a solo singer who climbed to the top once. And such a person was trying to have a comeback stage in 2 years. They tried to have a showcase for the comeback stage, but there wasn't enough budget. And to request TV stations, there weren't any stages he liked. In the end, they chose an open radio broadcast, but now, it was the stage that was the problem. As Lee Jun-yeol trashed every stage sketch he had a look at, the one whose heart was boiling was manager Yoo Sung-cheol. If you say everything is no good, then it really will be bad. Hyung, at this rate, you'll have to delay your comeback. Solving that is your job. I'm going crazy. He was stubborn like a little child, and he didn't listen to words. In the end, manager Yoo Sung-cheol was only boiling his heart until he came out. Hey, Sung-cheol, did you persuade him? Outside, President Kim Tae-soo of Duca Entertainment, which Lee Jun-yeol belonged to, was waiting. He approached thinking, what if? He doesn't listen. President, what should we do about that? In the end, it's this. Oh, I'm going to go crazy. That dumbass. We've already made the distribution contract with MG, so if the comeback isn't made, it will be all ruined. President Kim Tae-soo was unsettled. The comeback was literally advertisement. What good is there if there's no advertisement, even if an album comes out? The office will be flooded with those albums. He rapidly spun his head. If a person were cornered, he would do something. Sung-cheol. Yes, President. I'll go visit MG for a bit. You want to delay the distribution contract? Are you crazy? Are they people who would say they will do that just because we said so? I'll request for help. Who was it that made Jua big again in Japan? Lee Kang-yoon. No way. How can we meet that kind of person? President? President. Manager Yoo Sung-cheol didn't even finish speaking, but President Kim Tae-soo took his blazer and ran outside. He was desperate. He needed to hurry. There was an incident that was not an incident with Jua, but Kang-yoon's company life was peaceful. In the morning, he would receive a report about the girl group project, and after ordering some improvements, he would organize some materials. In the afternoon, he would go down to check on the practice rooms, and he will have a meeting with the planning team and the budget team about the project. After leaving work, he would have dinner with Hee-yoon and finish up, and his day would be over. It was a repetition of these kind of days. Without a big problem, Kang-yoon's days flowed like water. Until one day, it was when Kang-yoon went up to the president's office for a report. President Lee Hyun-ji approved of the report and put it on the side, and Kang-yoon said goodbye before leaving. Would you take a seat? There is something to talk about. At the unusual development, Kang-yoon was confused. A conversation with the president. Originally, talking with your superiors was a nervous thing. Moreover, President Lee Hyun-ji showed manners of making the coffee herself. His nervousness increased. Do you remember about the concert team I talked to you last time? The thing where you told me to take something up if I had time while doing the girl group project? Yes, that. The concert team which only worked for the company will grow in size, and I'm planning to operate a specialized concert team. I want you, team leader Kang-yoon, to supervise that concert team. It referred to planning, producing, etc. a concert performance as a whole. A big company like MG Entertainment had enough surplus resources to operate a concert team by itself. If it operated solely for the company before, now they were thinking of expanding to receive requests from outside and do it professionally. President, working on the girl group project and on the concert team is in no way easy. Of course, rewards will follow. You checked your bank account after the work with Jua ended, right? Kang-yoon stepped back once, but President Lee Hyun-ji stepped forward towards him. And with money too. Kang-yoon was shocked at the number of digits he saw for the first time on his bank account. And he could do various things for Hyun. President Lee Hyun-ji continued speaking. I believe that team leader Lee has ambition. If this concert team goes well, I'm thinking of making it an independent corporation. Kang-yoon gulped. A team I was in will become an independent organization. This was something huge for a salaryman. Of course, a successful career wasn't everything for Kang-yoon, but there was merit in that he could look higher. It's a cool-headed decision from judging team leader Kang-yoon until now. If you weren't here, I would have never thought of activating the concert team for real. The girl group, concerts, I offer you in thinking that we can do both. Let's do this together. Kang-yoon hesitated. This was definitely an opportunity. Trap? That wasn't possible. However, he still thought over it carefully. He also thought of his past. I did hear that there was a concert team in MG Entertainment. However, I didn't hear about its size. If they wanted to raise it, then I would have definitely known about it. But raise it like this. In his knowledge, the scale of the concert team of MG Entertainment wasn't big. And so, they sometimes outsourced important concerts. But to raise that team, an unknown future was definitely a source of fear. However, Kang-yoon felt excited. I will try. Concert team. A new challenge. Kang-yoon nodded his head strongly. President Lee Hyun-ji seemed satisfied and held out a paper. This is the first work for the concert team. Kang-yoon received it. SETI comeback request. SETI? Wait, that delinquent. From the start, it was a tough customer. Thinking that doing a concert together won't be easy, Kang-yoon resolved himself. Chapter 22. A plan that overcomes blanks. 1. SETI, who has a comeback stage after 2 years, splendidly ruins the comeback and disappears. Kang-yoon, who came back to the office, opened the envelope and fell into thought. SETI, who made women's heart flutter with his mellow voice and the emotional songs that matched it after his debut, went well for 2 years before disappearing suddenly. He came back after 2 years, but he received adverse criticisms such as his voice changed or he lost the feeling, etc., and ruined every single album he released. The first concert is unlucky. This season was definitely the season when he recovers after 2 years of blanks, meaning that his time was over. However, as he thought that it wasn't good to reject the work without even meeting in person, Kang-yoon decided that he would decide after he gathered some materials. He searched the internet and requested the reference room about the materials related to SETI. Soon, articles about SETI piled up on Kang-yoon's desk. This is enough for him to get doomed. After having a look at the materials, Kang-yoon sighed. SETI earned too much money within a short period. He made a hit as soon as he debuted, and the money and popularity raised his arrogance. In other words, he had star complex. The star complex made him sink rapidly, and eventually, he played around too much without managing himself well, and he got sick. His throat was hurt. That's why he rested for 2 years. While looking at the documents categorized as important, Kang-yoon shook his head. In any case, after effects of throat injuries are very serious. The possibility to recover to the former voice was very faint. Even if he could sing, there was no way he could know that the people would accept the change in the voice. Kang-yoon closed the documents. The priority was to meet the singer himself. Although he was aware that the future of the singer known as SETI, he had never met him. Kang-yoon contacted Duca Entertainment right away. Greetings. I'm Lee Kang-yoon from MG Entertainment. As if they had already received a call, the work progressed smoothly. SETI's manager, called Yu Sung-cheol, was very kind and he lowered himself, saying that he would attend to Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon didn't delay and set a schedule and set off right away. Although he could tell them to come, Kang-yoon set off thinking that he needs to have a look at the situation himself. Was Duca Entertainment so small? Kang-yoon arrived in front of Duca Entertainment. Duca Entertainment was on the second floor of a small 3-level building. He heard that they were doing well once, and they had enough money to rent the whole building, but now they only had 1 floor. Kang-yoon felt strange and went inside. Hey, what is this? The smell of smoke. As soon as Kang-yoon entered, the stuffy smell of smoke stung his nose. Kang-yoon, who never expected to smell smoke in an entertainment company, creased his face. Gosh, smoke. Excuse me. The man seemed surprised at Kang-yoon's creased face as he took back his offered hand. Kang-yoon only looked at the man then, and he became awkward. I'm sorry. It was a bit awkward. No, it should be me who's sorry. This is why I said to meet outside. Let me introduce myself. I'm called Yu Sung-cheol, and I'm in a position of a manager and the Secretary of General Affairs. Lee Kang-yoon. The person called Yu Sung-cheol had a VE expression and a chubby body. His personality looked good. After a brief exchange of greetings, the two sat down and went into topic. The open broadcast, FM, and walking with the actress Young Shin-hai. It was at 6 o'clock on Saturday, right? Yes. It's in 3 weeks. Did the TV station permit you to? We only received a time from the radio station. SETI Hyung wants a lot of stage devices. Of course, we know that it's difficult, but sigh. Manager Yu Sung-cheol also seemed fed up with SETI as he sighed. If one used too much stage devices on an open radio broadcast, then it would be a nuisance to other singers. But SETI was stubbornly requesting it, so he was fed up. Kang-yoon had a look at the demands slowly and spoke. Then it's better to have a showcase. To do that the money. And they don't have enough budget for it. Kang-yoon sighed. Since we're using the same stage as other singers, we need to be considerate towards them. It's a bit of a stretch to think that it is our own stage and mobilize so many devices and boast material superiority. Then you need to go with a showcase. That's why we requested of you. It's because we can't think up of a good method. Kang-yoon felt his headache. What do they want to do? This, not enough money. That, it's difficult. He was fed up. Then first, let's meet SETI. Where is he? Where is he? Kang-yoon looked around when a door opened with squealing sounds coming out from behind the door. Then a handsome man with short hair and a woman wearing tight clothes walked out while stuck together. It was the singer SETI, Lee Jun-yeol. Ho 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 appa. So cool. So, what did you do then? What do you mean? With a sledgehammer, Whoa, darling's so manly. A low-quality conversation that was uncomfortable for even men to hear went past. Kang-yoon was dumbfounded. Someone was here to work for him, and that same someone was playing around with women. I'll take my leave. Kang-yoon didn't have anything more to say. He had a look at the reason why SETI failed in the past he knew. He came to discuss the plan, but the singer in question didn't even show interest and had a woman beside him. It was evident that such a singer would fail. Sorry? No, team leader. Wait, please here. If it's such a person, he would fail in whatever he does. There's nothing more to speak about. Manager Yu Sung-cheol grabbed Kang-yoon in panic, but Kang-yoon returned. In his past life, he had seen singers in his 10 years of continuous failure. No, he rolled around at the bottom of the industry in his 7 years as a manager before he went into the planning. The people he saw from then failed, not from effort, but from talent. However, that man called SETI had the talent, but no effort, and he was rotting his own time. The thought that he should waste time on such a man didn't exist. Why? You're the concert planner that said you'll come today? Nice to meet you. I'm SETI. However, as if ignoring Kang-yoon's words, Lee Jun-yeol offered a handshake as if nothing had happened. The smirk on the corner of his lips said, "That's cute. Do some more." Hyung. This person is. Manager Yu Sung-cheol was shocked and blocked SETI. However, Kang-yoon's anger was already at the limit. He stiffened his face and took a deep breath and met his eyes and spoke with a low voice. You're pathetic. Oh, you should be in the middle of practicing to warm up your voice now, but with a woman. I can estimate why this company became like this. Team leader. When Kang-yoon provoked SETI, manager Yu Sung-cheol was shocked and tried to hold Kang-yoon back. However, Kang-yoon, who was now angry, didn't intend to stop there. If it's the current SETI, he will fail no matter what he does. I can declare that. I don't want to see him again. Kang-yoon then turned back. The fire was raging inside his heart. He didn't even want to think about that singer who smoked and played around with a woman. Team leader, please listen to my story. I don't think there is a need to listen anymore. I'm sorry. Manager Yu Sung-cheol clung desperately. But Kang-yoon left the place just like that. However, even when Kang-yoon went back like that after insulting him, SETI only smirked. What the hell is that guy? Ah, my luck must be bad. Isn't it right, Appa? Hey, what is it, Appa? You go too. However, Lee Junyeol pushed away from the woman he was playing around with for a long time. The woman complained as she didn't know the reason before swearing at SETI and leaving. Ah Hyung, do you even know who that person is? Ah F***CK. Manager Yu Sung-cheol felt like he was about to go crazy. They had persuaded MG Entertainment after a long time. President Kim Tae-hoon begged until his knees gave out to move the concert team. Of course, the distribution contract was also important. Now that they kicked away the hope they just begged for, he wanted to XX that problem child. That person just now, it's that person, right? What? Manager Yu Sung-cheol was on his edge. However, Lee Junyeol ignored that and continued speaking. The one who said that he would make my comeback stage. Yes, and you chased him away. Ah, really? That's the guy who put Jua on top of Japan. The one you talked about last time. Oh, really? However, he didn't seem to care. But then he thought again for a moment before speaking. Hey, Sung-cheol. Oh, really? Why do you keep calling me? Was there anyone who insulted me right in my face like that until now? I don't know. You went well before. But he directly rejected, eh? That's interesting. What? Rejected? The next day, President Lee Hyun-ji widened her eyes after she heard that Kang-yoon rejected the work with SETI. What's the reason for your rejection? We don't have anything to profit from this. Even though it's the first work, it isn't that good. And what is your reason for your judgment? First work was essential. This was the first work that the concert team of MG Entertainment had received. They could only accept other work if this work went well. Kang-yoon wanted to say that SETI's mentality is completely rotten, but he held back since it wasn't an objective material. And so, Kang-yoon prepared a document and held it out towards President Lee Hyun-ji. His voice changed too much in his 2 years of rest. Even if we plan a stage for them and pull out, if words that the expected comeback singer failed comes out, then it may negatively affect us. SETI contains a risk. This is what you want to say, right? That is so. But a risk contains a return. Didn't you succeed with Jua last time, even with a risk? At that time, Kang-yoon had a clear proof. However, there was no evidence of success now. Most of all, SETI's mentality was done for. Kang-yoon could still see the SETI who came out with a woman in his arms. Jua could take on the risks. Ability and support, both of these were in place. However, SETI's different. The company's small, and his ability is also doubtful. I judged like that. I understand. If team leader Lee judged like that then. President Lee Hyun-ji nodded her head. She had trust in Kang-yoon. She knew that he had good eyes for people. Kang-yoon headed to his office after reporting to the president's office. The concert work ended without him even trying, but the rookie work was still underway. He turned on the computer to work on that. However, the phone in his office started ringing. It was a call from the lobby. What is it? Singer, SETI, says he's looking for you. SETI is? I don't have anything to speak to him, so turn him back. He says he will wait until you finish work. Suddenly, Lee Junyeol invaded and said he would wait. Kang-yoon was dumbfounded at the unpredicted incident, but he snorted. Chapter 23. A plan that overcomes blanks, 2. Hey, isn't that SETI? SETI? Whoa, what's he doing here? The trainees whispered to each other while looking at Lee Junyeol, who was sitting with crossed legs on a sofa. The light shining from the window emphasized his already handsome face, and it was all the rage, especially with the girl trainees. Young ones. They're cute. Lee Junyeol stayed in the lobby while giving out signatures and sometimes advice to the trainees. He spent time looking at the passerbys and playing games on his mobile phone. However, the person who said he contacted Kang-yoon didn't appear. Is it not yet? He says for you to return. It was already the 10th time. Now, the lobby staff didn't even contact Kang-yoon since they were fed up with it. At first, they called each time due to his looks and name value. But now that it was turning dark, Their gazes turned into looks that were given to insects. Such an interesting guy. Lee Junyeol became curious about Kang-yoon. How could he meticulously ignore him like this? Of course, he was angry. However, his curiosity was bigger. He was curious that Kang-yoon said that he would fail despite living well until now. I'm doomed for today's evaluation. Samsoon, how about you? I failed too. And so refreshingly too. How about you, Young? I'm A-Lee. Young is my surname. It was night, and the moon was already high when the last batch of trainees came out while chatting. It had been a long time since the lobby staff left work. What is this? That guy's still at work. Lee Junyeol was dumbfounded at the fact that Kang-yoon didn't leave when even the trainees had left. But he didn't want to return like this. He refused to yield, now that he came all the way here, and he didn't want to leave before seeing that face. Seti? It was only after a long while after the trainees left that the one who he wanted to see had appeared. It was Kang-yoon. This guy who didn't even show himself, even worked overtime, and left last. You? You still didn't go? I don't have anything to speak to you. He was surprised that he waited until now, but Kang-yoon didn't think much about it. He hadn't the slightest thought that he would do a stage with him by changing that person. That only came out in books and movies. In this regard, Kang-yoon was realistic. I can't get my head around it no matter how I think about it. It has no relation to me. And why are you so impolite? You're younger than me. Kang-yoon also didn't hold back. Some people crawled up when he stayed polite. Said he was one of them. Lee Junyeol was in the last stages of Star Complex, where he put everyone beneath his foot. Kang-yoon didn't want to work with such a person. Lee Junyeol, who was looking at Kang-yoon for some time, laughed as if it never happened. Ha, you're indeed interesting. Yes, Hyung. Cool. You say everything you want. Just do your thing and embrace some girls. I don't confront delinquents. Kiki. Delinquents, He was severely insulted, but Lee Junyeol only laughed. Kang-yoon didn't see the value to confront him. He's crazy. It'll become bad if I confront him anymore. Kang-yoon wanted to leave the place as he was worried that he would get caught up in something strange. There wouldn't be anything good if he talked with the meticulously self-centered Seti anymore. However, Lee Junyeol said something out of his expectations. Hyun, let's do a concert together. And he said something absurd to Kang-yoon. What? Please make my comeback stage. Kang-yoon was dumbfounded. He didn't know what he had just heard. What did you just say? Comeback. Yeah, comeback. Kang-yoon was dumbfounded. When? He looked at Seti's face. It was full of playing around as he was smirking the whole time. Kang-yoon suppressed the fire in his heart once and turned serious. I refuse. No, I respectfully decline. If you have a comeback right now, you will fail with 100% chance, so I don't see the necessity to waste my energy on you. Fail? Me? Absolutely. Your voice changed, so how can you not fail? Grab. Lee Junyeol violently grabbed Kang-yoon's collars. He was playing around when he said that, but he didn't know that Kang-yoon would poke him where it hurts so directly. He was an always smiling Seti, but his face turned fierce in an instant. You dare? Do you think that the people won't notice? It's over with a star when the delusion breaks. Transformation? Transformation is when something changes to become better, and you think your voice changing is a transformation? That's not a transformation, but a disfigure. Why don't I use a better word? It's mutation. It's not progress, but regress. You. Kang-yoon said all those harsh words without blinking. However, Lee Junyeol couldn't argue against it. The hands that grabbed Kang-yoon's collars trembled. Seti, who carefreely spoke until now, was long gone. But even after that, you don't put in any effort, and you've immersed yourself in women and smoking. And you want me to make a stage for you? If it was the god of music here, I don't know. Selling albums after a comeback in 3 weeks? Not possible. In the end, Lee Junyeol let go of Kang-yoon's collars with trembling arms. However, all energy had long since left his body. Lee Junyeol, who acted carefreely, was long but gone. But if I have any advice for you, that is to quit smoking. Smoking is the worst thing for a singer. Kang-yoon left Lee Junyeol. Lee Junyeol already seemed to have lost all his strength as he plopped down. It was his complete defeat. He won't come again, right? Arrogance drags a person into hell. Although he won't work with Seti, he wished that Seti would put an end to his arrogance. He purely wished for good singers to go well. Of course, the choice was his. Lee Kang-yoon. Lee Kang-yoon. Lee Junyeol glared at the lobby after Kang-yoon left while grinding his teeth. With a trembling body and bloodshot eyes. Hanyu, let's see. You do not lack anywhere. Thank you. A personal interview that happened once a week. Kang-yoon was drinking a canned drink while talking with Seo Hanyu, who was drinking coffee. Of course, the drinks were without sugar. Seo Hanyu was nervous while looking at the graphs that evaluated her. I think you are looking at the fruits of your hard work. Singing, dancing, you do not lack anything. The trainer's evaluations are also good. Thank you. But this part, about the eye-catching. She isn't very eye-catching, but does her role. What does this mean? When Kang-yoon asked about the star quality, Seo Hanyu became silent. Hanyu, I want you to be a little more enthusiastic. Enthusiastic? I'll explain it in simpler terms. First, let's put singing training and dancing training to the minimum and do other things. I will set a schedule for training outside as the basis. When she heard the word outside, she stiffened. She didn't like the outside that well. However, Kang-yoon didn't bother about it and kept writing. In the end, a special schedule outside was created especially for Seo Hanyu. After creating the schedule, Kang-yoon asked, "Are you doing well with the unis?" "Yes, I'm doing well. You shared a room with Christy, right? Do you think you can get along? If you exclude the fact that she snores at night, then yes." Kang-yoon almost burst out laughing, but he suppressed it. Being too honest was also a problem in itself. To think she snores with that face of hers. Kang-yoon thought that he should bury it somewhere in his heart. Kang-yoon sent Seo Hanyu away, and he approved some of the budget reports. These were to be taken to the president's office. It's going well, but there's less used budget than I thought for this month. I think I can use it somewhere else. And when he finished writing the report, it became night. Kang-yoon stretched his arms and hurried home. But then, when he went to the lobby, there was a voice which called him intimately. "Seti, I came here to see you." "Hi." It was Lee Junyeol, who even grabbed his collar. However, such a figure was gone. It was as he had bipolar disorder, as his expression was full of smiles. "What is it again? Hey, we're done being polite with each other, right?" Kang-yoon had a headache. To think he came back after all that insult. While Kang-yoon was grabbing his head to think of a solution to send him away, Lee Junyeol spoke. "I thought about it a lot yesterday. Yes, your words are all correct. My voice changed, and I didn't put in an effort. Smoke? I smoked like crazy to forget all that. People say that you should control evil with evil, so I even believed in an absurd thing like smoke can make me better. But the result is this." Kang-yoon narrowed his eyes. He didn't understand what Lee Junyeol was saying right now. Is he confessing his sins or something? However, he calmly listened. In the end, I started doing things as I wanted. My throat was becoming worse, but I had loads of money. Playing around was fun. Women? I played around to the point of being fed up. Meeting women was so easy when I had the money. Rubbing and rolling around. I did everything I wanted to do at that time. But the more I played around, I thought strange things. I'm a singer. I'm supposed to be singing, but what is this? Things like that. And so I even recorded things. What is it that you want to say? I did record things, but the stages were all not to my liking. No, to say it correctly, I was afraid now that I was going to sing. My changed voice, wouldn't people say something about it? Will it be all right? My heart was pounding. I was scared. My entire body trembled in fear. However, a man should have face. How can I say this? And so I rejected all of them. I won't do it. And I met you. Then don't do it. I'm not a Catholic priest who listens to confessions. Kang-yoon felt like he was talking with a drunk man. He asked himself, and he answered himself. He got excited by himself. Lee Junyeol was like that. Kang-yoon felt that he didn't need to listen anymore and turned back. But Lee Junyeol desperately clung to him. "Hyun, I was wrong. Please make my stage." Kang-yoon doubted his ears. He blinked his eyes while thinking what he had just heard. Nobody has ever said things like that to me. In fact, I also thought that I was probably a little worse than before, but I never thought that I would fail. I just vaguely thought that this was wrong. However, you told the entire truth to me. I was angry at first, but when I thought about it, your words were all correct. I'm scared to stand in front of my fans with this voice. However, if it's you who told me about myself clearly and looked into me, helped, I think it'll be possible. Help. I beg you. Lee Junyeol kneeled towards Kang-yoon, who had his back towards him. He was serious. Kang-yoon was surprised at Lee Junyeol being so serious, but he didn't show it on the surface. Kang-yoon calmly spoke. I already said yesterday, I don't want to invest my time and effort in something that has no possibility. And this industry is not as easy as you think it is. You won't succeed just because you've changed your mind. You should know this, right? Young, perhaps the god of music could do it, but it will be difficult for me. If you have truly changed, then you will be able to do well even by working with other people. Kang-yoon tapped Lee Junyeol's shoulders and left for home, with the kneeling Lee Junyeol behind him. He did feel bad, but Kang-yoon did his best to ignore it. Oh my god! Isn't that SETI? Whoa, what is up with that? The next day, as soon as the employees of MG Entertainment came to work, they saw an amazing scene. It was a scene where SETI was kneeling in the lobby. He wasn't taken away since he wasn't in the way of the entrance, but everyone whispered to each other. Chairman Won Jin-moon and President Lee Hyun-ji also found this absurd after they got off the black sedan. Interesting things sure keep happening nowadays, Miss Hyun-ji. Indeed. They ordered their secretaries to look into it and went to their respective offices. It was all chaotic after that too. All the trainees and employees talked about Lee Junyeol. Predictions and rumors that he was proposing or he was the secret illegitimate son of the chairman swept across MG Entertainment. Lee Junyeol. Hyung, you came. And finally, the source of the problem had arrived. Kang-yoon sighed when he looked at Lee Junyeol, who greeted him in the same clothes as yesterday. SETI. Morning rush hour. There were many people inside the lobby. In the middle, Lee Junyeol was kneeling in front of him. People's gazes focused on him, and people started whispering to each other. Kang-yoon was the current hot icon of the company. Lee Junyeol was once a well-going singer. One was kneeling while one was receiving, so it was, of course, chaos. Did you actually spend the night here? Yes. I waited for you. Huh. Kang-yoon thought it was absurd. Due to the characteristics of an entertainment company, there were a lot of cases where people had to work overnight, so it was indeed open 24 hours a day. Of course, security was meticulous. Kang-yoon grabbed a guard who stayed overnight and asked. When he heard that it was indeed true, he could only be dumbfounded. But why? I said it, didn't I? Help me. I think you heard what I said yesterday. Don't do useless things like this and return. Although he was surprised that SETI stayed the whole night, Kang-yoon was cool-headed. Even while looking at Kang-yoon scanning the ID card to enter and going in the elevator, SETI shouted loudly. I'll wait for you. Kang-yoon thought it was absurd as he sighed. This kind of recklessness was a first for him, but he did slightly pity him. There was a somewhat absurd trouble, but Kang-yoon's day was ordinary. He approved, and he got things approved, and he held meetings, and there was nothing special. The problem occurred at night. He finished early, so he was about to go home when he saw Lee Junyeol still kneeling in the lobby. The people whispered to each other as they passed by, and the lobby staff seemed to have given him something to eat, as kimbap and bread was placed in front of him. When he looked at Lee Junyeol waving at him, only a dry laugh came out of his mouth. He thought about Lee Junyeol a lot since the night before, but he couldn't decide on a direction due to the risk and the profit. He thought that he wouldn't be here today, but he was here today. You're here. You are amazing. I give you that. Didn't I say that it won't do without you? I should have refused. Even if you're like this, it won't work. Then what should I do for you to do it? Am I hopeless? Because my voice changed? Will the people really not accept me like this? I'm over just like that. Whether it was the people at my company or the people I worked with, they all said this. You're SETI. Your singing will work. However, you're saying different things. And so I'm worried. And I think that if you say I can do it, I can really do it. I believe that if you say I can do it, I can definitely do it. I should tell you why you really can't do it. Kang-yoon plopped down to sit in front of Lee Junyeol. He felt the curious gazes of the people around him, but Kang-yoon didn't bother with it. Your voice is a significant element of worry. However, you didn't try to overcome that element of worry or use it. You escaped it all and fell into abyss. Smoking, alcohol, women. It's good to enjoy these moderately, but you couldn't control yourself. I can't work with such. I will stop them all. What? I will stop them all. Smoking, alcohol, women, and everything. I will just do as you say. The resolution could be seen inside Lee Junyeol's eyes. And Kang-yoon also felt it. However, he was worried. It was easier said than done. In the end, Said he didn't do well. Is there a reason I should do this despite all that? There was no need to take risks. Work will keep coming his way anyway. Moreover, he had already reported to President Lee Hyun-ji that he wouldn't do it. However, he did change Jua's future for the better, and he was changing the trainee's future as well. Even if it's SETI, wouldn't that be true? Wasn't there a value worth challenging? Due to Kang-yoon, the album, which should be settled around 10th place on the Oricon chart, topped it and was sweeping money from Japan. Even if it wasn't to this point, couldn't he change the future? Kang-yoon, who pondered for a long time, spoke with lights in his eyes. First, let me hear your voice before I decide. Really? Then, voice first. Let's go. Lee Junyeol rejoiced like a little kid. Kang-yoon meant that he would consider it, even if it were just a little. Kang-yoon told him to stand up, and Lee Junyeol tried to stand up. But as he was kneeling for such a long time, he couldn't straighten his legs easily. In the end, Kang-yoon had to help him up. Where did your manager go? Vacation. I can't show him such an uncool side of me, right? You're something, all right? While looking at Lee Junyeol, who was going to the underground floor with the help from Kang-yoon, people who were leaving work whispered to themselves. While going through those whispers, Kang-yoon and Lee Junyeol headed towards the underground studio. Wow, to think I'm entering the studio of the renowned MG. Is this place that famous? Of course, this is one of the big 3 studios. It's renowned for its sound quality being good. The conditions are good. But are your legs all right? I'm all right. I can do it sitting. Lee Junyeol sat down after limping. Kang-yoon turned on the machine and sat in front of the mixer and configured the settings. He matched the settings to match his voice. Lee Junyeol's music wasn't there, so he had to go with a recording of a famous song. Just a little faster? Just a little? A thick and pleasant voice rang throughout the studio. It was the low voice that the fans liked. However, the problem came after that. But, my love, is still? The higher the pitch became, a strange change happened. SETI was someone who exploded out at a high pitch after grabbing their hearts with a low voice at the beginning, but power was insufficient in the high parts. Of course, it wasn't a big change. One had to be conscious about it to notice it. It's getting weaker. The SETI reflected in Kang-yoon's eyes was shining brightly with white light at the beginning. However, as the song progressed, the white light became fainter, and at the end, its density became a lot lower. After the song ended, Lee Junyeol carefully spoke to the microphone inside the studio. How was it? Kang-yoon thought for a bit. It isn't as good as in the past. As expected, is that so? You worked hard. Lee Junyeol, who heard a not-so-good evaluation, came out nervously. Kang-yoon sat in front of him. I'm not as good as I was in the past, it seems. Is it really difficult? I'm craving for a cigarette. Lee Junyeol took out a cigar from his pocket as he always did, but he put it back in the end. A habit sure was a frightening thing. Kang-yoon clicked his tongue as if it was absurd. You said you'd quit. Sorry, forgive me for just this time. Really? Bad hand. Okay, let's pack up. Then we're really doing a concert together? Kang-yoon kept pushing Lee Junyeol away, but the thought that it wouldn't do without Kang-yoon pervaded Lee Junyeol's mind. He thought that, if it was him, he could do other things for him other than just setting him on the right path. A significant risk always brings together a significant profit. Kang-yoon thought about it. If the reactions of SETI's comeback stage was good, then he will be able to receive better work after it. Although albums were a bit of a stretch, Kang-yoon decided that he would do something if it was just the concert. I'll think about it more for the next few days. First, keep what you said last time. Yes. This referred to smoking, women, and other things like these. Lee Junyeol nodded his head like a little kid. Kang-yoon emphasized again as if it was still worrying. Words are easy, especially smoking. Quit it unconditionally. If you smoke even once while preparing for the stage, then the project is over. Okay. I will put this in the contract. Then, didn't I say I will think about it for the next few days? Quit smoking by next week. Let's talk then. Now return. I'm scared that people will spread rumors about me if you keep kneeling like that in the lobby. Thank you. Lee Junyeol finally smiled brightly and hugged Kang-yoon. However, it was a man's. Kang-yoon hated it. Let go. Thank you. Go away. Kang-yoon was a man who preferred the soft embrace of a woman rather than a hard embrace of a man. Until second year, Hee-yoon's school life wasn't that enjoyable. Thinking that she had to graduate high school at least, she dragged her weak body to school, while receiving dialysis, but due to her weak body, it was difficult for her to hang out with her friends. Moreover, poverty made the other kids around her age not approach her, as they were at the ages where they liked to make themselves up. Hee-yoon was always alone. However, starting from her third year, her school life became different. Her clothes were obvious, and starting from the time that rumors that she was friends with Jua spread around the school, evaluation about her became entirely different. Huh? It's solved like this. Yeah. If you look here, the limit value is. Hee-yoon now had a friend that she could ask questions that she didn't understand too. Thanks to that, her school life became very enjoyable. The past that she didn't want to talk about to Kang-yoon, as she didn't want to make him worry, was gone. Thanks. No, Hee-yoon, What is it? Do you have anything to say? The class leader who taught her a math question stuttered. The class leader seemed to have something difficult to say as she kept touching her glasses before speaking with difficulty. Why, Jua's signature. Can I get one? Jua's signature? Didn't you receive one last time? The line was too long. Even the rich would become fans if they saw a singer once. The bookworm class leader who said she had no interest in singers was the same. Hee-yoon said okay and accepted it. The class leader said thanks and even copied the notes she took for Hee-yoon. When half of the afternoon classes were over, Hee-yoon left early. It was to receive dialysis. She left school with her bag like normal, but a familiar person was waiting there. Appa. Hello. Kang-yoon leaned on the school gates and greeted her. Appa, aren't you supposed to be working right now? Today's an early leave. You gotta go to hospital. I said I could go alone. As her brother was always busy, it felt bad to her to take his time away. However, she was also thankful that such a busy person was spending time with her. Hee-yoon knew very well that Kang-yoon treated her as the number one. After starting dialysis after arriving at the hospital, Kang-yoon sat in front of Hee-yoon, and they talked about a lot of things. It was mostly about the trainees. Hee-yoon enjoyed the story about her peers that Kang-yoon talked about. So that Mina girl keeps calling you Ajusi. That's what I'm saying. I keep telling her not to, but I don't know why, but she keeps doing that. It's probably because she likes you. No way. Do you call a man you like Ajusi, Hee-yoon? No, but I'm probably right. That Mina girl is probably doing that since she likes you, Appa. No way, not possible. Then should I call a girl I like Ajuma? Hee-yoon, Ajuma? Say that again, and you will receive a beating. The conversation inside the hospital was enjoyable, but it wasn't long. The exhaustion due to dialysis made Hee-yoon fall asleep, and Kang-yoon headed to the doctor to see the current progress. The doctor said that there were no significant problems. Kang-yoon, who heard that nothing was different from usual, headed to the hospital entrance. It was because he craved for a smoke. Phew. Kang-yoon was refreshingly exhaling smoke when a familiar shadow could be seen distantly. It was a school uniform. That wasn't fancy, but it was a middle school girl with an eye-catching tall height. Seo Han-yu? To think that Seo Han-yu was at the hospital when she should be at practice. Kang-yoon was confused. However, it was more laughable to tail her. He decided to ask her in the next personal interview. After he finished smoking and waited for the smell of smoke to go away, Kang-yoon headed to the ward. She's still sleeping, Hee-yoon, who was still under dialysis, was sleeping without a care in the world. Kang-yoon gently stroked her hair. Hee-yoon, this time, I will definitely let you live for a long time. I'll let you marry, have kids, and live a happy life. Definitely. You don't have to worry about anything, and just keep on living. Okay. Kang-yoon's greatest wish. That was for her sister to live a healthy life like ordinary people and marry and live happily. His motivation to hold out despite failing every singer he put his hands on in his previous life was Hee-yoon. While looking at Hee-yoon's calm face, which was gently shined on by the sunlight, Kang-yoon smiled peacefully. Chapter 24. A Plan That Overcomes Blanks. 3. Evening. It was the time when people scanned their ID cards to leave for home. Kang-yoon also joined the queue. Of course, he had a different objective. I shouldn't think of leaving early today either. Everyone was leaving work, but only Kang-yoon was leaving to eat. It was because his work piled up massively due to work with SETI. Moreover, he also had to work on the girl group project from time to time, so he had a lot of work. In the end, today's overtime work was set in stone. Kang-yoon was powerlessly leaving the lobby when someone grabbed his hand. He turned back to see it was young Mina. Ajusi. Oh, it's Mina. No way. I was trying to surprise you. She wanted to see Kang-yoon jump in shock, but it didn't turn out as she expected, so young Mina seemed disappointed. However, she still lively came to Kang-yoon's side. Are you leaving? No, I'm going to grab something to eat. Are you also? No, I already ate dinner, and I came out to drink some coffee. Is that so? Work hard. Kang-yoon was about to turn back when the strength grabbing his arms became stronger. Hey, we've met, so it's disappointing if you go like that. I heard you were going to get coffee. Treat me. Young Mina requested with liveliness. Kang-yoon smiled. The only trainee who treated him like that within the company was her. Of course, there was one singer, but this kind of no-restraint attitude was cued in his eyes. What do you want to have? Yay, Frappuccino. What the heck is that? Kang-yoon tilted his head in confusion at the name he heard for the first time, but young Mina dragged him to the coffee shop, which was next to the company building. It was famous amongst the trainees as a shop with tasty coffee. Welcome. You came today with one of the company people. Good evening. Owner. Young Mina seemed to be a regular as she talked freely with the proprietor. They talked about what was happening in the company and what happened to her for the last few days. Kang-yoon quietly watched her figure. What do you want to drink, Juicy? Me? The same one as you. Kang-yoon ordered the same thing and sat down. The coffee came soon, and when Kang-yoon was about to stand up to get it, young Mina stood up first. No, I should be the one doing this. It's all right, sit. Oh ho. Kang-yoon went ahead of her and brought the coffee. After that, he even set the cup holder and a straw and held it out to young Mina. Thank you. This is nothing, but this has fresh cream on it, huh? Yes, it's very delicious. I see you gotta exercise like crazy, huh? Eek. Young Mina was doing well until she was given a scolding because of the fresh cream on the coffee. Of course, it wasn't long. Young Mina, who didn't lose her liveliness at Kang-yoon's scolding, started talking to Kang-yoon in delight. From talks about training to school life, she talked about everything without hesitation. Just that there was nothing about Lee Samsoon. It was a private place, so Kang-yoon also didn't talk about practice or evaluation or the sort. He just silently listened to her story like an older brother. Young Mina, who talked for a long time, seemed to hesitate, but in the end, asked something. How many brothers and sisters do you have? I have one little sister. Little sister? If she looks like you, then she would be skinny, right? Kang-yoon had long legs. Hee-yoon also had an excellent ratio, although she was too thin. My sister? She's pretty, all right. How about? Kang-yoon stopped as he was about to say something. Young Mina was an orphan without parents or siblings. However, young Mina gestured that it was all right at Kang-yoon, who was embarrassed. It's all right. Well, that happens sometimes. Anyway, how old is your sister? She's 2 years older than you. And perhaps because of that, we don't fight. If you two are that far apart then, you shouldn't fight. You're an uncle rather than a brother. Hey, did she poke his weakness? Kang-yoon and young Mina started getting friendly. Young Mina said with a slightly envious tone, I'm jealous of your sister. Well, I have lots of friends too. Who? The two's talk blossomed as the conversation went on. The two kept finding common topics. Kang-yoon laughed it over when he saw young Mina spotting details to continue the talk, while thinking girls at that age must be like that. It's time to practice. You should go. Yes, I will take my leave first. When it was time, Kang-yoon stood up and took away the empty cups. Young Mina tried to do it herself, but she muttered while looking at Kang-yoon, who took it first and was heading to the bin. That's what you call a cool man. Of course, young Mina strangely couldn't forget Kang-yoon's back figure as he was putting away the cups. The studio Duca Entertainment rented was a small one. At that place, Lee Junyeol was in the middle of practicing emotionally with a microphone in his hand. I was like that from the beginning. What should I do? What should I? Outside the studio, Kang-yoon and the people from Duca Entertainment were listening to his voice. I never knew I would get to see Junyeol practicing so hard. Team leader, you are unbelievable. President Kim Tae-hoon of Duca Entertainment smiled. It wasn't a neat smile, but it was sufficient to express his satisfied emotion. I also don't know how long it has been since Junyeol Hyung practiced. I always looked around arcades or motels to find him. While remembering the past 2 years of suffering, manager Yoo Sung-cheol felt deeply touched. As he thought that he didn't have to have a hard time looking for Seti, he thought it was a dream. However, unlike the touched people, Kang-yoon's eyes were sharp. Strictly speaking, his eyes were directed to the light exuded by Lee Junyeol. It's too faint. It was bright at first, but as the pitch became higher, it became fainter. Kang-yoon was agonizing about what to do with this part. At Kang-yoon's advice, Lee Junyeol resumed going to the hospital, but as expected, he only heard that it wouldn't be easy to return to his former state. It won't be easy. He quit smoking, so I have no choice but to do this now. Lee Junyeol kept his promise of quitting smoking. Moreover, he even abandoned women whom he liked so much. And while saying it was a proof of his resolve, he also cut his long hair short after he grew it for such a long time. At Lee Junyeol, who was as if he would listen to all of Kang-yoon's orders, Kang-yoon had to submit. Thanks for your work. Oh, Hyung. When Lee Junyeol saw Kang-yoon, he came running and hugged him. Kang-yoon felt uncomfortable at first, but when he knew that Lee Junyeol was originally like this, he let it go. Hyung, what's up? Whatchamacallit, a stage scratch? Weren't you busy doing that? It's sketch. And I'm not the one doing that, but the stage production team is the one doing it. Oh well, I thought you were doing it. I'm kinda disappointed. Enough of that. How's your condition? Are you alright? You've heard me. I don't like it. Lee Junyeol seemed not to like it as he shook his head. However, he had to adapt to the already changed voice. Or to develop that voice. I have something I want to hear and something I want to say. That's why I'm here. Oh really? Sung-cheol, get us something to drink. Lee Junyeol directed Kang-yoon towards a sofa on one side. Soon, manager Yu Sung-cheol gave them simple drinks. It was orange juice in a plastic bottle and paper cups. When he saw that, Lee Junyeol sighed. Please understand. We're all men here, so we don't have anything to give you. Well, there's nothing wrong with this. First, I've received the set list. Already? That was quick. When are we? Last. Lee Junyeol became interested when he heard that the order of sequence for the open broadcast. However, when he heard that they were last, his eyes widened. Oh, last. Yeah, why? Didn't you like being eye-catching? You can set a comeback stage as last. That's my job. To do the fancy and beautiful stage you want to do, then the last is the only choice. If we want to shoot air shots and spray liquid nitrogen, then last is the best. Hyung. Last in the sequence was usually given to well-known singers. To think that he, who went on hiatus for 2 years, was last. Lee Junyeol was touched and hugged Kang-yoon again. Let go of me. Ah, really? I don't like men. Ayuyu, my beloved Hyung. I want to smooch you. Come here. Go away. Kang-yoon was frightened. However, Lee Junyeol, who enjoyed his reaction, clung to him more. Kang-yoon barely shook him off and continued speaking. Now the stage is set as you want. However, there is a problem. Whether my singing gets through or not. Yes. And so, Kang-yoon was careful. It was because what he was about to speak right now may touch a singer's pride. However, he hesitated for a brief moment before saying with confidence. The song that matches your voice, let's pick it again from the album. At Kang-yoon's words, not only Lee Junyeol, but the people who were only listening, like President Kim Tae-hoon and manager Yu Sung-cheol, all froze. Practice room where 5 girls were. Focused on practicing. The door slowly opened, and Seo Han-yu came in. Seo Han-yu, aren't you late? I'm sorry. The trainer was looking at Christy In's posture before finding Seo Han-yu reflected on the mirror and said with a high voice. It's the 3rd day already. Did some screws get loose because you were already selected for the singer team? I'm sorry. Seo Han-yu lowered her head like a sinner. She was 30 minutes late. There was no room for excuses. Being on time is the basics of the basics. You weren't late, even once until a while ago. Is there a reason? The trainer asked, but Seo Han-yu didn't answer. She was asked multiple times by the trainer, who saw that Seo Han-yu couldn't answer, didn't ask anymore, and just checked as late. Talk to the team leader later. Yes. Okay, Han-yu came, so let's practice once together. When Seo Han-yu came into position, the main teamwork practice started. Han-yu, what is wrong? Did something happen? It's nothing, Uni. You look really tired. Han Ju-yeon asked Seo Han-yu, who looked exhausted, with worry, but she didn't answer clearly. The 6 girls' practice continued. Kang-yoon's words of changing the title song could be considered interfering with Duca Entertainment's work. However, Lee Junyeol had no hesitation. Sure. Junyeol. As if he would believe even if Kang-yoon said that the sun rose from the west, he had no hesitation. It was instead President Kim Tae-hoon who tried to stop him. Title. Songs aren't to be changed easily. We have to change a lot of things including the concept and the album cover photo if we have to modify the title song. We also did a music video already. If we want to retake one, it costs a lot of money. He says it doesn't fit my voice. It's better to go with one that does. Clinging onto something that will fail is the same as touching a dead person's balls. Junyeol, where did you learn that? How could I stop you? Do what you want. Lee Junyeol couldn't be stopped once he was on something. As always, President Kim Tae-hoon lost to him. It was the sadness of being the president of a small company. Hyung, what song is better? That should be decided by you. Can't you do it? Me? That's intruding authority. It's all right. It should be better than now. How did he change so drastically? Kang-yoon couldn't understand the race known as singers. But as he was the one to offer it, he thought that he had to take responsibility and pick the song himself. When Kang-yoon gave his approval, Lee Junyeol jumped in delight, and he was about to play the album right away. However, Kang-yoon shook his head. Sing it yourself. Weren't you going to choose after listening to it? Live is better, right? It is, but you want to listen to all 9? Sing them once. Think of it as practice. Lee Junyeol went inside the booth and prepared to sing. The setting was already done, so there was nothing else to do. Matching Kang-yoon's signal, the song started. Not this. The first song, Light in You. Befitting of being the first song, the impactful high pitch was pleasant to listen to, but Kang-yoon shook his head. The light coming out from Lee Junyeol was weak, and the changed voice came out clearly on the high parts. After that, the next song flowed out, and Kang-yoon paid attention to the light. This is no good either. The color is too. It wasn't gray, but the white wasn't clear. Like the custom color panel on the graphics program shop, he had to differentiate many different colors of white and their intensity, so he had to put all his mind to it. And as he also had to listen to the music, he had to focus on his ears too. There were many things to pay attention to. First, second, third, fourth. They were all not to his liking. Hyung, how is it? This is also no good. What do you think? Me too. I think the second one was better. Lee Junyeol drank a lot of water as he was tired from singing all those. It was reasonable. Should we continue some other time? No. If we're doing this now, then we should finish it. I'm all right. And your throat. Don't treat me like a patient. I'm all right. Lee Junyeol stood in front of the microphone again. He was tired and exhausted, but his eyes were shining. Kang-yoon saw that and played the next song. Memories are better than partings. It was the ringing bass tone again. It was no different from usual. However, the change started from the middle where the tone became higher. While looking at the faint this is it. The faint light until now was not there. From Lee Junyeol, blinding white light came out and filled the studio. The voice piercing the ears also harmonized with the pitch and the melody and enhanced the song. Kang-yoon gripped his fists. He had the feeling. The thought that he definitely had to do this song pervaded his mind. Chapter 25. A plan that overcomes blanks 4. When Kang-yoon signaled Lee Junyeol to end it, Lee Junyeol came out of the booth while wiping his sweaty forehead. It seemed as he was tired after singing so many as his shoulders were dropping a lot. Hyung, is it all right to not do any more? How about we go with this? This? You mean that this is the best, right? In my opinion, yes. Although, you're the one who'll decide. He talked like that. But in fact, there was no way that Lee Junyeol, who became Kang-yoon's follower, would go against Kang-yoon's words. President Kim Tae-hoon and manager Yoo Sung-cheol were just there for show. Good. I put this towards the back since it was easy to sing. It's good for me. It was to the point that President Kim Tae-hoon, who was standing behind Kang-yoon, seemed pitiful. If a star became too dominant, then this became frequent. When Kang-yoon saw President Kim Tae-hoon, who looked like he wanted to say something but couldn't due to Lee Junyeol being so happy, Kang-yoon pitied him. Now that they changed songs, they had to go over the concert again. Stages changed according to the characteristics of the song, so there would be a lot to change. Of course, the order of sequence that Kang-yoon received wouldn't change, but there would be a lot of shifts in the stage production. Thanks to that, Kang-yoon became busier. Then, practice hard. Kang-yoon called for a meeting with the production team via phone and stood up. He didn't have a lot of time, so as he felt that he would get busy, he felt hurried. Hyung, thanks. I will do my best. Work hard. Kang-yoon left Duca Entertainment and headed to his office. He had to process the work he couldn't do while he was held up with Lee Jun-yeol. As soon as he arrived at the company, Kang-yoon headed towards the meeting room. When he arrived, the production team was already waiting for the materials prepared. Good day to you, team leader. Good day to you. Shall we begin? Kang-yoon first told the production team of the changes in the song. Then, all of them repeatedly listened to the modified song until they were used to it. Lee Jun-yeol made Kang-yoon in charge of all the stage-related things, and thanks to that, the production team had to know the song well. When one was in charge of a lot of things, a lot of responsibility would follow. The finale would be important. Staff Lee Jae-jin, who was good with special effects, spoke. He thought up of the timing to put in special effects as he was talking. How about we do a confetti cannon after the second chorus ends and the key changes? At the word confetti cannon, Vice Chief Kim Chon-soo retorted. It's a place with a lot of wind. If we do a confetti cannon, then too many confetti may fly towards the audience. How about an inflatable tube arch? But if we're aiming for a concentrated effect, the confetti cannon is. The two's discussion about the special effect became long. Kang-yoon was listening for a short while before interfering. L-World concert stage is indoors, but it's a wide area. Considering the space, an inflatable tube arch would be better aesthetically. But the noise is the problem. Let's go with a confetti cannon. Kang-yoon's role was organizing. The team members would freely talk about their own opinions, and when the stage director does the first organization, Kang-yoon did the final approval. There weren't any cases where people suppressed each other by saying that each other was wrong, nor were there cases where people tried to teach the other. The meeting that Kang-yoon wanted was also this kind of meeting. The production meeting continued for a long time. It was a short 5-minute performance, but an enormous amount of preparation was needed. At the scene, and at the office, Kang-yoon needed a vision that can take both of these into account. To have this vision, the 10 years of failing in his past life and the 7 years as a manager played a major role. When his daily schedule was over, the moon was already high up in the skies. Han-yu is always late these days. While clearing up his office, he looked at the trainer's report, and there was something which caught his eyes. It was the part where it was written about Seo Han-yu being late for 3 continuous days. Being late or absences were strict, as even trainees may have to leave the company due to those. And this was about 3 continuous days. Let's ask tomorrow. The trainees would all have finished before this time anyway. Kang-yoon checked Seo Han-yu's documents before leaving the office. As he was about to go down the elevator stopped at the 3rd floor. Kang-yoon was about to press the close button quickly when he saw that a practice room had lights on. It was the practice room that the project team was assigned to. Is there someone? It was already very late. Although the dorms weren't far, to think that someone was still practicing. Kang-yoon slightly smiled smugly. He quietly approached the training room and peeked inside through a small window. Seo Han-yu? However, it was Seo Han-yu, who was late for 3 days, was there. She repeated the song practice today again and again. When Kang-yoon saw this, he became confused. Is she doing extra practice since she couldn't catch up with the rest due to being late? As he knew her, Seo Han-yu was from the effort faction. She was an honors student who would quietly practice until she became able to do it if she considered that she didn't do well. However, she lacked the charm to appeal to the people, so there were talks about other trainees becoming jealous of her. Kang-yoon quietly went inside. Ah! Seo Han-yu stiffened when she looked at Kang-yoon, who popped out from nowhere. Team leader. Why are you so surprised? No, it's nothing. Good evening. Are you doing personal training? Oh yes. I think I have insufficient practice. Seo Han-yu was a shy girl. When she stood in front of Kang-yoon, she couldn't speak well. There was the thought that Kang-yoon was the highest person who was in charge of her, so that nervousness became even bigger. Why are you trembling so much? And no. What trembling? I'm not here to scold you or anything. Practice is a good thing. Just don't overdo it. But Han-yu. Yes, team leader. You were late a lot these days. Did something happen? Seo Han-yu became silent. No, she opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything. It was clear that she was hesitating whether to speak about it or not. Kang-yoon realized that, and he shook his head. Tell me if something's up. Don't keep being late. Okay. Yes. I'm sorry. We're on the same team already. We're going together until the end. Do you understand? Yes. Kang-yoon noticed that there was definitely something up with Seo Han-yu. Hospital, late, and even extra practice. He didn't know exactly, but he definitely knew that something bad was happening with her. Her actions were too different from her actions normally. However, rather than forcing her to talk, Kang-yoon decided to wait. Take a taxi. Team leader, it's all right. Then I'll get going. Kang-yoon handed her more money than the taxi fee needed to go to the dorms, with words that even though the dorms weren't far, it wasn't good for a girl to walk alone at night. Thank you. When Kang-yoon left, Seo Han-yu didn't feel real. It was a good intention that she didn't expect. Moreover, she thought Kang-yoon as a scary person that evaluated her, so she didn't even imagine that Kang-yoon would show her such affection. Seo Han-yu briefly stared dumbfoundedly at the door that Kang-yoon left via. As expected, this is what I wanted. Lee Jun-yeol was delighted at the technical writer, refers to a document with details about the stage preparation that Kang-yoon brought. Wow, what's an electronic violin? Lee Se-yoon, I heard this person was hard to scout. I put some effort. Don't hit on her, okay? I'm not the me from the past, Sir Saint. Lee Jun-yeol was delighted like a little child while looking at the documents that Kang-yoon brought. To think it was an open radio broadcast where he would have his comeback stage, it was too grand. There was no need to speak about the devices, and there was even a special orchestra. Moreover, he could estimate how much effort Kang-yoon put in as this was done with a small amount of budge. Hyung, you aren't going to request more money. Right. I'm not that shameless. It's also my first work, so I need to do well. That's true. If I do well, then everybody becomes happy. Lee Jun-yeol was simple-minded. Kang-yoon didn't know whether to label him as pure or what, but it was a character that he couldn't hate. Then are we rehearsing right now? You're right. We will be going through it for the final time when we're at that place, so practice hard. Don't worry. Who do you think I am? It's because I know who you are that I'm worried. I said just believe in me. I'm steady, you know. Kang-yoon left the Lee Jun-yeol with brimming confidence and left Duca Entertainment. When he thought that there wouldn't be an occasion he would go to that shabby second floor again in the future, he felt both refreshed and disappointed. Now, it's for the real stage. Kang-yoon resolved himself as everything would be decided on the day itself. A few days later, L-World Outdoor Concert Stage. A special stage for the open radio broadcast was installed, and a technical rehearsal was underway. According to the set lights, the engineers checked the sounds, and they checked the various stage devices and were preparing for the open broadcast. Wow, I'm nervous, all right. At that time, Lee Jun-yeol was inside the tent made as a temporary waiting room. While making a record of arriving 3 hours earlier on the scene, which was unthinkable for the past him, Lee Jun-yeol had a look at the technical rehearsal, greeted the staff, and just looked around the stage leisurely. Hyung, are you really Jun-yeol Hyung? What? You? There was an accident where manager Yoo Sung-cheol was too touched and pinched Lee Jun-yeol's cheeks before getting beaten up, but Lee Jun-yeol had changed a lot. As he, a well-known delinquent, changed like this, the people seemed not used to this as they all had confused reactions. Look at everyone being surprised at my transformation. Right. Manager Yoo Sung-cheol raised both of his hands in defeat at Lee Jun-yeol, who was enjoying this. When the technical rehearsal ended, the pre-rehearsal to check the line of sight began. The singers who arrived checked the microphones to see if it matched their voices, checked their line of sight, and had time to adapt to the stage. Hyung, now it was Lee Jun-yeol's turn. He found Kang-yoon while testing the microphone and waved his hand vigorously. At this mindless action, Kang-yoon grabbed his head. Check the sounds first. Yes, sir. Lee Jun-yeol, who answered every one of Kang-yoon's questions, became a topic amongst the staff. Words about who he was for SETI to listen to him like that became a rumor and spread around like a wildfire. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, no one connected Kang-yoon to Jua. What was left were the camera rehearsal and the run-through rehearsal. Although it was a radio, an open broadcast was accompanied by cameras. The camera moved along the line, and they checked if there were any errors, and the starting time was nearing. At that time, Kang-yoon was inside Lee Jun-yeol's waiting room. Is your condition all right? Of course, it's the best. Today's cloudy, so the sound may get heavy. So bear that in mind. Okay, you don't have to worry about today, I think. What's your evidence for saying that? I have a good feeling. I saw many who failed while relying on their feeling. You can trust my feeling. I will shock many today. Please do, and do well. Kang-yoon tapped Lee Jun-yeol's shoulders once and left the waiting room. Now, he had done everything he could. Preparing for the unforeseen while waiting at the back of the stage for the results. This was what he had to do now. Lee Jun-yeol started talking to the coordinator who was making him up while closing his eyes for the foundation. Hi G. Yes, Appa. How's that, Appa? You mean team leader Lee Kang-yoon? He's just cool, I guess. Lee Kang-yoon, who set Lee Jun-yeol straight and made him sing again properly, was also popular amongst the ladies. The reason was that his manliness stood out. The coordinator wasn't that much different. Hee. That's right, isn't it? Shall I introduce him to you? No way, Appa. Really? Of course it's a joke. Hey, it's hurting my eyes. The coordinator, who rarely made mistakes, slipped her hand. Whether it was due to the lie or the embarrassment, Lee Jun-yeol had his eyes terrorized. Of course, he reaped what he sowed. Welcome to FM and Walking Open Broadcast. Hello? I'm Young Shin-hai. Yeah. With the greeting of the actress Young Shin-hai, cheers erupted in the crowd, and the open broadcast started. Young Shin-hai was loved by the people due to the gentle voice, befitting of her careful image. Today was the same. She attracted the people's gazes with a white one-piece that didn't show a lot. You can look forward to the people appearing today. The number of people increased as time went on. People started gathering in the L world. 300, 500, 1,000. People kept gathering, and the heat of the open broadcast became hotter. Yes, thank you, people from Echo. There's a singer next, but while he's preparing, why don't we listen to a story? Kang-yoon, who was at the mixer, started becoming nervous while looking at the cue sheet. It's here. After the story, it's Seti's stage. Kang-yoon's throat started becoming dry rapidly. He prepared with his best, but a concert was always a chain of uncertainties. In the end, he could only drink water. Unfortunately, this is the last stage. People's disappointment filled the venue. However, we've brought a person who's befitting of the last stage. I should say farewell, as this is the last stage. Thank you, everyone, for coming today. The people's clapping burst out. Young Shin-hai continued speaking. He's a tough person to find. We didn't know whether he ascended to the skies or disappeared into the ground, right? But he came back. The crown prince of ballad. It's singer Seti. Waya. The biggest cheers until now erupted from the crowd, and Lee Jun-yeol's stage began. Chapter 26. A plan that overcomes blanks. 6. I'm still in that place, as I always am. Lee Jun-yeol's, aka singer Seti's, song, Still, was ringing out the crowd who were immersed in excitement. The dense and rich low tone dug into the audience. The faint lights became brighter, and the stage started going in the central orbit. Kang-yoon watched that breathlessly. From now on is the real thing. The change in key. At this part, Kang-yoon paid attention to the light emitted from Lee Jun-yeol. The lights that the singers emit didn't get hidden by the lighting. Instead, it stood out even more. The stage effects were critical components that made the singer's light brighter. Kang-yoon kept paying attention to whether these effects mixed well with Lee Jun-yeol. While looking at the blurry UI, the low tone was becoming higher and higher. Kang-yoon paid attention to the audience. This was the showdown whether the people would accept the change in Seti's voice or not. On the stage, white smoke, made by liquid nitrogen, produced an effect of wonder, and as the lights reflected, the picture of the stage became more beautiful. It's here. I think about you when I live. The changed key dug Kang-yoon. This was the most sensitive part. Kang-yoon constantly watched the audience's reactions as to whether they received it well or not. The audience that waved and the audience who listened to the music quietly all came inside his eyes. I will think about you forever. The first verse ended. Amidst the accompaniment, Kang-yoon's eyes became busier. This was an open broadcast. If people didn't like it, it was that harsh. However, an amazing scene reflected in Kang-yoon's eyes. Seti, 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 Seti. I love you, Seti. Instead, aren't the people rejoicing at the changed voice? Whether it was Lee Jun-yeol or Kang-yoon, they became more cheerful due to the passionate reaction from the audience. Especially, Lee Jun-yeol's voice became more powerful as if he received strength. I don't always think about you when I live. At the even more powerful chorus, the audience stood up. No, they rushed out to the front of the stage. At the sudden incident, a situation where the stage management team urgently sent some personnel happened. However, Seti lightly waved his hand, and became one with everyone. This was stage manners that came from experience. I will think about you forever. I will think about you forever, dash. Even though it was a song the audience heard for the first time, they started singing along. Seti's absorption ability was amazing. However, the song hadn't finished yet. What do I do, this heart? I will show you more. Lee Junyeol's voice exploded out more and more. As the pitch became higher and the atmosphere became tenser, the people's reactions exploded out more. And the confetti cannons exploded, and gold flakes started fluttering throughout the air. Those flakes produced an even more beautiful wonder along with the lighting. I will love you forever. The beautiful stage became calmer before it ended with Lee Junyeol's voice alone. Thank you. Wah-ah-wea. Seti, Seti, Seti. The song faded out, but the people's voice calling Lee Junyeol only became bigger. While feeling touched, Lee Junyeol did a thumbs up towards Kang-yoon at the back of the stage. Kang-yoon also silently nodded. You did well. You worked hard. These were his meanings. Lee Junyeol successfully made a comeback splendidly, grandly and beautifully amidst the crowd's cheering after his 2 years of blankness. Thank you for your hard work. Everybody cheers. Cheers. After the open broadcast had ended, Lee Junyeol said he would treat the people who worked hard and held a get-together. Perhaps due to the successful stage, Lee Junyeol seemed delighted as he shouted cheers while going around. His wholehearted feelings could be felt from the way he poured the alcohol to everyone. Leaving the loud table, Kang-yoon quietly tilted his beer glass. In his front was President Kim Tae-hoon. Team leader, thank you for your work. Please, have a cup. Thank you. The two poured alcohol into each other's glasses and started talking after clashing their cups. Of course, the topic was the comeback stage that happened today. It's the first time I've seen such an amazing stage like today's. It wasn't his exclusive concert or anything, but everybody was shouting out Seti's name, and I was just moved. I still can't forget the people's figures screaming Seti, even though it had been 2 years. Team leader, I thank you again. President Kim Tae-hoon even teared up. He put all his effort into returning Lee Junyeol to being a singer after he had to stop due to his throat. However, the path was long and distant. Lee Junyeol kept straying, and the company became harder to manage. In the end, they recorded as the last time, but the comeback stage was no good. Kang-yoon was the one who appeared then. This is the beginning. The marketing from now on, and managing that bomb is in your hands, President. Ha ha ha, a bomb, you say? You're right. He's a bomb. Today will just become the foothold. The event in the future or TV programs. All of them is in your hands, President. You will have to work hard. I know. I won't get pushed around by Junyeol as I did in the past. I learned a lot from you, team leader. Such as that you have to speak what you have to. Going with whatever the singer says, just because that person was a superstar, made Duca Entertainment arrive at a crisis. President Kim Tae-hoon resolved again and again that it wouldn't happen again in the future. I would like to see you for an exclusive concert next time. Ha ha ha, if you do, then we're the ones who are thankful. An exclusive concert, It will definitely become like that. This time, we will make it happen. Kang-yoon laughed. An exclusive concert was a glory for a singer and a cash cow for a company. Many singers failed after doing exclusive concerts and gathering 50 to 100 audiences and made a massive amount of losses. But an exclusive concert was also something that could make huge amounts of profit and tell the world about the singer's position. Of course, it was also an enormous business with a huge initial budget and a plan that could match the popularity of the singer. While the two were talking about their dreams and hopes for the future, an uninvited guest chimed in. What's up with the two of you? Are you talking about boring stuff again? Kang-yoon, you didn't even receive one from me. Give me one here. Oh, it's a glass poured by Seti, and you're receiving with just one hand. Just do it. Along with Kang-yoon's chic words, the happy eating atmosphere continued throughout the night. Blurred. No. Why did you have a drinking game with Junyeol? In Somali, manager Yoo Sung-cheol complained a lot while tapping Kang-yoon's back. However, it wasn't the usual Kang-yoon, so he couldn't say anything. Kang-yoon, who was vomiting assiduously, was currently a pizza factory. Seo Han-yu. The trainer called Seo Han-yu, who was absent. It was the 4th day already. Christy, you used the same room as Han-yu, right? Yes. Isn't there anything strange about her? The trainer asked seriously. However, Christy said don't know and shook her head. If it's late for 4 days, then it's even punishable. Sigh, it became by. At that moment, the door opened and someone entered. It was Kang-yoon. Did Seo Han-yu come? That. When Kang-yoon directly asked, the trainer also avoided answering. The fact that the top person in charge was asking himself meant that it was severe. The other girls, too, couldn't flinch due to the nervousness. I understand. Please continue. Kang-yoon placed himself in one corner and sat. At that, the other girls whispered to each other. Hey, is Han-yu getting cut? Then we're becoming a team of 5? Dunno. Oh, why is this happening so soon? She will work something out by herself. From complaining girl to worrying girl to uninterested girl, they were all different. The practice started regardless of what they thought. It was training to match each other's movement following the fast music. However, it didn't seem easy, as their timings were all over the place. Mina is too fast, and Ali is too slow. How many times do I have to say this to you? You need to see each other's rhythms. They heard to match each other's rhythms countless times, but everyone's expressions were ones that didn't understand. The trainer seemed stifled as he smacked his chest. Your beats are strangely off. You need to match that. In the future, you will proceed together, won't you? Okay, again. A fast beat music flowed out again. However, young Mina, you're too fast. Are you dancing alone? Han Ji-yun, it's not that way. The trainer's words continued. As their timings were off, the girls were on different waves. However, it wasn't so easily fixed. I don't think they have the intention to match each other. As Kang-yoon saw it, young Mina was too stubborn. Young Mina's dancing was the best. It was as if she spoke, you girls follow me, when she danced. In contrast, Ali lacked the most in regards to dancing, as she always was half a beat late. In the end, she became one beat off from young Mina. Of course, the lights that Kang-yoon saw was all over the place as well. Did I pick the wrong people? It was to the point that when he saw the practice, he even thought of this. However, he just thought of it as because it was they were in the initial stages, so Kang-yoon calmly watched. These were the trainees he selected. He had to believe them. While they were absorbed in training, the door carefully opened and Seo Han-yu came in. She repeatedly said sorry and stood in front of the trainer. However, the trainer, who would have scolded her a lot usually, pointed towards Kang-yoon expressionlessly. Go there. Whoa. The moment she saw Kang-yoon, Seo Han-yu almost suffocated. Why was Kang-yoon, who was supposed to be at his office, here? Kang-yoon was the highest person in charge of her. And at this timing, Seo Han-yu closed her eyes and went in front of Kang-yoon. Let's go. Kang-yoon indifferently spoke and took Seo Han-yu outside. Whoa. I think something big will happen today. Ali whispered in worry. However, young Mina nailed it. She brought it on herself. What can we do? Even so, there. Stop chatting and practice. Of course, the girls who whispered to each other only received an earful from the trainer. Second floor rest area. Kang-yoon and Seo Han-yu were silent for 10 minutes. Kang-yoon didn't say anything. There was no way that Seo Han-yu didn't know. She was late for 4 days. She wouldn't be able to say anything even if she was according to MG Entertainment's rules and regulations. Due to the characteristics of the entertainment industry of having to be on time, rules on absences and being late were stringent. However, Kang-yoon waited until she spoke. Team leader. Kang-yoon didn't say anything. Seo Han-yu always spoke vaguely. Her open mouth indicated that she was hesitating. However, Kang-yoon chose to wait rather than scolding. I was late due to a part-time job. A part-time job? Trainees were realistically forbidden from part-time jobs. Of course, the rules were different according to the company, but MG Entertainment strictly forbade it. It was because of the reason that a trainee had school as her part-time job. However, Kang-yoon didn't talk about the rules. My household became difficult. So, is it for living expenses? Yes. Why were you late? Seo Han-yu said that not to be late, she had to take the bus on time. However, when she missed the bus, she was 30 minutes late, and it piled up to become 4 days. I'm sorry. Did something happen suddenly? What do you mean your household became difficult? The reason for your part-time job. What part-time job is it? Tell me. Kang-yoon spoke calmly. However, to Seo Han-yu, who was listening, it came to her scarily. You're doing a part-time job? Let me hear the reason. What are you doing? To Seo Han-yu, it sounded like that. Fast food. The reason is, well, I'm not trying to scold you. You have to tell me about your situation for me to think up of a solution. A solution? Will I be kicked out? Seo Hanyu's head dropped down. It was the fourth time late. She had no excuses no matter what punishment she received. Of course, being late wasn't a reason to be kicked out. However, Seo Hanyu was scared. However, what Kang-yoon was thinking was mostly different to what she was thinking. You will have to pay the price for going against the rules. Seo Hanyu's expression became even darker. She came here after practicing so much, she expected that she would be scolded, but it was more strict than she thought. However, Kang-yoon's words didn't end there. Why did your household become difficult? Sorry. The reason. Seo Hanyu hesitated for a bit before speaking with difficulty. My mother was diagnosed with cancer. Cancer. Kang-yoon realized why he saw Seo Hanyu at the hospital. It was to visit her mother. Seo Hanyu's household was an ordinary four-person family. Her father commuted to a big company, and her mother was a housewife. Seo Hanyu ordinarily went to school before following her friend to a scouting audition before getting accepted, and after that, her life as a trainee began. The problem occurred recently. After her mother was diagnosed and hospitalized with cancer, a huge amount of money was spent. Even with her father's salary from going to a big company, it wasn't easy to afford. While looking at her household becoming more and more difficult, Seo Hanyu eventually decided to work a part-time job. I'm sorry. After finishing her story, Seo Hanyu drooped her head. Her feeble shoulders were trembling, and tears were dropping on the floor. Kang-yoon pitied her such figure. However, he calmly, but cool-headedly spoke. So you had that kind of reason. However, Hanyu, while I do understand that you did a part-time job with difficulty, being late is being late. You understand that, right? Yes. You will have to prepare yourself for punishment. It's a late, so I plan to do it myself. Kang-yoon calmed himself down for a brief moment before speaking. A warning and 3 days of suspension. This will be officialized tomorrow. Yes. I'm sorry. And stop the part-time job immediately. Kang-yoon's judgment was cool-headed. No. It was strictly brutal. For a trainee, a suspension was hefty. A trainee with a record of suspension would be recorded by the company. That record would follow the trainee everywhere and hinder her path, whether it was the singer audition or even while moving to another company. It was in a sense, the scarlet letter. Seo Hanyu went back to practice, and Kang-yoon was left alone in the rest area. I should look up the personnel record card. That was in Hee-yoon's hospital, right? Kang-yoon planned to meet Seo Hanyu's mother. He had to strike the iron while he was hot. So after confirming Hanyu's mother's name, he headed for the hospital straight away. Chapter 27. Earning Trust 1. Is it that? Kang-yoon walked towards the ward with 1509 written on the door with big steps. He didn't want to come to the hospital other than with Hee-yoon. But today, he even bought a fruit basket and went inside. Who is it? As soon as Kang-yoon went in, a middle-aged woman with a skinny body figure greeted him after looking out the window blankly. Hello? I'm Lee Kang-yoon, who's in charge of trainee Seo Hanyu. Oh, why did the team leader come to a place like this? There was no way that Seo Hanyu's mother didn't know of Kang-yoon. It was because of the influence of the story that Seo Hanyu always talked about, that she was selected by the team leader to become a singer. To think that she would meet him in the hospital ward, Seo Hanyu's mother was slightly embarrassed. It was because of the no-makeup face and the now almost gone hair. She quickly wore a hat and looked at the mirror before greeting Kang-yoon properly. No, I should have looked for you earlier. I apologize. No, it's nothing. Hanyu's doing well at the company, right? Yes, of course. The topic that mothers like the most are about their child. Seo Hanyu's mother wasn't an exception. Kang-yoon talked a lot of her child. From that she was an honors student at her school to the fact that she would become this type of singer, so she didn't need to worry. Kang-yoon's story made her immersed. When about 1 hour had passed since Kang-yoon came, Seo Hanyu's father came in. Perhaps due to having come here straight from the company, he was still in a suit. He panicked when he saw a man he had never seen before inside the ward. Dear, this person is... Honey, introduce yourself. This is our daughter Hanyu's team leader at the company. The team leader that Hanyu always talked about that he selected her. Oh, pleased to meet you. Unlike the quiet mother, Seo Hanyu's father was quite unrestrained. He shook his hands with Kang-yoon and offered him to a seat before giving him various things to eat and started asking various things. It seemed as if Seo Hanyu's father also wanted to know a lot about his daughter, as Kang-yoon had to say what he already said again. However, Kang-yoon didn't show any signs of discomfort. As they had talked for a long time, Seo Hanyu's mother fell asleep due to fatigue. Kang-yoon and Seo Hanyu's father went outside to have a smoke together. Thank you. Seo Hanyu's father lit Kang-yoon's cigarette. The two's white breath of smoke scattered in the sky. How's the madam's condition? Finally, Kang-yoon could ask what he really wanted to ask. These were things he couldn't ask easily inside the ward. She's in the mid-stages of liver cancer. They said she could get cured, so we need to put in more effort. Like managing meticulously. Sounds complicated. No, the heads of households don't know things like that. It's all right. Kang-yoon deeply sympathized with those words. The head of household was a strong existence. If one had something to protect, then he would become stronger than anyone. Like Kang-yoon himself. Did something perhaps happen to our Hanyu? The talk between men was serious. While the cigarette smoke scattered, Seo Hanyu's father predicted that Kang-yoon had something to say. Did something happen to? No, don't you know well? That Hanyu's hardworking. I do. She's too uptight. If that can be considered a problem. That's right. So I came. So something did happen. Kang-yoon excused himself and took out another smoke. He didn't smoke a lot, but strangely, he craved for a smoke now. Seo Hanyu's father also seemed to have been affected as he also lit another one. Hanyu worked part-time. She said it was fast food. Part-time? Does the company forbid part-time jobs? Yes. We exclude everything that can distract practice. Thanks to that, Hanyu received punishment. Punishment? Then, it's not a big one. It's just 3 days of suspension. Of course, there will be no hindrances in her path to becoming a singer, so you can rest assured. The reason I came here is that I know that Hanyu will keep doing the part-time job in the future. I came here to put a stop to it. Isn't a 3-day suspension a big thing? Continue the part-time job? What do you mean by? Of course, a suspension is a significant punishment. However, what I can assure you now is that there will be no hindrances in her path to becoming a singer, and her activities as one. I will take responsibility in that regard. While looking at Seo Hanyu's father, who was dumbfounded at the word suspension, Kang-yoon slightly hesitated for a moment. Sticking his nose into other households' business was a very rude thing. However, if he didn't do that now, then Hanyu may encounter a bigger problem in the future. Kang-yoon set his mind and spoke. I truly excuse myself, but I know that your household is becoming difficult due to the treatment for cancer. Thanks to that, Hanyu is also doing a part-time job. That child, she doesn't need to. Yes, you're right. We are a bit tight on our living expenses, but it's at a level I can manage with my salary. And there's money saved up until now too. Hanyu doesn't seem to know that. Hanyu is the type of child that will keep repeating an action that she was forced to stop when she judges that it's the correct thing to do. If that happens, I have to stick to the principles even if I wanted to work with Hanyu for a long time. And I want to work with her for a long time. Please help. Seo Hanyu's father could understand this person called Kang-yoon. He was worried a lot about his daughter since he had heard that a lot of people who only talked about making someone into a singer. However, to think this person had come to find him for this. This kind of person was rare nowadays. From what he heard, companies treated trainees like disposable items, but this person was completely different. I understand. I will talk to Hanyu about this. I heard that Hanyu listened to her father's words well. As far as I know, her most respected person is her father. Ho ho. Is that so? Don't worry. And thank you. After requesting once more to Seo Hanyu's father, Kang-yoon left the hospital. On his bus home, Kang-yoon thought about Seo Hanyu. In the past, Seo Hanyu, in other words, singer Yoon, never spoke about her mother. And for some reason, she didn't like the company that much. The first one to move in the recontract season was also Yoon. Wasn't that because there was something like this related to her mother? I don't want this to turn out badly. While crossing the Hangang Bridge, Kang-yoon briefly closed his eyes while thinking about a lot of things. The next day, a frightening notice came to the girls' practice room. Seo Hanyu suspended for 3 days. The reason is late for 4 days. Eek! The 6 girls, including Seo Hanyu, who wasn't late today, widened their eyes after hearing the bomb dropping from the trainer. What? 3 days of suspension because being late for 4 times. Singer classes are no joke. Young Mina and Lee Samsoon were surprised and spoke a line each. The other girls also whispered to each other. Quiet, quiet. Seo Hanyu, practice until today and go home for today. You know that you can't use the dorms during the suspension, right? Yes. Well then, shall we start today's practice? Without even time to chat, the practice had begun. As always, the girls' practices progressed strictly, and they continued until the girls all collapsed due to exhaustion. Thank you for your hard work. After the practice ended, the girls dragged their exhausted bodies to the shower rooms. The girls who emitted a thick smell of sweat and steam weren't bright teens anymore. What kind of practice is so hard? The always carefree Lee Samsoon also limped when the practice ended. She didn't even know how resting period went by. Practice and more practice. The dumb Spartan training made them shiver just by thinking about it. I want to sleep just like Thai eyes. Young Mina, who was always lively, also had loose eyes. She seemed like she would sleep the moment she lay down. It's so crazy. Close her mouth. She's speaking in English again. At $%. From A. Lee Young, who was spouting something in English, to Young Mina, who hated it, and Han Ju-yun, who acted. They were exhausted due to practice, but they were becoming closer while playing around like this. After the shower, they changed their clothes, and they found that all the practice rooms were dark. We're always last. Christian complained. After being selected for the singer class, they didn't finish before other practice rooms went dark. The other girls were the same in complaining. Originally, they would return to the dorms together with all 6 of them, but today was different. Seo Hanyu went home, and the rest headed to the dorms. Should I be late and get some punishment too? What are you saying? As she was jealous of Seo Hanyu going home, Lee Young spoke a line before getting an earful from Christian. There was nothing good about a punishment record. If rumors spread, then they may even get affected if they take an audition. And when the girls were chatting and leaving the company lobby, there was a guest who waited for Seo Hanyu at the entrance. It was Seo Hanyu's father. Dad. Hanyu. Hello. Seo Hanyu's father had parked the car and was waiting for his daughter. The girls exchanged greetings with Seo Hanyu's father before parting soon. Seo Hanyu's father gave them some money to buy drinks, and the girls rejoiced. And naturally, Seo Hanyu's value rose. On the way home, Seo Hanyu asked her father inside the car, "How did you come here?" "I was called by your team leader." "Team leader?" "Team leader Kang-yoon." Seo Hanyu widened her eyes as she thought it was unexpected. Why did the team leader do that? She couldn't figure out the reason. "The team leader said that you would finish around this time and told me to pick you up. I thought that it would be good for us father and daughter to have a conversation since this father was preoccupied with your mother nowadays and didn't have time to speak to you. And so, I came here." "Dad, don't be so touched. There's nothing nowadays, right?" "There isn't. I'm all right." Seo Hanyu was as mature acting as always. She was kind-hearted, good, and kind towards everyone. However, there were things that she suppressed in her heart. Her father wanted to hear those. "I heard you were working part-time nowadays." "You knew?" "I heard. From that team leader." "Oh, did you meet the team leader?" "Did you perhaps?" "I know everything. I heard you get to rest for 3 days this time. Think of it as vacation and rest deeply. Your team leader also told me to inform you that." "Did the team leader say that?" "Wait, before that, you met the team leader, Dad. He came to the hospital. He visited your mother." Seo Hanyu received a big shock. She didn't think that Kang-yoon would visit her sick mother even in her dreams. Kang-yoon mercilessly gave her punishment without holding back after he knew that she did a part-time job. Although she did think that the punishment was natural, the bloodless, tearless figure came to her as a bad thing, but to think, a sick visit. The surprise didn't end there. He also talked a lot about you before leaving. He said that you could become a good singer if you work hard like this. However, he was disappointed that you're rotting your talent and possibilities while doing things like a part-time job. "Hanyu dear, the house is all right. I can afford all the treatment that your mother receives. So you don't have to do something like a part-time job. Dad, but you focus on becoming a singer. My daughter does everything well when she sets her mind to it, right?" Even so, understand, Seo Hanyu didn't have the personality to reject her father's soft offer. The authority of a father had such power. In fact, she knew already that it wasn't the time to do a part-time job. "Is the house really all right? You can't trust your dad?" "It's not that. No, I understand." Seo Hanyu, in the end, closed her thoughts about part-time jobs which took a corner of her heart. She decided to focus on one thing. Good. Hanyu, Dad, is feeling good, so allow me to SM. Never. Her father felt down when he took out a cigarette only to put it back again. The earful of a daughter was always frightening. The atmosphere inside the car with the father and daughter was happy. The car crossed a bridge where beautiful night scenery could be seen, and they quietly headed home. Chapter 28. Earning Trust, 2. A fresh morning. Kang-yoon had made doenjang jjigae and was eating breakfast together with Kang-yoon. However, she put her spoon down when she heard strange words from Kang-yoon. Huh? What are you saying from the morning, Appa? If you finish school today, then come to this place. XX station, second exit. However, Kang-yoon didn't explain anything to Kang-yoon in detail. He just said for her to come to that address and gave her a simple map. Obviously, Kang-yoon couldn't understand her brother's words. We're moving now, and you haven't told me anything? You should have said something beforehand. We'll have to pack things up and look for a house too. And to do that, we need money too. Kang-yoon blurred her words at the end. She knew how much money Kang-yoon invested in her dialysis fees and various diagnosis fees every month. So if he bought a house, then that would be a debt. Debt. As she heard that many people were going into debt to buy houses from the news, Kang-yoon didn't feel that good about going to a new house. However, Kang-yoon continued speaking as if saying, just believe in me. Don't worry. I called the movers. I took half the day off and will go to the company later. And Kang-yoon, you can just go there if you finish school. But Appa, there must be a lot to prepare. There isn't that much. The movers would do the work. I will take care of it, so just go to school. Didn't we have a hard time now since we're so far away from school and work? The hospital was far too. Now, we're moving to a better place. Okay, where do we have the money to? Kang-yoon felt unreal. She, who even worried about housekeeping, matured quickly like Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon softly brushed her hair and alleviated some of her worries. Even if you don't say that, it's monthly rent. Let's move to a better place next time. It had been half a year since he was employed at MG Entertainment. Kang-yoon marveled at her brother. They were siblings who lived in this tattered house until now, trying to save expenses for the treatment. Although a monthly rent, to think that they were leaving this place in less than 1 year. Just thinking about that, Kang-yoon was touched. Appa, thanks. And you've suffered. What's suffering? It's not that good of a place. It's a detached house, but it won't be uncomfortable for the two of us to live together. There is even a yard and hot water. Really? At the word, hot water, Kang-yoon was delighted. The life of heating water to have a bath due to no running hot water was no more. We should install a bidet too, right? Appa, perhaps feeling embarrassed at Kang-yoon's last words, Kang-yoon's face turned red, and Kang-yoon laughed loudly. Lunchtime. Kang-yoon had his lunch in the first-floor cafeteria. Normally, he would have lunch with Chairman Won Jin-moon or President Lee Hyun-ji while talking about work, but today he was free from that. The two in question were in Japan, due to significant work. Good afternoon. Hello. Every one of the trainees who met Kang-yoon in the cafeteria bowed 90 degrees while greeting. Everyone was disciplined well. They received their meals and had their meals together in groups. Their figures of chatting and playing around indicated that they were, in the end, teens. Good times. While thinking like an old man, Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. To think those playful boys and girls will become singers. It was a wonder just thinking about it. While having lunch, a person came and stood in front of him with a tray in her hands. Gee, good afternoon. Oh, Hanyu, hello. It was CO Hanyu in her school uniform. She was hesitating whether to sit down or not. Sit. Oh, thank you. As soon as Kang-yoon's permission fell, she sat in front of Kang-yoon with frightening speed. She mixed the bibimbap that she got and took a spoonful in her mouth. Perhaps due to liking spicy food, it was very red. It's not spicy. I like spicy things. Really? Have a nice meal. Yes. Kang-yoon didn't say much after that. Did you rest well? How was it? Are you stopping your part-time job? All these were absent. He kept lifting his spoon up and down. CO Hanyu hesitated for a moment before speaking first. Team leader. What is it? Thank you for minding about me. Kang-yoon smiled without saying anything. She was a person who will go together with him in the future. It was an obvious thing to do. At Kang-yoon's smile. CO Han, you seem to have become more enthusiastic as she continued. I heard you went to visit my mother. I won't forget that you've done various things for me. I didn't do anything much. No, there wasn't anyone until now who minded so much about me. Really, thank you. To CO Hanyu, there wasn't anyone like Kang-yoon until now. She never told anyone that her mother was sick. Kang-yoon had known about a thing that even the company didn't know about, comforted her mother, and moreover, comforted her father. What Kang-yoon gave her was safety and the trust of her family. Seo Han-yu could still remember the scene where her mother told her to do her best to become a singer, vividly in her mind. Whether he knew or not, Kang-yoon was no different from his ordinary self. I already told you that we're doing this together. It's an obvious thing to do. Yes, you've talked to my father about it, too, haven't you? That you will definitely make me a singer. Kang-yoon said that she would become a good singer. However, words differed according to how a person accepted it. Moreover, the person in charge of Seo Han-yu was Kang-yoon. The words Seo Han-yu will become a good singer meant that he would make her into one. Of course, Kang-yoon never planned to throw her away from the beginning. Well that, I will answer to your expectations no matter what, team leader. Why yeah? Please do. The light inside Seo Han-yu's eyes that were looking at Kang-yoon changed. At Seo Han-yu's figure, who felt like she would believe even if Kang-yoon said water was fire, he felt unreal. He had received no such trust even in his past. He even thought randomly that he might be fooling a girl now that she had entrusted him with her hopes and dreams. Even so, he felt good. It was always delightful to receive someone's trust. However, Kang-yoon was a person who will definitely speak what he had to speak. Don't be late from now on. Yes, sir. I definitely won't. You don't have to be so strict with yourself. Yes. Of course, Kang-yoon instead felt embarrassed. He couldn't adapt easily to Seo Han-yu's tense discipline. Now that he had finished Seti's comeback stage and dealt with Seo Han-yu's matter, Kang-yoon's office had some leisure. There weren't many documents that awaited his approvals, and there wasn't anything he had to report to his superiors. Kang-yoon was feeling rather relaxed for the first time in a while. This is good. He couldn't be any happier now that he was resting while lying on the sofa without the regard for time. But how did the saying go? That Korean companies never tolerate the sight of an employee resting. A call came to Kang-yoon's office. Team Leader Lee. This is the presidential secretary room. The president calls for you. Kang-yoon felt absurd, and he blinked a few times. Said her schedule was canceled. Oh. Kang-yoon sighed deeply. It was a quiet time he rarely had, but the timing wasn't good. Kang-yoon replied okay, and went upstairs to the president's office. In the office, President Lee Hyun-ji was looking at some documents with an exhausted face. Welcome, Team Leader Lee. Did you call for me? Traces of the flight was still left on her as President Lee Hyun-ji looked very tired. However, she didn't show it on the surface and held out the document to Kang-yoon. Seasons Yin Department Store Open Event Mini Concert. Kang-yoon flipped one page. On the first page, it was grandly written that Yin Department Store, Taejun Branch, will open in spring and that many singers were coming to celebrate. The important thing is at the back. Kang-yoon kept flipping the pages. There was an incomplete set list. The cast and the MC, the supported equipment, etc. were briefly written. Kang-yoon found that the word seasons was ticked. Seasons? Do I read this as seasons? Call it however you're comfortable with. It's a quartet girl group that debuted frequently. They belong to Dumaz Entertainment. An assignment came from them. They want a hot issue at this stage. A hot issue? Noise marketing on the internet is not my area of expertise. Kang-yoon cut it sharp. Although he had to try to know, momentary stimulation would just get swallowed up in other noise. To make it last, they had to become significant properly. They had to improve their ability and make themselves remain in people's memories. This was Kang-yoon's philosophy. I also don't want noise marketing. And so I told them, noise marketing is impossible. However, it's possible to make a performance that can engrave them in the people's hearts. Kang-yoon fell into thought. A department store, where a lot of people come, usually had a space to install a temporary stage, or it had a small stage. However, space wasn't that big. The stage in the department store is narrow. It's questionable whether we can use the setting that we want. From that, it's your area of expertise. The condition is a performance that can be engraved in people's hearts. There are no other requirements, including one about the audience. Excluding the fact that there are a few well-known singers, the condition isn't that strict. That is precisely a tight condition. We will take a loss starting with the order of sequence. If our turn is just after a famous singer, then we will start with a huge minus. You'll have to negotiate with the related personnel for that. Dumaz Entertainment said this. that they will do everything as team leader Lee says. I've already told them, so there won't be any noise. Kang-yoon sighed deeply. The stage was small. Moreover, the audience was unpredictable whether it was age or gender. There was no such thing as a good condition for a new singer. Everything as I say. But there was hope. There was an element of negotiation with the venue itself, and it was already negotiated that the singers would follow Kang-yoon's orders. If so, then there was room to break through. I understand. I will try. I will look forward to it. I expect a fresh result like last time. After accepting, Kang-yoon left the president's office. Shall I go right away? Kang-yoon went straight to Dumaz Entertainment to meet the girl group known as Seasons. When he contacted them beforehand, they said that they welcomed him anytime. Kang-yoon drove a car for about 20 minutes and arrived in front of Dumaz Entertainment. Well, it's certainly better than Duca. This was Kang-yoon's first evaluation on Dumaz Entertainment after seeing that they had a whole 2-story building to themselves, despite being tattered. Dumaz Entertainment, which modified an apartment, used their ground floor for guest rooms and offices and the first floor as the dorms. Kang-yoon opened the door and went inside. Inside, there were 2 people, the accountant and the president. Welcome. I'm called Yoon Moon-soo. I'm Lee Kang-yoon. President Yoon Moon-soo and Kang-yoon exchanged greetings and sat down face-to-face after receiving the coffee the accountant made. Kang-yoon and President Yoon Moon-soo talked about the latest topics and the singers before going on to topic. I heard about the work. I know the condition that you want a stage that's eye-catching. I want to raise their popularity during this opportunity. Is it possible? To be honest, for popularity, a TV program would be better. Kang-yoon was confused. Just why were they aiming to increase their popularity in something like a countryside event? If it was for popularity, then it was better to go to a TV program or a television stage. Kang-yoon was on the side of receiving work, but as a third party, he said coldly, "You're right. However, a TV program was difficult to do without popularity. The programs that we can appear in are all occupied by the entertainment companies that have power. So don't you think that we should use whatever means to survive? The power of an entertainment company, in the end, lay in money. The pay for a program that the populace like was in no way high. However, it had the power to tell their existence to the people, and so, powerful entertainment companies use their power of money to the TV stations. Other than money, they also use methods where they use an already risen star. Thanks to that, the entertainment companies that appeared recently had hard times telling their existence to the world. I understand. I will try. I will do my best. Thank you." Kang-yoon requested to meet Seasons as soon as he accepted the assignment. President Yoon Moon-soo said that they had no schedule, so they were practicing, so he led Kang-yoon to the first floor. Whoa! Kang-yoon, who arrived at the first floor, was surprised. He had seen many places, but a place like this where all the walls of the living room were covered in mirrors was a first. They didn't have a practice room, so they widened the whole living room and modified the walls by attaching mirrors to practice. This was a figure of a stereotypical singer who sang for a living. "Appa, you're here?" After turning off the music, Jang Hana ran to the front of President Yoon Moon-soo and Kang-yoon. She didn't seem to have realized that Kang-yoon was there, as she only greeted President Yoon Moon-soo delightedly, and when she found Kang-yoon, she lowered her head. "Gee, good afternoon. I'm Hana, the leader of Seasons." Jang Hana hurriedly turned back to organize her messy hair. The other members behind her also quickly organized their clothes and hair. They all complained in their hearts. Why didn't he tell us that a guest was coming? After a brief moment, Kang-yoon could receive the organized greeting from Seasons. "Good afternoon. We're Seasons." "Hello." Kang-yoon and Seasons, who finished their greetings, started talking about the performance. "Can't we just do the title song?" At Kang-yoon's question of what they wanted to do, Moon Ji-hai replied immediately. And after that, Kang Hae-seon followed her. "Uni, what do you mean by just the title? We need to do the others too." "Is that so?" The two chatted to each other before becoming silent due to Jang Hana's gaze. "Why don't we rearrange the title song? Like at the end of year award ceremonies. Hanul, the people don't know of our songs. We should let them know about it first." When Song Hanul voiced out her opinion, Kang Hae-seon retorted immediately. The two started fighting and in the end, also got scolded from Jang Hana. Kang-yoon didn't stop the Seasons members from talking freely. A lot of things came out. There were talks to change the title's song, arrangement, and there were even talks to do an entirely different song. Kang-yoon organized those ideas on his notes. While those girls were chatting, Kang-yoon gathered their attention. Please pay attention for a bit. Yes. The season's members replied well. They were bright girls from the beginning. However, they also boasted of a lot of noise, just like how there was a shadow if there was light. One word leads to many words, and Kang-yoon decided in just one sentence. Let's just go with whatever we have. Yes. With Kang-yoon's one line, the discussion ended. The season's members who exchanged opinions with liveliness all drooped their shoulders at Kang-yoon's clear-cut words. Whether it was President Yoon Moon-soo or those girls, they were disappointed that Kang-yoon seemed to be the same as other planners. However, Kang-yoon's words didn't end there. However, let's combine many things in it. To give an impact, Kang-yoon's turnaround words made everyone shrug their shoulders in excitement. Chapter 29. A stage that widens stages. 1. By impactful combination, do you mean arrangement? That is so. It will take a lot of money, though. President Yoon Moon-soo expressed his difficulty as he was worried. For a small entertainment company, the budget was always a pressure. However, Kang-yoon was firm in his decision. It's a necessary investment, and there won't be a lot of parts arranged. At most, it will be 1 minute, and it's an arrangement to fit that 1 minute. There isn't much arrangement, so we need to negotiate well with the composer. Although well-known composers have good ability, we'll have to go for a not well-known one. An unconfirmed one. Do you have anyone you know? President Yoon Moon-soo was worried. However, the risk of no money was considerable. In the end, it had forcefully made him select that choice. However, unlike President Yoon Moon-soo, who was worrying, Kang-yoon had assurance. That composer should have started being active about now, right? There was one person he could think of. In Kang-yoon's past, he was a composer who worked with the pen name YHB. Now was a period where this person was criticized a lot for his horrible compositions. However, he was also a person who would rise high in just 1 year. Don't worry about the money for the song. I will make it that we use as little of the budget as possible. I know that it's an invasion of rights for a planner to intrude on this. But as you want something more than just a performance, please understand me. I understand. President Yoon Moon-soo obeyed Kang-yoon's words. It was an event he found with a lot of difficulties. A TV program stage was distant, and it wasn't easy to find a countryside event either. Despite that, it was fortunate that this event was quite a large-scale one. He was desperate for this opportunity. When are we in the order of sequence? When Song Hanul asked, Kang-yoon flipped the set list and answered, We're fourth from the back. A lot of people will only gather if it's the first or last. How long is the time? It says 4 minutes. So short. Song Hanul muttered as if she was disappointed. She debuted as a singer, but as she didn't have many opportunities on stage, she had a lot of desire to go on stages. Kang-yoon replied immediately as if he had heard those words. We can't do anything about the time. However, we should try to change the order of sequence. It's a department store event. In such places, people come to see famous singers and not unpopular singers. They won't give you much time. We know that too. Kang Hae-seon expressed her rage a little, as if her pride was attacked. She had thought that they were ignored when he said unpopular. However, Kang-yoon had only told the truth. He had no malicious intentions. Then we're just sidekicks for those famous singers? Song Hanul asked directly. She didn't want to show it, but the word unpopular had struck where it hurts. Not only her, everyone else became depressed as their pride as singers were cut. However, Kang-yoon coldly spoke the truth. If we go without any preparation, then we'll just be sidekicks. However, if we prepare meticulously, we may as well be the main character. At Kang-yoon's turnaround, everyone focused their attention on him. The members of seasons were girls who had different expressions every hour. Kang-yoon found it curious that they could express such a variety of emotions. We need to do something transcendent that's out of people's expectations. This will be our objective. A transcendent stage that's out of people's expectations? The members of seasons were all sinking into Kang-yoon's words with Hannah as the head. They were all bewitched at his words as if those words were like magic. Hyun, who arrived at the new house after finishing school, exclaimed when she saw the beautiful yard and the tree inside it. A doghouse placed in one corner and a shed to boot. As she had only seen houses which looked like they were about to collapse, such a house was a new world to her. Appa doesn't seem to be here yet. Kang-yoon, who entered after pressing the password to the house, couldn't adapt to the vast living room she had seen for the first time. The living room floor was wide and clean, and there was even a TV hung on the wall, the latest trend. To Hyun, who couldn't talk to her friends a lot as there was no TV in the old house, everything was a new world to her, including the large TV. This is my room? When she opened the door to the room that she estimated to be hers, a bed she had never seen before was placed inside it. Also there was even a desk and a computer. The furniture was all new as well. She rubbed her eyes thinking that this was a dream, but her books on the desk and her belongings in one corner of the room proved that it was indeed her room. Hyun, who was dumbfoundedly exclaiming about her room, became curious about her brother's room. She immediately went to her brother's room. What's this? However, Hyun was very much disappointed after she opened the door to Kang-yoon's room. She expected so much. There were only a bed and a closet. It paled too much in comparison to her room. He had always invested in Hyun and not in himself. Hyun felt stifled when she thought about it. When she looked around the kitchen, bathroom, and the balcony, they were all new worlds to her. The new house was wide, comfortable, and warm. There were no leaks for cold air to come in. The windows she had to cover with a plastic bag due to the cold, and the hot water which only existed by boiling the water with gas, all didn't exist in this place. Even with those, Hyun was happy. Excluding one thing. What's up with Appa's room? When Hyun opened the door to Kang-yoon's closet, there were only a few clothes hung here and there. It was due to not being able to look after himself as he invested a lot in Hyun. As this was the result, Hyun felt her heartache. When she looked around the house and made dinner with the side dishes inside the refrigerator, Kang-yoon's home time came soon. And when she was about to finish preparing dinner, Kang-yoon arrived at home. Appa, I'm back. Kang-yoon also seemed awkward at the new house as he looked all over the place. It was despite the fact that he had already cleaned the house with the movers in the morning. It seemed like a little bit of time was needed to adapt. I already finished preparing dinner. What's for dinner today? Jjajangmyeon. You said that one eats these after moving. Good. I'm hungry. Let's eat. While Kang-yoon was washing up, Hyun placed the dishes on the table. Unlike before, they didn't have to take out heavy mini tables and only had to deliver the dishes to the table. Everything had become more comfortable. Do you like the house? No. Dinner time. At Kang-yoon's question, Hyun unhesitantly dropped a bomb. What? Why? Where? Your room. It's too small, and there aren't many things in it. A man shouldn't be like that. You'll look bland. I only sleep here anyway. Then what's up with my room? No, do something about your room, Appa. What is up with that? Hyun blurted out everything inside her. The tattered room kept getting in her mind whenever she saw Kang-yoon. Little girl, are you all grown up now? You're even worrying about me. I'll be an adult soon. So do something about your... No, Appa. Shall I decorate your room? How? I'll buy a duvet and change the blanket cover. Your room's so dull. As Hyun was so stubborn, Kang-yoon had no choice but to hand his card over to her, with the words that she shouldn't buy anything much as it will be heavy and affect her health. Hyun said okay and put the card in her pocket. Next time, I will do it with my own money. Wow, you just promised, right? I'll become someone with as much ability as you and feed you. You're admirable. Kang-yoon was thankful even if it was just words. In fact, to Kang-yoon, Hyun was a thankful existence just by living. However, she even knew how to say such things. Kang-yoon could only be grateful. The two's happy dinner time flowed like that. It's very easy. The word parting only takes a few seconds. Second floor of MG Entertainment, in a dance practice room, the title song for Seasons was flowing out. Kang-yoon had called the Seasons members and was looking at their dance routine. Kang-yoon ended up seeing all sorts of lights from the Seasons members when they shook their waist lightly, a part of the dance. It wasn't that they were offbeat. However, Kang-yoon knew that these kinds of elements attracted attention. Thanks for your work. He had already dropped the formalities with the members of Seasons. They also called Kang-yoon Appa and started becoming friendly with him. However, regarding work, Kang-yoon was cold. This is no good. You're too direct. Kang Hye-seon complained. She was the member with the most fluctuation in her emotion. It was an influence from being youngest in both her house and the team. She had an entirely different personality compared to her mature outer appearance. What should we do? Even if the song goes through an arrangement, it's still this song. Jang Hannah asked worriedly. She looked for a solution, as expected of the oldest. She had a small stature and a cute outer appearance, but she was very responsible. Kang-yoon was also worried in his own way. This group seemed like they debuted too early no matter how he looked at them. Even their dance abilities were at a level that was just above the trainees. Their looks were all right, though. Did I know a girl group called Seasons? Even Kang-yoon didn't know all the singers. Countless singers hit it big and disappeared. In his memory, there wasn't a group called Seasons. That meant that they disappeared without making themselves known. Moreover, he had never heard of any of the members here. In the end, this meant that he had to do everything with his own ability. I think I should change the strategy first. A waist-focused dance. These were something that the male populace would like. This was definite. Moreover, the members of Seasons all had beautiful appearances. Kang-yoon planned a strategy. Do you like clubs? Clubs? Of course, they're great. Hey. When Moon Ji-hye replied without batting an eyelid, Jang Hannah was surprised and smashed her back. Moon Ji-hye complained that it wasn't anything big, but Jang Hannah suppressed with her age. Let's do a club dance. A sexy one. What? Excluding Moon Ji-hye, who said she liked clubs, everyone else's eyes widened. To think it's a club, they had never even thought about it. Moreover, this was an event at a department store where all sorts of an audience, including elderly and children, would gather. We're not only looking for a reaction in the event venue itself. Isn't the thing you want a hot issue anyway? But won't we look too cheap if we do a club dance? Besides, the clothes are too indecent too. Song Hanul shook her head as she was worried. Female singers already had skimpy clothing anyway. But to emphasize a club dance, more skin would show, and whether it was trousers or skirts, it would get shorter as well. It was obvious that their stage costumes will become indecent. She didn't like that. We'll go with a club dance as the motif, but it's not completely a club dance. To explain quickly, you can think that we're just getting the theme. It's the same with the clothes. In clubs, there is the objective to seduce the opposite gender, and hence, the clothes will get shorter, but for us, let's not overdo it. Let's change the dance routine to fit a club dance. We'll arrange the song to be a little more electronic as well. Of course, the choice is yours. Kang-yoon thought that it would work on the populace. The place where the performance is where people of all ages and gender gather, but the performance was at night, meaning many couples and other young people will gather. If they do a club dance that doesn't look cheap, then they could expect a good reaction. Of course, it was a paper-thin difference so that it won't be easy. We understand. We'll do it. The Seasons members, who discussed for a long time, eventually decided to do it. They couldn't find a solution with their current dance routine anyway. They judged that it was better to go on an adventure. Kang-yoon wrote down the confirmed things and went out to request for an arrangement. Won't we have to spend an enormous amount of money? We don't even have any though. When Kang-yoon left, Moon Ji-hye asked worriedly. She became worried when so many optional products increased after they had bought the primary product. But doesn't he have the ability? We should believe in him. I heard that he was a rising star nowadays. Said he following Jua. He said that he would rise more in the future. Who did? Moon Soo-oppa did. Kang Hae-seon and Song Hanul conversed worriedly. As they were of the same age, they liked to whisper to each other. Like many other people, they especially liked to talk about other people. Let's first do as we're told. He's an expert. We should believe in him. Okay, Uni. Jang Hannah organized their opinions, and the members all agreed. However, they were worried a lot. How much more money would they have to spend? How would the people's reaction be? And what will become of them after the performance? They had complicated thoughts. However, those girls realized in less than one day. They realized how useless their thoughts are, even when they were thinking about the future. Chapter 30. A stage that widens stages. 2. Mina, who was drinking water in the resting area, twitched when she heard the slow and rich voice calling her. Sa Samsoon. What you doing? Rinkin war? Yeah, haha. Young Mina laughed awkwardly. She was fed up with dealing with Lee Samsoon, who was carefree and like a tomboy. But as her skills were good, she couldn't say anything, and there was nothing that she could pick on in the dorms. She knew that she was a good friend, but it was uncomfortable to get close to her. She was too different to the people that Young Mina knew about. Can you give me a cup? Here. Young Mina was awkward in a different sense. However, Lee Samsoon came close to her without any restraint. Young Minia found such Lee Samsoon very uncomfortable. Just how did a person like her get chosen for the team? This was a question that young Mina had. A tomboy look with an accent. Who would like such a girl? Young Mina really didn't like such a girl. More than A Lee, who got called by the trainer because she makes mistakes every day, whether she knew or not. Lee Samsoon kept calling out to her friendlily. You know, today's singing practice, right? Why, yeah. Aye, it is. Singing so hard. Can Mina sing well? No, I'm no good. Juyun's good. Oh, really? I should ask Juyun for help, then. After A. Thanks for the drink. Lee Samsoon disappeared like an arrow. Not minding everything else, she was an energetic colleague. Young Mina softly shook her head while looking at Lee Samsoon's disappearing back. She doesn't fit with me. Who does? Hayek. At the sudden man's voice, young Mina was exaggeratedly shocked. When she turned back, Kang-yoon was there. Juicy. I was scared. We're at the company. Okay. Team leader. Anyway, I almost felt my heart drop. From when were you there? From when you said that you didn't fit with Samsoon. Kang-yoon bought some snacks from the shop and sat in front of young Mina. Dieting was normal for those trainees, so they sold a lot of diet snacks at the store as well. The snacks that Kang-yoon bought were of those kinds as well. Thank you. But should I really be eating something like this? If you don't want it, then I'll eat them. No, it's all right. Hunger was the best spice. To young Mina, who had to control her diet, these snacks were in truth a blessing. To young Mina, who picked up the tofu snack and soybean milk, Kang-yoon started asking about the things he was curious about. Do you really don't get along with Samsoon? That is. Did you fight? It's not that, but... Young Mina mumbled her words. Whether to speak her heart or not. She remembered that she got an earful when she said she hated Samsoon last time. Young Mina also reflected as she knew that she became a bit too emotional. But she couldn't adjust to the carefree attitude of Lee Samsoon. Kang-yoon spoke first after noticing that young Mina was hesitating. You know, Mina, I want you to learn Samsoon's leisurely attitude. Leisure? Samsoon has leisure. Don't you know already? Of course, Samsoon has something to learn from you as well. There was a reason why we didn't let you girls choose a pair yourselves and did it one-sidedly. You will have something to learn from each other. Like what you said, team leader, Samsoon has a leisurely attitude. No, she's overflowing with leisure that she's too carefree. She does well in practice, but when it's at the dorms or to her friends, I feel like I'm going crazy. I can't get used to it. I don't know how you're going crazy, but does she inconvenience other people like that? That? Young Mina couldn't answer. There wasn't a case where Lee Samsoon had inconvenienced others. Instead, she had a good relationship with other trainees when they were all competitors. There were cases where some of the tenacious ones also loosened their guard when against Lee Samsoon. There was a difference to young Mina, who the other trainees couldn't approach easily. Mina, you have tenacity. You simply cannot watch yourself lose. You know this yourself, right? Yes. If I think that I have to win, then I have to win no matter the method. Definitely. That's an amazing strong point. That's how you improved yourself. Right. Yes. Young Mina could say, with confidence that she was better in dancing than the other trainees. She was proud that even Kang-yoon had acknowledged her. However, Kang-yoon's words didn't end there. However, it may become a poison that can ruin you. It may become a poison. Overcompetition ruins people. That's why I want you to learn to control that tenacity of yours from Samsoon. Do you understand? Young Mina couldn't completely understand Kang-yoon's words. It was because she felt it was unrealistic. However, she first nodded while saying yes. Kang-yoon was her mentor already. She thought that if it's his words, then she obviously listened to it. It wouldn't be easy, but she decided to look for points that she may learn from Samsoon. Young Mina, who separated from Kang-yoon, returned to the practice room. As the trainer wasn't here yet, the girls were all chatting. Waha! Then did you play around on tigers' backs when you were young? There are no tigers nowadays. Have a look in the future. I will cook you some nice food with kimchi and all. Me too. I want to go to that mountain. When young Mina had a look, Samsoon was at the center of the conversation. Han Ju-yun was quietly listening, and A Lee Young was saying incoherent stuff while making the mood, and even the youngest, Seo Han-yu, showed interest. It seemed like even Christiane, who was expressionless, perked her ears and was listening. So this team's mood maker was Samsoon. Being unusual may be a weak point that makes one distant. However, it could also be a strong point. Lee Samsoon had the leisure to accept everyone while approaching her colleagues without restraint calmly. She understood just a little why Kang-yoon said for her to learn the leisurely attitude from Samsoon. There. Shall we start practice? Then, the trainer came in. Everyone went in formation as if they hadn't chatted, and the high-difficulty training started. In a high-class bar quite a distance away from the company. Inside the place, where faint violet and orange lightings could be seen, and high-class jazz music flowed, Kang-yoon and President Lee Hyun-ji met. Thank you for your time today, Mr. Kang-yoon. No, President. You're not overexerting yourself, right? It's all right. This was an obvious manner as a member of society. Before coming here, Kang-yoon had to hurry up his work today. Whether she knew or not, President Lee Hyun-ji poured some alcohol to Kang-yoon and went on to a topic. Today, I called you for a more personal story. I wanted to listen to your opinion, too. People usually won't talk about trivial stuff, but today, please answer as honestly as possible. I will do so as well. At President Lee Hyun-ji, who unusually requested for honesty, Kang-yoon silently nodded. Kang-yoon thought that something might be up the moment he was called out here. His what-if had become as expected. As you know well, team leader Kang-yoon, our company, that is, MG Entertainment is, composed of the president and the board of directors with the chairman at the top. Whenever there is something important, it needs to go through the approval of all three of the chairman, president, and the board. You know this, right? Yes. I want to talk about that today. Although it's uninteresting, however, please listen. President Lee Hyun-ji started talking about the company. Chairman Won Jin-moon was executing highest authority at the top within the company. He contributed the most in creating the company from scratch, and he had the most share in stocks. There were two factions under the chairman, and one was the presidential faction, while the other was the board of directors. The chairman used the president's faction and the board well. He had thought that the company would develop further if the two factions compete with each other. His thoughts were right, and the presidential faction and the board tried to show achievements while hindering the other. That's how the current MG Entertainment was built. However, the problem occurred after the current president, President Lee Hyun-ji, came into her position. As the previous president had to leave the company due to bribery and corruption, the presidential faction started becoming weaker, and the board became stronger. Moreover, as their foreign relations became bad, the young Lee Hyun-ji, who studied overseas, came into the position of the president to make up for it. In those directors' eyes, I was too young. Moreover, the time was wrong too. When I was just employed, it was re-contract season for those big-name singers. As you know, Mr. Kang-yoon, the result was a big failure. Thanks to that, my power plummeted, and the power of those directors shot up. In this situation, I met you, Mr. Lee Kang-yoon. To President Lee Hyun-ji, Kang-yoon's existence was like a savior. Chairman Won Jin-moon placed Kang-yoon under President Lee Hyun-ji, and later, Kang-yoon started bringing out huge achievements. With Jua's debut into Japan as the beginning, the concert team was made, and its first work with SETI's comeback stage was successful, and following that, they were also expecting good effects from the work with Seasons as well, and the concert team was showing the possibility for growth, and lastly, the girl group project was progressing smoothly as well. Thanks to that, power started gathering under President Lee Hyun-ji. First, I want to apologize that you've been thrown into intracompany politics. However, the directors all see you as mine. To them, you're an enemy they have to defeat. Your success is my success, and my success is like poison to them. You aren't going to say something like, aren't we all in the same company? And the like, right? I want to protect you, Mr. Kang-yoon. Be mine. Let us go together for a long time. Kang-yoon quietly closed his eyes. He thought up of many things. Even the thought that there's no way an achievement for the company will inconvenience them, as they were directors, and the idea that he wanted to escape from all this. Various thoughts passed by in his head. In the end, this moment comes. However, Kang-yoon eventually straightened his thoughts. It wasn't like he hadn't thought of intracompany politics while he was doing a big project. Of course, it was not that he wanted to jump into it. He thought that impurities would start pouring into him. He had already thought that something like this might happen as he received a high salary and his responsibility became bigger. Everything had its consequences. He didn't live his 10 years in his past life for nothing. However, Kang-yoon didn't want to be dragged around. His standards were in some other place. First, thank you for thinking about me. President. What I can definitely tell you is that I'm no one's person and just Lee Kang-yoon, the current planning and management team leader and at the same time, concert planning team leader at MG Entertainment. This is me at MG Entertainment. I'm nobody's person, so there's nothing like that. Kang-yoon's eyes looked strong. This looked like his declaration to not be dragged around by anyone at the same time of being a rejection. There was no way that he would look good to people like President Lee Hyun-ji. Is that so? That's a pity. I'll take it that you're going to the other side. President Lee Hyun-ji laughed bitterly. Currently, she was walking on thin ice. To her, who was desperate, Kang-yoon was disappointment itself. However, Kang-yoon's words hadn't ended yet. My standards are simple. To make a singer make music. Isn't MG Entertainment there to let the singers sing, and for those fans who listen to those songs? If someone meets this criterion, then I'll join that person, whoever this person may be. This is all I can say to you. Kang-yoon didn't say any more. He drank the alcohol in the glass in one shot. A bitter feeling welled up in him, but he waited for President Lee Hyun-ji's next words as if nothing had happened. This meant that my standards are like this, so you follow me, or so it seemed. Eventually, President Lee Hyun-ji calmly opened her mouth. To make a singer make music. Quite simple. That is so. A singer make music? Music, you're saying music. Standards should be simple. Ha ha ha. President Lee Hyun-ji burst out laughing. Kang-yoon didn't submit to her at all. However, his words were refreshing. Good, it's good. Then if I make singers make music, then Mr. Kang-yoon will be on my side? This is what you mean, isn't it? Kang-yoon smiled silently. His smile indicated agreement. President Lee Hyun-ji, who understood that intention, laughed even more loudly and poured out some alcohol for Kang-yoon. Ha ha. I was done in today. I was trying to lure you into my side, and I was done in instead. Mr. Kang-yoon, you're a scary person. Here, receive one from me. Thank you. Principles and standards. Kang-yoon had clear policies and standards. President Lee Hyun-ji could understand Lee Kang-yoon clearly today. He's a man of high caliber. He isn't someone who'll stay here forever. President Lee Hyun-ji judged like that after hanging out with Kang-yoon. He wasn't someone that just did work well. She could think about a lot of things from his words. Make a singer make music. In the end, the truth was simple. If singers made music, then they'll produce profit, then the company will run smoothly, then more people will rejoice, and the company will grow more. It was an oversimplification, but Kang-yoon talked about the ideals which were the most important thing. She thought about intercompany politics, but Kang-yoon had seen the most important thing. In the end, President Lee Hyun-ji decided to go together with him for a long time, not as her subordinate, but as her colleague. Receive one from me. You're giving me too much. Shut up. Just receive one from me. Amongst the amiable atmosphere, the two's drinking session lasted all night. Dawn. In a bar where most people have already left. President Lee Hyun-ji was grandly drunk and was lying face down, and Kang-yoon was quietly tilting his glass alone. I have to leave MG Entertainment and do my own work someday. But there is too much homework. The day he creates a stage not under the flag of MG Entertainment, but under his name. Kang-yoon imagined the scene where a singer was shouting and the audience was cheering. In such a stage, when alcohol entered him, such thoughts stirred up his mind. It's too far away right now. I need to do something about Hyun's condition as well, and my footing is weak too. However, Kang-yoon smiled bitterly while stirring the pumpkin-colored glass. As of yet, it was too far from a dream. His footing and experience were all insufficient, and his circumstances weren't good either. Even so, definitely. While thinking about the future, which was still far away, Kang-yoon's eyes shined. While thinking about the dream, which will definitely come true. He was feeling a great sense of exhaustion, but Kang-yoon's commute wasn't different than any other day. Kang-yoon left for outside work after finishing the meeting with the concert team and the girl group-related work. It was to meet with the composer for an arrangement. If it was MG Entertainment, they could make the composer himself come, but Kang-yoon preferred going directly. It was because he could see the work environment and see through the characteristics of the person as well. Kang-yoon was a utilitarianist and cared less about face. So today's underground, is this traces of charcoal briquette? Kang-yoon went downstairs where it was written Happy Man in a small sign. The one which caught his eyes more was traces of burns rather than the sign. The building was messy, but fortunately, there was a doorbell. After he pressed the doorbell, a man wearing a tank top peeked his head out from the door. Who is it? Hello? I'm called Kang-yoon. I came here for the song request. Oh, I'm sorry, but please wait a moment. The man wearing the tank top seemed embarrassed as he closed the door and went back inside. A moment later, a man wearing a leather jacket and a strange hat with a skull opened the door again. I'm sorry. Please come in. Kang-yoon went inside. Inside, there was a small studio facility and DJ equipment. Other than that, there were audios and the like. The building didn't seem that good as the ceiling was low. For a studio, this wasn't such a favorable environment. Kang-yoon looked around the place for a moment before sitting down. Hello, I'm YHB. I'm sorry for before. I accidentally fell asleep. Not at all. Is the song going well? It's about half done. Would you like to have a listen? YHB started controlling the machine. Soon, the song, which was in the middle of an arrangement, started flowing out. The song flowed in a similar beat to the original in the first verse, but when it came to the second verse, the atmosphere changed clearly and the song flowed in a club beat. However, it stopped in the middle of the second verse as it wasn't finished yet. I want it to be richer. Put in a DJ effect. It will be difficult to use the actual machine, so please arrange it inside. I understand, that's a pity. YHB showed his disappointment as though it was his desire as a composer. The song request, which came after a long time, was so much fun. The fancy electric beat made the body shake automatically. Kang-yoon moved his shoulders up and down while going into the beat. There wasn't anything that he needed to point out. Kang-yoon was satisfied. After having listened to the song, Kang-yoon stood up. Then I'll believe you and go. Do you have anything else you need? Unlike the peculiar clothing, YHB was a considerate man. You can decide on it. I'll just believe in you. Kang-yoon didn't say anything else. YHB asked as if this was out of his expectations. It's not like I've received a lot of requests, but you say something different to those other people. Sorry, people who leave their songs with me have a lot of requests. It happens a lot because I'm a newbie, but do this, do that. There were many such requests. I was all tensed up since I heard you were from MG Entertainment. But I understand. I will show you a result that you will definitely be satisfied with. Then I'll believe in you and leave. Kang-yoon left via the stairs where traces of charcoal could be seen. He fell into thought while leaving the building, which its traces of charcoal left a deep impression on him. YHB, in other words, Yu Hyung-bu, will position himself as the master of electronic music soon. It's not time yet, but his skills are already there. There's not much to talk about. Kang-yoon was satisfied with his results and got on the bus to go back to his office. However, at that moment, his phone started vibrating. Loudly. It's Kang-yoon. Hello, I'm Moon Ji-han from Sunday Rentals. Hello, President. What is it? I called you for the renting of the lighting. The order form should have come in by today, but as it's still not here, I've contacted you. I've called the stage production team, but they said that they didn't know, so I called you directly. I passed the notices around yesterday. Since the concept of the singing is not decided yet, I think it will be difficult to order by today. I will contact you tomorrow. I will make sure that something like this doesn't happen again. I'm sorry. Yes, I get it. Please call us tomorrow. Kang-yoon said he would order tomorrow and requested understanding. He had even notified the planning team to call the company. However, to think that they made them call him. Kang-yoon could only sigh. Don't worry. Then I'll see you later. After ending the call, Kang-yoon hurried to the company. As soon as he arrived, Kang-yoon headed to the stage production team office. You didn't check the notice? I'm sorry. I think it's because there was an error with the intranet yesterday. Sheesh. Kang-yoon let it go after he had heard the head of the stage production team's embarrassing words. He had said that there were cases where messages didn't get sent due to an error in the intranet, and that this was the first instance a notice was like that. After telling the head of the stage production team to intimidate the data processing team to make sure this doesn't happen again, he left the stage production team. When he came back to his office, paper friends who had "Please approve" at the top were piled up like a mountain on his desk. There's a lot today too. He sighed automatically, but after slapping his face a few times, he started working while attacking all those piled up paperwork. Chapter 31. A stage that widens stages. 3. An entirely different sound was coming from the second floor practice room, where Season's members were practicing. Electric sounds which made one's shoulders move up and down was filling the training room. This is our song. It's completely my style. Song Hanul was moving her shoulders up and down when she got even more excited and started waving her hand. The exciting electric sounds had the power to shake one's body. The song's mood has completely changed. It's entirely different from the original. Jang Hana looked worried. Her concern stemmed from the fact that she didn't have much contact with electric sounds. Moon Ji-hai seemed to think that it wasn't so bad, and Kang Hai-seon was already shaking her body along with Song Hanul. That's the end. Kang-yoon stopped the members who were enjoying the music in a variety of ways. All gazes gathered on Kang-yoon. It's this kind of feeling. How is it? It's good. It was from Song Hanul, who was always straightforward. She seemed to have taken a liking to it, as she still couldn't let go of the excitement. In contrast, Jang Hana appears to hesitate as she was worried. I think it's a bit too shocking. A club song in a department store stage, isn't it too risky? Of course, there was the fact that she didn't like the genre itself as well. However, considering the unspecified audience, it wasn't just an excuse. Clubs are a culture that's enjoyed by people in their 20s, and many people would find it uncomfortable once they reach their 40s. Uni, why are you like that? I like it though. Hanul, it's not something to think so positively about. Uni, we're leaving everything to him anyway. What are you so worried about? It will go well for sure. Song Hanul was already going towards Kang-yoon worshipping as the electric sounds already seduced her. Jang Hana tried to say something, but she held it down. She planned to slap her back after Kang-yoon left. While everyone was talking to themselves about the song, Kang-yoon once again gathered attention onto himself. I did bring the song, but the choice is yours. I said before, but I won't force you anything. If you go with the original, there's an advantage that you can appeal to your already existing fans, while the current song has the advantage that there will be a shock and will become a hot topic. If there's a disadvantage, it's that there are insufficient fans for you to appeal to, and that a shock always brings risks. Now was the time to decide. Today, he had to hand over the list of rental equipment over to the rental company so that they can prepare and adjust to the schedule, as it was difficult to drag it out any longer. While Kang-yoon was waiting for their choice, the season's members seemed to have decided as Jang Hana spoke as their representative. We'll go with the arranged version. Good. Then I'll think up of the necessary equipment and the concepts. You should think up of a dance routine that fits a club concept to replace the original dance routine as well. Ji-hai, do you think you can think up of a club dance routine? At Jang Hana's question, Moon Ji-hai replied, I will try. Let's do it right away. Okay, well, then let's practice. When the season's members got into formation to practice, Kang-yoon quietly left and went downstairs to the office. It was to talk about the details regarding the concert with President Yoon Moon-soo. This is the stage of Yin Department Store. Kang-yoon spread out the stage sketch, concept, and various other photographs on the table. President Yoon Moon-soo looked at each of the documents and the photos over one by one. The stage is not big. You can consider that there's enough space for 5 people to dance at once. 1 monitor and 1 speaker. Other than that, there's no other equipment for singers. The equipment we're setting up for ourselves is the psychedelic lights, laser beams, and a fog machine. There is no other equipment. It's less than I thought. There's no budget. At Kang-yoon's straight ball, President Yoon Moon-soo became silent. Money was always the enemy. As it's winter, the sun will set early. I have set our stage as the 3rd from the back. It will change according to the day's circumstances, but if there's anything, we might be moved back, but there won't be a case where we'll be moved forward. The core of the performance this time is the production of a club-like atmosphere using the psychedelic lights, the laser beams, and the fog machine. But wouldn't the lights be too bright? It's next to the department stores. It doesn't matter. Instead, it's better to make it look less like a club. We're going for a club atmosphere, not a real club. President Yoon Moon-soo seemed to have understood Kang-yoon's words as he tapped his knees. Of the essence, it was TV stage. Club elements are just spices. Spices make something taste better, meaning it's in no way the essence. The lasers and the psychedelic lights will be 7 to 12 seconds at best. As you said, this will happen in a department store. If you turn those lights on for so long, then eyes will start hurting. We'll use them momentarily to attract attention and gather an audience, no matter how small. President Yoon Moon-soo exclaimed. If it really went as Kang-yoon said, then he thought that they would produce a hot topic on top of it being a good stage. It was just an event stage, but to think that its uses expanded to this. He was the one to mention it at the beginning, but he had no idea that it can actually become real. After talking, Kang-yoon left the office. While leaving the tattered building, Kang-yoon pondered about the stage. The important thing is the degree of completion of the dance routine. I should check tomorrow. While writing down various things about the stage, Kang-yoon headed home. Next day, inside the practice room of Domaz Entertainment, the season's members were sweating beads of sweat. A beat faster than before, and the 30 seconds increase made all of them nervous while dancing. This is really no joke, isn't it? Kang-yoon was really surprised while looking at the season's members practicing. It was because the white light coming out from the members was very strong. Of course, as they hadn't practiced enough, the lights from the members hadn't harmonized with each other yet. However, Kang-yoon could be sure after looking at those lights that the song was very compatible with the season's members. Let's try the original song too. Kang-yoon ordered for the original song, just in case. From the members, who were dancing to the slower beat, Kang-yoon could see gray lights. As expected, the answer lay in the arrangement. It wasn't that the song was bad. However, it had a bad affinity with the season's members. It was like a girl in puberty wearing clothes that did not fit her. The season's members could also see that although the arranged version was more complicated, it had more degree of completion in regards to the dance routine and was better in regards to the song itself. After the comparison of the original and the arrangement was done, Kang-yoon gathered the season's members. Now, we're finished preparing. I have talked to your president about the details of the stage. Yes. Questions? At Kang-yoon's question, Kang Hye-seon raised her hand. How is the costume? Is it risky? There won't be a risk. People hate it if you show too much. The president said that we need to take more off to attract attention. When Kang Hye-seon muttered, Kang-yoon shook his head. If you take more off once, then it's harder to put it on again. People always want more stimulation. You need to show off moderately. You're going to have a showdown using your dance. The song this time is good, so it's doable. The equipment will also support you well, so you don't have to worry. Yes. Kang Hye-seon accepted and nodded her head. As she didn't like showing off too much, she seemed relaxed after she heard that she wouldn't show too much. The next question came from Moon Ji-hye. By what time do we need to arrive there? The stage will start at 6:30. The technical rehearsal will start at 3, so arrive there before then. It's the weekend, so we need to see the time well. She kept in mind what should have been kept in mind by managers. Those girls all double acted as managers and coordinators. Kang-yoon received a few more questions about the stage and explained them. He emphasized a lot. The fact that they had to take care of their safety as it was a small stage, and the fact that they should not panic when meeting the gazes of the audience as the distance between the stage and the audience was small. After the conversation was over, Kang-yoon left the practice room and went downstairs. Now, he was at a stage where he should meet President Yoon Moon-soo and finish their business. When he arrived at the office, President Yoon Moon-soo was waiting with the required documents. Please sit here. President Yoon Moon-soo was very humble when confronting Kang-yoon. It wasn't just because he was from a big company. The figure of Kang-yoon doing work and the change in the attitude of the season's members all enabled him to judge that Kang-yoon had the skills. The things related to the transaction and the budget was already approved and signed. The documents left now were about equipment rentals and the costumes. Kang-yoon briefly went over the work with President Yoon Moon-soo and stood up. Thank you for your work, President. Thank you for your work, Team Leader Lee. Now, we'll meet at the rehearsal, then. Kang-yoon thought for a bit. The stage will occur in Daejeon. Does he really have to go all the way to Daejeon? In a budget point of view, it was a loss. There was no need for him in a small stage like that. When he organized his thoughts, Kang-yoon shook his head. I apologize. I think I should work on something else that day. Is that so? I will make up. The best team of staff. The settings are all done, so you don't have to worry about it. You just have to do whatever you want as prepared. President Yoon Moon-soo showed his disappointment. However, it was rude for him to request Kang-yoon to come all the way to Daejeon. Kang-yoon had already worked more than he had asked for. I understand. The work you did until now, I really thank you for it. There'll be good results. After a handshake with President Yoon Moon-soo, Kang-yoon left Domaz Entertainment. So what's left is the results. I hope it goes well. While looking back at the tattered two-story building, Kang-yoon wished for the best from the bottom of his heart. Rooftop. The warm winds of spring starting to blow after the chilly winds of winter made people gather on the rooftop. Starting with the employees having a smoke to relieve their fatigue and trainees who secretly came up to rest, and even the singers. The rooftop was always a place of rest for the people of MG Entertainment. Among them was Min Jae-seo. While looking down at a building from a corner of a rooftop, she was in deep thought. Singer preparation class transference notice. While reading the paper in her hands, Min Jae-seo couldn't erase the worry from her face. She should have been happy that she was promoted to the preparation class from the practice class, but her face didn't look like that at all. It was because she was moved from the acting practice class to the singer preparation class. Her major literally changed. What do I do about this? Should I apply to put me down? Min Jae-seo crumpled the paper. It was a one-sided notice from the company. MG Entertainment was well known for its strict rules. She couldn't even imagine going against those rules. If she did, then it will bring a huge amount of obstacles in her activities later. Celebrities will die out and even be expelled from the company. MG Entertainment was such a scary place. The more she thought about it, the longer her sighs became. Min Jae-seo thought about it a lot, but she couldn't come up with an answer. When she looked to her side, the singer Seonbaes were all smoking in a relaxed pose. Like they were scattering their worries along with the smoke. She also wanted to scatter her worries. Should I smoke too? Don't learn things like that. Kayak. Someone interrupted while Min Jae-seo was muttering alone. When she looked to the side due to the surprise, it was Kang-yoon. Team leader. You look complicated. Is there anything? It's... Min Jae-seo started talking with a long sigh. It was the talk of the transfer to the singer preparation class from the acting practice class. So this is the reason why she left. Kang-yoon knew why she left MG Entertainment to go to a small entertainment company in his past life after he heard from her. Of course, after she moved, her talent as an actress exploded out and she became a huge star. After listening to Min Jae-seo's story, Kang-yoon's expression became serious. What do I do about it? There was no meaning to Min Jae-seo if she's not an actress. Kang-yoon knew that too well. However, the company wanted her to prepare as a singer. Min Jae-seo was definitely eye-catching. She was tall, her body figure was good, and her natural voice was good as well, so he could see why they wanted her to be a singer. Eye-catching can also be considered as having a good star quality. However, Kang-yoon knew well that she didn't want to be a singer. After deciding his thoughts, Kang-yoon calmly started speaking. Chapter 32. A stage that widens stages 4. So, you are determined. In fact, yes. There was no hesitation in Min Jae-seo's answer. Acting. As she had decided, there was no tremble in her eyes. Kang-yoon, who understood her will, calmly spoke. To say it coldly, this may be an opportunity for you. There isn't a precedent where our company had succeeded with an actor or an actress, but we have plenty of know-hows regarding singers. Perhaps it might be better to debut as a singer rather than an unsure actress. I know that. Min Jae-seo was trembling slightly. She knew well of Kang-yoon's intentions while speaking those words. How about debuting as a singer first, then shifting to acting? Was what he meant. However, Min Jae-seo was firm with her decision. I don't have any talent in singing. It's not interesting either. It's tough for an actor or an actress to escape the bias of the people if he or she had shifted after being a singer, no matter what they do. I want to walk the path of an actress properly from the beginning. The more I practice, the more I find fun in acting. I don't want to go back just because it's difficult. Min Jae-seo continued while putting power into her voice. After talking with you, I set on my path. I will become an actress. I practiced harder from that time onwards. I want to debut as an actress and grow as an actress. Perhaps it was a high-class worry. However, Kang-yoon knew that her worries were serious. Getting your dreams snapped because of being pushed around by others was a tragic thing. What should I do? Kang-yoon fell into thought. The Min Jae-seo he knew had high chances of becoming successful. She was a top-tier actress in Kang-yoon's past. If Min Jae-seo left the company, then she might be able to spread out her dreams. The past Min Jae-seo was running on a path of success, and even after that she also. No, wait. Kang-yoon thought about Dairo's Entertainment where Min Jae-seo went to in his past. A few strange rumors were surrounding Dairo's Entertainment. Starting with rumors that she had a slave contract with them and the rumor that she had to do service there were a lot of rumors. The truth of the situation wasn't revealed, but it continued. In the end, it didn't even make it to the media, but the noise kept continuing even as Min Jin-seo's success continued. If Min Jin-seo went to Dairo's Entertainment for acting, will she have been happy? Kang-yoon's conclusion arrived here. The fact that there was noise meant that there was a reason for it. Dairo's Entertainment was a small company. Such a small entertainment company had achieved success with an actress in a short period. Will it really have gone through the normal process? I'm not sure, but they should have used a lot of bad methods. Kang-yoon organized his thoughts. Will Min Jin-seo really be happy if she went to Dairo's Entertainment? Will she have a good environment to spread out her wings? The conclusion was no. For a better result, Kang-yoon began talking. Did some other entertainment company contact you? Min Jin-seo twitched as if she was poked where it hurt. She was bad at concealing things. Kang-yoon knew that he was right, and he grabbed his head. As expected, it was from a small place. Min Jin-seo shut her mouth after speaking vaguely. However, when she met her eyes with Kang-yoon's again, she started speaking carefully while looking down towards the ground. Unlike the current company, they said that they would let me focus solely on acting. They also said that they would help me debut soon too. To Min Jin-seo, it was a very seductive condition. An acting class on top of debut. There was nothing to compare with MG. By chance, is that company called Dairo's Entertainment? Yes. At Kang-yoon's pinpoint attack, Min Jin-seo was really surprised. It was to the point that she even thought that Kang-yoon knew everything. This was something she had never talked about to any of the members in this company. Min Jin-seo became frightened as she didn't know how Kang-yoon would react. However, unlike her thoughts, Kang-yoon's reaction was soft. What are you planning to do from now on? I don't know yet. If you can continue acting here, will you remain here? Sorry. Min Jin-seo wondered what kind of thing Kang-yoon was talking about. Question colored her face. I think that you will definitely succeed if you become an actress. To be honest, I'm thinking that I shouldn't let you go. Why? I shouldn't let go of an actress who will achieve success for sure, right? It was the same as last time. Kang-yoon kept speaking good words to Min Jin-seo. She didn't hate those words, but it is hard to believe in them. In Min Jin-seo's eyes, there was doubt. You also said last time that I will definitely succeed. I really thank you. You made me able to walk my path. However, we didn't even meet each other that many times. To you, I may just be one trainee out of countless of them. Can you honestly say that easily that I will succeed? Aren't you just saying that because you don't want to let go of a trainee? As Min Jin-seo was desperate, her reactions were extreme as well. He could have said that she was rude, but Kang-yoon received her desperation head-on. Should I show you evidence? You just said that you were one of the countless trainees, right? I will show you that you aren't. As proof, I will solve your anxiety within this week. Instead, please delay your decisions for transferring to another company. Sorry. Min Jin-seo couldn't understand what Kang-yoon was saying. Solve her anxiety? She didn't know what that meant. Kang-yoon seemed to have read that as he repeated his words clearly. I will make you able to focus solely on acting in the future. Kang-yoon's figure in the sunlight was very bright. She was thankful for just those words. Who, in this company, ever put effort for her like this? Min Jin-seo was very grateful for just that. However, she suppressed her emotions and replied, I understand. She tried her best to shake her head and erased her strange fantasy. Kang-yoon, who made a promise with Min Jin-seo, went back to his office after saying that resting time was over. While looking at Kang-yoon's wide back while he was going down the stairs, Min Jin-seo quietly muttered, This week? Yes, if it's just 1 week. Min Jin-seo sighed while placing her arms on the handbar. The day of Seasons' performance. Kang-yoon finished his breakfast before going to work and was changing his clothes. Appa, you got a call. Kang-yoon was changing when Hee-yoon came with his phone, which was lying in the living room somewhere. Kang-yoon put down the tie he was going to wear and accepted the call. I received the call. Chief Han, yes. What? Son's traffic accident. Kang-yoon's voice became a pitch higher. The employee who was supposed to go couldn't go now due to his son's traffic accident. I understand. I will go myself. Please look after the child. Yes. When seriousness filled Kang-yoon's face after he ended the call, Hee-yoon, who was tying Kang-yoon's tie for him, asked, Appa, what is it? Was there an accident? The employee who's supposed to go to Taejun can't go. His son got caught up in a traffic accident. Really? Then what will happen? I think I need to go. And here, I plan to come back early and go with you to the hospital. Kang-yoon became sorry, and he avoided Hee-yoon's gaze. It was the day of the performance, but as he judged that there was nothing he should worry about. However, now, his schedule was all screwed up. However, Hee-yoon warmly smiled, as if trying to console Kang-yoon. It's all right. I heard you saying that they want you there anyway. It's good. If this continues, then I'll have to keep doing that. I can't differentiate whether I'm doing work as a planner or a consultant. So what? If you have the skills, then you do both. Here you go. That's done. Hee-yoon splendidly tied Kang-yoon's necktie. The purple necktie went well with the white shirt. My op is so cool. Of course, your op is the coolest. Then I'll go. Don't forget to go to the hospital. I know. After receiving Hee-yoon's bidding, Kang-yoon headed towards the company. As he heads to take over Chief Han's work and go to Taejun, he had to hurry. Of course, everything was something that he had instructed, so it didn't take long. Kang-yoon went to Seoul Station after preparing fast at the office. As he took the KTX, it didn't take long for him to arrive at Taejun. It's here. When Kang-yoon had arrived, the technical rehearsal was already underway. Kang-yoon immediately handed the lighting's memory to the lighting director and conversed with him for a bit. The lighting director marveled at the fact that Kang-yoon had brought something like a light's memory in a small event like this, while saying that it was unheard of. When he stated that he would try his best, even though he had come here with a relaxed mind, Kang-yoon said please and held out a packet of cigarettes. It was, in a sense, a bribe. 1. Kang-yoon looked for the season's members who were in the middle of practice after having borrowed a spare area. Huh? Hello. When Kang-yoon arrived, even when he said he wouldn't, everyone greeted him delightedly. Their morale rose sharply as if they just gained unexpected support. Kang-yoon gave out bottles of water he had bought, and the girls gathered like bees to honey. As they had already practiced a lot after arriving, they had all emptied the bottle by half at once. To think that the team leader would come himself? I'm surprised. When President Yoon Moon-soo spoke with both delight and a tinge of chilliness, Kang-yoon could only shrug his shoulders. There was no need to talk about the circumstances on his side. Appa, we practiced really hard. Song Han-ol, who drank more than half of the bottle at once, boasted. No, it wasn't just her. We practiced until late last night. We're confident now. Kang Hae-seon also joined in. Everyone seemed to agree as they nodded when Kang-yoon nodded his head in understanding. I look forward to the rehearsal. Yes. After the technical rehearsal finished, it will go on to the pre-rehearsal. When the season's members were on the stage to dance a little and to confirm their line of sight, Jang Hannah expressed her complaint towards the monitor speaker which protruded out in the middle of the stage. This is a bit of a bother. But without this, you won't be able to listen to the song. The sound effects engineer replied worriedly. Seasons didn't have individual ear microphones. In the end, if there was no monitor speaker, then they had to listen to the song with the main speaker. It wasn't easy to listen to the song on the stage through the main speaker. It was because the song will be too quiet. At that moment, Kang-yoon, who was at the front of the stage, stepped in. We're going with an AR, music recording plus voice, so let's do without the monitor speaker. But if we don't listen to the song, then we might miss a beat. Moon Ji-hye asked worriedly. If one missed a beat, then the entire dance would crumble. It was a small stage, but today's stage was critical to them. So, a tiny mistake would put them in a difficult position. The stage is small here. So, even without the monitor speaker, you would be able to listen to the song. Even if people gather, it's an outdoor stage, and looking at the position of the main speakers, you can hear the songs from them too. The main speaker is not at the front, but up above. If the main speaker was at the front, then the sound will only spread out towards the audience, so for the singers on the stage, monitor speakers were a must. However, if the main speaker was above or at the sides, then the sounds will flow into the stage as well. It didn't happen a lot in big concerts, but in small concerts, it happened frequently. Kang-yoon requested the sound effects engineer to remove the monitor speaker, and they rehearsed again. Then, although it was smaller than before, they could hear the song well. Is it all right? At the sound effects director's words, the season's members made a circle with their fingers. An okay sign. They all did a thumbs up towards Kang-yoon while coming down from the stage. As they had little experience regarding stages, Kang-yoon's help in this regard was excellent. He's 100 times better than our president. At Song Han-ol's direct words, Kang Hae-seon agreed. Jang Hannah didn't say anything, but she did agree while nodding. And, should we just make him our president? Moon Hye-seon refreshingly struck the finisher. Only Kang-yoon, who didn't know what kind of conversation went on between those words, held onto the rope of nervousness while looking at other singers' stages. Yin department store opening celebratory concert. As it was a department store opening event, there were a lot of people. There were a lot of singers as well, both famous ones and not famous ones. So when famous singers went on stage, people gathered, but when non-famous singers went on stage, there was an extremely small amount of reaction from the people. Kang-yoon marveled at such an extreme difference in reaction. In an event, the people's reactions were mostly cold. Thank you. Clap, clap, clap. When a non-famous male singer finished his stage, people lightly applauded. After his stage was over, the MC went forward. He was a comedian who often showed up in TV shows. It's a new singer this time as well. At those words, the people's reactions weren't that good. Kang-yoon shivered at the people who were trying to stand up while saying it wasn't interesting. It didn't even start, but their turn in the order of sequence wasn't good. It was because the order of arrival of the singers were all twisted. I introduced to you a new group, Seasons. The people greeted them with an applause. However, it was just an applause in form. Uni, I'm scared. Kang Hye-seon seemed to be scared of the sunken gazes of the people as she kept trying to look towards Jang Hannah. However, at that moment, she met her eyes with Kang-yoon's, who was in the middle of the audience, next to the sound effects engineer. Kang-yoon was signaling her. It's all right. Be calm. Kang Hye-seon, who received Kang-yoon's signal, shivered for a brief moment before calming herself down. Now was the time to open the lid. She knew that if she was nervous now, then it might not do any good for her. It was rude to everyone, including Kang-yoon, who prepared a lot. Time passed, and the people talked to each other, but Kang-yoon was relaxing them by signaling it was okay. The girls all took deep breaths and calmed down. After he saw that they all calmed down, Kang-yoon signaled the engineers. The start signal. Huh? What's that? All lights went off, and the green lasers started beautifully decorating the stage. With a surprise from the audience, the mood reversed instantly. The people who didn't have much of a reaction until now started turning their gazes towards Seasons, who they thought was just side mobs after they reacted to the big stimulation. 1. A lighting memory is essentially a guide to how he would like the lighting to go, aka positioning and timing of the lights/colors of the lights. Chapter 33. A stage that widens stages. 5. This is it. Seeing the audience being attracted by the green lights and the psychedelic lights, Kang-yoon clenched his fists. He was looking at the atmosphere in the past stages. Ballads and dances. Although there were several different singers today, this kind of atmosphere wasn't here before. While the people's curiosity, rejection, positive reactions, etc. were intertwining with each other, the Seasons members' dance started. As Kang-yoon had ordered, the costume wasn't that revealing, nor was it tight-fitting. The costume didn't show the navel, but it was short, so it didn't attract that much rejection. The costume is good for sure. The club-styled costume also played a role in catching the gazes of the people. The male audience was already completely mesmerized, and the female audience too. They had different reactions, from those who said they were pretty to those who poked their boyfriend's sides in jealousy. The passerbys were also gathering one by one. My heart still flutters. I get nervous. If I just see you. The song was already completely different from the original. The white light scene by Kang-yoon became stronger. The fast electronic beat made people move their shoulders up and down, and the Seasons members on stage were attracting gazes with pretty but seductive movements. It's very easy. The word farewell, it doesn't take long. Wow. Finally, the climax dance routine of Seasons came out. Unlike shaking their waist from side to side until now, they waved their entire bodies by moving their bodies to the side. It was a move that emphasized their waistlines. When the lighting burst out on top of the clear-cut dance, a huge cheer erupted from the audience. Wow! The cheers from the men were huge. There were some of them who were pinched on their side from time to time. However, even the female audience focused their gazes while saying it was cool, and more audience was gathering. Phew! Kang-yoon heaved a sigh of relief while looking at the white light exuding from Seasons and the positive reactions of the audience. As the Seasons stage was reaching its climax, the cheers from the audience became bigger, and when the performance was about to end, the sound from the audience had become a big wave. Thank you. Behind the stage, Kang-yoon had received a big thank you from Seasons. It isn't over yet. Shoo. When Kang-yoon gave a warning, as the last singer still had a stage, Kang Hye-seon finally smacked her head lightly. Even so, her eyes looking at Kang-yoon were glittering. Appa, thank you so much. A stage like today, it was the first time in my life. It's all thanks to you. Moon Ji-hye also seemed like she wouldn't be able to forget about today. As they knew, they didn't have much stage experience, but such a touching stage like today's was a first. Although it was a small stage, it was the first time they received such a cheer from the audience. Moreover, such a stage where a non-existent reaction became bigger and bigger was something that they will perhaps never experience again. They still couldn't forget about the time where they received people's cheers and applauses when they were exiting. I wondered if this would work at the beginning. Even so, I just followed you as we already agreed that we would do. As you say, but I never knew it would work to this extent. Thank you. Jang Hannah wasn't that different. She was the one who hesitated as she didn't like the club-themed dance. However, her hands were trembling even now as she couldn't forget about the stage. Song Hanul also spoke, not losing to others. Appa, thank you so much. I won't ever forget about today's stage. Today's stage was really... Oh, Hanul's crying. I'm not. Song Hanul even cried due to being touched, and Kang Hye-seon consoled her. The two youngest girls eventually went away on their own and chatted. Kang-yoon, who was looking at them while smiling, shook his head. You've done well, everyone. I wish for us to meet in a better stage next time. Thank you for your work. Kang-yoon hugged and shook hands with each of the members of Seasons and walked towards President Yoon Moon-soo, who was behind them. He still had some work to do. Did the recording go well? Yes. It came out really well. It's the best. Kang-yoon took the camcorder that President Yoon Moon-soo had recorded with and played the video. The video with suitable zoom-ins and outs had even captured the members' expressions well. Especially, the dance routine where they shook their waist was captured well. This is good. Please upload it like this. Don't forget what I told you before too. Yes. Never upload it using company IP. I remember it very well. I'm planning to upload it in a PC bang around here somewhere. Kang-yoon gave back the camcorder to President Yoon Moon-soo. Now, all work that he had to do was over. Not only did he do the stage, but he also did the after-service. Kang-yoon bid farewell with President Yoon Moon-soo and got on the train home. Pho, it's so tiring. The moon was already nigh. Kang-yoon, who was immersed in fatigue all day, fell into sleep as soon as the train departed. Kang-yoon, who was still affected going to Daejeon the day before, went to work with sleepy eyes. He had to report the result to the president's office soon, so Kang-yoon did the last check on the report. He reviewed the budget he used, and the work he did, and such things, and he was organizing the report for the final results when... What is this? Kang-yoon, who opened the internet to check the result of the video that President Yoon Moon-soo had uploaded, blinked his eyes several times in astonishment. Before he even looked at the result, the real-time popular search word had caught his eyes. -1 SD Seasons. -2 ND Yen Department Store Seasons. -3 RD Seasons Club Dance. Several familiar words could be seen on the real-time popular search word list. First on the real-time popular search word list, Kang-yoon was puzzled at the absurd result. At that moment, the phone rang. It was from President Yoon Moon-soo. Kang-yoon greeted lightly and went into the topic. So you've been listed in the real-time popular search word list. Yes, as you said, I've uploaded the video onto the video website. I've uploaded onto 3 portal sites and on a video specialized website for a total of 4 places, but when I woke up from sleep, it was there on the list just like that. Speculative news articles keep popping up, so I'm about to die from overwork. They must be mostly from intern reporters. Watch the situation and react if there's anything big. The results are good though. Team leader, I will treat you big sometime. You're the god of stages, know the god of music, a god. Kang-yoon ended his call while listening to words that made him get goosebumps in the morning. It was literally an insane result. He didn't even think about real-time popular search word. He only expected about 2 million views on the video, but a massive result came out. First on the popular search word list means that all citizens would at least see the word seasons at least once. He did his work too well for a low cost. Looks like I'll be scolded, eh? While being worried about a laughable thing where he might be scolded for doing his work too well, Kang-yoon headed to the president's office. As expected, before she even saw the report, She mentioned the real-time popular search word list. For us to put a singer on the list, we have to use a lot of staff and a lot of part-time workers on top of that. But team leader Lee makes it look so easy, eh? We've received too little money. Just how can I describe this? President Lee Hyun-ji was also puzzled. Kang-yoon was exceptional, but he was too exceptional. As he had a lot of work to do with the girl group project, she had planned to take it easy with the work with the concert team. His primary job was raising the girl group, and his sub-job was the concert team, but as he had done more than that, she was confused as to whether she should be happy or what. Team leader Lee, you work too well. You work too well, so The poker-faced President Lee Hyun-ji grabbed her head as she panicked in no small amounts this time. Kang-yoon's power to put someone on the popular search word list, and even an idol from another company at that, made her difficult as to whether to laugh or to cry. President Lee Hyun-ji, in the end, burst out laughing. That was my mistake. I will call for a high fee from next time onwards. I've undervalued team leader Lee too much. Thank you for your work. Oh, do you have some time today? Is there something? How about having a drink tonight? Along with the chairman, the three of us. I understand. Finish your work early today and come to my office. Kang-yoon didn't reject. He also had something to talk about anyway. Kang-yoon said okay and left the president's office. Inside his office, there weren't many things that needed his attention. A concert had just ended, and the girl group project was also going well. Just that there was something that got on his mind. The teamwork is not working out too well. Not long before he finished work, Kang-yoon shook his head after reading the report that the trainers gave him. They have a trait where they want to stand out rather than to match each other. Young Mina, Christian, and Han Ji-yeon were especially severe, and Lee Sam-soon and Seo Han-yu are trying to get along. Lee Young as well is just no good. Should I be more strict? As they were all stubborn, he had warned the trainers. However, the side effects of it were coming out. Kang-yoon thought that he should snap them off for a bit soon. When he finished work, it was evening. Kang-yoon went to the president's office. Chairman Won Jin-moon and President Lee Hyun-ji were already waiting for him there. Did you come? Good evening, Chairman. Good evening. I heard you made a big accident. What accident? Kiki. If you did that much work with that much money, then it's an accident. Kikik. A giggle leaked out from Chairman Won Jin-moon. Until now, no one gave him the same worry as Kang-yoon did. The reason was so interesting the more he thought about it, so he giggled continuously. The three got on the chairman's car and headed to a high-class bar near the company. It was a quiet bar which only high members of society visited. I always wanted to treat you. Please, receive one from me. Thank you. Chairman Won Jin-moon poured a high-class alcohol into Kang-yoon's glass. Kang-yoon received the pleasant-colored alcohol and poured one for Chairman Won Jin-moon and President Lee Hyun-ji. After a light Jeonbi equals JP. Kampai equals Yin cheers, and after they drank a little, the conversation began. In a private place, Chairman Won Jin-moon was easygoing while President Lee Hyun-ji was quiet. They talked about work, but they also talked about their private life from time to time. There was also high-class information about the entertainment world. Of course, the hottest topic was the real-time popular search word. Chairman Won Jin-moon spoke while filling Kang-yoon's cup. I still find it funny. Miss Hyun-ji, how can one make a first search word with a countryside performance? Was it that easy? It's difficult. We also need to use part-time workers and even make our employees go into an emergency if we want to make it to the list. But really, Kang-yoon is so amazing. When a moderate amount of alcohol went in, Chairman Won Jin-moon's face had become red, and he felt good. He didn't stop his praise for Kang-yoon, saying that the company had changed thanks to Kang-yoon nowadays. Good, I feel good. Do you want anything? Do you mean something I want? Yes, I will grant just one. If you want a raise in salary, then I'll give you a lot. I feel good today. Unlike Chairman Won Jin-moon, who looked like he felt good, President Lee Hyun-ji narrowed her eyes. She knew well of the actual meaning behind those words. It's his way of seeing through a person. A high-class move to see through a person. It was a method that Chairman Won Jin-moon used frequently. Of course, he would grant the wish. However, sometimes, the way he treated that person would change after that. It was a critical junction deciding a person's future company life. While President Lee Hyun-ji became nervous, Kang-yoon became serious. He thought for a moment before answering. Can I request one thing? Talk about it. Anything. I will grant it for you. Please give me trainee Min Jin-seo. Eh. At the completely unexpected wish, both Chairman Won Jin-moon and President Lee Hyun-ji widened their eyes. The promise with Min Jin-seo from last week had not left his mind. Kang-yoon was looking for the right time. He could have wished for a raise in his salary, but it was obvious that it would increase in the next salary negotiation. Instead of asking for an obvious thing like that, investing it in work with more possibilities was more profitable in many ways. If he grabbed Min Jin-seo, who was definitely going to succeed, and planned for her, it was a better profit for the future. I'm not her father. Chairman Won Jin-moon panicked. Had a wish just turned into a request for a trainee? Fortunately, President Lee Hyun-ji explained from the side. I think he means a trainee for his work. Really? I figured he was asking for marriage. Of course, it's a joke. Min Jin-seo, you say? Who is she that you even request me for her? You don't seem to be planning to go outside and set up a new company. Chairman Won Jin-moon had never heard about this trainee. He knew well about trainees who had a good future and the singers, but there was no way he would know all the trainees. President Lee Hyun-ji was the same. She's a trainee in the acting practice class. She's currently being moved to the singer preparation class. I want to plan for her by myself. Please continue. Chairman Won Jin-moon wanted to know about why a singer-specialized planner wanted a place in the acting side. Kang-yoon calmly explained. Min Jin-seo is a trainee who has more potential for acting rather than singing. Although she isn't within my jurisdiction, I've watched her for quite a while. However, as she was moved from the acting class to the trainee class, I watched her trembling. Is that so? Chairman Won Jin-moon drank the strong alcohol. Kang-yoon was a man who was unpredictable as always. He became interested. I've judged that throwing away a trainee with potential is a loss for the company. So I request you now. Please make me in charge of trainee Min Jin-seo. So, you saw potential and talent for acting in that trainee? So you want to raise her by yourself? Is this what you're saying? Yes. Kang-yoon, who emptied his glass, received a glass from Chairman Won Jin-moon again. He was starting to get drunk. Do you have any proof that she'll succeed? I apologize, but I don't have any data yet. The only thing I can show you is myself. Oh, so you yourself will guarantee it, yes? That is so. Kang-yoon already knew that Min Jin-seo would succeed. Although he knew that the future was changing, Min Jin-seo was still Min Jin-seo. The people who will look at her talent and use her in TV broadcasts were still there. In other words, she was a blank check. Although he thought that it would disappoint him if Min Jin-seo went to another company, above all, it was a judgment that he made weighing on her possibilities. I'll go to the bathroom for a bit. Chairman Won Jin-moon left the place for a bit. He meant that he would think about it. Now the two people left, Kang-yoon and President Lee Hyun-ji, lifted their glasses. Kang-yoon hit lightly with her glass and put it to his mouth. I always think, but Mr. Kang-yoon always says interesting things. Is that so? But it's a possible story. How high? Above 80%. I don't like that. Although he mentioned a very high probability, President Lee Hyun-ji shook her head while saying she didn't like it. She seemed to have become a little bit drunk as she smiled and said to Kang-yoon, please give me a little more. What's the possibility that team leader Kang-yoon thinks of? While President Lee Hyun-ji was giving signs with her eyes as if she knew Kang-yoon's thoughts, Chairman Won Jin-moon came in. He looked drunk as his face was bright red. Good, Kang-yoon. I permit it. Chairman, why don't you lease? Miss Hyun-ji. It's all right. It's Kang-yoon who's doing it, right? You've become drunk. No. Chairman Won Jin-moon shook his head. Although he was very drunk, it wasn't to the point that he couldn't control his body. He smiled and approached Kang-yoon. You're trying to show me something again this time as well, right? Can I look forward to it? While placing his arms on Kang-yoon's shoulders, Chairman Won Jin-moon lifted his glass. Kang-yoon also naturally clanged the glass with him. Then Chairman Won Jin-moon said in a low voice, I will grant your wish. Thank you. However, Chairman Won Jin-moon interrupted Kang-yoon's words. I have expectations. Remember that. I understand. Chairman Won Jin-moon lifted his arm and went back to his seat. Then, he laughed as if all of it had never happened. Kang-yoon was requesting this to show him something. That was what Chairman Won Jin-moon was thinking. So today's the last day. Min Jin-seo headed towards the practice room powerlessly. The last day of the promise with Kang-yoon was today, as she thought that today would be the last time she would practice thoughtless singing. She also thought that it was kind of disappointing. While preparing and stretching her body, the trainer came inside. However, before the roll call, Min Jin-seo. Yes. Go to the planning team leader's office on the 5th floor right now. At that moment, the trainees all whispered to each other. They all shot gazes mixed with envy, jealousy, and a variety of other emotions. The planning team leader on the 5th floor was famous in many ways, as they also heard that the main character behind Pushing an Unknown Group seasons. On top of the real-time search word list, the trainees were trying their best to catch his eyes. When Min Jin-seo entered the planning team leader's office on the 5th floor, Kang-yoon was waiting for her. Welcome. Good day to you, sir. After exchanging light greetings, the talk began while drinking the tea that Kang-yoon brought. I called for you directly as I thought it would be good to tell you myself. Is something up? From today onwards, you will be moved from the singer preparation class to the acting debut preparation class. What? Min Jin-seo ended up burning her tongue on the tea. It was because a bomb dropped from Kang-yoon's mouth. It wasn't the singer debut preparation class. It's the acting debut preparation class. She was so shocked that her heart was pounding. Ada debut preparation class. Yes, debut preparation class. You'll debut soon, so you'll have to resolve yourself very well. What? Sir, I can't even act well right now, but a debut so soon. She was dumbfounded. Min Jin-seo thought that she wasn't prepared yet. Debut was something that she didn't even talk about yet, and yet, she couldn't differentiate if this was a dream or not. However, Kang-yoon reminded her, I told you to wait 1 week. You waited 1 week, and I fulfilled your expectations. Okay now, sir. Expectations, he had surpassed it by a large amount. She had just talked to him a few times about her dreams, but he knew her more than anyone else. Min Jin-seo was now resolved to listen to anything that Kang-yoon may say. Originally, we are supposed to make a temporary contract, but the debut will be soon. So, let's skip the temporary contract and do a formal one later. It's a loss for you as well. Please do as you will, sir. From Min Jin-seo, the words that she will believe in whatever Kang-yoon will do had come out. Debut was still unrealistic to her. Min Jin-seo could feel her heart trembling. Whether Kang-yoon knew that or not, he kept talking. Today, you will have an orientation about the acting debut preparation class with me. Although it's called an acting debut preparation class, it's just you alone, so it might be a bit lonely. It won't be a lot different from usual, but the amount of practice will increase. If you need anything, then tell me. I will support you with a teacher or anything you need. Yes, thank you. Tears could be seen on Min Jin-seo's big eyes. She still couldn't believe the joy that she could stay at the company and keep acting, and at the same time, she couldn't believe the fact that she will have her debut here. With a resolve to do her best in whatever acting she will do in the future, she kept every word that came out of Kang-yoon's mouth. After talking with Min Jin-seo, Kang-yoon immediately headed towards the 4th floor meeting room. Today, there was a meeting regarding the girl group project. Kang-yoon, who thought up of topics that might be mentioned today while organizing some data, also thought about the plans for the future. The meeting wasn't that different from always. From the talk that it will be better to do it like this in the future to the discussions about budget, and a variety of topics were exchanged. Kang-yoon didn't interrupt and let the employees freely and actively talk to each other. He tried to speak as little as possible inside the meeting room, and he induced the employees to talk more and more. When the topics were settled and the meeting was about to end, Kang-yoon asked the employees as a side note, has the relationship between Young Mina and Lee Samsoon become better? The active people all became silent. Young Mina and Lee Samsoon were members that Kang-yoon had put a lot of thought into. As he had put the two members who were completely different to each other, there was no choice but to put more thought into them. However, as everyone was silent, Kang-yoon's expression became cold. How about Han Ju-yeon and A. Lee Young? Those two don't have a problem. They're getting along well. Fortunately, these two didn't have a problem. Kang-yoon's cold eyes returned. The relationship between the members was something that Kang-yoon was sensitive about. It was no wonder that everyone had become nervous. As far as I know, Seo Hanyu and Christy and don't have a problem either. In the end, it's an issue with Young Mina and Lee Samsoon. Well, it might be fortunate that they didn't cause any problems. Team leader. Manager team. Leader, please speak. Manager team leader Han Tae-young spoke carefully while reading Kang-yoon's mood. He was the person in charge of the managers who were managing the members of the girl group project. In regards to Lee Sam-soon and Young Mina, they can be said to have a bad affinity to the point that we can describe them as water and oil. Unlike Young Mina, who likes sophisticated things, as far as I know, Lee Sam-soon likes more practical things rather than fashion. I think that there's a problem there. Team leader. How about you change their roommates? I agree with your words, team leader. However, Young Mina's stubbornness is very considerable. Lee Sam-soon will die out with a word from you, but Young Mina's personality isn't like that. We should console. Kang-yoon shook his head. If we don't do it now, then the opportunity will disappear forever. Whether it's Lee Sam-soon or Young Mina, they're both people who will play a crucial role in the team in the future. Training to match each other is obvious. They also have things to learn from each other. If we suppress them now, then the opportunity will disappear forever. I cannot approve of that. There was persuasive power in Kang-yoon's words. The managers also knew the meaning behind Kang-yoon's words. MG Entertainment Group's singers were all stubborn. The discord between the members also happened frequently because they didn't give way to each other. Kang-yoon wanted to prevent this beforehand. As everyone agreed, they nodded their heads. Did we plan for a volunteer activity in 1 month? Yes. Team leader. Planning team vice head Jong Suk-ho spoke. He participated in place of the team head who was away for work. Let's pull it by 2 weeks. Is that possible? At the following words from Kang-yoon, everyone's eyes widened. Resting time. The 6 girls who were immersed in practicing were lying down while steam wafted from their bodies. They didn't even have the strength to lift anything due to the hard practice. However, suddenly, the door opened, and Kang-yoon came in. As he was busy with the recent concert and whatnot, he wasn't seen too often, but now that he showed up, the girls all stood up. You can all relax and lie down. At Kang-yoon's words, the girls nervously sat down. Kang-yoon gathered their attention and went into the topic. In 2 weeks, we will go to Wonju in Gangwon province for a volunteer activity. What? Volunteer activity? All of them spoke at the same time in a loud voice. Why so suddenly? Not minding that, Kang-yoon was still calm. At that time, we'll go through the first general evaluation. Look forward to it. For details, you can just look at this. You can ask the questions to the trainers. Kang-yoon left the paperwork envelope and left the place. After he left, the practice room was a mess. What is this? Orphanage? Charity performance? Does he mean for us to prepare starting now? Young Mina, who read the contents, fell into a panic. 2 weeks was a short period. Moreover, Kang-yoon didn't say anything. This was just pure nonsense. Mina, calm down. First, Sam-soon, you stay still. This won't do. I will go talk to him. Lee Sam-soon tried to hold Young Mina back, but Young Mina seemed as if she couldn't hold back as she stood up abruptly and tried to follow Kang-yoon. However, Lee Sam-soon grabbed her hand tightly. Endure it. If the team leader says so, then we have to do it. Team leader's words are always correct. Really get out. Young Mina, Sam-soon's right. When Young Mina was about to push Lee Sam-soon, Han Ju-yeon stopped in. You stay out of it. It's our problem, so why should I stay out of it? Young Mina, stay still. Arg really. In the end, Young Mina couldn't hold back her anger and ended up erupting. However, she seemed to have given up when everyone gave the don't do it gaze as she sat on the ground. A fiery personality was a problem in a variety of ways. Han Ju-yeon consoled her from the side, and Young Mina tried to hold back while taking deep breaths. When she calmed down, she could see the contents again. But is the stage time 50 minutes? No way. At A. Lee Young's question, Christian replied, a 50-minute performance was in no way easy for a trainee. However, there was a document about the contents. Everyone gathered and looked at the contents. The song isn't that hard. The dance looks hard though. A. Lee Young and Han Ju-yeon spoke different things while looking at the list. The song was not difficult. It was one different song plus 2 duet songs that they sang a lot in practice. However, the dance song was the problem. There was a list of legendary foreign singers' textbook song. Young Mina laughed emptily while looking at A. Lee Young. The other girls seemed to be of the same mind as they all sighed. Do what with that slowpoke here? Whether she knew or not, A. Lee Young only tilted her head. Chapter 34. Awakening of Silver Light, 1. Although a lot of things happened recently, Kang-yoon was putting a lot of effort into the girl group project, especially into the girls' teamwork. He intentionally put two girls who didn't get along well with each other as roommates and regularly received progress reports. And he put efforts into scheduling practice where everybody got together. He focused especially on teamwork by analyzing data in an attempt to better their teamwork. However, even after that, when he had a look at the most recent report, Kang-yoon's head dropped down automatically. To think I have to use a harsh move like this. Kang-yoon creased his brows when he looked at the paperwork titled Wonju Volunteer Activity. Originally, this volunteer activity wasn't for evaluation. The original objective was for everyone to enjoy performing while getting used to the gazes of the people. However, as they lacked teamwork, he had changed the purpose. While Kang-yoon was concentrating on his work, someone came in after a knock. It was Min Jin-seo, who was always eye-catching with her tall height and thin body figure. "Welcome. Good day to you, sir." Min Jin-seo now showed good, well rather than nervousness towards Kang-yoon. Her eyes contained a lot of softness and gentleness towards her savior and her supporting pillar at the same time. "Why did you call me? I had something to give you, but I didn't have the time to go downstairs. Did I interrupt you in your practice?" "No, you're busy though, aren't you?" Min Jin-seo marveled while looking at the traces of work on Kang-yoon's desk. It was like this the last time as well, and this time too, there is a lot of work on his desk. This man lived really busily. Kang-yoon held out the paperwork which was at the top of the pile of papers. When she received it, she saw that it was a script. One-man act. There's even a song. It's a one-man act script used a lot for practice. There's a charity performance in 2 weeks. Do you think you can do it? Where? At the word performance, Min Jin-seo felt more excited than nervous. Looking at her expression, Kang-yoon knew immediately. This girl is an actor sent from heaven. Kang-yoon could affirm that his choice hadn't been wrong while looking at that. He talked about the performance to her while she was reading the script slowly. In 2 weeks, the next generation girl group will go to Wonju for a volunteer activity. There, we're going to do a charity performance, and I want you to do a one-man act. Then am I going as well? Yes. You can think that you're resting for 3 days and 2 nights. You'll have your debut soon, so you can think of it as a practice performance. I understand. I will tell you the detailed schedule through your manager. Okay. Min Jin-seo left the office, and Kang-yoon started working again. The pile of work on his desk decreased rapidly, but time went by fast as well. When all the work was about to disappear, the moon was nigh. Kang-yoon, who put on his blazer to leave work, heaved a long sigh. It was a sigh due to the fatigue from work. When he left the lobby, everyone had already left, and there was no one there. When he arrived, Hee-yoon greeted him. "Did you have a good trip, my dear brother?" "Yes, I had a good trip." "Kayak." Kang-yoon embraced Hee-yoon as soon as he saw her. Hee-yoon exclaimed as she was slightly surprised, but Kang-yoon didn't pay any attention to that. He felt like his fatigue was melting away thanks to Hee-yoon's warmth. Hee-yoon also patted his back and accepted his hug. "Thank you for your work today too, Appa." "You too. Did you get your dialysis today?" "Of course." Hee-yoon, who took Kang-yoon's clothes and hanged them up, looked like a wife. Kang-yoon told her that she didn't have to do that, but Hee-yoon replied that she did it because she liked it and pushed Kang-yoon to the living room. After he had a shower, Kang-yoon came to the living room and lay down straight away. Now that he had rested at home, he felt like his body had become better. On his side, Hee-yoon sat. "Hee-yoon, in 2 weeks, I won't be home for about 3 days. Are you going somewhere?" "I'm going to Wonju." "You can stay at home alone, right?" "All the way to Wonju." "Are you going because of work?" "You know I'm doing the girl group project, right? It's related to that." "I understand. Do I look like a little kid?" "Don't worry about me and have a nice trip." Kang-yoon was always concerned about Hee-yoon. Of course, Hee-yoon wasn't a child who couldn't stay alone. However, he was worried that something might happen to her. "I will do fine by myself, so don't worry and go, my dear brother." Hee-yoon knew Kang-yoon's mind well, and so, she was always sorry for him. She knew very well that she dragged him back. Her brother had an amazing ability, and he couldn't fly high because of her. As she always thought like that, she was always sorry. "I should sleep." "Hee-yoon, you have a good sleep too." Kang-yoon, who was tired, eventually went inside his room and went to sleep. However, Hee-yoon wasn't that sleepy. Today wasn't that fun. Especially today, there wasn't anything good to watch on TV as well. Hee-yoon went inside her room and opened a book. She thought that she might become sleepy if she saw her school textbook. However, in the middle of the night, her mobile phone rang loudly. "Hello, Hyun. It's me, the one who called." Hyun was Jua. Although it was night, Jua's voice was thunderous. "Did something happen? I didn't call you too late, right? I just finished." "Of course you called too late. UK?" Hyun and Jua seemed to have gotten close as they were unrestrained towards each other. Eventually, the two started chatting, and the phone had become a chatting tool. While chatting for a lot, Hyun asked, "Jua, do you go to volunteer activities in your company?" "Volunteer activity? We do. We go and perform and donate and advertise that we do things like this too, and stuff like that." "Why?" "My brother said he's going to Wonju for one." I was curious, so I just asked. "Oh, really? Wonju?" Jua seemed to have become curious as she asked again. "Did you ask who he's going with?" "No. He just said he's going because of the new girl group." "Really? The next-gen girl group? So it's a practice stage. Did you also do things like that, Jua?" "No. I had no time for that, so I had my debut first. TCH, I'm envious. They're blessed, all right." Jua, who expressed her pity, talked with Hyun for over 2 hours. Thanks to that, Hyun could arrive one step before she was late at school the next day. 2 weeks went by in a flash, and the time for volunteer activity had come. The 6 girls had come leisurely with a lot of luggage before the appointed time. Everyone had at least one travel bag and a backpack each. While the girls were waiting inside the company lobby while chatting, Kang-yoon also arrived before the appointed time. This way, Kang-yoon called for the girls and gave out an envelope. "What is this?" Young Mina asked while opening the envelope. However, after she had a look, her eyes widened. There were 3 Lady Shin same-dangs. While everyone was surprised, Kang-yoon spoke. "You can come to this place together by express bus. The address is inside the envelope, so arrive there before 6 o'clock. Don't be late." Then Kang-yoon left the lobby. Team leader, team leader." Young Mina became shocked and followed him, but Kang-yoon had left on the prepared car. "What the hell? Did he just tell us to go by bus?" "I think so." Young Mina thought it was absurd, and her insides boiled rapidly. She couldn't do anything about her fiery temper. Christy and was pouring oil on the fire. LOL. Seo Han-yu also seemed shocked, as she couldn't close her mouth. No matter how bad of treatment the trainees received, this was unprecedented. An absurd thing like this was a first for them in their 3 years as a trainee. No, he had just told them to go to Wonju by just giving them the money. This was more than just absurd. Asterisk sob asterisk. Did we just get thrown away? It's alright. It'll be alright. We will just go there. Lee Samsoon was consoling A. Lee Young, who burst into tears due to the absurd situation. Whoa. Han Ju-yeon became dumbfounded, and she lost her words. Even so, they were all of one mind. What kind of human is that? Just that they couldn't express it. President Lee Hyun-ji, who was at the wheel herself, currently couldn't hold back her laughter. Ha ha. Ha. Oh, it's so funny. I'm sorry, team leader Kang-yoon. Ha ha. I still can't forget those kids' faces. Ha ha ha. She laughed even now when she thought about it. As her regular poker face had disappeared without a trace, and laughter kept coming out, she felt like she was going crazy. She could still clearly see their dumbfounded faces after they heard Kang-yoon's words when they were rejoicing due to the money. However, Kang-yoon's face was serious. Will they be able to come by the appointed time? 6 girls. Although he gave them only the money in the pretext of them gathering their opinions and come to Wonju, his heart was nervous. Of course, as they were 17-year-olds or above and are about to enter adulthood, it wasn't something impossible for them. Just in case, he had ordered 2 members of the managing team to trail them. However, he couldn't do anything about himself being worried. Ha ha ha. Amidst of President Lee Hyun-ji's laugh, Kang-yoon was headed to Wonju with a serious face. Kang-yoon's fears were right on the spot. Is it really here? Idiot, we need to go to the central terminal. We're going to Gangwon province, so why are we going to the southern terminal? Do you want to go to Jeolla province? We need to go to East Seoul. Inside the subway, the 6 girls were in a mess. While saying that they were all right, there were 4 express bus terminals in Seoul. Amidst of them, they need to go to the East Seoul's one to go to Wonju, but the girls were fighting while saying it's the central terminal, southern terminal, and East Seoul terminal. Unis, can't we search on the internet? Seo Han-yu, who was fed up with the dispute, carefully spoke, but it was tough to hold back the older girls who had lost all of their reasoning. Excluding her, everyone else was 18. Already, they were wasting time by saying that they were right while saying their routes. Believe in me. For Wonju, we need to go to East Seoul Terminal. Lee Sam-soon spoke fast, which was rare for her, while tapping her chest. However, Han Ju-yeon shook her head and denied it. That's the one going to Chungcheong Province. The Central's the correct one. I heard that it goes to Honam, but it also goes to Kangwon Province. Then, Young Mina also chimed in. How can you go to Kangwon Province from Central? What goes to Jeolla Province only goes to Jeolla Province. What goes to Busan will only go to Busan. But the Gangnam Terminal is the biggest one, so it will be all right. Let's go there. Christian also spoke, trying not to lose to others. I asked my friends since I didn't know. They said we need to go to the Seoul Terminal to get there. In the end, the four girls couldn't narrow their opinions down and just cycled around the subway. Some tried to get off at the Central Park where a terminal was and got held back, and when they were about to head to the Gangnam Terminal, they fought with each other saying it's not. For a long while, the only thing that passed between them was time. In the end, Lee Young, who massaged her hurting legs, screamed, "Hey, let's go to each one." The girls who were at the point where they were about to grab each other's hair were all suppressed by Lee Young. In truth, they all did that because they didn't want to lose. They knew that this was a waste of time. Isn't searching the internet faster? Seo Han, you couldn't understand why they were going through suffering like this, even though they could just ask the internet in a nearby PC bang. However, her thoughts flew away due to the older girls fast walking. What? It isn't here. The girls, who arrived at the Central Park, their first destination, became disappointed after they heard that there was no bus to Wonju. And Han Ju-yeon, who claimed it was here, became embarrassed as she scratched her face quietly. Where's next? Gangnam. The girls headed to Gangnam Outer City Bus Terminal. Moving via train was hard for those girls, even though they were in their teens. Moreover, they couldn't find any seats today. There's a seat. When they were on the subway for a long time, they saw an empty seat far away. Young Mina quickly ran and sat on the seat. She was comparable to Usain Bolt in speed. TCH. The five girls, who missed their opportunity and expressed their disappointment, and went towards Young Mina. They were very envious of her who was sitting. But then, "Lee, does your leg hurt much?" "Yesh." As cute as always, her answer was said cutely. Young Mina hesitated for a moment before giving the seat to her. "Wow, you're kind." Han Ju-yeon shrugged her shoulders as if surprised. However, Young Mina was chic. "Buy me a drink next time." "Thanks." Young Mina said it was nothing, but Lee Young was very thankful to her for giving her the seat. The girls who arrived at Gangnam Outer City Terminal quickly asked whether there was a bus to Wonju. However, "What? There isn't." At the staff's negative answer, Han Ju-yeon, who ran as soon as they arrived, drooped her shoulders. The staff said that there wasn't and met the next customer. There was no time for them to ask, as there was a long line. Young Mina acquired points for giving up the seat, but those points flew away in a flash. "I'm sorry." With her with a reddened face at the back, the girls started discussing for a solution. No, there was no solution. Seo Han-yu ran to the computer on one side of the terminal and found the terminal through searching the internet. "It's East Seoul." Sam-soon was right. Lee spoke as if there wasn't anything, but the other girls at the same age had to drop their heads. In the end, they had only wasted time and effort. But then, Young Mina's phone started ringing loudly. "Hello. Is this Mina? I'm Kang-yoon." "Eek? Ajusi." "What do you mean, eek?" As soon as she got the call from Kang-yoon, Young Mina shouted as she was surprised. No, all the girls were shocked after they realized that it was Kang-yoon. Whether he knew or not, Kang-yoon went on a topic. "Where are you at now?" We are going to the terminal to get on the bus." "Now? What did you do until now?" It's the first time we're going to the terminal. We will go as soon as possible." "Okay, call this number if anything happens." "Yes, we will go soon." Young Mina quickly finished the call with Kang-yoon. She felt like she might slip something if she talked anymore. "What did the team leader say?" Han Ju-yeon asked as she was curious. Young Mina sighed and replied, "He asked us if we're coming." "Was there anything else?" Christian also asked as she was worried. "He said for us to come as quickly as possible. He also told me to call if anything happens." The team leader told us to hurry. "Let's go." At Young Mina's words, Seo Hanyu started fanning the flames. However, Young Mina just nodded her head. Yes, let's go to East Seoul. I still have a bad premonition. Lee Samsoon was worried that they might make a mistake again, but Young Mina calmed them all down as if it was all right. The 6 girls headed to East Seoul Terminal like that, at Angel's house in a mountain in Wonju, Gangwon Province. This was the place where MG Entertainment staff and trainees would do their volunteer activities while staying for 3 days. Kang-yoon, President Lee Hyun-ji, and the other employees all arrived before the trainees and exchanged greetings with the owner and the children of Angel's house. Following that, they spent their time while preparing various things such as work and the distribution of rooms. President Lee Hyun-ji and the employees did charity work for the children and the villagers of Angel's house, while Kang-yoon remained to check the various equipment. Although this was a volunteer activity, his aim stood in raising them. While rechecking the equipment and the performance order, Kang-yoon drew up how he should play the concert in his head. The day became dark, and it became evening. All the people, including the people from Angel's house and the villagers, had gathered in the field of Angel's house to have a barbecue, as it was the first night. Soon, a party started with the smoke of grilling meat and the loud noise. However, Kang-yoon was not present. They're too late. Kang-yoon was at the entrance of Angel's house. He was waiting for the girls who hadn't arrived yet alone. Although he was worried, he hadn't called Young Mina or the other girls. It was because he had already received a report from the staff who were following them, unknown to them that they were all right. Aren't you eating? To Kang-yoon, who was waiting alone for the girls, President Lee Hyun-ji approached while emitting the smell of grilled meat. I will eat after those kids. Come, you look after those kids a lot. They aren't even singers yet. Aren't they my children? I should look after them. President Lee Hyun-ji's words were reasonable. Not only MG Entertainment, but even in other entertainment companies, it wasn't exaggerated to say that trainees were disposables. One of the countless choices to make a singer. This was the hidden definition of trainees. There were even jokes about feeding 2 portions of pork to the trainees while they fed 10 portions of beef to actual singers. Mr. Kang-yoon is sure different. You're a lot different from the other planning team leaders. How am I different? President Lee Hyun-ji thought that the talk might get long and sat next to Kang-yoon. As for the intuition, I already told you before, so I won't say that again. These days, what I feel is your attitude towards the singers or the trainees. Originally, treatment of singers and trainees are different. Giving 0.1 to trainees if you gave 10 to the singers is an obvious thing. That's how you decrease the amount of investments, and the trainees will try their best to become singers. This is the traditional way. However, Mr. Kang-yoon gives more to those trainees. I think about 3. They'll do better if they have the confidence. That's the difference. President Lee Hyun-ji tapped her palms. If one person doesn't become big for sure, then that investment will remain as a huge minus for the company. Then, this means that another celebrity has to make up for that minus later. In some sense, Mr. Kang-yoon's actions are a minus for the company. However, nobody can say anything to you in the company. Why? Even if you make a minus, they can't tell as you've done too much of a plus. Ha. I find that very funny. Do you know how hard the board is trying to find fault in you? Not my problem. Kang-yoon didn't have any interest in company politics. If Kang-yoon had any interest in company politics and the like, the directors might try to seduce him, but as he didn't, the directors all had a headache. And that's why Mr. Kang-yoon is different. The other planning team leaders all try to catch the eyes of the directors to get more budget, but you don't have anything like that, don't you? You only look at one thing, whether this person will succeed or not. Although I don't know how Min Jin-seo will turn out if it's the current you, I look forward to it. Anyway, I like you very much, Mr. Kang-yoon. Thank you. I wish for us to work together in the future as well. President Lee Hyun-ji tapped Kang-yoon's shoulders and stood up. Then, she pointed towards the 2 taxis which were slowly coming to the entrance. The girls were getting off the taxis. President Lee Hyun-ji went inside, and Kang-yoon quietly waited for the girls to come. As soon as they got off the taxi, the girls found Kang-yoon and ran in front of him. Silence flowed. Neither Kang-yoon nor the girls said anything. The appointed time of 6 o'clock had been long past, and now it had become 9 o'clock. Everyone knew that Kang-yoon was meticulous with time. The girls were worrying how much scolding they'll get from him and dropped their heads. Have you all eaten? Sorry, have all of you eaten? However, an entirely unexpected question flew at them, while everyone was looking at each other dumbfoundedly. Grumble. Oh. From A. Lee Young. A huge physiological sound could be heard. A. Lee Young's face turned bright red in embarrassment, and the other girls couldn't laugh or cry. Amidst the nervousness, Kang-yoon spouted out, "You must be hungry. Let's eat." "What?" "Go unpack and come to the field. Your rooms are." After Kang-yoon told them their room numbers, he headed to the field. When Kang-yoon disappeared, the girls still couldn't understand the situation and looked at each other's faces dumbfoundedly. What was that? Are we getting disciplined in the field? Ah, kill me already. Young Mina and Lee Samsoon all spoke while sighing, and the girls headed towards the field quickly after they unpacked their luggage. They changed into training outfits to endure the discipline a little more easily. However, come here, eat. The scene that spread in front of the girls were very different to what they were thinking. Why is that? While looking at the scene in front of her, Lee Samsoon was so shocked that her eyes looked like they were about to pop out. Seo Hanyu was the same. Meat, in front of them, an enormous amount of meat was piled up. Even after they rubbed their eyes, the mountains of meat were real. With a grilling sound, the person who was grilling the meat was Kang-yoon. "What are you doing? You're not eating." "We will." However, when Kang-yoon shouted, the girls realized that this scene was indeed reality. This non-reality that Kang-yoon was grilling beef with a pair of tongs in hand was in truth real. "Thank you for the meal. However, don't people say that hunger is the best spice?" The nervousness they usually had in front of Kang-yoon had collapsed instantly in front of their appetite. Then, they started devouring the meat. As the girls didn't have a proper meal, they were all hungry. They felt like they will forgive anything that might be said to them while they were eating. However, unlike what they thought, Kang-yoon silently grilled the meat and handed them out. "It's melting. Is this meat or cotton candy?" Asterisk sob. "It's so good. It was the best meat." They all felt like their suffering today had just melted with the meat. The meat they were eating disappeared like melting snow. "Unis, please eat more." From some time, Min Jin-seo also held out the meat to the girls. Thanks to that, Kang-yoon could concentrate on grilling the meat. Min Jin-seo not only passed them meat, but she also gave out drinks and kimchi, and thanks to that, Kang-yoon could relax a lot. "Why did you come out? You should have rested inside. You're working, so how could I rest?" "Thanks." Kang-yoon and Min Jin-seo exchanged pleasant conversation while Kang-yoon grilled the meat. That by Young Mina saw the scene where Min Jin-seo was chatting livelily with Kang-yoon while eating the meat. She strangely didn't want to see that. "Uni, Hanyu, what's up? Why are you frowning?" "Damn, I did that." "No way." Seo Hanyu asked, but Young Mina rejected and vaguely passed it. However, she was indeed frowning her face a little while looking at Kang-yoon from time to time. She already couldn't taste the meat as she didn't know if she was chewing on meat or chewing on rubber. After the meal ended, Kang-yoon silently put on the rubber gloves. Then, the ones who paled were the girls. Team leader, don't do that." "I'll do that." Kang-yoon was about to go into washing the dishes when Lee Samsoon stepped in first. The other girls were the same. There was no way they could let the team leader wash the dishes on top of making him grill the meat even after they were late. Kang-yoon shook his head while saying it was all right, but in the end, he was robbed of the rubber gloves by the girls. "It's really all right though. I'm not all right with it. We're thankful, so please rest." While contradicting herself, Young Mina pushed Kang-yoon's back. Although her heart pounded a little when she grabbed Kang-yoon's shoulders, her expression didn't show any of that. A teen girl's emotions were something like this. It was when the girls were washing the dishes joyfully as Kang-yoon didn't scold them and rather welcomed them. Kang-yoon just spat out some words as a side note. "Let's do well in the performance tomorrow." "Yes." Was it the power of meat? The field resounded with the girls' voices. The next day, inside a room in Angel's house. "Let's have a go again." Han Ju-yun encouraged everyone, and they went into formation again. They had 3 hours left until the evening performance. However, the group dance song didn't go as well as they had expected. "Ailey, you keep being late by half a beat. Follow me closely." "Okay." Young Mina continuously scolded Ailey Young. However, unlike Young Mina, who was flexible and fast, Ailey Young wasn't that fast. Although she was just flexible enough, Ailey was slow. Young Mina was about to be fed up, but she suppressed it and tried her best for Ailey to catch up with her. The group dance was a challenging homework for them. It wasn't a problem with difficulty. Matching with each other. This was their biggest homework. However, there were always little differences. Although they trained as a group until now, the difference in each other's beat was grave. Again. Okay. Young Mina and A Lee Young were showing their beauty of being fast and being slow and wave their bodies. It's a party of gray light. Kang-yoon, who peeked at the girls' practice, heaved a sigh when he saw the gray light emitting from the girls. The gray emitted when they danced. Made Kang-yoon subconsciously crease his eyes. Even after they practiced more to match, the gray didn't disappear. Kang-yoon concentrated on the dance to not just judge by the light, but as he saw various problems in beat and movement, there was nothing he could say. This is a problem I've expected. Even so, Kang-yoon didn't say you have to do this, and he did not scold them. It was easy to scold them now. However, Kang-yoon was thinking of the bigger picture. The girls must feel reality properly. Kang-yoon headed to Min Jin-seo, who was practicing after she borrowed a small room, after leaving the girls. Kang-yoon quietly opened the door where Min Jin-seo was in, and kissed his mouth, to heart's desire. And on his kisses, at last expire. In front of Kang-yoon, who just opened the door, Min Jin-seo was immersed in training. However, the problem was that the distance was too close. Due to being absorbed, Min Jin-seo didn't even realize that Kang-yoon was right in front of her. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I should be. She could have been surprised at Kang-yoon's sudden appearance, but Min Jin-seo didn't panic and quietly stepped back. Kang-yoon also calmed himself down and just laughed it off. What kind of line is this from a one-man act? It's a line from Faust. It's about a girl Faust loves, Gretchen, falling into the abyss as she falls in love with Faust. There's even a song about it. Do you want to listen? It's not our 18, right? Although he did ask for a one-man act script from the trainer, the chosen script was too good. It was a mistake that he couldn't check the script due to being too busy. Whether she knew of what Kang-yoon felt or not, Min Jin-seo pointed at herself with her thumb. Do you want to have a look? I'm very confident. Okay. There will be the elderly too, so that it won't be a problem. I think. Sorry. No, okay. Kang-yoon sat with eager eyes. The level of acting of Min Jin-seo, as he knew it, was already at a considerable level. Unfortunately, acting did not produce any light. Kang-yoon was disappointed that he couldn't see any light from the parts which were not related to music, such as singing and dancing. While Kang-yoon was exclaiming at Min Jin-seo's acting ability, she started singing. Then, the white light began emitting from her. It's white. While Kang-yoon was satisfied that she may show a good performance tomorrow, the light from her started getting denser. That my sweet Gretchen's form, so oft caressed. Faust's lover, Gretchen. Min Jin-seo's voice, which was acting Gretchen, as she lost more and more strength due to the bet with the devil, became stronger and stronger. Wow, what is this? The white light shining from her kept getting stronger, and at the end, the light turned silver. It was a flash of brilliance like those of stars. Kang-yoon rubbed his eyes and looked again at the magnificence of the silver light, which was incomparable to the white light he was satisfied with before, and kissed his mouth, to heart's desire. And on his kisses, at last expire. Min Jin-seo, who became immersed in acting, stepped one step by step towards Kang-yoon. The silver light emitted to her surroundings were pervading him. The silver light which was stronger than the white light. Kang-yoon tapped his knees at the surprise. Silver? What is this? This will work. A light that surpassed white was a first. Although he didn't know the reason, Kang-yoon could be sure while looking at the power of the song that this will definitely work. Although Min Jin-seo was a study worm, he never thought that her abilities were so high. Eventually, the short one-man act ended soon. Min Jin-seo seemed exhausted as she tumbled down onto the floor. Fua. How was it? You did well. This will do. Should I do it once more? No, it's all right. Then work hard. He feared that he might be a distraction to her practice. Kang-yoon left the practice room, and Min Jin-seo focused in practice even after that. Silver, it's silver light. Is there a higher tier? While heading to the hall where the performance would occur, Kang-yoon genuinely thought about his eyes, which could only see white and gray lights until now. The performance had come. Kang-yoon stood next to the engineering staff. It was to watch the girls in the performance. He had installed 5 cameras in all directions as well. He planned to use the materials from the cameras for monitoring and as various other Materials. The event began with the girl who was called the prettiest within Angel's house. First, they lightened up the mood with a talent show from the Angel's house, and then there was a talent show from the villagers. Following that, the main event, the girls' performances had begun. The first stage was with Han Ju-yeon and A Lee-young. The two girls stood on the stage nervously. Hello, we're trainee Han Ju-yeon and A Lee-young of MG Entertainment. A loud cheer and applause erupted out. Then, the recording flowed out, and the stage began. Han Ju-yeon was the one to step out first. Day by day, I get drunk in your fragrance. Han Ju-yeon's fulfilling voice caught the audience. The normal yet soft voice touched them comfortably, and everyone could accept her comfortably. The pitch became higher, and it became A Lee-young's turn. Finally, I lift my eyes and look at you. A Lee-young's voice had power. The rough, yet feminine powerfulness gave the people a positive impression, and they all waved their bodies. Then, the pitch became higher little by little. Here, this was the first part that the two girls' tones had met. However, Kang-yoon's eyes while looking at the performance became sharp. Gray. The excellent white light had suddenly become gray. It wasn't slowly either. When the two voices got together, it had become gray in an instant. Moreover, the tones he could hear with his ears were in disharmony. All the people, including the kids at the front, and even the villagers, all creased their faces, and the result also influenced the two girls. It's becoming darker. The gray light in Kang-yoon's eyes became darker and darker until it eventually turned black. It was the worst. Even the solo parts, which had white lights at the beginning, became gray and didn't recover. It's difficult to raise the atmosphere, but it's effortless to lower it. Kang-yoon sighed, and the two girls on stage also drooped their heads. The girls had to come down the stage with their heads down, without being able to look at the audience until the end. Aha, thank you. The next stage is. The presenter also seemed difficult as she laughed awkwardly. The audience's expression didn't look that good. The effect of the first stage was that big. Han Ju-yeon, who sings well, had failed. The people's impressions had become bad. The most critical stage in performance, if it had to be chosen, is the first and the last. But as the first had screwed up, it was evident that the following would be difficult as well. Mr. Kang-yoon, are you going to leave them like this? President Lee Hyun-ji asked worriedly. However, Kang-yoon shook his head. Yes, it's all right. Those girls will be hurt, you know. If it's serious, they might even get stage phobia. The hall for the performance was very small. Thanks to that, the distance between the performers and the audience was very near, meaning that the performers can see all the live expressions of the audience. If they were rejected so outright, then as trainees, it won't be easy to overcome it. President Lee Hyun-ji thought to go herself, but she didn't. Such an intrusion of rights wasn't anything good. Moreover, she had the belief that Kang-yoon would do well. The next stage was Christy and solo stage. Perhaps due to the screw-up in the first stage, she was very nervous. As she was worried, when she came onto the stage, the people's gazes were unordinary. Why are they like this? How much will you show us? Everyone's eyes were saying this. The influence of the first stage was affecting Christy, and just like that. To her, who stood on stage for the first time, this kind of look was not easy for her to bear. In the end, she even trembled her hands. Sing FO sing. In the end, she showed a trembling voice along with an off-pitch. She felt like her 4 minutes of singing was an eternity. She does well, but it becomes gray. Kang-yoon, who was at the very back, felt the same. When he looked at the people, the students were chatting, and the adults were sighing and talking and couldn't focus on the stage. Kang-yoon was checking every one of these. The next stage was a duet dance song with Young Mina and Seo Han-yu. Fortunately, they were a little better. They just didn't even look at the audience and did their performance. However, the after effects of not looking at the public were big. It's white. They did quite well. To Kang-yoon, it came out as colors straight away. Young Mina and Seo Han-yu were a well-matched duet. The two matched each other well, and they didn't tremble at the sight of the audience. However, they were lacking in bringing the mood up. Then, it became Min Jin-seo's turn. That uni looks so beautiful. When Min Jin-seo came on stage, one of the kids pointed at her. No, a lot of the people didn't point at her, but they weren't much different from the kid. Their gazes were fixed on Min Jin-seo's beautiful and tall height. If the trainees that came out until now were cute and lively, then Min Jin-seo, with the thin and tall height, cuteness, beauty, and everything. Min Jin-seo looked towards Kang-yoon, seeming uncomfortable due to the gazes. Kang-yoon seemed to have understood as he smiled and nodded his head at the back. She lightly smiled and signaled. It was the start. If it is for thee, I would fain die today. Min Jin-seo's clear voice resounded throughout the hall. Like her flawless skin, it was a bright and clear voice. The people who were all chatting until now all started focusing on Min Jin-seo. When Min Jin-seo spoke each of her lines, the light emitting from her pervaded the people. The saturated light made the people smile and bright. Also, some even teared up slightly. This was the influence of her stage. The performance went into climax, and she started singing. And she approached the audience. At the front of the male teacher at the front, Min Jin-seo kneeled and shouted, and kiss his mouth, to heart's desire. And on his kisses, at last expire. Thump. The man felt like his heart stopped. It wasn't just because of Min Jin-seo's beautiful looks. Her realistic voice, emotion, and everything had pervaded him. No, she had influenced all the audience around her. It's silver. The white light had become silver from some time. Min Jin-seo was violently shaking everyone's emotions. As though everyone felt different emotions after looking at the performance. Some covered their faces, some teared up, and some clenched their fists. Min Jin-seo was shaking everyone. It was short, but Min Jin-seo's performance which shook everyone's emotions ended like that. Thank you. Min Jin-seo politely bowed, but the people didn't recognize that the stage had ended. All the audience had become dumbfounded. Yua Aowa. Nuna, you're the best. Applause. A moment later, the people who finally realized that the one-man act had ended applauded, as if to bring down the hall. The sound of cheers made a wave. All the people couldn't leave her performance. President Lee Hyun-ji, who was watching Min Jin-seo from up front, also slowly clapped. She finally understood why Kang-yoon played that soap opera for her. Min Jin-seo was a jewel amongst jewels. The playing around like stages that the girls did until now all flew away with her stage alone. It was like a big wave washing away all remnants. The next is, of course, even after Min Jin-seo's stage was over, the performance continued. Lee Samsoon and Christie's duet was not bad. However, it being a foreign pop song had held them back. Even so, they could get some cheer from the people due to the remaining influence of the previous stage. The problem was the dance song that everybody did. Although they all resolved themselves to do well. Young Mina drooped her head when she saw Lee Young being late by half a beat, as she always did. Especially when they turned to the left, or when they moved to the left, she became offbeat by half a beat. Thanks to that, everyone's dance had become an amateur's dance. The last part is gray. It's good that it isn't black. Kang-yoon wrote down everything and closed his notes. At the same time, the performance had ended. Thank you. With those words from the girls, applause filled the hall. However, the girls couldn't lift their heads as they thought about what happened on that stage. After a performance ends, fatigue always finds them. Thanks to the long years of experience, Kang-yoon knew that better than anyone. Thanks to that, he didn't tell them the feedback straight after the performance. However, Kang-yoon broke that. Not even 1 hour after the performance, he had called the girls into the hall where they had the performance. The girls didn't say anything and kept their heads down. No, they couldn't say anything. Kang-yoon was also silent. Kang-yoon, who briefly kept the silence, calmly started talking. I will give you the feedback from now. Everyone sit. In principle, feedback was done with the trainers. But, all of a sudden, it was with Kang-yoon. The girls all solidified due to nervousness. Whether he knew that or not, Kang-yoon connected the camera to the projector and played the videos. Soon, the video on the girls' performances played. While looking at Han Ju-yeon and A-lee's first performance, Kang-yoon spoke. First, Ju-yeon and A-lee. I won't mention things that you did well. I will only say the things that you lacked in. The part where the voices of the two of you meet, and its beginning parts, so that is the chorus. This part is lacking. You felt it, right? Yes. Then let's do it again. Stand up. Han Ju-yeon and A-lee Young stood up and started singing. Again, Kang-yoon could see the light. It was the same gray light as before. Again, Ju-yeon, are you listening to A-lee's voice? Yes. How about you, A-lee? I'm listening. You're listening to each other. So why is the sound in complete disharmony? Kang-yoon could realize straight away. They were in a fight of wits in the song. You match my voice. No, you match, a bit like this. He could have gotten angry, but Kang-yoon didn't. Again, yes. Until it was fine. Kang-yoon had resolved like that. Whether they knew or not. The girls were complaining at Han Ju-yeon and A Lee, who were having a voice fight. This won't do. Let's try again. The gray light from them was as ever. Neither Han Ju-yeon nor A Lee seemed like they had any intentions in listening to the other's voice and make a harmony. Although they repeated many times, the two didn't change. Again, Kang-yoon was stubborn. Although A Lee Young and Han Ju-yeon, who weren't giving way, could also be called stubborn, Kang-yoon was above them. He had shouted for them to repeat several tens of times. In the end, A Lee burst into tears saying she was exhausted, but Kang-yoon didn't even blink. Try again. Sir, you can just match each other's voice. Right, Ju-yeon? Han Ju-yeon was also becoming fed up with the person called Kang-yoon. Although she didn't want to lose to A Lee, Kang-yoon was even scarier. Currently, he was showing them something that was above their imagination. Even the delinquent, Seti, had to kneel for 3 days according to what they heard, and now they were feeling the same thing with their own skin. We only did it 100 times. Let's try again. Now that it came to this point, neither Han Ju-yeon nor A Lee couldn't not match their voices. However, matching their voices wasn't an easy task at all. Sound was something that's difficult to match another sound. When one became a singer, they can match after listening just once, but these girls weren't at that point yet. Again, in the end, the girls had to swim in nightmares for several tens of times again. However, they did get released. This sounds okay. When they heard this line from Kang-yoon, they couldn't even remember how many times they had tried. Whether it was Han Ju-yeon or A Lee Young, they had pounded each other's voices onto their body. They felt like they will never forget it again. Kang-yoon's feedback was that horrifying. So next is Young Mina and Seo Han-yu. Shall we? Eek. Young Mina showed too much of her emotion. However, the girls who would laugh it over normally also wouldn't be able to laugh in this situation. Seo Han-yu was the same. In the end, these two also had to repeat the same movements to the point that Kang-yoon's word, again, had been engraved in their minds. Fortunately, they didn't have to try as many times as the previous duo. Even so, it was still horrifying. The feedback was applied to all stages. To solo stages, to duet stages. Kang-yoon's feedback was simple, but for the girls, it was horrifying. It was because he pinpointed the parts the girls didn't do well and made them repeat it. They were all so fed up with the repetition, so the girls resolved that they will prepare meticulously, no matter what happens, in the future. The girls went through suffering to the point of death, but the highlight was the last feedback, the group performance. This was the dance that looked like an amateur's due to the half-beat difference between Young Mina and A Lee Young. The time was already 4 a.m. Fatigue was piled up on both the girls and Kang-yoon's eyes, but Kang-yoon kept on with the feedback with red eyes. There's no way with the dance. You can only do it until it works. Let's do it. Unfortunately, Kang-yoon didn't have any specialized knowledge in dances. However, now, he didn't require it. The ultimate objective of the current training was teamwork, since the teamwork for everyone to become one in the dance was very important. There was no way they could allow Young Mina being fast and A Lee Young being slow like last time. Mina, you match her. What? Then it would become loose. Even so, yes. Young Mina pouted as if she had a problem, but she didn't retort to Kang-yoon's words. Kang-yoon knew of Young Mina's pride very well. She danced too well. Literally too well. Thanks to that, A Lee couldn't keep up with her. In the end, it was better for her to match with A Lee's. Raising the pace after that slowly was a better method for them to increase their skills as a whole. That didn't mean that he told them that someone was absolutely in the wrong. It was Kang-yoon's way of respect. Then this method brought out its effects. It's become a little better. Let's speed it up a bit. Yes. Young Mina also seemed to have felt the change, as she didn't say anything. In dancing, she was very quick-witted. The pace increased little by little. However, curiously, A Lee Young, who couldn't follow Young Mina's pace until now, could now follow her fast pace. And in the end, she ultimately kept up with Young Mina's pace. The time was 7:10 in the morning. It was then when all the feedback had ended. Kang-yoon finally made everyone gather. You've worked hard. Let's wash up and sleep. Thank you for your work. The girls who performed and squeezed out all their power throughout the night could be said to be a zombie. Their eyes were drooping as much as possible, and their hair was all greasy. At Kang-yoon's dispersed declaration, the girls all limped towards their rooms. It's really tiring. As soon as the girls left, Kang-yoon fell onto the hall ground and went to sleep like that. In truth, Kang-yoon was the most tired person. On their way home after all the schedule was finished with the angel's house, the 7 girls were heading home in a small voice. As no one sat at the front other than their manager, the girls could speak about anything they wanted. Asterisk sob asterisk. It was hell. Hell. Lee-young seemed to be frightened just by remembering as she trembled her body. As the overnight practice influenced them all, the dark circle around their eyes never disappeared. Who said it wasn't? Lee Kang-yoon, you bastard. Han Ju-yeon also spoke. She felt like she wouldn't be able to endure without spouting a line. Perhaps due to the after effect from yesterday, her voice was all trembling. I always thought that team leader was the kindest, but he's the most strict. He was so scary. Seo Han-yu also clattered her teeth when she thought about the training that she never wanted to think about again. As the feedback was more traumatizing than the performance itself, it was horrifying just by thinking about it. Min Aoni can't even open her eyes. That's true. Seo Han-yu and Lee Sam-soon showed pity when they looked at young Mina, who fell into sleep in a corner as soon as she got on. In fact, they were also tired, but they didn't feel sleepy. They were very jealous of young Mina, who could sleep as soon as she rested. Jin Seo must be good. You didn't have feedback. Christy and looked at Min Jin Seo with envy-filled eyes. Then, Min Jin Seo shook her hand. No, I should have done it too, but I'm sorry. No. If you did, then only the time would have gotten longer. And didn't you do well? Just when did your acting skills become so good? I was so surprised yesterday. Christy and's words seemed to have represented all the other girls' hearts as they nodded. Min Jin Seo said no and shook her head. Don't lift me so high. It's embarrassing. I just did as Sir Kang-yoon said. Jin Seo, wow, be fine if you had your debut now. I'm so envious. When Lee Sam-soon spoke in a slow voice, Min Jin Seo reddened her face even more and looked down. The girls burst into a laugh when they saw that, and Min Jin Seo became friendly with them like that. While they were chatting, they were already at an expressway rest area. The girls who bought lots of snacks, including hatagwaja, a famous snack in expressway rest areas, eventually fell into happiness. The bus eventually turned into a snack party with lots of cookie sounds. Ha ha ha. And so, of course, chatting was never excluded. But it was when the bus was about to depart. The door opened, and Kang-yoon put his head in. Team leader. Everyone solidified in position. Young Mina, who was sleeping until then, rubbed her eyes to see what's happening until she saw Kang-yoon, when all sleepiness flew away. Ark. What is this? It was a secret, not that her eyes became red. I came here since I have something to give you. Please talk about it on the way. Jin Seo, you're not related, but I want you to give them help. Yes. Kang-yoon handed out the papers and went back to his own car. The girls turned their eyes to look at the documents. Evergreen Orphanage performance. In 3 days. Huh. Lee-young was reading in a clear voice when she expressed her emotion for all to hear. Whoa, what is this? Han Ju-yeon wasn't that different. Another performance when they just did one. She felt like she will go crazy. Uni, look at this. The contents will be the same as Angel's House. Min Jin Seo's one-man act excluded. Seo Han-yu mentioned the important thing. The girls were all dumbly looking at each other's faces. In the end, this was a test. This is a test. Our team leader sure has the talent to roll people around. Lee Sam-soon spoke in her unique slow voice. In the last few days, she had felt the fright of Kang-yoon horrifyingly. It didn't just end with feedback. Now it was a test. Young Mina stepped in then. We made up for what was lacking yesterday. It will be better than yesterday, right? Everyone nodded as they agreed. Han Ju-yeon spoke. Does the team leader not trust in us? Lee, looks like we should show him our potential, right? Of course, of course. Han Ju-yeon had become close to Lee from some time. They had become close due to practicing together so hard. It wasn't just them. All the girls became close to their partners they practiced with yesterday. They had to become the heroes to defeat the demon lord known as Kang-yoon. Now that the first raid had ended and they were about to disperse, the second gathering had occurred. The girls had to come together again. Let's show it correctly this time. Let's shock that old man. Whoa, Young Mina, acting like a leader now, eh? At Young Mina's words, Christian clapped. The rest of the girls all burst into laughter. And like that, the inside of the bus started harmonizing with the talk about the performance. They still had a long way to go, but the girls began to have the thing called teamwork from while matching with each other. 3 days passed by in a flash. The girls went into practice with one mind. Especially the parts that Kang-yoon pointed out, such as the harmony of Han Ji-yeon and A-Lee's voices, and the beat difference between Young Mina and A-Lee. They all focused in those while practicing. The words Kang-yoon emphasized to match with each other was engraved in their bodies, and now they could do it. Subconsciously, the result of the practice came out now. Let's do well. Yes. The first in the sequence, Han Ji-yeon and A-Lee Young, embraced each other while wishing each other good luck, and they stood on the stage. The harsh training made the non-existent camaraderie into real. Wow, a pretty uni. Nuna. Han Ji-yeon smiled at the girl who said she was pretty. Then, that child giggled even more. The mood became light, and A-Lee Young flexibly lightened the mood with a simple joke. The A-Lee Young who was trembling from Angel's house was all but gone now. Let's start. With Han Ji-yeon's declaration, the song started. With a recording, her voice began softly permeating throughout the audience. Day by day, I get drunk in your fragrance. While Han Ji-yeon was doing her solo part, Kang-yoon was watching the stage from the back. So the solo part doesn't have much of a difference. It was the same for A-Lee Young's part, which came out next. However, the problem originally lay in the chorus. The part where their voices became one was very different to last time. Here, this was the most important first part. A-Lee Young's low pitch and Han Ji-yeon's high pitch met properly. The strong harmony assaulted the audience. Wait, what is this? Kang-yoon's eyes widened as their voices were harmonizing. Usually, he would see faint or strong white light. Musical notes? However, completely different to before, a blue-colored musical note could be seen. From the two girls. Chapter 35. Awakening of Silver Light, 2. No way. Musical notes. It wasn't just musical notes that Kang-yoon could see. The musical notes coming out of the two fused and harmonized and finally became white light. A faint white light enveloped the entire stage. Perhaps it was even influenced by the small spotlight installed on the stage, as the white light became stronger as well when the spotlight's light became stronger. When was this ability so well defined? Even amidst being puzzled, Kang-yoon calmly recorded the situation. The musical notes that came out of the singers, the influence of the stage devices, and the reaction of the audience, etc. He needed to know all these. He was confused, but he had to judge the things that happened to him cool-headedly. Although Kang-yoon was confused, he didn't avert his gaze from the girls. The girls on the stage already seemed to have gotten absorbed as the musical notes they produced was producing even stronger white light. The blue musical notes flowed out like fuel for the white light, and as it did, the audience's reaction became better as well. They will become a good combination. Putting aside his confusion, Kang-yoon wrote down the girls' performance. Han Ji-yeon was stubborn-minded, so she didn't even try to do the duet at all. However, now, we have another weapon in our arsenal. In Kang-yoon's past, Han Ji-yeon didn't try to mix her voice with anyone other than Wen. She sang as a group. She didn't even allow an intragroup duet. Because of that, rumors such as her being a perfectionist and whatnot were endless. However, now, with this stage, Kang-yoon had given her a weapon that she didn't have in his past. I love you, dash. The performance ended with Han Ji-yeon's high pitch and A-Lee Young's low pitch. Perhaps due to the lingering white light, the people all applauded loudly. Thank you. Han Ji-yeon didn't even think that she would be cheered so loudly, even though they did the same song as last time. A-Lee Young was already tearing up and sobbing. There. Asterisk sob star. Even though only one song had finished, Han Ji-yeon had to let go of her emotions quickly due to A-Lee Young. Han Ji-yeon hugged her and immediately left the stage through the back. A-Lee Young was too cute to hate. Well done, you did great. The four girls, including Young Mina, welcomed Han Ji-yeon and A-Lee Young. When they had a peek at the two stage from time to time, it was incomparably better than the stage 3 days ago. It was an enormous amount progress. Next, do your best. Next was Christy and solo stage. She elegantly smiled to the people who patted her back and immediately stepped on stage. A blue musical note for slow songs and yellow for fast ones. It's not red paper, blue paper. Just how can I use this? Kang-yoon thought that it might become different if he knew harmonics or musical theory. The only thing he could figure out now was that a song with a fast tempo, yellow notes would come out, and a song with a slow tempo, blue notes would come out, and that the density of the light that the musical notes would produce is different. Fortunately, he could see which part went well and which part didn't work according to the density of the light. The density of the light was always constant. A good performance might appear if I touched the parts with weak light and other bits. Kang-yoon also organized the things about the light on a different note while looking at the girls' stage. On this note, he was writing down today's stage. Today, he couldn't find any gray in the stages. In both duets and solo stages, white light saturated the stage. Teacher, I want to be a trainee. You won't do, 'cause you're ugly. Wow, that's blunt. Although there was a pitiful case where someone decided on their dream and got put down mercilessly, the majority of the audience was immersed deeply in the performance. So this is the last one. This is the most important one, though. Group performance. Sunshine. No matter how well they did their previous stages, if they screw up this stage, Kang-yoon thought that it would be ruining the entire performance. The weight of the last stage, the teamwork of the 6 girls, etc., there were a lot of things hanging on this stage. With the presenter's last introduction, the girls stood on stage nervously. The stage costume, which stuck onto their bodies, attracted the people's gazes instantly. Soon, the AR played, and the performance started. How would the lip-sync stage come out? There were a lot of lip-sync stages in TV broadcast stages. There were cases where some singers, who showed lively performances on stage, gave up singing live and put all their efforts into performing. Of course, there were also cases where they did that because their singing was not good enough. Kang-yoon looked at the stage nervously, while wondering how the stage would look like in this case. When Young-mina, who was in the center position, started moving slowly while waving her body, the other girls also started moving with her as the center. Then, the light started being emitted from the girls. A red light was coming out from everyone. Half a beat. When Young-mina turned to the left, Lee Young always strangely became a bit late by half a beat. At this moment, from Lee, a violet light came out and not red. However, eventually, Lee looked at her side and matched their movements. Then, the light changed to red. Good. The light became one, and they were of one beat. No one showed any signs of being off time. Young-mina signaled Lee before she did a turn, and she purposefully slowed down her turning speed. Although it was a minuscule difference, this difference had produced the effect of matching everyone's dance routine into one. Kang-yoon clenched his fists. The light pervading the entire venue was a bright white light. It might take some time to adapt to this. The color of singing, the color of dancing, the color when everything harmonized into one. The light that Kang-yoon could see had been subdivided. Although he now had more things to mind about, he also now had more things he could know. It seemed time was needed for him to get used to it. Let's quickly get used to it, Kang-yoon resolved while looking at the girls finishing their performance. Today, Mr. Choi headed to a PC bang as soon as school ended. His grades were average, his looks were ordinary, and everything about him was ordinary. But in this PC bang, he was a man who could be ahead of anyone. He was the best at computer games, searching, and other things that had things to do with the computer. F***CK, do you know about seasons? You idiot. Of course I do. They became big. Hanul's short hair. Oh, she can own me. Damn you. A girl's all about the body. Hannah the best. Seasons, who became famous instantly with the department store performance video, which was released on the internet, now was at the point where even TV stations had contacted them. The first on the popular search word list didn't end prematurely, and through the rumors on the internet, they became even more popular. They literally reverse-traveled. Thanks to that, whether it was President Yoon Moon-soo or Seasons, they seemed like they would throw themselves into a pit of fire if Kang-yoon said so. Of course, whether or not it was true, Mr. Choi topped up using a crumpled 1001 note and turned on the game. However, today, there was a lot of updates, and the monitor didn't listen to him. This shitty monitor. While refreshingly swearing at the guiltless monitor, Mr. Choi opened the internet. Mr. Choi, who went to a portal site by directly skipping the PC Bang's ad page, was about to put a word into the search bar when he found a video at the bottom. It was a video about a game which was said to be highly looked forward to. Shit, that looks so cool. After watching the game promotional video, he turned to look at the update, but it was still far from done. He got on the waves of videos and looked at various places. However, there was something which strangely caught his eyes. The girls who calls kisses. Mr. Choi, who had the right curiosity and was full of vitality, immediately played the video. It was a click without hesitation. The girl in the video was on a small stage. The camera slowly approached her and eventually closed upon her. However, so beautiful. The girl's face inside the video was flawless. The flawless skin and high nose, and big eyes to boot. She was giving off an aura of a goddess. Moreover, as she was around the same age as him, Mr. Choi felt his heart pounding the moment he saw her. And kiss his mouth, to heart's desire. And on his kisses, at last expire. The lips which called kisses, the girl was literally calling kisses. Unlike the provocative video title, the force that could be seen in the video was great. The girl in a fluttering white one-piece was looking at him with pitiable eyes. Although it was only on the monitor, Mr. Choi was already blank-minded from some time. When he was about to drool, and his heart beat too loud. If you need a loan? The Gimme Money's team leader Kim Mi-young. Fortunately, team leader Kim Mi-young had saved Mr. Choi. The shattering of fantasy was done in but an instant. Mr. Choi abruptly stood up due to the beautiful voice of team leader Kim Mi-young and received the gazes of the people around him. Mr. Choi tried his best to ignore the embarrassment, sat down, and played the video again. And kiss his mouth, to heart's desire. And on his kisses, at loss. Without even making him forget about the embarrassment, Mr. Choi had spent all the topped-up time in the PC Bang without even getting to play anything. Thank you for your work. Kang-yoon received a lively call from the girls in front of Evergreen Orphanage. It was because Kang-yoon didn't look for them after the program ended for them to feel the emotions they felt from the stage. You did well. Kang-yoon spoke shortly. There was nothing to say about today's performance. Of course, they would have to show him better in the future, but today, it was enough. Kang-yoon didn't speak long and took out a card from his wallet. What is that? That is the company card. When Han Ju-yeon asked, Young Mina shivered. Young Mina asked Kang-yoon and held it for a brief moment. And it was a company card, which had a luxurious gold-colored edge. She could tell that it was an expensive-looking card at a glance. Let's go eat some beef. What? The girls all shouted in surprise. They all knew that beef was expensive. When they seldom had to get together with the company people, the singers had beef, and the trainees often had pork. The quantity of pork they got was also small. It was because a singer and a trainee were clearly differentiated. However, Kang-yoon was different. He was meticulously looking after his people. Kang-yoon, who seduced all the girls with beef, headed towards a beef barbecue shop which used top-quality beef, which was outside the city. As he had already reserved beforehand, Kang-yoon and company had spacious seats. When they arrived, meat arrived, and with a grilling sound, the meat started getting grilled. I can't hold it anymore. Lee-young was restless with her chopsticks as she kept picking it up and putting it down repeatedly and also tried to take the meat, but Young Mina did her best to hold her back. It was because Kang-yoon was there. The adult hadn't even lifted his spoon, so it was rude to start eating. With her gaze, everybody had let go of their cutlery. Eat quickly. You must be hungry. Yes. Frighteningly, as Kang-yoon spoke that, the meat started disappearing fast. The staff became busy to procure the meat to replace the ones that disappeared. Kang-yoon had already requested them to refill as the meat ran out. The appetites of girls of their age were frightening. When the girls started eating, Kang-yoon also picked up his chopsticks. However, his phone started dancing. Hello? Yes, President. However, as it was a not-so-welcome call, his hand that held the chopsticks stopped. It was a call from President Lee Hyun-ji. Team Leader Lee, where are you right now? We're eating. Is there anything? Is that so? I'm sorry for interrupting you. But can you please come back to the office as soon as possible? So it's difficult over the phone. I understand. After ending the call, Kang-yoon stood up from his seat. The girls were all right as there were other employees and managers could take them back. Team leader, are you going already? Kang-yoon was about to pay and leave quietly when Young Mina followed him. The company called me. Go and eat. Is something up? You didn't even eat properly. Mina can eat my share. Of course I will. Here, say ah. Huh. Kang-yoon opened his mouth without thinking when young Mina shoved something inside his mouth. It was a lettuce wrap with a lot of meat. Delicious. Delicious. Of course, who do you think made it? Enjoy your meat. Enjoy your meal. Speak after you're done chewing. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders and patted young Mina's shoulders. Then, he headed to the parking area. The wrap is good. Inside Kang-yoon's mouth, the suitable amount of garlic, sauce, and meat was mixed with an appropriate ratio, and they added to the savoriness of the meat. Kang-yoon smiled when he thought about young Mina who thought about him. By car, it didn't take that long for him to arrive at the company. Kang-yoon had experience being a manager, so he was good at driving as well. Kang-yoon neatly parked the car inside the parking area and immediately headed to the president's office. Welcome. Although it was already late, President Lee Hyun-ji hadn't left work and was waiting for Kang-yoon. The outside was already dark, and the moon was rising. Is there something important? One good thing, one bad thing. Now, which one do you want to listen to first? I will start from the bad one. Kang-yoon wanted to enjoy the good thing after quickly passing the bad thing. President Lee Hyun-ji calmly spoke after hearing him saying that. Team leader Lee has too much work. Transfer Min Jin-seo to our department. A lot of the directors are requesting this. Laughable people, aren't they? They are all asking if team leader Kang-yoon is the only one who's a planner inside MG Entertainment. Min Jin-seo was an actress aspirant who everyone had left behind. I only let her spread her talent. You're right. Let me first talk about the good thing before going into that. The good thing is that the internet video, The Girl Who Calls Kisses, that you uploaded onto the internet is receiving an incredible reaction from the internet. No, it can't just be called amazing. It has gotten over 2 million views in just one day. The reporters keep contacting us as well. The article is not out yet. She didn't even have her debut, but she has already spread her name around. After listening to one good thing and one bad thing from President Lee Hyun-ji, Kang-yoon fell into thought. She meant that flies were gathering since Min Jin-seo showed potential for becoming big, and that Min Jin-seo's foundation for debut was properly set in stone. So, the reason you've called me must be due to the time. Yes, if we drag it anymore, the directors will devise strategies to whisk Min Jin-seo away from you. Team leader Kang-yoon. Especially, director Young Hyun-tae is looking for an opportunity with all his might. Of course, I will stop him, but team leader Lee interfering with the acting department is controversial and can be said to be an invasion of rights. Team leader Lee had excavated Min Jin-seo, and until now, you've shown great achievements in the company, so they can't say anything now, but later, team leader Lee's voice in the company may decrease. Personally, I don't want that to happen when I consider the future. President Lee Hyun-ji's words sounded awkward, but in the end, she meant Kang-yoon to show results as soon as possible and tell the directors bluntly, I achieved this since I'm so capable. Because then, there won't be anyone who could touch him. Kang-yoon smiled after he heard President Lee Hyun-ji's story too. The end. You don't have to worry about it, President. What do you mean? All of the preparations are ready. I will make it so that you don't have to worry about the things related to Min Jin-seo from now on. President Lee Hyun-ji tilted her head when she saw Kang-yoon's confidence, but she soon nodded her head. Kang-yoon has always exceeded above her expectations until now, and he made her look forward to it even more. She firmly believed that Kang-yoon was trying to show her something this time as well. Chapter 36. The Girl Who Calls Kisses, 1. For the first time in a while, Kang-yoon went home early after finishing work. After the performance, it was an early leave he hadn't had for a long time. Hyun greeted him delightfully after he arrived at home by the Hell train. Opponym, did you have a safe trip? Yeah. Did you go to the hospital? Of course. Kang-yoon asked Hyun about the hospital as soon as he arrived. She, of course, said she did, patted Kang-yoon's shoulder, and led him inside. Kang-yoon was also relieved since his sister's face became brighter and looked like she had a good life. Even so, Kang-yoon still wanted for Hyun to have a kidney transplant as soon as possible and wanted her to live as she wanted to. This was a wish that was always there in the corner of his heart. After dinner, he would usually read the newspaper or have a conversation with Hyun. But today, he had something to do. Kang-yoon, who rested for a while at home, simply organized his hair and left home. Don't drink too much. You too? Hyun, go to sleep early. Don't forget to lock the door. Kang-yoon reminded Hyun and left. It was a time when everyone else would have gone to sleep. Kang-yoon also wanted to rest, but he headed towards the place he had promised. Is this it? The place Kang-yoon arrived at while looking at the mini-map was a small bar. Although the building was small, it looked elegant and the lighting was pretty. When he entered, a woman wearing a one-piece was tilting her glass. The problem was that there was no one other than her and the bartender in the bar. Hey, Kang-yoon. The woman waved her hand as soon as she saw Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon sat next to her after he saw the woman's thick hands. Did you rent the whole place again? I hate to be disturbed. You're the same as always. Someone who's earned a lot should spend a lot, shouldn't they? The woman shrugged her shoulders. At that time, he could see her full neck moving. She was huge to the point that a passersby would look at her once, but Kang-yoon didn't seem at all flustered as he received a glass and clanged it with hers. It's been a while, Kang-yoon. Hi. Me too. Tae-ji-noonim is as always. What? Am I still pretty? I don't think that's true. If you're so blunt, then it will be hard for you to get married, you know? Kang-yoon bluntly dissed her, but she only laughed and didn't say much. Of course, saying that she was pretty when her arms were thicker than his own was a bit awkward. Her name was Song Tae-jin. As a drama writer who was on a roll nowadays, she was a writer who was famous as a romantic drama writer. As Kang-yoon was acquainted with her from his manager days, their relationship had continued until now. My sister isn't even cured yet, and you think I'm thinking about marriage? You're as always. You sis-con. Just who lives like you nowadays? Such a loser. Isn't there one here? Lunatic. He could have gotten angry, but Kang-yoon seemed used to this as he laughed it out. To him, these were words he were used to. Although her words were violent, Kang-yoon just ignored it and continued conversing with her. The private conversation kept going for a while. Writer Song Tae-jin seemed delighted to meet Kang-yoon as she kept talking without rest. Most of it was about the industry. Talking about PD saying that the structure of the setting will be difficult after receiving the scenario to the talks about how would we put any PPL, product placement, it's advertising, here, and they fought and whatnot. She kept going on about her experience. Kang-yoon listened to her talks while filling her glass as the things she mentioned contained a lot of important things about the entertainment industry. Kang-yoon, what's the reason you wanted to meet me today? I wanted to meet my boyfriend today. Writer Song Tae-jin blushed. Unfortunately, it wasn't that pleasant to look at. However, Kang-yoon just accepted it. Did I interrupt? It's not like that, but, well, if it's Kang-yoon who's calling me, then I should come. It was you who called me, right? If you think that way, then I'm thankful. In fact, I came here to ask you to recruit a person from me. A request. Writer Song Tae-jin made in that's unexpected expression. Kang-yoon? You want to? She was making such an expression. Although she was a well-off writer, there was no history of her recommending someone for a drama or used her powers to do so. Although there were a lot of times where she was requested, she only wrote scenarios as she wanted to and came up with the actor/actress's image also all by herself. She said she didn't want to be influenced by anyone and didn't listen to anyone. That's rare. Did you come here after hearing something? I have a good one amongst my kids. You will like her very much. However, unlike Kang-yoon's words, her expression wasn't that good. Disappointment colored her face. Well, it's from you, so let's have a look at least. She didn't look that expectant. Even at that reaction, Kang-yoon searched around his bag and took out a laptop without changing his expression. It seems like you came prepared, eh? You even brought a laptop. Of course. You will like her. Well, whatever. I will let you go this once since it's you. Or so was her expression. She would have abruptly stood up and left if it was anyone else other than Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon played the video. Soon, a video about a girl played. It was a video about a girl doing a one-man act. She's that girl? The one on the internet. Yes. I know this girl Kiss. Oh, the girl who calls kisses. Writer Song Tae-jin also knew of the video, which was a hot topic nowadays. For a writer, it was imperative to know the latest trend. Not only internet, but she also had to look through books and other trivial knowledge. There was no way she wouldn't know about the video, The Girl Who Calls Kisses, which was sweeping all over the internet. Huh, Kang-yoon. You're saying that you want to give her to me? Yes. Ha 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 ha. She laughed heartily. As there wasn't anyone around them, the laughter resounded loudly. When the laughter echoed and filled the place, Kang-yoon gulped. This was the most crucial moment. The drama that this Noonim writes around this time is Whispers of the Stars. The role that she needs the most in that drama is the little sister of the male MC. Although there are a lot of child actresses, their ability for acting and their images will become a problem. A lovely yet young, and someone who provokes the protective hearts of the people. She should be thinking a lot about who to use for this role. Min Jin-seo fits exactly in that role. This will definitely work. Of course, just because he knew the future, it wasn't that he hadn't researched at all. He gathered information, and he came here since he had the confidence. Whispers of the Stars was a good drama which had a record of 29% of viewer ratings. In Kang-yoon's past, Min Jin-seo had once confessed that she was disappointed that she had failed the audition for Whispers of the Stars. Although it recorded a high percentage of viewer ratings, the flaw in the jade was the little sister of the male protagonist. An actress called Park Han-ae took the role, but although she didn't have anything wrong with her looks, her acting was bad and criticisms were everywhere, and people even changed channels because of her. Song Tae-jin, who thought for a while calmly, started replying. Kang-yoon, are you sniping my preferences or something? Do you like her? Huh. It seems like requests are good once in a while too. It's not a request for the main character, right? Of course, it doesn't matter where. Wow. What are you going to do if I put her in the extras? You aren't someone who will throw a jewel at a pig. Although Song Tae-jin looked sassy on the outside, she was inwardly delighted. Although she didn't say anything, she had already finished calculating which role Min Jin-seo would be good at. Although she had no problems with the actors that were cast, she was disappointed with only the little sister role of the male protagonist. However, Kang-yoon had brought her Min Jin-seo, so she felt very refreshed. There was nothing to speak about her looks, and she even had the acting ability that seduces other people instantly. So, if it was such an actress, there was no way she wouldn't welcome her. Good. Just tell her to come to me. Even if I go bankrupt, I will definitely put her in. Don't go bankrupt. You need a lot of money for your dates, don't you? Ha 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 ha. Song Tae-jin laughed heartily. She felt very refreshed now that her worries were solved just like that. She felt that the drink she had after that tasted very sweet. But were you in charge of actors? You only did singers, didn't you? I heard you were on a roll these days. It's just this once. I should only do singers from next time. Ooh, so it's like that. This girl's that good? To the point that Kang-yoon was distracted? Kang-yoon smiled and nodded. As he knew Min Jin-seo's future, Kang-yoon could be sure that Min Jin-seo would become huge if Min Jin-seo grew well like this. Okay. I will do my best. Well then, let's drink. Oh, stop it. I have to go to work tomorrow. Drink up. This is a drink from your Noonim. It was past midnight. Kang-yoon felt like dying as he had to drink the whole bottle that Song Tae-jin gave him. MG Entertainment regular board of directors meeting. There was a particularly hot issue today, so the directors were heating up. We acknowledge team leader Lee Kang-yoon's ability. However, Min Jin-seo is an actress. The method to raise a singer and the method to raise an actor is different, and even the marketing methods are different. Even for team leader Lee Kang-yoon, we wish that Min Jin-seo would be taken care of by another person. Director Yoo Jae-tae brought up the topic. His characteristic traits were his small height and glasses. Then, the other directors also raised their hands and shouted. As expected, President Lee Hyun-ji shook her head. She seemed to have already expected this. Topic acknowledged. Please speak. When the topic was acknowledged, Director Kim Jin-ho started speaking. He had experience of being turned down by Chairman Won Jin-moon after he submitted a report when he was in charge of the Japan debut project. Thanks to that, there was no way he would have any goodwill towards Kang-yoon, who succeeded the project. Originally, MG Entertainment took care of singer trainees and actor trainees separately. Marketing was the same, but as team leader Lee Kang-yoon started the girl group project and even put his hands on Min Jin-seo, the existing order was breached. He spread his hands to the acting department, even though he was in charge of the concert team on top of the next generation girl group. So even the trainees are confused at this. At this rate, the order we've built up until now may collapse. Director Kim Jin-ho linked a small reason to a massive failure. Strictly speaking, it was just about their interests, but to them, it was something they could use as a flaw. Min Jin-seo and the other girl group trainees were a target of envy for the other trainees as they received such a differential treatment. And there were even talks about going straight to debut if you catch Kang-yoon's eyes. Things about order weren't complete nonsense. Director Lee Han-seo followed his words in agreement. Moreover, he has a higher budget use than the original Rookie projects. Although it's only going past the initial stages into the intermediate stages, his use of budget is as much as the entire project for other projects. Although it's true that team leader Lee Kang-yoon has the ability, isn't such a use of budget a breach of authority? The directors were on a roll. They all hated the fact that Kang-yoon, who raised President Lee Hyun-ji's strength, had raised his voice within the company and had a relationship of trust with the chairman himself. They were even worried about him getting some shares of the company and becoming an executive. They all jumped at the opportunity and tried to pull out his roots. When the directors kept commenting about Kang-yoon, Chairman Won Jin-moon quietly raised his hand. At that time, everyone became silent. How about we hear from the person himself? The directors all agreed. They, who were like grains of sand, got together in front of the enemy known as Kang-yoon. Their power of unity was frightening in front of profit. Chairman Won Jin-moon's secretary contacted Kang-yoon, and the directors' meeting paused for a while. Chairman, will it be all right? President Lee Hyun-ji carefully asked Chairman Won Jin-moon, who was smoking alone in the chairman's office. Although she had heard that Kang-yoon was already preparing something, there was no way she wouldn't be worried. President Lee. Yes, Chairman. I'm neutral. I'm on no one's side. You know that, right? I do. But this is a breach of rights. Due to a stone from outside, the stones on the inside were making noises. President Lee Hyun-ji shook her head saying this wasn't right, but Chairman Won Jin-moon was cold. Didn't you say that team leader Lee also knows of this already? In fact, he did rise suddenly. The Japan project, concert team, Rookie project, and even an actress now. Who wouldn't feel threatened? If I were a director, even I would feel threatened. Of course, if it were me, I would make him an ally. The Kang-yoon that Chairman Won Jin-moon knew of wasn't so narrow-minded. The Kang-yoon he knew was a person with principles. If someone didn't go against his principles, then he would become an ally of anyone. The directors looked like they didn't know of this fact. He's about to come, right? Yes, Chairman. Let's go. When it was about time for Kang-yoon to arrive from his work outside, Chairman Won Jin-moon and President Lee Hyun-ji went down to the meeting room again. When they did, Kang-yoon had already arrived and was waiting for them. Hello. You're here? I'm sorry when you're so busy. It's nothing, Chairman. Kang-yoon greeted everyone including Chairman Won Jin-moon and stood at the front. As if they had waited for it, the directors immediately started attacking. Team Leader Lee, I'm sorry for making you come when you're so busy. The reason we've called you today is to solve a few of our suspicions. Suspicions? Suspicions mean that you doubt me. Did I do anything that aroused your doubt? Kang-yoon wasn't suppressed at all even when director Young Hyun-tae tried to suppress him with his first strike. He should have been frightened as he was in front of the top echelons of the company, but Kang-yoon didn't look like that at all. Director Young Hyun-tae bit his lips and in the end, coughed awkwardly. HMHM. Okay, it seems there was a problem with my word selection. Please answer my questions. I understand, please speak. First, it's about the budget. The budget used in the girl group project until now. Director Young Hyun-tae attacked in one spot why such a high budget was used while showing the budget used until now. Kang-yoon even wrote some things down and listened to the questions. So it's no different from a court hearing. Well-off people would receive jealousy from others. While achieving things, Kang-yoon had prepared for these jealousies while continuing to achieve success. Working meticulously and investing a lot of time also had something to do with this. Kang-yoon heard the entire question and started replying calmly. There are 3 reasons why the budget is higher than the original singers. First, you have mentioned same period, but that was in 2004. The prices are different from then. Even when investing the same amount of money, there's no helping the difference in the budget. Second, it's the difference in numbers. Our members are 6 people. At that time, it was 3. It's obvious that there should be differences. Third is that unlike in the past, there are a lot of things to prepare now. At that time, we didn't invest in areas such as TV shows. However, now we have to invest in various areas such as TV shows and foreign languages. I think I have answered your question. And above all, after collecting his breath, he calmly spoke. I only proceed with the budget after getting the approvals from the directors, the president, and the chairman. As we have to invest in various areas, I have mentioned that I requested for a lot of budgets. The directors here have also signed it. These are the proof. Kang-yoon handed out the papers he prepared to everyone. There were papers about the required topics and budget papers, and they were all signed by all the people there. The approvals happened quickly as he had just succeeded a project and people wanted to push him more. The directors' faces turned red in an instant. This was a victory from meticulous preparation. Director Jung Hyun-tae didn't even pull out what he put in and sat down quickly. No, he couldn't even lift his head. In the end, he had scolded a subordinate employee without even checking that he himself had approved it, so he was very embarrassed. The directors, who also agreed awkwardly, coughed and consoled their embarrassment. However, there were a lot of directors. There were some who were shameless. It was Director Moon Gwang-shik. As always, team leader Lee Kang-yoon is meticulous. We just wanted to confirm since we were worried that so much budget was used. As it's going well, then all is well. Thank you for confirming it with us. Not at all. Although he was shameless, Kang-yoon didn't comment on it. The important thing now was the next question. The thing I want to ask you now is about the acting team. Team leader Lee is in charge of the concert team and the singer team, right? That is correct, director. Then what will happen to trainee Min Jin-seo? As far as I know, you're in charge of the concert team and the singer team, but doesn't Min Jin-seo belong to the acting team? Min Jin-seo is not under your jurisdiction, so stop sticking your nose in, and give her to me, was his meaning. So he's getting greedy now that she looks like she'll become big. Kang-yoon could see greed from director Moon Gwang-shik. Min Jin-seo was really something. Although they all knew through Kang-yoon, they had enough judgment to know. The fact that Min Jin-seo's video kept attracting attention and will attract even more after her debut. Min Jin-seo is also someone under me right now. 2 isn't easy, and you're doing 3? I feel that you're too greedy about work, team leader Lee. Overwork always calls for mistakes. Director Moon Gwang-shik stared at Kang-yoon. He never knew that Kang-yoon would be so blunt. The other directors were the same. They all whispered to each other, and only when President Lee Hyun-ji stepped in was the whispering stopped. When the directors calmed down, Director Moon Gwang-shik snorted and spoke. Then what is the reason you have to be in charge of the acting team, even while you have to disrupt company order? First, I will talk about why the company order. I want to ask just which part of company order I have disrupted. Was I biased towards someone? I meticulously selected within the company system and selected according to the company standards. I have submitted all my selection standards with a report. I can give you another one right now. Aren't the rumors rising because of the selection process? It's because the kids are getting jealous of the selected P. Then should I even look after the jealous children? One has a stomach ache if one's cousin buys land, but it's not like I can control how other people think. Director Moon Gwang-shik had nothing to say. When he thought about it, there wasn't a time when Kang-yoon breached the company system or treated it with contempt. Even when selecting Min Jin-seo, they went through a confirmation process. If Min Jin-seo didn't have the talent to strike a hit, then would she have called such a massive wave on the internet? Not at all. Kang-yoon had already organized this into a report and submitted it, and the directors had also seen this. Kang-yoon calmly continued. It is true that there's an element of breach of authority on the acting team. However, I have already asked for permission beforehand and have the approval of the chairman. When Kang-yoon looked towards Chairman Won Jin-moon, he nodded his head. To think that Chairman Won Jin-moon had approved. Even so, Director Moon Gwang-shik desperately found some words to say. Even so, wouldn't efficiency drop if you do 3 work at once? Then the quality of work will decline, and if that happens, I was also worried about that. I thank you beforehand that director has thought so much about me. While Director Moon Gwang-shik was questioning, Kang-yoon turned his gaze to everyone. However, I won't look after trainee Min Jin-seo for long, since she will have her debut soon. From now on, she won't be a trainee but an actress. What? I'm looking at about 1 month. I had judged that it would be better for me to suffer for a bit during that time rather than giving it to another person. As it's a significant period, I will take care of her just until she stabilizes after her debut, and I'm planning for a takeover after that. At Kang-yoon's words, everyone became surprised and widened their eyes. Chapter 37. The Girl Who Calls Kisses, 2. Debut? What do you mean by that? Director Moon Gwang-shik frowned as he couldn't understand. However, Kang-yoon didn't panic and calmly told them. I received a call yesterday morning. Min Jin-seo was officially cast for a drama called Whispers of the Stars of SBB TV station as the little sister of the protagonist. Kang-yoon's words were literally a bolt out of the blue to the directors. They thought to steal Min Jin-seo from Kang-yoon and make her debut to increase their voice within the company without spending much, but to think she would debut already wasn't something they had thought about at all. HMHM. No. But a debut already? No. Did Min Jin-seo show something? Director Moon Gwang-shik's tone changed in an instant. However, Kang-yoon continued without a single ripple. It was originally a possibility, but her skills have increased to the point that she passed the audition now. Oh, Director Moon Gwang-shik was dumbfounded. He had never even thought that Kang-yoon's trump card would be the debut. Debut was a huge thing within the company. It could only proceed with the president's, chairman's, and the director's approval. However, he never thought that Kang-yoon would proceed with it this fast. Everybody was dumbfounded. At this moment, the insulted director Yoo Jae-tae abruptly stood up from his seat. Team leader, are you ignoring us board of directors? What do you mean debut? To think you've decided on something so important by yourself. Although his shout resounded across the meeting room, no one stopped him. The directors were all of one mind. Now they had found the flaw. You should be prepared, no matter how. Wait. While the directors were growling, President Lee Hyun-ji stopped them. Fire burned in the director's eyes, but she just gestured them to calm down and spoke. An audition without the approval of the directors. Team leader Lee. This can be used as a cause for punishment. Entering an audition is punishable. Then, are you saying that I should wait for the directors even though such a big opportunity had appeared? Kang-yoon clicked his tongue. The directors all shouted at him, but he was firm. He also knew the reason why President Lee Hyun-ji talked to him like that. As President Lee Hyun-ji spoke reprimandingly to Kang-yoon, who the directors considered as one of hers, nobody could interfere easily. So you say there's a clear reason. Please talk about it. That which you call an opportunity. President Lee Hyun-ji stopped the growling directors and asked Kang-yoon for the reason. It was meticulous timing. The directors also urged Kang-yoon to speak. Although they found it strange that President Lee Hyun-ji didn't take Kang-yoon's side when she was on the same side as he, now that they were going to listen to the so-called reason, they became delighted. Kang-yoon confronted the gluttons that were about to devour him whole from all sides, but he was calm. The audition was 2 days ago. It was a sudden audition. I judged that this drama had to be done no matter what the cost. I judged that there was no better role for Min Jin-seo than this. However, as you know, the board of directors meeting was today morning. There was too little time to report since the audition was right in front of my nose. Kang-yoon's words were like cogwheels. Cogwheels that matched exactly. If something became off, then the entire thing would collapse, but it was hard to find it. Director Yoo Jae-tae thought for a moment before asking. Let's take 100 steps back, and let's say what you said is true. As you said, the audition itself isn't a problem. But a debut? This is an entirely different problem which needs approval. Yes, just what kind of piece is it that you're even saying all those things? Although I know that it's on the public TV, not all public television programs guarantee viewer ratings. Even if we get viewer ratings, that doesn't mean a specific actor will be in the spotlight either. Please speak. Just how important of a role is it for you to proceed, even while ignoring the directors? Was what he meant. Kang-yoon could feel that the answer to this question would be the most important. Kang-yoon calmly started speaking. The drama that Min Jin-seo will appear on, Whispers of the Stars, was written by writer Song Tae-jin and produced by producer Ju Sung-won. The combination of the two is already famous for a stable viewer rating. Oh, director Yoo Jae-tae also knew well of writer Song Tae-jin and producer Ju Sung-won. Especially, writer Song Tae-jin's dramas was a genre that people selected as one of the best amongst romantic dramas. If a rookie appeared in such a drama, then it was literally a jackpot. Why? Yes, then what role is she? She takes the role of the little sister of the male protagonist. She's a little sister who's weak, but strong-willed and caring of her brother. I ask your forgiveness as it wasn't because that I ignored the directors, but judged that this would be the best stage for Min Jin-seo's debut and acted hurriedly on my own accord. Kang-yoon had nothing to speak anymore. No, not only that. Even the directors couldn't provoke him anymore. Such a stage, if he moved for the actress, Then it was laughable to say that it was wrong to skip the director's meeting to enter the audition and debut. To say that he ignored the process, the results were too big. Also, it wasn't like he ignored the process entirely so that they couldn't say anything about it. The directors only whispered to each other, but couldn't point their arrows towards Kang-yoon anymore. Initially, they had failed in their attempts to acquire a piece from writer Song Tae-jin. So instead, it was appropriate for them to praise Kang-yoon, who gained a role from such a piece. Even if there were low viewer ratings, just the fact that Min Jin-seo acquired experience in writer Song Tae-jin's drama would get her acknowledged. It was such a strong line in an actor/actress's career. Let me sum it up. The one to break the silence was Chairman Won Jin-moon. The fact that team leader Kang-yoon hurried isn't a good thing. Please take care from now on. I understand. I will take care from now on. At Chairman Won Jin-moon's words, the directors inwardly sang in delight. His words contained weight, since it was no different from saying that Kang-yoon had made a mistake. However, words had to listen to the end. And team leader Lee will take care of Min Jin-seo for a while. Chairman. Director Yoo Jaeung-tae shouted, but when Chairman Won Jin-moon gave him a stare, he lowered his head. Is there anyone in this place who can give me results like team leader Lee? If you do, please step up. I will leave Min Jin-seo to that person. Nobody could say anything. There was no one who, like Kang-yoon, dug up Min Jin-seo, make her appear on a big stage, and even debut. Although MG Entertainment was an exceptional company in raising singers, they were no different from newbies in regards to actors and actresses. In fact, although a debut could be said to be the start for an actor, for MG Entertainment, it was a significant achievement. Team leader Lee, thank you for your work. And sorry to call you when you were so busy. Not at all, Chairman. In the future, I will try not to call you as much as possible unless we need you. The issues you bring up will be processed by President Lee Hyun-ji and me directly. As I saw it today, it seemed there were quite a few which needs urgent approval, and the directors won't be suspicious anymore. Isn't that right, you guys? The directors all became honey-drunk mutes. As of now, none of them could say anything. They were embarrassed and insulted. Today was a sad day for the directors. Then please go quickly, Team Leader Lee. I held up a busy person for too long. Then I'll take my leave. Kang-yoon bid farewell to Chairman Won Jin-moon and the directors and left right away. The directors all trembled in anger while looking at his back, but they couldn't take any more action. After Kang-yoon left, Chairman Won Jin-moon stood up and took off his suit jacket. Gung-tae Hyun-shik, Gwang-shik. Why don't you guys talk with me for a bit? The meeting today will end here. Other than the 3 directors who were called, the other directors all left the meeting room like a tide. Then a moment later, hey, you asterisk. Didn't I say not to hurry? Pi thei, you pi thei. I'm sorry. Chairman Won Jin-moon's refreshing words resounded across the corridor, passing through the gaps in the meeting room. This is... Min Jin-seo's arms shivered while receiving the script from Kang-yoon. On the front page of the script, Whispers of the Stars, Episode 1 and 2, was written in big letters. She seemed unbelieving as she rubbed her eyes again and again, and picked up and put down the script again and again. This is not a dream, right? I won't wake up suddenly, right? I'll tell you beforehand that this is no dream. Next week's the recording, so learn it by heart by then. Okay. It's not a dream. It's not. Min Jin-seo's eyes quivered. Kang-yoon grinned, looking at Min Jin-seo being so touched by the word debut. Feeling such full emotions like this was a good point for an actress. Kang-yoon was about to leave to give her more time to practice. But then, Jin-seo. Sir, thank you so much, then. Thank you, Hick. Min Jin-seo suddenly embraced Kang-yoon from the back. Kang-yoon panicked when he felt her body temperature from his back. However, without even being able to stop her, Min Jin-seo buried her face in Kang-yoon's wide back. I thought it was a lie. The words that you said that you would make me an actress, the debut as well. However, Sir has done them all. Really, Sir is my savior. Thank you so much. This is just the beginning. Kang-yoon tore off Min Jin-seo's hands wrapping him and turned back. Then, he stroked her now messy hair lightly. Let's do this. Yes, it's the first time I've seen someone like Sir. I will definitely. I'm not going to say it. Hey, so cold now. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders, pat her shoulders, and left the practice room. He meant for her to practice hard. So cool. Oh, what am I? Min Jin-seo absent-mindedly looked at Kang-yoon's back for a while, and she shook her head and started reading the script. From now on, she had to practice harder. An ordinary afternoon. President Lee Hyun-ji headed to the chairman's office with the papers that Kang-yoon gave her. Such detailed data? He's an amazing guy, isn't he? I agree. While looking at the report, which was organized neatly in graphs to show visually the trainees' data, Chairman Won Jin-moon seemed satisfied and signed an approval straight away. Although there was a video attached, he put it on the side while saying he would look at it later. It was possible only because he believed in Kang-yoon. Then I'll take. Wait, President Lee. Why don't you have some tea? President Lee Hyun-ji stiffened. This was a signal that there was something important to talk about. She sat on the sofa where guests would usually sit, and soon, a cup of tea with a faint fragrance was given to her. I'm delighted that the concert team is going better than I thought. Thank you, Chairman. But you know, although the achievements are high, there's no substance. I find that a pity. President Lee Hyun-ji couldn't answer straight away. The chairman had indirectly spoken that Kang-yoon hadn't received his worth even though he had done exceptionally. While she was in an awkward position, Chairman Won Jin-moon continued talking. After the directors' meeting last time, someone brought this up. It was about the compensation is too low even though we had done a lot for SETI in seasons. You do know that saying you didn't know Kang-yoon's ability would be so good will just be an excuse, right? Of course, Chairman. President Lee Hyun-ji deeply sighed. This was a topic that she expected to come up sooner or later. Since, although they had made a huge foothold with SETI and seasons, MG Entertainment received so little reward compared to that. In the end, money was the problem. Good outside evaluations on Kang-yoon was an element that wouldn't be included in evaluations. In the end, they were just appearances. Director Yoo Jang-tae said this. It's a waste to lend team leader Lee's abilities to outside, even though there are singers who don't see the light within the company, and we're making others feel good. Isn't it reasonable? Chairman, Mr. Kang-yoon. No, team leader Lee has too much work. Recently, as he even took Min Jin-seo, his work. Oh, don't worry about that. The concert team will take a rest. We can't push around precious resources so mindlessly. While resting, can't you raise team leader Lee's price? You can just weed out cheap works while mediating suitable expensive works to increase the price of the concert team. Chairman, President Lee Hyun-ji couldn't say anything. There was nothing for her to use as an excuse. The works that came to the concert team until now were all those that made little money. She was frightened at the chairman's ability in mediating between the board and her. Haha, don't worry. I won't steal team leader Lee and give him to someone else. It's just that we need team leader Lee's ability he showed in the Japan project. I understand. Then what work will team leader Lee work on? The ACE album. The ACE? Hyrin and Iris, are you talking about them? President Lee Hyun-ji groaned. Chairman Won Jin-moon asked again while sipping his tea slowly. What is it? Is it a problem since they failed, even though they brought out 2 albums? It isn't easy. Even on team leader Lee's career. We're not selecting work for him to pile up his career. I already decided. If even team leader Lee can't do anything about those kids, then everyone inside the company has no choice but to pull out from them. To them, and to team leader Lee, this can be an opportunity. It isn't all bad. President Lee Hyun-ji couldn't retort to Chairman Won Jin-moon's firm decision anymore. No one in the planning team could find a color to plan them. Can team leader Lee do this? While thinking about the duo girl group, who nobody could do anything about, President Lee Hyun-ji fell into worry. Kang-yoon turned off the computer and left the office. As he had finished his work early, he had left right at leaving time. Kang-yoon was immersed in happiness that he could leave work before sunset today when he couldn't do so until now because he was busy and headed towards the lobby. As he was about to leave the lobby, there was someone who urgently called him from the elevator. Sir. When Kang-yoon turned back, he saw it was Min Jin-seo. She hurriedly exited the elevator and stood in front of him. Jin-seo, is there anything urgent? Heck. Sir, you're going home really early today. I should have a day like this once. In a while. As Min Jin-seo knew it, Kang-yoon was the person who always left the latest. The Kang-yoon she knew left after all employees had left, and even after most trainees left after practice. However, today, as he left before sunset, it was reasonable for her to think it was strange. I have something to ask of you. Ask me. Yes, although I know it's rude. I want you to listen to me. Min Jin-seo hesitated her words. She usually hated to cause inconvenience towards others. So, she usually tried to do everything alone no matter what. But today, she was a bit different. What is it? Tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's the recording, right? Yes, you remember it. Of course I do, it's about you. While giving meaning to Kang-yoon's nonchalant words, Min Jin-seo blushed a little. However, soon, she knew that this wasn't the important thing as she went into the topic. Tomorrow, can you go with me? I, in truth, am a bit nervous. Min Jin-seo fidgeted nervously while waiting for an answer from Kang-yoon. Unlike the mature her, and like a girl in puberty. Chapter 38. The Girl Who Calls Kisses, 3. You want me to go together with you for the recording? Yes. At Kang-yoon's return question, Min Jin-seo lowered her head in embarrassment. As her face was flushed, she was wrapping her face with her hands. Are you too nervous because it's your first recording? In truth, it was half right and half wrong. It was half excitement and half nervousness. Although she could go alone, this was the first recording in her life. She wanted to show Kang-yoon no matter what. Of course, although she knew that Kang-yoon was very busy, she wanted to be selfish at this moment. What scene is it? It's a hospital scene. 2 of them. Min Jin-seo found the scenes in which she appeared in and showed them to Kang-yoon. It was a scene where she was on Ringer's solution on the hospital bed, receiving the male protagonist's worry, and another scene where she screamed while running towards her brother after finding that he was getting beaten up by loan sharks because of the debt due to her hospital fees. 1. After reading the script, Kang-yoon handed it back to Min Jin-seo. When did they say they needed you? It's at night. The hospital where the recording happened said that they could only allow a recording after the hospital finishes all its treatments for the day, so they told me to come at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, you say? That time will be doable. Okay, let's go together. Thank you. When Kang-yoon's permission came, Min Jin-seo smiled brightly. It was a beautiful smile that any passers-by would look back at her at least once. However, as he had seen such expressions all day, Kang-yoon wasn't moved much. Let's depart at 6 tomorrow. We're rookies, so we need to arrive early, greet the staff, and hand out drinks. Yes, sir is different as always. The manager oppas that were allocated to me never said such things. Min Jin-seo's eyes were shining. Kang-yoon didn't hesitate when doing something. Her eyes looking at Kang-yoon were like the eyes looking at a venerable teacher. They didn't speak about it, but they should all know about it. The managers will all be in one team with you, Jin-seo, so you have to treat them well. Don't bully them just because you're well off, okay? Yes, I understand. Kang-yoon and Min Jin-seo's way home was the same. Thanks to that, the two walked together towards the bus stop together. Passing by the city noises and the bright neon signs, the two arrived at the bus stop. I won't be able to get on the bus easily from now on. That's true. Will you miss it? Yes. I might long for a full bus, maybe. That's not true. Ha ha ha. Min Jin-seo kept chatting. Although she didn't speak a lot normally, currently, she kept expressing her excitement. She seemed to want to share her joy in debuting as she never stopped talking. The time to prepare for her dreams had ended, and now was the time to jump in for real. Now her second life would start. In her expectation, her heart was pounding. Debut, eh? It's no wonder she's so excited. Kang-yoon smiled while listening to her words. The 7 years as a manager before he became a planner, and the 10 years of failure of his past life, had made him watch many debuts of celebrities. This kind of excitement from Min Jin-seo was natural to Kang-yoon, and also, he was used to it. While Min Jin-seo kept expressing her excitement, the bus arrived. Min Jin-seo got on while expressing her pity. Thank you, sir. Be careful on your way home. Min Jin-seo sat next to the window and waved towards Kang-yoon. When Kang-yoon waved, the bus started accelerating. At that moment, Min Jin-seo opened the window and shouted towards Kang-yoon. Sir, I like hashtag at percent dollar hashtag carrot at percent carrot at hashtag percent hashtag dollar. However, Min Jin-seo's voice was buried under the loud bus engine noises. Kang-yoon wanted to ask again, but he couldn't ask as the bus was already far away. Good times. In the end, Kang-yoon just thought that it would be something like cheers and headed to the train station. A day without concert teamwork was a peaceful day for Kang-yoon. If there was any concert team-related work, then work will overwhelm him like a tide and Kang-yoon's desk will be full of paperwork. Today, When he had no work related to the concert team and the work with seasons had ended, Kang-yoon's desk was spotless. I'm so free. Kang-yoon, who finished all his work in the morning, was spending his time surfing the internet leisurely. However, as if someone knew that he was spending his time leisurely, Kang-yoon's phone rang loudly. It was a call from the president's secretary office. Yes, Lee Kang-yoon. It's the president's secretary office. There are some papers from the president's office. Please check. When Kang-yoon confirmed, a male secretary came down soon and placed the papers on Kang-yoon's desk. On the title of the thick papers, the ACE album. Planning, working title, was written. The ACE? It's that group pronounced not A's, but DS, right? It's MG's. Kang-yoon typed it on the internet right away. Then, the results came up on the first result along with the members' names. Oh, I remember. Hyrin and Iris. As singers under MG Entertainment, they were singers who even did a second album and a digital single. From what he knew, they transferred to acting. However, they never got into singing again. In Kang-yoon's memory, this was the only thing about the ACE. They went thinly and long. As celebrities too. However, as singers, they didn't last long. Kang-yoon looked at the papers. This meant that the project of the second planning team under director Lee Hyun-sang would be passed over to him, the planning team leader. And also, there was something about stopping the work with the concert team. The team from director Lee Hyun-sang. It seems something happened within the company. If even the second album didn't go well, the company had to look for other paths. It appeared that the path they found was Kang-yoon. Of course, he predicted that there was a fight between the directors and President Lee Hyun-ji, but Kang-yoon ignored these facts. Being a puppet between them was something he would hate to be. When will I be able to do my own work? I wish that time came quickly. Kang-yoon closed the papers. He decided to check it thoroughly later. It was because the time to meet up with Min Jin-seo had come. Kang-yoon put on his jacket and went down to the underground parking lot. Good afternoon, sir. Are you ready? Min Jin-seo had already finished preparing for departure along with the managers. The coordinator had selected the necessary costumes and put them inside the van, and the road manager had also finished checking the vehicle. Everyone was tense as they knew that Kang-yoon would go with them today. Yes. Oh boy. I'm nervous. You will do well, I know it. Let's go. Kang-yoon patted Min Jin-seo's back once and departed to the hospital with everyone where the recording will occur. Min Jin-seo became more and more silent as they neared the hospital. Her nervousness seemed to be increasing as she was shivering slightly. The staff that she will meet for the first time, and then her seniors in acting. How would they be? As she was young, and as this was her first time, this was natural. Kang-yoon planned to open up the path for her to do well. Good evening. I'm from MG Entertainment. As soon as they arrived, Kang-yoon started handing out drinks and simple snacks along with the managers. The world of broadcasting seemed to be small, as there were some who seemed delighted to see Kang-yoon. Huh? Mr. Lee Kang-yoon. Han Seon-bi. Wow, just how long has it been? I heard you gave up being a manager and started doing something else. While Kang-yoon was handing out drinks, he met one of his previous colleagues who was still working as a manager in another company. Most of the people here greeted Kang-yoon delightfully. Min Jin-seo, who was with Kang-yoon, was shocked that Kang-yoon was so friendly with them. After handing out drinks to Ju Hyun-jin's van, who would work with the producer today, Kang-yoon finally came back to the rest area. There's no seat for you yet, I see. Well, that's obvious. Seat. Kang-yoon pointed towards the seats installed on one side of the hospital. Although there must be seats as it was a hospital, they had set a different set of seats due to the recording. Yes, seats. The main actors and actresses have their own seats. Look, Min Jin-seo turned her gaze towards the seats which Kang-yoon pointed towards. On the back of the seat was a name tag with Ju Hyun-ji Nim written on it. Although there were no other lead actors who were in today's recording, there were no other seats. I'm alright. No. Min Jin-seo wasn't down only because there wasn't a seat with her name on it. However, Kang-yoon shook his head sharply at her words. You can't be alright with it. You need to make that seat yours. Make it mine. Of course. That seat represents the lead actor or actress. That seat will follow every recording scene where the lead actor would appear in. From now on, you need to put in an effort so that that seat will be your aim. Everyone, not just me, will help you in doing that. Your next aim is that seat. You understand? Yes. Min Jin-seo kept in mind the lead actor's seat. It was a portable seat commonly seen in beaches. However, sitting on such seats had become her dream. As the hospital stage wasn't set yet, the props team were moving busily. The props team, who covered the hospital logo with the hospital logo from the drama, and the camera team, which checked the movement paths of the actors. The producer and the simultaneous recording team, who tried to record sounds effectively. All these were new to her. She was a teen. The recording scene she had only heard about was very novel to her. Wow. Is it new to you? Hello. I know. You're Min Jin-seo, right? The one to speak to Min Jin-seo suddenly, when she was exclaiming while looking around, was writer Song Tae-jin. She approached Min Jin-seo without hesitation when she was on her guard. Although writers didn't usually appear on the recording scene, she had come since this was the first recording. Of course, there was something else she was curious about. Yes. Excuse me, but... So you don't know me. I'm Kang-yoon's friend. Sorry, there was a person who called Kang-yoon so rudely. Min Jin-seo didn't like this person. Moreover, the chubby body, as if she didn't manage her body, was even more of a minus. However, she felt that she couldn't take her lightly, as she felt a strange charisma from her. Ha. You don't have to be so nervous. I only came here directly since I want to see what kind of person you are. Me? Of course. As expected. It's as Kang-yoon said. The image fits completely. If it wasn't, I was going to snap him in half. Min Jin-seo didn't like this woman who spoke of doing frightening things to Kang-yoon. However, she didn't show it on the outside. Although she was still young, she had naturally learned endurance from her long time as a trainee. You came? Yes, I did. I should at least check if the thing I put in is the real thing. No matter how cruel you are, how can you speak such things in front of the person herself? This blatant no-nim was as always. Kang-yoon criticized her for speaking whatever she wanted in front of a child. What about it? This field is all like that. Hey, pretty girl. This field is all about front deals and back deals. Isn't it right, Kang-yoon? That is true, but if you have no skills, then front or back, neither will work. Of course. Kang-yoon, good. I heard she caught the eyes of the producer. I look forward to it. You will be satisfied. Then I'm leaving. Song Tae-jin waved her thick hands as she left. Min Jin-seo was confused as she didn't understand any of the conversation. Sir, what happened just now? However, Kang-yoon just said that he will talk about it later and didn't reply to her, along with the words that this wasn't the important thing. Action. With the producer's signal, the recording started for real. Soo-jin. The recording started with the male protagonist running towards the hospital ward where Min Jin-seo was lying with difficulty. Appa, you can't run inside hospitals. Soo-jin, the male protagonist who has to show no sadness despite being sad. Min Jin-seo who had to act well despite being not well. This was a scene where they had to show the affections of siblings that didn't want to inconvenience each other. Min Jin-seo's teary eyes and her smile at the mouth was close up. The producer seemed to be satisfied after looking at the monitor as he shouted, "Cut!" There was not even a single NG. The producer laughed heartily as the first, second, and third tries were all good. Just in case, they did one more, but whether it was Min Jin-seo or the male protagonist, Ju Hyun-jin, they showed perfect sync. She's a jackpot. Her immersion into the role is no joke. Mr. Ju Hyun-jin was also amazing in his immersion as well. They looked like real siblings. The audio directors also spoke one line each while monitoring with the producers. In their heads, they were drawing how to edit this scene. This was the first episode, which would decide the viewer ratings, and as an exceptional video came out, the directors all inwardly exclaimed in delight. Min Jin-seo also seemed to be curious as she went to the monitoring area along with Ju Hyun-jin after the recording. Kia, so amazing, my little sister, ain't ya? Thank you, Seonbi-nim. Ju Hyun-jin praised Min Jin-seo in satisfaction while monitoring. He was a young actor well known for his acting. However, as he was acting with Min Jin-seo, a teen, he really felt like his sister was ill. He even felt like hugging her due to being immersed so much. Let's go to the next scene. The producer said there was nothing to see anymore and coolly hurried with setting the next scene. While the staff was busily moving around, in one corner of the recording venue, Kang-yoon and Song Tae-jin was looking at Min Jin-seo's recording together. How is it? Kang-yoon, you really... Song Tae-jin hugged Kang-yoon with her thick arms. Kang-yoon struggled in shock, but she didn't let go easily. UK? Nunam, The people are looking. Asterisk sob, asterisk sob. She's a definite in my future works. Definite. It's the first time I've seen a girl like that. She's cider to my heart. Song Tae-jin seemed touched as she didn't hide her strong emotions. Looking at Min Jin-seo acting, Song Tae-jin felt like her heart had become refreshed. Until now, she was unsatisfied with the little sister role and boiled inside. But as she solved it in one go, it was somewhat reasonable. There's no music, so I can't see the light. Kang-yoon felt it was a pity. As there was no music, there was no light. So, he had to judge purely by her acting ability. He thought about becoming greedy and going into the acting side of the entertainment industry, but it was no good after all. He became firm in his thought in digging a well in just the music side. Even so, Kang-yoon was satisfied while looking at Min Jin-seo, who attracted attention from other people. It has become time to let her go from my hands. Kang-yoon resolved. He didn't know much about acting. He had to start learning from the beginning if he wanted to know about planning actors or actresses. Although he made Min Jin-seo debut while knowing her potential, the future now was an entirely new problem. Kang-yoon resolved that he should prepare for a takeover if there were a person who would raise Min Jin-seo and make her play in bigger waters. We're moving. With the words from the audio director, who finished preparing for moving, the entire staff started moving. Kang-yoon also took Min Jin-seo and headed towards the next place. Thank you for your work. Min Jin-seo and Kang-yoon, who separated from the actors, and the staff, who had further recordings, got on the van. Today, there were only 2 scenes in which she appeared. However, the impactful recording left a strong impression on everyone. Moreover, Kang-yoon assured himself that today's recording would leave a deep impression, as today's recording would be the first episode. Well done. Thank you for your work. As soon as she got on the van, Min Jin-seo's strength left her body, and she slumped down. Looking at that, Kang-yoon subconsciously laughed. A star's figure after a schedule was the same no matter who. Such a slumped figure could only be seen inside the van. Kang-yoon laughed at Min Jin-seo, who acted like the van was her home. What is it? It's nothing. It's just that you seem to have adapted well. No, I'm still far from it. Unlike her words, Min Jin-seo rested in the most comfortable position in the world inside the van. Min Jin-seo's coordinator and managers were also organizing her schedule and doing their work. It seems there's no need to worry about the on-site team members. If they were people who found work of their own accord, he didn't need to worry much. In recordings, the coordinator also helped in progressing the recording without hitches with things like costumes and makeup. The manager also didn't just rest at the scene and guarded next to Min Jin-seo in case something came up. Kang-yoon checked all these things. Such a pity. Kang-yoon smiled bitterly. As he thought about how he would let go of one, he felt strange. Of course, he would feel that the official debut will be the production announcement, or when she appeared on TV. Kang-yoon felt like he was letting go of his child. Sir, what is it? Rest a little more. I will become the best actress. Please do. I'm not joking. It's for real. Okay. As if she had read Kang-yoon's mood, Min Jin-seo, who was lying down, consoled him. Kang-yoon just thought she was saying the obvious, and he just pretended to listen. Kang-yoon already knew that the future Min Jin-seo would be in a very high position. To him, such words from her didn't sound that new. However, Min Jin-seo was thinking more than just what Kang-yoon knew. And I'll, to you. Nothing. Although he found it strange that she whispered the end of her words, Kang-yoon didn't mind it much. He just thought that she was dreaming of the highest position and just passed it off. However, Kang-yoon didn't know that the hidden words would bring about a massive typhoon in the future. Of course, the time for the typhoon will be far into the future. Quite far. Chapter 39. The Girl Who Calls Kisses for. Really? What is it that he called us at 10 o'clock at night? Director Moon Gwang-shik grumbled as he entered the lobby hurriedly. Today, he planned to eat out and chat with the directors at a restaurant. There was no way he would feel good being called to work when he was about to drink. That's what I want to say. To think we would get called to work just because a single trainee is debuting. Director Kim Jin-ho also didn't seem to feel any different, especially since he had planned to speak about a lot of things today, so it was even more unsettling. However, their complaints only lasted until the lobby. They all knew that it was the punishment for their actions in the directors' meeting. Chairman Won Jin-moon's vicious side was already well known amongst the directors. The directors who arrived at the chairman's office all bowed to Chairman Won Jin-moon politely. Welcome. Sorry for calling you despite the fact that you were eating outside. Not at all, Chairman. Director Young Hyuntae shook his head sharply. He couldn't say, why did you call us if you know it? Or something like that. All the directors shook their heads while saying it was all right, and Chairman Won Jin-moon smiled in satisfaction as he turned on the TV. Right on time. Just in time, the commercial ended, and Whispers of the Stars began. It started slowly with the male protagonists, Ju Hyun-jin's soliloquy. As a stereotypical love square romance following the latest trend, the female protagonist, the male protagonist, and the antagonist were all following their own stories. Of course, it seemed there was too little stimulation for the directors as they found no fun. Morning dramas are way more entertaining. Rather than a mini-series where there was no rough and refreshing scenes, the head-clearing fighting scenes in morning dramas were much more to their taste. Their views were completely different when watching as a hobby and when watching for work. So she comes out now. While the directors were yawning secretly, Chairman Won Jin-moon pointed towards the TV. Min Jin-seo was finally appearing. It was the scene where the male protagonist ran towards Min Jin-seo's ward. This was 40 minutes into the drama. Fuck, so late. Should I fucking kill him? Who's the director? Aw shit. The directors all grumbled at Min Jin-seo's late appearance. The purpose of this gathering was for Min Jin-seo lying down right there, but as she only appeared after of the drama, it was reasonable. Whether it knew the director's feelings or not, the TV kept playing the drama. Appa, you can't run inside hospitals. Sujin. Appa, what is it? Did someone die? Don't make that face. Min Jin-seo's figure, smiling bravely to not worry her brother, really seemed like a feeble little sister. Although it was through a cathode TV, it kept making the directors fall into the drama. What about me? It's just because it's funny to see you in a place like this. Hey, look at you. The big brother who tried to hide his sad emotions to the little sister collapsed in the ward, and the little sister, who acted brave. Ju Hyun-jin and Min Jin-seo were inviting all the watchers into the drama as if they were real siblings. Although their scene passed by quickly and the drama progressed, the two's acting left a lasting impression. Ah, to think I let go of that. Kang-yoon, to think he will catch something like that. The directors all shivered when they thought that they let go of the golden egg-laying duck. They all felt like going crazy no matter how they thought about it. Just why did I not find a jewel like that until now? They all banged their chests in such emotion. The drama, Whispers of the Stars, ended when Ju Hyun-jin ran into the female protagonist, and something was about to happen. This was a cliffhanger to make the viewers watch the next episode. After the drama ended, Chairman Won Jin-moon finally spoke about the reason why he called them. I need to look at the media to be sure, but I'm very sure that Min Jin-seo will become a hit. What about you guys? My thoughts are the same, Chairman. Looking at her acting skills, I cannot think how it will fail. Director Lee Han-seo followed quickly. Befitting of the most quick-witted director, he scratched Chairman Won Jin-moon's back quickly. Ah, fuck that fox. There was a fight of wits even between the directors. The colleague directors all gritted their teeth at director Lee Han-seo's cunningness. Whether he knew or not, Chairman Won Jin-moon continued. Although we were raising trainee actors until now, we didn't do it for real. The reason was the lack of infrastructure and know-how. However, we got our first actress and a promising rising star. The board of directors should support Min Jin-seo with all its strength and also strengthen the support to actor trainees in the future. I understand, Chairman. I will listen to the results of the support in the directors' meeting. As soon as the conversation ended, Chairman Won Jin-moon let them go. In the end, what he wanted to say was just that one line. And although the grumbling directors made his mind, he didn't do anything. When the directors went away like the tide, Chairman Won Jin-moon stood by the window. His skills in placing an item like Min Jin-seo into the right place. Just who here has that ability? Kang-yoon. No matter how I think about it, he's amazing. If it weren't for him, then that child would have wandered to another place. When Kang-yoon first spoke to give him Min Jin-seo, he even thought that Kang-yoon had another feeling for a trainee. However, Kang-yoon's eyes were accurate. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had made the foothold for actors and actresses for MG Entertainment, which was unimaginable before. It isn't just that. To let go of what he achieved. This is also amazing. Kang-yoon reported that he would prepare for a takeover after the debut finishes successfully and the viewer ratings stabilize. Nobody would say anything even if he got some more achievements in his pocket with the excuse of stabilization. But he kept his word. He didn't even vaguely mention the time. He nailed the time, the 7th or 8th episode when the viewer ratings would stabilize. With this, team leader Lee will earn trust whether he knows or not. At least, the confidence that he will be true to his words. Also, there will be an incredible amount of under-the-surface works to get Min Jin-seo. There was a possibility of fighting between the directors because of Min Jin-seo. If this became worse, then it might even cause some harm to the company. Chairman Won Jin-moon was planning to manage Min Jin-seo himself along with Jua. He had no pressure about achievements anyway, so nobody would say anything about it. He was planning to make her first-rate by expanding the foothold that Kang-yoon had made. While looking at the beautiful night scenery of Seoul, Chairman Won Jin-moon kept drawing how to lead MG Entertainment in the future. Kang-yoon, who received new work, headed towards the president's office to consult about the project. When he arrived, President Lee Hyun-ji was already waiting with coffee. The two started analyzing the ACE, who will make an album this time while sipping coffee. Their dance isn't bad, but their expressions aren't that good. Kang-yoon paid attention to their expressions while looking at the video of the ACE. The dance wasn't bad. However, there was a minimal change in their expression. It was the same with another video. So they all have similar problems. President Lee Hyun-ji agreed to Kang-yoon's opinion. The members of the ACE, Hyrin, and Iris were bad with their expression while moving around the stage with a sexy dance. Even their smiles looked somewhat lacking. Expressions were a must in TV program dances where they need to seduce the audience, but the two lacked such appeal. Kang-yoon shook his head while looking at the video. He also considered the memorable music. However, there was a lot of problem with their expressions as they danced. To say it badly, it was a style that would make people fed up quickly. To lay it straight, they can be considered as having no star quality. No star quality. Is it such in your eyes, Team Leader Lee? Strictly speaking, yes. Kang-yoon honestly voiced his current opinions. The two in the video had no charm that attracted the people, as Kang-yoon said. The audience mostly ignored the two women inside the video. It was fortunate that they didn't receive jeers from the public. If they had any star quality at all, then the audience might have looked at the two. While quickly running through the videos of their performances and their practices, the two spoke a lot about the singers. This part is good. However, Kang-yoon, who only said bad things until now, paid attention to one of the videos. It was the video where Hyrin and Iris were singing on the radio. It's Fly To. I like this song. President Lee Hyun-ji closed her eyes while listening to Hyrin and Iris singing. Although it was an a cappella, their matching harmonies were producing beautiful sounds. Jazz? It's not easy to sing this kind of songs. If there was an accompaniment, then it might have been better, such a pity. Kang-yoon thought a bit differently. However, without even being given time to feel any pity, the video ended. Well then, shall we put away the videos and talk about work? President Lee Hyun-ji turned the video off while saying it was enough. Kang-yoon also thought it was enough and brought out the papers that he brought. He had to think about what concept he would go with for the album while thinking about the ACE and the latest trend. How do you think this will go? It won't be easy. That same comment as always. President Lee Hyun-ji lightly teased him. Kang-yoon became a little embarrassed and coughed. Then, President Lee Hyun-ji smiled. President, that's... sorry. Please. Continue. As she believed completely in Kang-yoon now, President Lee Hyun-ji also had some leisure. She and Kang-yoon were colleagues on the same path. While showing her rare leisurely appearance, the two started talking again. Even though they had released their second album, the recognition is very lacking. Fortunately, they have a fan club, albeit small. As far as I know, they are around 300. They ultimately failed. Director Lee Hyun-sang can't raise his head after his work with the ACE. The directors had their own problems. They had to take responsibility for their plans. Like President Lee Hyun-ji had to take responsibility for the results of what Kang-yoon had planned, the directors also had to take responsibility for the results of the planners and celebrities under them. Their position in the company changed according to the success or failure of the plans under their name. This was the culture of MG Entertainment. Whether it will go well or not, isn't it up to the god of music? I should at least do my best to catch the eyes of that god, right? Kang-yoon could only laugh at President Lee Hyunji's words. In the underground studio of MG Entertainment, Yoon Hai-rin was restlessly walking around the spot. Kim Jin-jaeung asked her when she saw that she was restlessly moving around as if waiting for someone. Hai-rin, are you that excited? Although she didn't look that happy, as they were friends who were together for a long time, she knew very well that Hai-rin was excited. Of course, Lee Kang-yoon, it's team leader Lee Kang-yoon. It's the person who planned for Juaseonbi. I'm really that excited. Actually, I still think it's a dream. I thought that I would have had to wash dishes in restaurants after the contract ended. The two still felt as if they were dreaming. The company had already half given up with Yoon Hai-rin and Kim Jin-jaeung, Iris. After their second album failed miserably, they had no schedules coming in and they had nothing to do even after coming to work. To a celebrity, the insult of eating the gazes of disdain from others was like hell. Hai-rin, Jin-jaeung, get ready. The team leader has come. Kayak. At manager Young Chan-hyung's words, the two started moving around quickly. They cleaned the already clean table, and they organized the magazines again. Soon, the door opened, and Kang-yoon came in. Good day to you, sir. We're the ACE. The two women wanted to show a good image in their first meeting with Kang-yoon, so they greeted in a loud voice. However, it seemed their voice was too big as Kang-yoon became surprised, stepped back a few steps, and fell down on his butt. Team leader, are you all right? Kim Jin-jaeung and Yoon Hai-rin became shocked, and they pulled Kang-yoon up. Oh yes, I'm all right. I'm Lee Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon stood up while grabbing their hands. Due to embarrassment, it was hard for him to meet their eyes. Starting from their first meeting, the three ended up doing it. Unintentional, not funny slapstick. Chapter 40. Outside again. 1. Although there was slapstick in their first meeting, Kang-yoon started the first session with the ACE as if nothing had happened. After a simple greeting, they talked about what kind of songs they did until now, what they wanted to do next, and other things such as their preferred genre of music. However, in less than 10 minutes, Kang-yoon realized that he had made a terrible mistake. They have no opinions of their own. While listening to them saying that they were fine with everything, Kang-yoon shivered in fright. They were basically saying whatever is fine. An ordinary singer would usually have something they would want to sing, and Kang-yoon would see if such songs would fit that singer or not, but there weren't many cases like the ACE. You're good with ballad and rock. Yes. You're okay with dances and rock. Yes. You're fine with everything? Yes. At Kang-yoon's question, Yoon Hai-rin answered in a bright voice. Is this a 3-year-old? As he couldn't smack Yoon Hai-rin, who was smiling brightly, Kang-yoon endured and continued speaking. Yes. You can like everything. But my question is, what do you want to do? We're fine with everything. The whatever-like answer flipped Kang-yoon's insides over. In the end, this meant that these girls didn't have any opinions of their own. Kang-yoon sighed deeply. Okay, let's rest for a bit. Kang-yoon declared a break since he had met singers who were different to those he has met up till now. He needed some time to rest. Positively speaking, they were obedient. Negatively speaking, they had no opinions. Kang-yoon couldn't find any way out of this situation. Kang-yoon, who came upstairs to the resting area for a bit, slumped on the table just like that. Should I download every song there is and find the most suited song for them? It wasn't a bad method. Anyway, since he could judge whether a singer matched a song or not, he didn't worry that much. However, Kang-yoon shook his head. Just how can I find a song that suits them with this idiotic method? If there wasn't anything, then it would only be a waste of time. It would be fortunate if he found it straight away, but if he didn't, he had to look for it until he found one. If there were a clue, then it would be better, but if there wasn't, then it was just pure labor. It was also nonsensical to buy all those songs with the budget allocated to the ACE. Dance and ballad is no G. So cold. While Kang-yoon was in deep thought, he sat up abruptly from the table due to the cold thing he could feel on his cheek. When he did, young Mina was laughing with a canned drink in her hand. Ah, juicy hello. Team leader. TCH. There's only the two of us here though. Team leader. While rebelling that there was no one around, young Mina pouted. Here. You're buying? It's not good to be treated by you the whole time. Thanks. Kang-yoon received the drink from young Mina and popped it. The can popping sounds resounded across. That was a loud sound. It's just a can and... Mina. Is it your resting time right now? Yes. Oh, today's so hard too. Mina took out the chair and sat facing Kang-yoon. Young Mina was a daring trainee who unrestrainedly approached Kang-yoon, who other people found hard to approach. Although he was a target of admiration and envy, he wasn't so easily approached due to fright. However, Young Mina, didn't seem to care about any of that. Are you tired? Yes. Practice until you're exhausted. I can see that you have plenty of energy since you're speaking here right now. Whoa, so evil. Kang-yoon teased Young Mina and smiled. She was a cute trainee. Although she was a strict trainee, to Kang-yoon, she was just adorable. But, team leader, are you worried about anything? Worry. You were suffering on the table. It's not to the point of a worry. It's just that I can't understand something. Wait. Young Mina was also a trainee. She would be a singer soon. Although she wasn't one right now, Kang-yoon decided to ask if there was a song she wanted to do. Mina, what kind of songs do you want to do? Songs? Do you mean genre? Genre, or whatever. You know I'm weak at singing. If it's a dance-themed song, then I'm good with whatever. I don't think a slow beat one matches me though. Young Mina also had something she wanted to do. Every person had their own style. At this point, Kang-yoon had a question. Mina, most singers would have a song that they want to do, right? Shouldn't it be? Just that I heard singers matched whatever the company says. Although they do match the singers if the singer is a big shot, but the less popular ones. Team leader, as if he had remembered something, Kang-yoon abruptly stood up, so Young Mina panicked. Mina, thanks. I will treat you to a drink sometime. Team leader, where are you going? Hey, Juicy. Kang-yoon instantly disappeared. Although Young Mina called him, he had already left. So fast. I should go back to practice. Young Mina shrugged her shoulders and headed to the practice room. When Kang-yoon hurriedly ran towards them, Yoon Hae-rin and Kim Jin-jaeung were confused. Team leader, where did you go? However, Kang-yoon didn't reply and went on to the topic. Hae-rin, Jin-jaeung, do you girls really don't have anything you want to do? Something we really want to do? At Kang-yoon's question, Hae-rin seemed to hesitate as she stuttered. Jin-jaeung only kept her silence. I will ask you one last time. A song you really want to do? Is there one or is there not? This might be your last album. Shouldn't you do something you want for your last one? Kang-yoon came out strong. It was literally an ultimatum. Kang-yoon seemed to have decided not to open his mouth anymore, as he kept his silence and waited for their answers. They spoke to themselves while whispering. Finally, Kim Jin-jaeung carefully spoke. For me, jazz. It was a mosquito-like voice. However, Kang-yoon heard it clearly. Jazz. No, it's nothing. Please take it as if you didn't hear anything. Although Kim Jin-jaeung followed up quickly, it was left clearly on Kang-yoon. Jazz, you say? You sure? Kim Jin-jaeung shook her head, but that didn't work on Kang-yoon. While making a suspicious smile, Kang-yoon turned his head towards Yoon Hae-rin. It was a silent signal. You speak too. For me, Al, also jazz. Yoon Hae-rin also replied in a small voice. However, Kang-yoon could hear it clearly. So this is the reason why they didn't say it. Who would listen to them if they stated that they want to do jazz? They would scold them first. Kang-yoon finally knew why they said they were good with everything. It wouldn't work even if I say it. This was what they were thinking. Jazz. Will jazz actually work? I also need to see if it fits them. If it were 2017 when Kang-yoon originally was in, jazz would have worked. It was because jazz bands had come to Korea frequently, and it became more and more public. However, this was the year 2008. Although jazz was known, it wouldn't be said to be liked by the public. No, it might work because that's the case. Kang-yoon thought differently. Although traditional jazz wouldn't be easy, the music of the ACE was popular music. The song would be composed with jazz in mind, but it wouldn't be traditional jazz. Although new music brings risks, if it works, it would make a rise of a new trend. If good music was approached with jazz in mind, then it was very possible. Jazz, let's try it. Kang-yoon decided on the direction. He decided that they would go big anyway since they were doing it. Then, the already smiling expressions of Yoon Hae-rin and Kim Jin-jaeung became even brighter. Now they were starting to smile from the bottom of their hearts. Are we really doing jazz? Kim Jin-jaeung asked in disbelief, but Kang-yoon gave her a clear answer. Let's try it first. If it's good, then we're doing it. Really? Kim Jin-jaeung and Yoon Hae-rin, who were smiling like good people, now made genuine smiles. There wasn't a person like Kang-yoon until now. They had a good premonition. Thank you for your work. As the trainer left, the harsh group singing practice ended. The girls all slumped on the ground. Although not as much as dancing, singing was also physically draining. Thanks to that, they also received a lot of stress. Young Mina, wait. Why? Yahoo! Get out before I get angry. When Christian jumped on the exposed Young Mina's belly, Young Mina growled. However, Christian didn't bat an eyelid and stayed still. Although Young Mina moved around violently, she didn't hit her. Where did Uni go? Toilet. When Seo Hanyu asked for the disappeared Ili Jun, Han Ju-yun replied simply, did this girl have constipation? Why? Isn't she coming? It mused me that day. She was also all over the place, saying her stomach hurt. Yesterday. Lee Samsoon answered Young Mina's question. Young Mina asked her, do you even know your friend's period? But Lee Samsoon only shrugged her shoulders. After a long time Ili came back to the practice room holding her stomach. His face didn't look that good. Ili you alright? When Lee Samsoon carefully asked, Ili Young shook her head. She didn't even seem to have any power to speak. Lee Samsoon silently helped her lie down and massaged her stomach. Samsoon so caring. Young Mina was slowly starting to learn the leisure to look around from Lee Samsoon's caring figure. Kang-yoon requested a jazz-themed song from the composers. It was first to see if the members of the ACE fit the mood. Thanks to that, he could receive 2 songs in just a few days. When the song flowed out, Kang-yoon called for the members of the ACE. Look at that sheet music. So complex. Yoon Hai-rin rejoiced while looking at the characteristic complex musical notes of jazz. Of course, although it wasn't the sheet music with all the instruments included as an aspect of jazz, the 5 lines were more decorated than other genres. But how do I read this? To Kim Jin-jaeyoung, who didn't know harmonics, sheet music was just tadpoles. It was just that there were more #s attached and looked cooler. Seeing that Kim Jin-jaeyoung keep tilting her head while looking at the sheet music, Kang-yoon just giggled. You just have to follow the voice, so you don't need to worry that much. The voice guide is there, so you just need to look at the lyrics. Good. In the last few days, Yoon Hai-rin and Kim Jin-jaeyoung seemed to have gotten close to Kang-yoon as they were unrestrained in their talking. Let's listen to it first. Kang-yoon played the guided version of the song. I gave you the beautiful me without any reason. The 2 girls sang along the guided version while shaking their shoulders. Perhaps due to it being a jazz piece they were interested in until now, they were delighted. They found fun in singing such lyrics. Kang-yoon quietly watched the 2 singing. Jazz is purple notes. Purple musical notes were flowing out from the 2. The purple notes were producing a small white light. It isn't weak. White was positive. This meant that the affinity between the members of the ACE and the song wasn't bad. Of course, he wasn't sure of the result if they really got into the harmonics. Shall we listen to the next one? Kang-yoon played the next song. Tomorrow will be fine. If I can love with hope alone. If the previous song was a bouncy, rhythmic jazz, then this piece emphasized the melody. The 2 girls focused on the melody while humming. It's about the same. Perhaps due to it being jazz, it was similar to the previous one. Purple-colored musical notes and white light. It wasn't that different. After the song ended, Kang-yoon asked for their opinions of the songs. I like both. Completely different to how she was a few days ago, Kim Jin-jaeyoung expressed her opinions clearly. Yoon Hai-rin also seemed to be of the same opinion as she stuck to her. Both of them. Yes. It was natural for a singer to be greedy about a song. Now that they had become more active from their passive first impressions, Kang-yoon finally could be relieved. Okay, let's do both. Yay. Let's decide the cover song as the better one we get after recording. Yes. At Kang-yoon's words, the 2 girls exclaimed in delight. After that, the 2 girls went into practice. They decided on 2 days later as the recording day. It was thanks to Kang-yoon's homework for them to research into their own voice to match jazz. One day before the ACE's recording, Kang-yoon was grabbing his head in his office. The recording itself isn't the problem. How can I plan the advertising? Duet singer, the ACE. Although they had 2 albums, they didn't have anything special nor did they have any achievements. Although he grabbed onto the thread to produce a digital single with the concept of jazz, Kang-yoon was agonizing over how to advertise the album. The promotion team also didn't provide a clear answer. It was a showcase at best, but Kang-yoon rejected this answer. Although they did their first album and second album on a showcase, they didn't produce precise results. Moreover, a showcase for a digital single was a waste of budget. Entertainment. What about advertising the album by releasing on a popular entertainment program? However, Kang-yoon eventually shook his head. These girls don't have any sense for entertainment. It'll be the same whether they do it or not. It was evident that they would receive the humiliation of being edited out. These girls didn't have that much presence in the first place. They were literally just ordinary girls other than the fact that they were singers from MG Entertainment. They couldn't digest the rough jokes that flew at them. The era where album sales are directly proportional to sales is gone. In the end, profits are from events. Events, is it? To advertise, there must be a lot of people, so universities? Shall we go to universities? University festivals are soon too. Kang-yoon took out the calendar where university festival dates were written. The season was about the same as when they should be finished with recording and about to go into promoting. The season wasn't bad. Let's use the festivals. University festivals were open to everyone. From the people around that area, students from other schools, and even employees. Many people would come to university festivals to watch youth. It was just that, nowadays, as which celebrity decorates the highlight of the festivals became important. It was increasingly becoming more important whether a celebrity came or not. Although, due to this, they were criticized as monsters that ate up tuition fees. While thinking various things related to the university festivals, one thought came up in Kang-yoon's mind. Can't we perform on the street inside the campus during the festival? Not just once. The advertising would be. Even while thinking it wouldn't work, Kang-yoon's hand was on the keyboard to write the plan proposal. Chapter 41. Outside again. 2. It dawned on the day to record the ACE's song. Kang-yoon headed to the studio after he finished checking the budget and some other documents. In the studio, Yoon Hae-rin and Kim Jin-jaeun, who arrived first and were warming up their throats, and director Lee Hyun-sang. Hello. Hello. Kang-yoon made a that's unexpected expression when he saw the person in charge of the ACE, director Lee Hyun-sang. He was a director rarely seen inside the company. He wasn't seen even in the last director's meeting. Hello. I think it's the first time meeting you. I've just heard about you. Pleased to meet you. Director Lee Hyun-sang was a man in his 40s with a short stature. His gentle-looking eyes made him look like an amiable Ajusi. He looked very different to the other directors who looked very strong and stubborn. Did you warm up yet? Yes. Then let's begin right away. After exchanging brief greetings with director Lee Hyun-sang, Kang-yoon started working. Yoon Hae-rin and Kim Jin-jaeun went into the booth. The current time was 5 p.m. They said that this was the time when their conditions were at their best. This was the time they had scheduled beforehand. As the equipment was already set, it didn't take a long time to record. The recording started immediately. I like the warm spring. When Yoon Hae-rin's voice started resounding throughout the studio through the speaker, Kang-yoon also started seeing white light along with a purple musical note. It's a bit weak. The combination of the song and Yoon Hae-rin seemed to be okay. However, it felt somewhat lacking. He wanted a stronger light. Hae-rin, shall we try again? Yes. The producer, who was touching the mixer, also requested for a retry as if he was unsatisfied. One couldn't be full with just one bite. Yoon Hae-rin's singing started again. I like the warm spring, the beautiful, you, come to me. Kang-yoon shook his head while looking at the recording which progressed. It was because he saw a different colored musical note to the purple-colored one from time to time. Let's try again. The warm spring, this part is a bit off. Yes. The producer also seemed to feel something was off as he requested for a retry. I like the warm spring, the beautiful, you, come to me. The front part is okay. Let's try again with a little less strength and beautiful. The producer progressed with the recording. Although the recording went on, Kang-yoon kept tilting his head. It should have become better after it became jazz, but strangely, it did not seem to get any better. The weak, white light that the purple-colored musical notes made kept making Kang-yoon wonder. Although it seemed better than the ACE's previous songs, it wasn't at a level he was satisfied with. As the recording progressed little by little, it was already night when they listened to the halfway version. Let's rest for a bit. At the producer's declaration, the members of the ACE came out from the booth and went outside with director Lee Hyun-sang. Kang-yoon had to listen to the recorded file with the producer. Can we use this? When Kang-yoon asked, the producer nodded. It isn't bad. If we edit it, I think we will end up with an okay song. An okay song. Although the producer said that, Kang-yoon was unsettled. The weak white light kept weighing on his heart. Kang-yoon thought about what the reason could be while listening to the recorded file again and again. I like the warm spring, the beautiful, you come to me. Like a child in magic. The purple-colored musical note and the weak white light. These thoughts kept swirling around in Kang-yoon's head. He kept wondering which part should be better in order for the light to become brighter. Jin Jae-young's voice sounds a little different. Although it's refreshing, it sounds a little sharp. It's the characteristic of the microphone she's using now. That microphone is weak in mid-pitches and has a strong high pitch. As you said that you're recording in jazz style this time, I have prepared that microphone. At the producer's words, Kang-yoon paid attention to the microphones. Perhaps, wasn't it because the microphone had a bad affinity with the singer? The microphone, which affected a singer's voice significantly, was an essential element in recording and in performing. Let's try changing the microphone. What? I think the current sound is also okay. Let's just try it. Are there microphones the ACE's girls used initially? The ACE doesn't have exclusive microphones. Those are for people at Jua's level. The producer complained as he didn't like Kang-yoon interfering with his work. However, he couldn't do anything to him. Although it was somewhat unsuitable to go against the person in charge, he kept complaining. Even while knowing that, Kang-yoon continued with his claim. Change it to an ordinary one. Let's go with that. I understand. In the end, the producer became dejected while saying that the equipment he prepared ambitiously was rejected. It's just an experiment, so don't think about it that much. I know that you've worked hard. Shouldn't we try everything? Kang-yoon added his last line. There was no need to kill the morale of a hard-working person. However, hard-working and producing results were a different problem altogether. Grabbing both wasn't an easy task. The resting time ended, and the members of the ACE went back into the booth again. As the microphone changed, they had to go through the setting again. After they set the tone, the recording began. Hey, miraculous dream. Although it was just one line, Kang-yoon's eyes widened. The light had become stronger. Although it was the same purple musical note, the light coming from the combination of the notes had become more powerful. The microphone was the problem. The producer also seemed to be amazed that the controlled tone, different to the previous, sharp tone, as he looked at Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon only shrugged his shoulders. The producer started concentrating on work again with an awkward face. As he could hear the suitably adjusted voices from the machine, he could touch the sounds as his heart willed. The love of spring only deepens. The recording progressed with lightning speed until the chorus where the two's voices combined suitably to produce an intense white light. As the purple notes combined to make strong white light, Kang-yoon was also delighted. Is this one all right? Yes, we should have changed it before. I might have ruined the song if we went along with my stubbornness. I'm sorry, team leader. Not at all. Please produce a great song. At the producer's bashful words, Kang-yoon didn't drag on. His such actions seemed to look better in the producer's eyes as his eyes shined. Don't worry. I will answer you with the best song. It seemed not reproaching him despite the mistake, appeared to be seen well in the producer's view as his morale rose high. Kang-yoon just smiled. Jun-yeol Appa. Lee Jun-yeol, who gave his signature to a female fan, who ran up to him as he was about to board the van, passed the notebook back while smiling. Kaik. I love you, Appa. However, the fan seemed to be extreme as she hugged Lee Jun-yeol tightly. Although it was reasonable for him to panic, Lee Jun-yeol patted the female fan's back with a leisurely smile. Thanks. Asterisk sob. Appa, I love you. Although it was reasonable for him to get upset, Lee Jun-yeol kept his manners to the end without losing his leisurely smile. When he got in the van after having calmed down the extreme female fan, even manager Yoo Sung-chul, who was waiting worriedly inside the van, couldn't seem to hide his exclamation. Wow, Hyung, you changed a lot. The more I look at you, the more astonished I am. Shut up. You can't even block a fan like that. Oh, damn it all. Let's just go. Lee Jun-yeol stopped when he was about to say something more. Although he would have gone on a rampage if it was before, he seemed to have become a lot softer as he just passed it off as an accident. Whether he knew or not, manager Yoo Sung-chul kept chatting. Hyung, really? You've changed a lot after that time. What is? Your attitude towards the fans changed after you've released this album, and even on TV. Hyung, you're so cool. You are the best. Shut up. You're so disgusting, even though you're a man. Ha ha ha. Although Lee Junyeol was rough to him, manager Yoo Sung-cheol knew that this was his way of showing affection. As he knew, he could laugh more. After the debut stage on the radio broadcast stage, Lee Junyeol changed in regards to everything. There was no need to talk about his attitude in treating songs, and his attitude in confronting fans and other things all changed for the better. Thanks to that, he succeeded in having a comeback with the evaluation of his voice having changed as a foothold while gathering more fans. You didn't set any more schedules like I said, right? Yeah. It's the 10th time you've asked me that. I have a good impression of you for the first time. You should know that I will flip everything if you did, right? Of course I do. Weren't you meeting team leader Kang-yoon? The van Lee Junyeol was on quickly headed to the CAF near Shinsa Station where they arranged to meet. Manager Yoo Sung-cheol parked the van in the space where vans could be seen parked here and there and headed to the CAF. However, Lee Junyeol stopped him in front of the CAF. I'm going to go alone. Why? Just 'cause I want to. Hyung, I know what talk will happen today, and although I also like team leader Kang-yoon, on a story that needs negotiation between the companies, I need to be there. Shut up, I decide. I will tell Hyung to cut your salary if you follow. In the end, Lee Junyeol went inside alone by force. Manager Yoo Sung-cheol was about to go in when he gave up while making a bitter smile. Do those two want to go on a date or something? Wait, Junyeol Hyung, don't tell me. After thinking about absurd things like whether he opened his eyes to a different preference than other people, manager Yoo Sung-cheol eventually shook his head. When he thought about it, yesterday, Lee Junyeol played wildly in a club just yesterday. Inside the CAF, Kang-yoon was tackling some paperwork. Befitting of a famous CAF, slim models and sometimes, celebrities were enjoying their coffee. Kang-yoon's figure of tackling paperwork really did stand out amongst them. Hyung, you came. While Kang-yoon was biting the pen as if the work wasn't going well, Lee Junyeol had arrived. When he raised his hand, Kang-yoon high-fived immediately. Now, these two had become closer. After a brief greeting and talking about recent matters, the real topic began. Hyung, what's up? You even called me all the way here. I called you for work. Work? Oh ho, an event? What should I do? I'm swamped nowadays. Lee Junyeol's eyes contained a playful attitude. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders and continued. If you're busy, then forget it. I just want to use some of your fame. Oh ho, the Hyungnim is requesting help from the little bro, right? Good. Speak to me about it. Lee Junyeol seemed to be delighted as he urged Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon could only smile at the unchanging, ever-lively Lee Junyeol. You really don't change. Anyway, a singer under us is releasing a digital single this time. Who? The ACE, do you know them? No. Lee Junyeol was honest. He was as always. He didn't know non-famous people. That's so like you. Anyway, there is a duet singer who didn't go well even after releasing their second album. We're releasing a digital single this time, and I want to request a feature from you. Feature. At the word feature, Lee Junyeol's eyes glistened. Wow, featuring? Those the ACE kids, what are they like? Are they girls? Are they pretty? Let's take it as nothing happened here. Kang-yoon shook his head and stood up. Then, Lee Junyeol grabbed his arm. Hyung, it was just a joke. But what kind of song is it that you even need a feature? It's a slow jazz. The singers are a female duet. I need a male voice with a stable, plentiful voice range. And so, I was planning to get your help. You came to the right man. Lee Junyeol poked his own chest with his thumb while saying, leave it to me. I will pay you properly, so you don't need to worry about that. Hey, don't be like that between us. You can just make another stage for me another time. That's a loss for me, though. Kaya-ha. Lee Junyeol laughed heartily. Kang-yoon gave him the USB with the song and told him the recording schedule. So I just need to be there at that time, right? Yes. You came to the right man. I won't make you regret it. Lee Junyeol stood up while saying that there was a schedule. He also paid on his way out. Kang-yoon also laughed heartily while looking at the brash Lee Junyeol. That's the featuring taken care of. And now, it's time to strategize the promotion. If it was difficult to go on broadcast, then he needed another strategy. Kang-yoon headed to his office to work. Saturday. Unlike her friends who remained at school for self-study, Kang-yoon, who went home early, met an unexpected person in front of the school gates. Appa, it was her brother, Kang-yoon. As she saw Kang-yoon, who could only be seen late at night nowadays, she ran up to him and embraced him in delight. There. Is it fine for a fully grown girl to do this? What's wrong? I don't have an owner yet. After hugging Hee-yoon's thin body once, Kang-yoon got on the car with Hee-yoon. Huh? A car? It's a company car. I came out because of work. Since I'm going to universities, I should show you around. Universities? When Hee-yoon fastened her seatbelt on the passenger's seat, Kang-yoon started driving slowly. Befitting of a veteran driver who never got into an accident in his 7 years as a manager, the car Kang-yoon drove had little shaking. I think it's the first time I got onto a car you drove. We will buy a car soon. At that time, let's go to many places. You don't have to go overboard. I'm all right. Hee-yoon always felt sorry for her brother, who always tried to do something for her. She kept thinking that she wanted to do something for him too. The place Kang-yoon and Hee-yoon headed to was a university in Dongjak district. Kang-yoon, who paid expensive parking fees for the university parking lot, started looking around various places. Appa, why did we come here? Was there a need for Kang-yoon to come to a university? Kang-yoon said he came here for work, but since he kept looking around the place slowly, Hee-yoon was curious about his reason. I want to see where the students gather. But since it's a Saturday, it's hard to find. Oh, it's that place. Kang-yoon pointed to a fountain which could be spotted easily from the shops inside the campus and had shades around it. With the fountain at the center, a lot of the people went around. On the shades, people, who looked like campus couples, were chatting with liveliness. Appa, I think it will be fun to perform at that place. Really? Yeah, quiet music can be heard, and lovers would kiss. Kayak. Kang-yoon lightly smacked Hee-yoon on the forehead as she drifted off to a mountain. 1. However, the place Hee-yoon mentioned was a good place to perform. Kang-yoon picked up the camera and took a photo immediately. It was the so-called ideal spot marking. Appa, what are you planning to do there? Kang-yoon only smiled at Hee-yoon's question. Wow, is that the library? Look at those people. They must study really hard. Eventually, Hee-yoon became absorbed in the extensive facilities of the university and its people. While looking at Hee-yoon, who was looking at the people with eyes full of envy, Kang-yoon asked, "Don't you want to go to a university?" University? Of course I want to go. But you? No, I'm not good with studying. I don't even know what I want to do. It doesn't matter how long it takes you, so try studying. Of course, you know that your health is the priority, right? Yeah. Although she was becoming healthier, she was far from being completely cured. Hee-yoon wanted to become healthy as soon as possible and wanted to have an ordinary life like the students there. She also wanted to stop being baggage for her brother and wanted to share his burdens. Let's go. Whether he knew of Hee-yoon's thoughts or not, Kang-yoon grabbed Hee-yoon's hand and led her to the car. While going to the next university, Hee-yoon fell into thought, while imagining her own figure, spreading her dreams in a university campus. Chapter 42. Outside again. 3. It sure is disgustingly large. In front of the high MG building, Lee Jun-yeol grumbled. Compared to his small company, this was like a royal palace. Hey, it's Lee Jun-yeol. Whoa, he's really handsome, but he really is shameless. Why'd he come here? When Lee Jun-yeol entered the lobby, the trainees passing by whispered while looking at him. He was a famous star within MG Entertainment in a variety of ways. Oh, my ears are so itchy. Of course, he couldn't pretend not to hear it at all. Lee Jun-yeol was guided to Kang-yoon's office on the 5th floor from the lobby. What's all this? Hyung, you work in a place like this? As soon as he entered Kang-yoon's office, Lee Jun-yeol clicked his tongue. When he saw the papers piled up on Kang-yoon's desk and the materials on the shelves. Although a private office was good, Lee Jun-yeol was already fed up with the countless amount of materials surrounding him. You came. Lil bro is here. At least serve me some tea. Kang-yoon gave out a cup of tea to the man who shamelessly claimed to be his little brother. Even so, he appreciated it since Lee Jun-yeol came here to do the featuring despite his busy schedule. You worked on my stage like this too? Kinda. I work like this in the office, and I run around on the scene. Planners are all like that. No wonder you're called the god of music. Who does that? Bullshit god, I'm a slave. Kang-yoon thought it was absurd, and he denied it, but the feeling Lee Jun-yeol had was different. The amount of work in Kang-yoon's office had exceeded his imagination. Originally, he had thought that a singer would rise if he or she just sang well. But in truth, some people put in the effort to control the variables behind the scenes to make a star rise. After a brief chat, the two headed to the underground studio. The ACE members, producer Oh Ji-won, and the staff were waiting there to watch the featuring. After setting the microphones inside the booth, Lee Junyeol warmed up his voice and got ready for the recording. Hyung, shall we do it immediately? Will you be all right? Let's do it quickly and grab some food. He seemed to have done a lot of practice as Lee Junyeol requested for. The recording straight away. Soon, the accompaniment came flowing out, and the recording began. You're my only happiness for the rest. I love you. A purple musical note could be seen from Lee Junyeol as well. His thick, low voice along with the notes intertwined in one place to make white light. However, the light was neither strong nor weak. Shall we try again? Producer Oh Ji-won tilted his head and requested for a rerun. Kang-yoon paid attention to Lee Junyeol's singing again. The color of the notes should be constant. If looked at carefully, their brightness is slightly different. Although the musical notes coming out from Lee Junyeol was constant, there were differences in their intensity. Listening, he found out that it was the difference of how much strength he put into his voice. When one verse ended, producer Oh Ji-won tilted his head again. It's a bit strange, but I can't find out why. At that moment, Kang-yoon grabbed the microphone connecting to the booth. Junyeol, the I love part here. I think you put in too much strength. Can you sing slightly weaker? Okay. While producer Oh Ji-won looked at Kang-yoon strangely, the recording started again. You're my only happiness for the rest. I love you. Whoa. However, the strange gaze to Kang-yoon turned into a that's unexpected expression. Since the sound became better when he did as Kang-yoon said, that part became constant. The ACE will do the high-pitch sounds to their heart's content, so Lee Junyeol just has to make the lower pitch sounds plentiful. First, why don't I polish the only bit? They're too close together, so in a direction to emphasize it slightly. Kang-yoon got into action right away. Junyeol, only, this bit, let's do it a bit stronger. Just slightly. If you do it too strongly, you will eat up the ACE girls' voices, okay? Okay. Producer Oh Ji-won didn't stop Kang-yoon. He had judged that Kang-yoon's listening ability was outstanding. The recording started again, and musical notes started coming out from Lee Junyeol again. Good. An intense white light was made from Lee Junyeol. The brightness of the notes and the color were both constant. This made the light stronger. After recording one verse, producer Oh Ji-won went into mixing with a satisfied smile. I think we can use this as is. They didn't record many times. Although the process of recording a song was to record countlessly and insert the best parts, if the sounds were this good, there was no need for such process. The other verses, which came after, were the same. Producer Oh Ji-won didn't stop Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon requested Lee Junyeol to make the notes constant and make the light stronger, and as a result, they could finish the recording without spending much time. Whoa, it didn't even take 2 hours. While exiting the booth, Lee Junyeol clicked his tongue, seemingly in disbelief. You've worked hard. Pros sure are different. Kang-yoon patted Lee Junyeol's shoulders. However, Lee Junyeol shook his head. Hyung, you're good even with recording. It's the first time I saw a producer who was so refreshing with his requests. I thought you only did stage planning. I didn't know you were so good at producing. Hyung, let's work together for my next song. I don't know how to control mixers though. What's wrong with that? We can just call them. Kang-yoon expressed his difficulty. Although he could use a mid to small-scale mixer of 20 channels or less, he had no confidence in controlling if he had met a large mixer of 48 channels or more. The basics were the same. However, there were many additional functions, so there were a lot of things to learn. It was not for nothing that sound engineers and lighting engineers were called professionals. I think you can learn to do it in a short time though. Hey, beautiful ladies over there. It's your fortune of a lifetime to work on an album with a person like this. Thank him while kowtowing him 100 times. When Lee Junyeol directed his arrow to Kim Jin-jaeung and Yoon Hye-rin, the two laughed awkwardly. Lee Junyeol was eccentric, as the rumors said. Not minding them at all, Lee Junyeol left the studio as soon as work ended. Hyung, then I'll be going. Let me see you out. When Kang-yoon was about to see him out, Lee Junyeol stopped him. See to your own kids first. Lee Junyeol pointed to Kim Jin-jaeung and Yoon Hae-rin, who were absent-mindedly standing behind them. They had become absent-minded after looking at the process of recording with Lee Junyeol and Kang-yoon. It was because they had seen Kang-yoon's trustworthy side only heard in rumors. Then by Hyung, wait for me. Lee Junyeol cutely, as he himself saw it, waved his hand and left the studio. Following him was manager Yoo Sung-cheol, who had no presence as always. It really is chaotic with him around. You've worked hard in watching. Then shall we? Kang-yoon stopped his words when he was about to say, shall we head to the practice room, to the two women. It was because their shiny gazes were a bit uncomfortable. What is it? Team leader. You were so cool. Kim Jin-jaeung folded her hands neatly in front of her like a little girl in front of a pretty man. Kang-yoon panicked. What is? How can you point out so accurately? You did the same with our song, right? Why, yeah, that is so. Yoon Hae-rin wasn't that much different from Kim Jin-jaeung. Recording was originally a complicated process. A man with leadership was definitely admirable. Different, was what people said about him, and it really was correct. Team leader, you're the best. Kang-yoon was uncomfortable with the two pairs of shiny eyes, so he could only cough awkwardly. Young Mina, who lay on the ground after the challenging dance practice ended, smacked Christy and who was using her stomach as a pillow, as always. Hey, get off. Don't wanna. Really? Young Mina growled, but Christy and was chic. Christy and seemed to find Young Mina's grumbles itchy as she scratched her ears. Is my stomach a pillow? It's better than a pillow. Do you want to fight? Don't wanna. Christy and was nonchalant even though Young Mina raised her voice, so the entire conversation sounded quite off. It was very awkward. I heard the ACE unis were recording nowadays. When Han Ju-yeon brought up the topic, Co Han Yu chimed in. Them? I heard they were recording with the team leader. Oh, they will succeed all right. Christy Ann replied shortly as always and stretched her arms. She looked like she was fed up with everything. Christy, is it that day for you? Yeah. Only Young Mina, who asked Christy, looked like an idiot. There. Don't fight. You should be nice to each other. I was only lying down. Lee Samsoon worriedly spoke to Christy and Young Mina, but Christy was as chic as ever. Get up, girls. The teachers are coming. When Han Ju-yeon stood up after seeing the trainers through the window on the door, Young Mina and Christy and also stood up immediately. The momentary resting time ended like that. The difficult day of the girls flowed like that. I heard the song. Jazz, It might be a dangerous choice. Chairman Won Jin-moon looked over the report carefully after receiving it. It was very contrasting compared to the smooth sail before. I selected the most fitting genre. For the singers. Jazz isn't popular with the public. You should know that only a select few prefer this genre in our country. I think you should be aware if you have listened to it, but it's just to the extent that there are a few jazz elements in modern music. Is that why you went for high pitch instead of low? Well, the people do like the screaming sounds. The ACE kids are also good at it too. It was good that you controlled it to be not sharp. However, it's a pity with the low parts. Heavy female low voices are charming in jazz. The ACE girls cannot digest that voice range. Rather than wasting energy and bringing up what's not there, it's better to emphasize their strong points. Chairman Won Jin-moon was still unsure of the jazz that Kang-yoon chose. However, when he heard the cover title song, which used featuring to supplement the weak points, it was excellent. Yes, you featured another artist to cover up the weaknesses. Well, it's a stretch to call it a real jazz. Should it be called fusion jazz, if we had to name it? Only after hearing the song multiple times did Chairman Won Jin-moon accept it. Although the title song of the ACE was jazz, it was a stretch to call it real jazz. Although if they went full jazz, they would be able to gather mania fans. They would lose a majority of the populace. After accepting, Chairman Won Jin-moon turned over the page again. However, thinking that something was empty after he had read to the end, he asked, Kang-yoon, there's no talk about the debut stage. There will be no appearance on TV for a while. What? Chairman Won Jin-moon's expression turned bad in an instant. No TV appearance? The populace has almost no knowledge of the ACE. Shouldn't you expose them to the public and make them known somehow? How are you planning to make them known without a TV appearance? I'm planning to start from the outside. Outside? Are you planning to do some street performance like the underground people? How much time would that take? Team Leader Lee, I don't think this is right. Moreover, we may get criticized that we're trying to stretch into the underground stages. Chairman Won Jin-moon's voice became high. Although there were always risks, this didn't make any sense. There was no reason for a pair of singers belonging to an entertainment company and a place which had a lot of money to clash with mediocre singers and go to the streets. Even though he was faced with the rejection from Chairman Won Jin-moon, Kang-yoon calmly started persuading. Strictly speaking, it's not a real street performance. We will be creating a hot topic. Creating a hot topic? What do you mean? It will be university festival period soon. Yes. However, there aren't any universities that will call the ACE. The public just does not know about them. Unfortunately, that was the reality. Of course, if it was Juwa, they will use all the money to call her. If they don't call on us, then can't we go there by ourselves? Chairman Won Jin-moon was confused the more Kang-yoon spoke. Go by ourselves. However, you won't be able to stand on the stages. You're not thinking something foolish like intruding on the stage, right? No way. If all goes according to plan, at the end of the festivals, the universities will call us by themselves. Do you mean that you will do a live business by going there? Let's hear about it first. Chairman Won Jin-moon listened in to Kang-yoon's following words. We will use two strategies. First, we will go to the universities and do a performance. However, we will do it like an ambush and pull out quickly. What's the other? Social network. We'll use the SNS. Recently, Twitter is all the hype. First, we'll create rumors and make the people tweet by themselves. This singer, she just sang here, but now she's there? When did they move? We'll create rumors like these. Definitely. The spreading of rumors on Twitter is fast. Was it 140 limit? The characters? Yes. Although the start of the rumor will be the promotion team, the end will be different. Although there were people who used Twitter for advertising, I have never heard of a successful case due to commercial potential. It's because there are too many people and we can't predict what may happen. Also, the people using Twitter are also sensitive to information. Will it be all right? At Chairman Won Jin-moon's words filled with worry, Kang-yoon confidently replied, the most important thing is to do a good performance on the street and make the people spread rumors around by themselves. Making an unintentional hot topic is imperative. There is a nameless singer group going around universities. That group had failed 2 albums. However, that group was singing some jazz-like stuff, and the song was excellent. Have a listen. Starting with that, huh? That song's quite good. Why haven't we heard about it? Like this, we need to make rumors spread around. If this becomes bigger and bigger, I think our position will change within 1 month. So in the end, it's back to the textbook. We'll be doomed if the song is bad. If it slips once, then it will be a laughing topic. It might become a soap bubble at once even if we do well. Phew, as always, you bring me fun and risk at the same time. Twister has a lot of headwind. You do know that all sorts of things happen in that place, right? I do. In Kang-yoon's past, Twister, or the one which came out later, Book Secret, and such social networks put up a celebrity and brought them down in moments. There was no way Kang-yoon wouldn't know the dangers of Twister when he had seen celebrities committing suicide due to SNS cyberbullying in his past life. Chairman Won Jin-moon heaved a deep sigh. Kang-yoon's strategy always carried dangers. However, the fruits that these dangers brought were massive. However, whether it was Kang-yoon or Chairman Won Jin-moon, they were both people who enjoyed such dangers. Do it. Thank you, Chairman. As I said last time, you don't need to worry about the director's meeting. You have a lot of things to consider, so for a while, please focus on this. I understand. After acquiring Chairman Won Jin-moon's approval, Kang-yoon bade farewell and left the chairman's office. Phew, so is the action only thing left now. The preparations were almost over. The album and the strategy were all prepared. While heading to his office, Kang-yoon resolved to make this album succeed. Chapter 43. Outside again. 4. All team members, including the planning team in charge of the ACE's album this time, had gathered in the second-floor meeting room. However, all of them were flabbergasted at Kang-yoon's unexpected first line. What? Team leader, did I hear right? You will go to the scene yourself. You did hear it correctly. For this 1 month, I will directly look after the girls of the ACE on the scene. The chief Kim Jun-seon of the planning team and the liaison team all expressed their awkwardness. No, it wasn't just that. The managers who had to go to the scene became especially pale. If team leader goes, then we. Young Chan-hyung, who had managed the ACE until now, mumbled the end of his line. If Kang-yoon, the topmost person in charge, went together, then, as the on-scene personnel, they were no different from being monitored. It was natural that they would be tense. Manager Young, you just have to. Do what you've been doing until now. Just think that there's an extra manager. Words were easy, but it didn't sound so easy to the people who would go to the scene. It wasn't easy to work together with the person in charge of them. Of course, Kang-yoon wasn't a superior who put his subordinates in difficult positions. However, his weight was uncomfortable to all of them. Then we just have to focus on Twisser? Chief Han Young-suk of the promotion team asked. Kang-yoon nodded his head. Yes. For a while, the promotion team will work under a state of emergency. Please be careful on the monitoring and watch out for the movements of the media. Also, please check if any strange rumors are going around. I understand. Has the session to accompany the performance been selected? At Kang-yoon's question, Chief Kwon Ji-yoon of the liaison team answered. Yes, team leader. As you said, we had chosen 2 people who can use the gem and the synthesizer each. They also agreed to the condition that they would accompany us for all the performances for 1 month. Thank you for your work. As there was no comeback stage, there was no work relating to TV stations. However, there was an enormous amount of university performances which substituted for that. Moreover, there was also the real-time monitoring. The album team of the ACE had met a new way of work, different to the work they did until now, so they had gone over the work several times. We're looking at 2 months. Until the end of the project. It will take 3 months for it to stabilize. At that time, would be in the middle of summer. Let's succeed and receive a huge bonus and go overseas for a holiday. Yes. The meeting ended with Kang-yoon's last words. The conference room had become empty when all the teams left like a tide. So it starts tomorrow. The new approach made Kang-yoon resolve his heart again. While looking outside the window, Kang-yoon resolved that he will do well. Where's our van? Kim Jin-jaeung couldn't hide her surprise when she saw the tattered green bongo and not the van they used until now. However, the managers, including Kang-yoon, were only quietly moving the equipment, such as the mixer. Manager Young Chan-hyung answered to her question. There won't be a van for a while. The team leader said that we also have to manage our image, so for a while, we will use this vehicle. What's this bongo got to do with the image? Kim Jin-jaeung seemed to be surprised a lot as her voice had also become loud. Then, manager Young Chan-hyung hurriedly stopped her. Hey, be careful, we're in front of the team leader. No, but this is no good. No matter how bad off we are. It's not that. Even the team leader will take the same car as us. You can't speak like that. However, Kim Jin-jaeung was confused. However, she couldn't say anything as Kang-yoon loaded the equipment and sat on the front seat without saying anything. Looking at such a figure, she couldn't say anything and got on the vehicle. As it was full of equipment and the seats were uncomfortable, she wondered what happened in just one day. At that moment, Kang-yoon spoke. The audience will look at everything that we do. Not only the songs, the process of setting the stage, movement, and actions. It will be bad for our image if we go around in vans when we're doing street performances, right? Think that you're cosplaying realistically, and please endure. Oh, yes. Finally, Kim Jin-jaeung seemed to have understood as she exclaimed. Although she was very picky with vehicles, if this was the reason, then she had no choice but to accept. We'll suffer altogether. Let's do our best. If you adapt well like Hai-rin, then you will be able to endure. On the place Kang-yoon pointed towards, Yoon Hai-rin had fallen asleep with a travel pillow. Kim Jin-jaeung laughed awkwardly and opened the window. She started putting in an effort to adapt to the smell which was coming from the car. The first place Kang-yoon and company arrived at was D University in Songbuk District. Kang-yoon and company, who parked the car inside the university with an expensive fee, got off the car while carrying all the equipment. Moving around a little, there was the spot that Kang-yoon and Hee-yoon had found together. Are we performing there? Yoon Hai-rin pointed towards a plaza where a garden was formed with big trees. Kang-yoon nodded his head. Yes, let's start setting. With Kang-yoon's orders, the girls started setting the equipment. The gem and synthesizer session who had followed them also got into position with their instruments. Wow, is there a performance today? Who are they? I don't know, but they are pretty. The people seemed to take an interest in the plaza performance which they hadn't seen before and set a line each. The students who were resting not far away also seemed to be curious seeing the setting, as they didn't go away. Wow, people are looking at us. While handing the microphone wire to Kang-yoon, she turned her head towards the people. She was curious of the people looking at her. Nobody recognized her even when she went around the streets after releasing her second album. However, as people's gazes were gathering on them unexpectedly, she found it new. Kang-yoon didn't make the volume too large, since even though it was the festival period, there were plenty of people who were in lectures. He set the volume of the recording, and after he set the microphone on the gem, he set the synthesizer sounds. Quite a lot of time had passed while the entire sounds were set. Huh? Is that a performance? When the recording, the gem, and the synthesizer jammed in accompaniment, people started gathering to watch. Especially, people's gazes were gathered a lot on the gem, which made a refreshing sound. Following that, when a clear sound came out of the synthesizer, more people gathered. The university was noisy due to it being the festival period, but the live music sounds seemed to be attractive. The gem sounds are a little bit rough. Including the black musical note from the gem and the pink musical notes of the synthesizer, a different colored note was being made when the sounds were changed. This sound was making white light after being combined with the recording. Kang-yoon controlled the mixer. He increased the low-pitch sounds on the microphone installed on the gem, and he decreased the mid-pitches of the synthesizer to make useless noises disappear. Then, he increased the overall volume to produce a rich sound. Then, this will do. The musical notes coming out of the instruments combined to make an intense white light. Now was the vocals' turn. Ah, into the sky. Whoa. A small cheer erupted while they were setting the microphone. Yoon Hae-rin and Kim Jin-jaeun started becoming excited when they heard the cheers they hadn't heard even on stages. Kim Jin-jaeun, who grabbed the microphone to answer to the cheers, was about to say something to the audience. At that moment, Kang-yoon spoke. Jin-jaeun, let's finish this off first. Sorry, let's set the microphone first. The singer on the stage had to lead the mood and not be swayed by it. Kang-yoon suitably held back her excited emotions. Kim Jin-jaeun remembered the line she had heard until she was fed up while training, then she paid attention to Kang-yoon. Into the sky, my heart. Kim Jin-jaeun's strong a cappella melody resounded across the plaza. The violet musical note was making an intense white light. Following that, Yoon Hae-rin also set the microphone with the same part. Kang-yoon controlled the machine after looking at the weak light from the musical note. Into the sky dash. Wah. When the two's voice resounded across, the gathered people showed a bigger reaction than before, although the cheers became louder. This time, Kim Jin-jaeun and Yoon Hae-rin didn't get swept up by it. While looking at them, Kang-yoon focused on setting the sounds. They're not bad. Whoa, Unis, you're pretty. Although some of the audience joked around, Kim Jin-jaeun and Yoon Hae-rin's concentration didn't sway. Kang-yoon also focused on them while looking at the situation. The only thing after setting all the sounds was a jam. At Kang-yoon's signal, they started playing. I will confess to the you in my heart. When the exciting jazz-like melody resounded across the plaza, the people around started gathering for real. An exciting music and a beautiful voice. These weren't things that could be seen easily in universities. The light is strong. It's good, but I should. When he decreased the volume of the instruments, the light became stronger. The overall balance had matched. When the sound matched, Kang-yoon was satisfied. Good. The setting was finally over. Kang-yoon, who looked around to signal that the performance can begin, widened his eyes in shock. What the hell? Why are there so many people? He expected that there would be about 100 people at best. However, a huge circle was formed with Kang-yoon and company as the center to the point that the streets couldn't be seen. There were at least 200. Team leader Yoon Hae-rin and Kim Jin-jaeun also seemed panicked at the number of people which were above their expectations. Although they weren't a lot compared to a big stage, this was the first time they had met an audience this close. It was natural that they felt that it was more. Seeing that the two women were panicking, Kang-yoon stood up and approached them. Then, he quietly whispered, Hae-rin, Jin-jaeun. Yes, team leader. I will take responsibility for the aftermath no matter what happens. So go and sing to your heart's content. Was there some kind of magic in those words? Yoon Hye-rin's and Kim Jin-jaeung's hearts calmed down like a lie. Kang-yoon had calmed them down whenever they were about to waver. His words contained power. The ACE, the girls, heaved a deep breath and started doing what they prepared. Hello, I'm Kim Jin-jaeung. I'm Yoon Hye-rin. Nice to meet you. Hello. The reactions of the audience, which erupted along with the greeting, was very passionate. A moment ago, when they heard the band and the girls' voices, they were both exceptional. The gazes of the people who gathered in expectation were all shouting, "Sing quickly, rapidly. We're not good with words, so we'll just start singing." Ha ha ha. Kim Jin-jaeung's honest words without any decoration made the people laugh. Honesty seemed to be more charming to them than useless comments as the people opened their ears were giggling. Kang-yoon saw that the girls were ready and played the recording. This was just the beginning. While Kang-yoon and the ACE should be in the middle of their street performance in D University, MG Entertainment promotion team was under an emergency. Are you tweeting? Chief Kwon Ji-yoon of the liaison team were putting all their connections to use along with the employees, tweeting. From their juniors in D University to their parents-in-law and even 8 in kin, they used all their connections. This much was obvious. They also tweeted using their main and sub-accounts that there was a street performance in D University. Chief, a photo came up. Huh, this is our performance. Employee Lee Era showed everyone the photo one of her followers had posted. In the photo was the rehearsal of the ACE, and below them were many people. Wow. Twister sure is good for advertising. Chief Kwon Ji-yoon muttered while looking at the photo that one of his followers posted. Her followers seemed to be interested in the gem as the photo was mostly about gems, and the tweet asked what this instrument was. The followers all replied to her question. This is quite effective, isn't it? Vice Chief Yoo Min-seon seemed surprised while looking at the number of followers. There was no need to mention the number of comments, and even the shares of the tweets were increasing rapidly in number. Share it too. Vice Chief Yoo, don't forget to write a report to give to the higher-ups. Yes, the promotion team was watching the situation while tweeting. Although they were full of praises until now, Twister was a place where something unexpected could fly in their face, anytime, anywhere. They didn't let go of their tension and watched the situation. Thank you. Yeah. The 4 songs that the ACE had sung had gone by in a flash. The cheers from the people who watched were huge. A performance unseen in schools was jumping in on the bandwagon created by the festival to produce a synergy effect. Moreover, their attractive appearances also played a crucial role. The people gathering increased by the moment, and the cheers also became bigger. It seems it's in the middle of spreading around. Kang-yoon felt the power of social networking while seeing that more people were gathering. From far away, he could see that a person holding a phone was running this way with a phone in hand. It was obvious that that person had come here after looking at Twister. The white light coming from the ACE's performance was affecting the audience positively. The strong white light gave the people joy, and they grabbed onto the people tightly. This will be our last song. Boo! Yoon Hye-rin's words made the audience truly disappointed. Kim Jin-jaeung, who felt pity in that, looked towards Kang-yoon while hoping that they could do more, but he shook his head. Then, she also nodded her head in understanding. Instead, we'll sing something we haven't sung before. Although it's a bit embarrassing. Waya. This was the signal that they will sing the title song, The Love of a Spring Day. Kang-yoon nodded in understanding and prepared. The sessions also started preparing. The gem player fixed their position, and the synthesizer player set the sound. Although it might be a little unfamiliar to you, please take it well. When Kim Jin-jaeung politely bowed down, the accompaniment began along with the applause from the people. The gem produced a clear atmosphere with its sounds, and the bouncy piano sounds from the synthesizer resounded out in all directions. I like the warm, spring day, the beautiful, you come. Kim Jin-jaeung started singing first. The calm jazz, but the rhythmical song made the people wave subconsciously. Kang-yoon was nervous while looking at the white light that the musical notes were making. The love of spring only deepens. And the following part by Yoon Hye-rin. The white light was becoming deeper and stronger. The light permeated through the people and made their expressions happy. And the miraculous dream. The two harmonized, and the rhythm gathered more joy. With that, the light from the stage became stronger. When Kang-yoon slightly reverbed, the sound The light gathered more power and gave more effect to the people. Whoa, this song is so good. Who are they? They're so good. Starting with the people who photographed them with their cameras, there were some who were searching, people who were cheering. People had different ways of enjoying the performance. However, they were all the same in the fact that they enjoyed it. Until now, this was something they had heard for the first time, but the cheers of the people didn't know how to die down. So this is singing. And Kim Jin-young's and Yoon Hae-rin's heart became full of emotion while being in contact with such an audience's cheerful smiles up close. Defeating the demon known as the Encore of the People, Kang-yoon and company barely escaped D University. They put away the equipment in 10 minutes and were coming back to the car when they saw a parade of people lining up to receive a signature. Team leader, what do we do? Give them. Kang-yoon even held on to Kim Jin-young's stuff now. Perhaps they were charmed by her feeble appearance and powerful voice as male fans lined up in front of Kim Jin-young. Excuse me, can I have your phone number? Of course, there were such fans. While Kim Jin-young was laughing awkwardly, Yoon Hae-rin stepped in. Sorry, this girl has a boyfriend. Oh, okay. When they set off after defeating the sudden hunt and the signature parade and got on the van, the girls felt that their bodies were exhausted. Although the performance was fun, they felt that energy was being drained from their bodies. Well done. Thank you for your work. In the front seat, Kang-yoon was looking at the performance list. Let's go to Sangdong District. Are we going to K University? Yes. At the road manager's words, Kang-yoon spoke of the next destination. Then, the road manager started driving quickly on a fast road. There's another one. At those words, Yoon Hae-rin got surprised and abruptly stood up. I said, didn't I? That we need to go around at least 2 places per day. No. Perhaps because the reactions of the people were good, Yoon Hae-rin had expended all her strength. She was already so tired, but there was another one. However, she didn't have the guts to retort to Kang-yoon. Team leader, I'll sleep for a bit. I will wake you up when we arrive. In the end, Yoon Hae-rin chose to sleep. Kim Jin-young seemed to have already fallen asleep as she didn't budge a little bit. At this rate, it won't take as long as I expected. We got off to a good start. After looking at Kim Jin-young and Yoon Hae-rin sleeping in the back once, Kang-yoon directed his gaze to the papers in front of him. Chapter 44. Outside again. 5. Before every regular directors meeting, Chairman Won Jin-moon receives a report from the directors about the celebrities they are in charge of, their results, their plans for the future, etc. He received reports of these kinds of things and would approve or disapprove of them. This was his main work. Today, he got angry and shouted at the directors who reported almost no achievements in the first quarter of the year before meeting the next one. It's President Lee. This should change my mood. Due to the bout of anger just now, Chairman Won Jin-moon's face had become flushed. President Lee Hyun-ji thought that she should be careful in her actions while giving the report. Min Jin-seo? Yes, Min Jin-seo can be looked forward to. In the end, Min Jin-seo was taken by Chairman Won Jin-moon. It was nonsensical to make one of the directors, who fought like crazy over her, be in charge of her. Kang-yoon tried to prepare for a takeover for Min Jin-seo, but in the end, he couldn't do it, and eventually, it was decided that she would be taken care of by the chairman himself. Good. Please report. I heard the drama will end soon. Yes. Currently, the average viewer ratings have been calculated to be 34.2%. As the drama had a smooth sail, Min Jin-seo's acting ability was also paid attention to, and due to that, there are all sorts of calls to the liaison team. That's a superstar right there. Let's wait a little more. Is there a commercial that came in? Many kinds of things are coming in, but we're thinking of starting from the youth campaign video made by the police. I understand. Even so, do proceed if there are any cosmetics commercial. In my opinion, it will come soon. Hearing the report about Min Jin-seo, Chairman Won Jin-moon was filled with smiles. As expected of the hottest rising star recently, Chairman Won Jin-moon rejoiced whenever there was any talk about her. It was a positive effect on the company's shares, and she was a young star who would last long. Min Jin-seo was a treasure chest. Did you write up an official contract? Yes. Team leader Lee told me over and over again. Since there weren't any temporary contracts, there weren't any complicated processes. We've put in good conditions to the point that she wouldn't think of leaving even when the recontract season comes. Well done. We should give out when we could. Chairman Won Jin-moon was satisfied after looking at the copy of the contract. Finishing a few other reports, President Lee Hyun-ji's report also ended. Then I'll take my leave. Thanks for your work. Oh, do you use Twitter nowadays? Sorry. At Chairman Won Jin-moon's words, President Lee Hyun-ji made an expression of questioning. Then, Chairman Won Jin-moon smiled. A3, you're as stiff as ever. If you have the time, install Twitter and look up the ACE. President Lee Hyun-ji bade farewell and left the chairman's office. Although she did receive a report from Kang-yoon that they were advertising the ACE through Twitter about their street performance, she hadn't checked it out with her account. She didn't like SNS that much. Even so, it wasn't like she could do nothing after listening to Chairman Won Jin-moon's words. She immediately turned on the computer in her office and went into Twitter. After registering, she searched the ACE on the search bar. Whoa! President Lee Hyun-ji widened her eyes due to the pressure of the number of tweets made by countless people. Although they were short lines, everything was directed at the street performance by the ACE. How was the performance in D-Uni? Show good. Jazz-like songs FTW. Those two appeared in I-University. So pretty, they're goddesses. They also came to Y-Uni. The prof came out to complain since it distracts class, but he ended up singing together, LOL. The songs are so good. I want to buy their albums, but there aren't any T to the power of T. All of these people were those who left a tweet after looking at the street performance in universities. Of course, there were also some bullying comments. The ACE? Didn't these guys ruin themselves after releasing an album? What street performance? LOL. Look at them cosplaying lolololololol. Does the company not give them any money? Is MG insane? Lololololololol. I fought with my BF 'cause of these girls. Bitches. I'm your anti-fan starting today. Didn't these girls dance strangely? I made some memes, such a pity. President Lee Hyun-ji didn't know that time was flowing quickly due to reading all those reactions from the people. Was there any time that the ACE had attracted so much attention from the people? They released 2 albums, appeared on TV, appeared in news articles, and all sorts of media, but there wasn't even a dot in the comments, or even cyberbullying comments, not to mention good comments. However, now that so many people showed a reaction, she was interested. Puffed, split up with your girlfriend just because you want to see the ACE? Aren't you insane? While looking at Twitter where nonsensical comments were flying around, President Lee Hyun-ji kept being absorbed into it. Wow. Kim Jin-jaeung couldn't hide her surprise while looking at the people who were gathering to watch her while she was carrying the microphones. Don't you think there are more than last time? When Yoon Hae-rin whispered to her while looking at the people following them, Kim Jin-jaeung nodded in agreement. That's what I mean. I think there are more as time goes. Even while setting up, people took pictures with their phones, shouted, and even urged them to start quickly. As the number of people increased, the reaction became explosive. It was a massive change that occurred in 3 weeks. Give me the line. Oh yes. However, Kang-yoon didn't flinch even though they had received such attention from the people. He received the lines from the girls and ignored the noise from the people while doing his work. It was because when even the sessions were being excited, if he also got excited, the performance might go to a mountain. As the one who has to lead the team, he had to be cool-headed at all times. University's plaza was a large opening with a bronze statue. As this was the junction between many different departments, many people could see the girls of the ACE. When does it start? I want to watch quickly. Even while setting the sounds, some short-fused people were urging. The girls smiled while consoling the audience while setting. When the first such reaction came out, both Yoon Hae-rin and Kim Jin-jaeung panicked. But now, they could ask for patience while smiling. Sometimes, there was a case where an audience stepped onto the stage, but at those times, Kang-yoon stepped in. He led the enthusiastic audience well. Thanks to that, whether it was the ACE or the sessions, they could all focus on their performance. This street performance team had already made a massive wave. Hello. Wah dash. When Kang-yoon signaled, Yoon Hae-rin excitedly waved her hand towards the audience. The performance had begun. The plaza was already full with the people who gathered while they were setting up. The sound may be too small. Kang-yoon was worried whether the performance of the speaker would be able to keep up or not. The sound will definitely be low at the back and loud at the front. The plaza was already full with people. Kang-yoon focused on setting the balance delicately. The members of the AC didn't say much. They went into singing not even 1 minute after they started. This also came up as their characteristic on Twitter. They were known as being sincere to performing. The winter came out of sound, but I want the spring. 2. As Kim Jin-jaeung's and Yoon Hae-rin's performance ripened, the light that could be seen in Kang-yoon's eyes also became brighter. The musical notes from them and the instruments were making a harmony. However, I knew it. It doesn't spread that much into the back. When Kang-yoon looked, the light couldn't spread to the audience at the very back. The output of the speaker was already at the limit. If it became any louder, it was sure that a howling would occur and people would cover up their ears. However, the people at the back who could neither see nor hear the ACE singing kept trying to leave. Kang-yoon wanted them to stay. He wanted more people to enjoy the performance. Let's decrease the middle register and, first, he decreased the overall middle register. Then, the musical notes coming from everyone became slightly weaker. At that time, Kang-yoon increased the volume. Good. When he did, the light started reaching further. The light had acquired strength. Even the people who were about to leave, when they could hear the sound properly, they all turned their gazes to the front and raised their phones. Taking pictures or going on Twitter, people were trying to enjoy this moment in their own ways. Thank you. Kaya. A massive cheer reverberated across. At those sounds, Kim Jin-jaeung and Yoon Hae-rin's could feel joy welling up in their hearts. The other sessions, too, seemed to have become slightly excited as they enjoyed this moment while bumping their fists. Then the next song. When Yoon Hae-rin was about to signal Kang-yoon, a man wearing a pair of horn-rimmed glasses walked through the crowd and walked on the stage. I'm sorry in the middle of your performance. Please give me just a little bit of your time. What is it? Yoon Hae-rin first calmly replied back. Even though the audience was jeering at him, he calmly approached them. He didn't seem like an ordinary trespasser. Kang-yoon also stood up just in case something happened. I'm Young Gwon-suk, the student council president of S University. I came here since one of the singers for tonight had punked out, and I urgently needed to invite another one. Why? The audience who jeered at him, thinking he was a trespasser, started cheering him, who showed a reversal. Festival. 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 The member of the AC didn't know what to do. In fact, although they did hear about it from Kang-yoon, they felt unrealistic now that it came down to it. When they looked towards Kang-yoon for help, he raised one finger. This meant to bounce back once. The girls who realized straight away held up the microphone. I don't think we have the qualifications to stand on a festival in S University. At Kim Jin-jaeung's words, the audience became chaotic. What do you mean? Qualifications? It's sufficient. 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 It was instead the audience who were leading the atmosphere in excitement. Yoon Hae-rin spoke while looking at Kim Jin-jaeung. No, to be exact, she pretended to talk to her. Is this enough? I don't think we should bounce them back anymore. After negotiating, Yoon Hae-rin held up the microphone. Then, please take care of us. Why? An enormous cheer reverberated around the audience. Matching the performance, Kim Jin-jaeung spoke. Then we have to end it here, so we can meet later, though. Boo, such a pity. We can do just one more. Wah dash. From some time, the girls played around with the audience's hearts. Please take care of us. The student council president, Young Gwon-suk, finished the conversation about the night performance in the festival and left. Team leader, how did it go? When Kim Jin-jaeung asked in curiosity, Kang-yoon answered. We settled for a total of 4 songs. However, I think we need to do one more. No, think of it as 6 songs. Okay. Yes, I should manage my voice properly. While saying praiseworthy words, Yoon Hae-rin put the equipment inside the bongo. Today, they did not need this equipment again. The gem and the synthesizer were already on the stage, so they had nothing to do with this equipment anymore. They had some time until the rehearsal, so they rested when Kang-yoon's phone started ringing loudly. It was a call from Chief Han from the promotion team. Yes, Mr. Han. What is it? On Twitter, it says that the ACE is participating in S Uni's festival. You're correct. Is there a problem? I called you since there were some strange words about the event costs. It's becoming a hot topic how the ACE will use their event costs. The event costs? Well, all sorts of things happen in Twitter. We were going to give it out as scholarship anyway. please spread it around on Twitter immediately? Then does that mean there is no profit for the company? People will say that you have made no achievements. We will be in the red for a while anyway. The time we make a profit will be when the ACE goes on TV and when various events would start coming in, so it's all right. Kang-yoon gave out the order and ended the call. I heard people turn green with envy when the neighbor succeeds. The event costs aren't much anyway. Looking at those people who get fussed up over just 1 million won event money, almost equals 870 USD, Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. Befitting of a ranked festival in the country, University's singer lineup was quite magnificent. However, there was a problem. They are all on the first day and the last day. In the waiting room behind the stage, Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders while looking at the order of sequence. Today was the third day. For some reason, due to a punk, the ACE took that place. I'm so nervous. University, Yoon Hye-rin couldn't take her hand off her pounding chest. She felt more nervous about this stage than the TV stages. The light clothing from their street performances was all but gone. She changed completely into stage costumes. The tight and short one-piece, which exuded a sexy beauty, was enough to attract people's gazes at once. Team leader Kim Jin-jeong wasn't that different either. She couldn't take her hands off her phone. It seemed she was consoling herself with Twitter. Twitter was full of people making cheerful comments such as, "I will definitely go and watch," and the like. Kang-yoon calmly spoke to the two nervous women. "It's not that different from the audience from a while ago. It's just that the stage is a little bigger. You will do well." Kang-yoon's words contained strange power. His words instantly calmed down their nervous hearts. This power came out from the trust that he had shown them by supporting them wordlessly and protecting them. Whether it was Yoon Hye-rin or Kim Jin-jeong, they were thankful for Kang-yoon's such actions. "It's time." With his words, the girls left the waiting room and went to the back of the stage. On the stage was a band performance by the University Club. The musical notes don't combine completely. Kang-yoon sat on his seat, which was prepared. Looking at the band, he could see musical notes inside the white light. The brightness of the light was weak. Although there wasn't any gray, it was very different to the fusion that he had seen from stages done by professionals. The audience, too, only the ones at the front were cheering with their hands raised. The reaction became sparse as the distance increased. There were some who blatantly did something else. It was an effect due to the light not reaching there. Kang-yoon also found it very boring. "Thank you." Although the band club bade farewell and left, Kang-yoon couldn't clap. No, he did, forcefully. He resolved himself that he wouldn't show such a performance to his audience. Next stage. We had a hard time bringing these people. A short comment, then was the girls' turn. I introduced to you. They're the goddesses on Twister. The ACE. The ACE. The ACE. Along with the deep voice from the presenter, the ACE showed themselves on stage with their slim legs. They had always worn jeans in street performances, so this kind of change made the audience fall into a pit of passion. "You above, all are my precious happiness." With a simple greeting, when the ACE song began, the audience's hands automatically rose into the air. The slow-tempo jazz song resounded across the venue, and Kang-yoon could also see purple musical notes dancing around. "The sound is too sharp." Kang-yoon headed to the engineer's seat immediately. "I'm sorry, but can you decrease the high tone for Iris's microphone? Is this all right?" The engineer started controlling the mixer on Kang-yoon's request. As they didn't rehearse beforehand, they couldn't set it to match the singers. It wasn't easy to set while listening to the song itself. "Please add a few low tones for Hye-rin. A little more, that's too much. Just a little." When the musical notes from the two people became clearer, Kang-yoon gave an okay. The engineer also seemed surprised when he heard the sound coming from the speaker, which satisfied him. "That's a good sound. You have good ears. Are you perhaps an engineer?" The engineer seemed to have a lively personality as he actively spoke to Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon comfortably received him. "No, I'm just an ordinary employee. It's not easy to set it like this on scene. I thought you were an employee from an auditorial company." The engineer knew instantly after seeing that the singers were comfortably focusing and singing on the stage that this setting was optimal. He saw Kang-yoon in a new light. Kang-yoon, who came back to his seat, focused on their stage again. They became better in their street performances, and now they were completely in the hold of the stage. "Your heart is my The light in the venue became stronger. Going past Kang-yoon to the end of the audience seats, the light was spreading. As their harmony became better, the light became stronger, and the musical notes also became stronger as well. And at the peak, I love you, forever, forever. The light peaked. The harmony of Kim Jin-jaeung's high voice and Yoon Hye-rin's low voice made a magnificent sound. The slow, but rhythmical gem and the piano, which added to the jazz mood, made splendid sounds and decorated the voice. Hey, this is a concert. Asterisk sob. Fan day 1 for me. The audience was about to explode. Kang-yoon, who looked at the responses of the people nervously at the front, heaved a sigh of relief. Phew, we are over one hurdle. Kang-yoon was relieved. The white light permeated through the people, and the ACE's singing met its end along with the cheers of the audience. Thank you. Why, incomparable to the street performance they did until now, a huge cheer reverberated S University. Chapter 45. Outside again. 6. The ACE rises as a hot star of university festivals. The group, the ACE, members, Hye-rin, Iris, real name, Kim Jin-jaeung, have risen as a hot star of university festivals. They rose as a hot icon of university festivals after a series of events of getting love calls from K University, G University, and more. After they had an event in S University in Seoul with over 1,000 audiences, estimates from S University Student Council. A different jazz-styled song and friendly stage manners, and pure and cute appearances have been determined to take a role in making a storm on the internet. The group, the ACE, debuted in October 2005 with their first album, You're Within Me, but omitted. The ACE has told the media that they will donate all the money they received as a university scholarship. So they became even more popular with the title of thoughtful singers who care about university students who have difficulties with the expensive tuition fees. Quick news, accurate news, news without manipulation, reporter Ranjin. Chairman Won Jin-moon didn't know what to say after he read the report given to him by Kang-yoon. Should I kill this guy, or let him live? Chairman Won Jin-moon always praised Kang-yoon, but currently, he was thinking such things, which was rare. Kang-yoon, no? Team Leader Lee. Why, yes. Few. No matter how low of an amount the money earned from uni festivals are scholarship. Well, it's only 5 million won, is almost equal to 4350 USD. Yes. Please tell me the reason. Why did you do that? All the event costs, thrown at the scholarship. Thanks to all the money thrown away as scholarship money, Chairman Won Jin-moon was dumbfounded. No, even his heart was pounding. He let Kang-yoon be in charge of everything, so he couldn't say anything. But he thought this was no good. His head was hurting. It's an advertisement. Advertisement? Well, advertisement wouldn't be it fine if we painted the SNS with their names. It's insufficient. Insufficient? If it's according to your plan, you made them known with the street performances in universities, and you even made them stand on university stages. Even if you want to donate some, you could have given a proportion, but all the money? Moreover, you should have consulted the company about things related to money. Your thinking was short in that. As far as I remember, all the things related to the ACE is within my authority. That's true, but all things related to the ACE were in Kang-yoon's hands. His words were right. However, 5 million won was hurting, so Chairman Won Jin-moon couldn't say nothing. Of course, it wasn't anything large compared to the event costs MG Entertainment earned in a single event, but even so, if it was 5 million won earned by the ACE, that was different. Chairman, the reason I donated all the event costs as scholarship money is to draw a bigger picture. Chairman stayed silent and flipped over the report. It was, in a sense, a rebellion. However, ironically, in the report were Kang-yoon's plans after the donation. Chairman Won Jin-moon calmed his heart down and read on. In the end, it's the cost to build a positive public opinion? Yes, there were quite a few bad public opinions due to the reason that the singers who performed on the streets, the ACE, were from MG Entertainment. If we take the event costs, we might even get some adverse effects. This small amount of money is, instead, poison. The small amount of money, you say? Do you mean you have something bigger you're aiming for? Shouldn't I turn the loss into a profit? Kang-yoon confidently started talking about his next plans. The season of festivals, May, had passed, and summer came. Although it was a season where clothes became shorter and eyes were blessed, to some, it was a hot season where the amount of steam from one's body increased. Hey, don't stick to me. It's damn hot. Young Mina grumbled to Christian, who, as always, rested her head on her stomach. Due to the after effects of harsh practice, her body was full of steam. However, Christian didn't seem to mind and rested her boiling head onto Young Mina's thin waist. This is mine. In the end, Young Mina couldn't win against her. No, she accepted her. It was a trace of her efforts to learn leisure from Lee Sam-soon. Its team leader. When everyone was resting, Kang-yoon entered along with Lee. Everyone had to get up from their comfortable lying positions. Just lie back down and listen comfortably. Kang-yoon also sat down himself. The girls all sat down. Of course, there were none who lay down. Today, I came with some good news. You should have some holiday, right? Then, everyone's eyes shone brightly. Holiday? Holiday. Young Mina showed the most fierce reaction. Kang-yoon smiled at her cuteness. It isn't efficient to practice every day. You should rest a bit. Yay! All the girls said hooray in joy. In truth, to a trainee, a holiday was very rare. Even if they were given one, most of the time, they would spend it in the practice rooms. It was because they thought that if they rested, they might get taken over by the other trainees. Of course, there was no way Kang-yoon wouldn't know about this. Your holiday is 1 week. You will rest in turns in 2 groups. The first group is Mina, Hanyu, Christy. The second group is Lee, Sam-soon, and Ju-yeon. You will rest in turns for 1 week, so please set your schedule well. Let's match the time with your school holidays, and let's take a rest in the 4th and 5th week of July. You will have to rest, so don't even think about staying at the company. Can we switch groups? Han Ju-yeon asked. Do whatever you want. However, you have to rest in groups of 3. Yes. At the talk of the joyful holiday, everyone's expressions became brighter. Until now, they practiced without any holidays. 1 week was a huge amount of time. The girls all started chatting about what they should do on their holiday. However, Lee, who was quiet all the time, poked Kang-yoon's waist carefully. What is it? Can I go to America during that time? You can. You can do whatever you want. Just come back in time. Yes. When Kang-yoon's permission came, Lee's expression, which was unchanging even at the word holiday until now, became brighter in an instant. She was excited just thinking that she would meet her family at home. Although the holiday may be short considering that she will have to go to and from America, she was happy that she could go at all. He left the practice room as he was done with all his business here, but Young Mina followed him out. Ajusi, team leader. Yes, team leader. Aren't you going on a vacation? At Young Mina's question, Kang-yoon replied after thinking for a bit. I don't know. Shouldn't I be able to go after this work ends? The work with the ACE on base? Yes. What? It's nothing. Then are you going with your little sister? I think so. What is it? It's nothing. Young Mina hurriedly went back to the practice room like that. What's up with her? Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders after looking at Young Mina's inexplicable actions and headed to the liaison team office. When Kang-yoon came, the liaison team was raining with phone calls. On one side, they were receiving the calls, and on the other, they were making a list. So this is the list of the current calls for the ACE. Kang-yoon muttered when he looked at the list that Vice Chief Kang Jun-young made, seemingly satisfied. Vice Chief Kang Jun-young spoke carefully. Yes, the calls related to the ACE are about that. In your view, how is it? Sorry, do you think there are any TV programs that the ACE should appear on? Vice Chief Kang Jun-young panicked at the sudden question. He never expected that the topmost person in charge, Kang-yoon, would ask him a question directly. However, he soon sorted his thoughts and spoke. Most of them are entertainment programs. Running Idol, Beauty of Challenge, and such big ones are coming in, but it's a question whether the ACE would do well in such programs. Oh, originally, one had to speak positively to one's superiors who were much further up the ladder. Vice Chief Kang Jun-young, who realized what he had just said, hurriedly closed his mouth. I'm sorry, without even being aware of my position. Not at all. I also think the same. Sorry. First, please politely reject the TV programs. Also, accept those centered around music programs at night. How are we on the chart? We're within the top 10. How long were we up there for? For 2 weeks. Kang-yoon nodded his head in satisfaction. After the release, they were outside the top 100. However, after the street performances, they ran in reverse, and now they were within the top 10. The power of SNS was frightening. Team leader. A call from the producer of Canvas. While Kang-yoon was talking with the liaison team, suddenly, a new employee spoke. Canvas? That's KDC's music concert. While the new employee was getting an earful from his seniors due to raising his voice, Kang-yoon calmly sorted out the situation. Accept it. However, you have to acquire enough time for 2 songs and an interview. Yes. The liaison team obeyed Kang-yoon's orders. And 2 weeks later, the ACE participated in the biggest music concert of the KDC TV station. Before the recording of Canvas, in the waiting room, Kang-yoon looked for Yoon Hana, who was in charge of presenting in Canvas. As a singer and actor, she showed a lot of musical knowledge, but with a clumsy presenting and cute appearance, she was a woman who had a lot of charm. Of course, unlike the clumsy appearance, she was famous for being picky. Hana. Appa. However, Kang-yoon was unrestrained with her as he had known her for a long time. Kang-yoon Appa. It's been a long while. I heard you were doing well nowadays. How are you? Well, I'll live. Hana, how are you? Do you think I'm going as well as when I was with you? I don't like my current manager. He's the 4th, the rest all quit. That's because you're picky. Who? Picking on each other now. Yoon Hana acted mad while hitting Kang-yoon's arm. Of course, she was playing around. She seemed delighted in meeting Kang-yoon as her expression was bright. But you came to greet? How about the kids? They're undergoing makeup. The ACE? Did you come with them, right? They were all the rage in Twitter nowadays. I also tweeted. Yoon Hana showed Kang-yoon her phone. Her phone was fully tweeted with the news of the ACE street performance. There were also all sorts of photos of them. There's a photo of you here, too, you know? Look at you controlling that mixer. LOL. Look at that huge head. Giggle. What the hell is that expression? Kang-yoon conversed delightedly with the acquaintance he hadn't met for a long time. In Kang-yoon's manager days, she was a rookie, and Kang-yoon was a manager with experience. Thanks to that, Kang-yoon helped her out a lot. It was no wonder that Yoon Hana had a positive attitude to him. Taking back her phone, Yoon Hana went into the topic. I know why you're here. You're here to lobby me to look after them, right? Lobby, you say? Well, you're not wrong. Also, Kang-yoon didn't hide it. To an honest person like Yoon Hana, it was only poison to hide it. When he requested one thing to her, Yoon Hana nodded immediately. You're good since you're honest. My managers always no cuz this, no cuz that. Just how many excuses does he have? It's good to end it with a single line, right? Not everyone is like you. Damn it all. Anyway, I'm going to switch him. Exposition, rising action, climax, falling action, manager out. Yoon Hana delightedly insulted her manager. Kang-yoon just calmly listened, and he went to the waiting room after that. Since his request was as good as accepted anyway. The rehearsal ended, and the real recording came. Kang-yoon took one of the frontmost seats that the program director had given him. It was a good seat where he could see the musical notes the band and the singer emitted very well. Was that singer called Jiwon? I think his musical notes are trembling a bit. He could see that red notes were slightly shaking while looking at the song and the dance. Moreover, when the trembling musical note combined with the instruments, it didn't mix in properly. However, perhaps due to the dance being okay, the light wasn't weak. However, it wasn't that satisfying. It's probably better for that singer to just dance. Why live? While looking at the singer called Jiwon, who showed a very fierce dance, Kang-yoon shook his head. Looking at the audience, an applause mixed with pity could be seen. After the singer, Jiwon's song ended, Yoon Hana continued. Thank you for your song. The song, this time, is from the group who are very famous in universities nowadays. Oh, there was no way that the audience who knew all who were coming today wouldn't know who was next. Yoon Hana started raising the audience's expectations. They are also people who have donated all their event costs as scholarship money. Wah! Everyone cheered at this point. The recording venue of Canvas mostly had university students as the audience. Everyone reacted with a seal-like applause when they heard scholarship. I have spoken for too long. I think it's the first time we've seen them on a TV broadcast. I introduce to you the ACE. With Yoon Hana's flashy voice, the lights became darker. The spotlight shone the center of the stage, and Kim Jin-jaeong and Yoon Hae-rin, who were wearing chi-pao-like clothes with one side of the legs slit, appeared. Wow wow. The cheers with the seal-like applause covered the venue, and the title song, Love of a Spring Day, started. Wahahaha. So what? You gave the person who intruded on the stage a candy and made them turn back. Conversation time after one song ended. When Yoon Hana asked a question relating to stage intruders, Yoon Hae-rin answered shyly, and laughs erupted. LOL, one candy. It seems like that person was quite pure. Can I ask you what kind of person? He looked a little over 30. After that, I always keep candy in my pocket. Everyone, if you want candy, then go look for Miss Hae-rin of the ACE. When the ACE told an episode of their street performance, the audience laughed, and the ACE also was joyful. Music opened their hearts, and the talks about singers all made everyone joyful. This is a good reaction. Kang-yoon was satisfied looking that everything was going according to plan. Now, there was one thing left. Hyung, I'm ready. While Kang-yoon was focusing, a message arrived on his phone. Okay, Kang-yoon replied straight away, seemingly having prepared something. Now we have to let the ACE go. Boo. The audience booed, as ever. However, Yoon Hana shook her hand and spoke her prepared line. However, I heard that they prepared something special today for everyone. Waya. The audience, of course, very much like the word special. Yoon Hana set up the mood. You can look forward to today's stage. It's the ACE stage. Lovers of a Spring Day. With a clap, the lights became dark again. With the slow but rhythmic piano playing, Yoon Hae-rin's voice started resounding across the stage again. I like a warm spring, the beautiful you to me. The audience started concentrating on her voice. If the previous song was bouncy, this song was a song with a slow emotional tempo and jazz elements. Like a child under magic. And when Kim Jin-jaeong's voice flowed on the stage, the people started reacting. The song went from start to middle. Now they're doing well. The purple musical notes and the musical notes from the instruments weren't things that Kang-yoon worried about. When they mixed well and emitted a strong white light, the people were all waving their hands. The girls were slowly conquering the stage. The first verse ended, and the second verse. The harmony flowed, starting from Kim Jin-jaeong to Yoon Hae-rin, and the crowd's cheering increased again. The reaction wasn't that different to the previous verse. However, the change occurred at the climax after the chorus. Another spotlight shone on the stage. There, You're My Only Happiness, was a male singer who received the girls' voices. The male singer, with a weighted low voice, enlivened up the mood of the song. It's Lee Jun-yeol. Lee Jun-yeol. Kaik. Matching the cheers of the audience, the three spotlights on the stage shone onto the three singers equally. Along with that, the magnificent moving lighter added to the magnificence, and the song started flowing into a climax. For the rest, I love you. Man and woman. When their sounds harmonized, all the audience stood up from their seats. It was a perfect harmony. Good. Kang-yoon gripped his fists. Lee Jun-yeol's musical note and the ACE's musical note harmonized perfectly, and that was producing an enormous quantity of white light. The light permeated all 500 people of the audience equally, and everyone raised their hands. Today, requesting featuring from Lee Jun-yeol, who was also appearing on canvas, played a crucial role. This song also was a song which Lee Jun-yeol featured. This was a stage produced with meticulous calculation. Kang-yoon was assured that a different future would be in front of the girls when today's stage would be broadcasted. They would be reborn as truly popular singers, surpassing singers who were on the internet and on the streets. I love you. Wow. Kaik. Lee Jun-yeol. The ACE. The ACE. When the song ended, a massive cheer which shook the entire stage rang in Kang-yoon's ears. The ACE and Lee Jun-yeol, who were on stage, felt their emotions welling due to the effects of the stage. Chapter 46. Ties bring with it a fraud one. Although Kang-yoon would usually never go to somewhere like a director's office, today, he had a reason to. It was because director Lee Han-seo. Unlike usual, Kang-yoon headed there with empty hands. At director Lee Han-seo's office, Kang-yoon tasted a high-class tea that director Lee Han-seo himself had brewed. The fragrance of the tea is good. I bought it when I last went to China. Please, Director Lee Han-seo was a tea maniac. The yellow-colored tea had a deep fragrance, and it was faint. Even Kang-yoon, who had no interest in teas, became emotional due to the deep, fragrant tea he had never even smelled before. He could instantly realize that it was very precious. To receive such tea, thank you. To boast, it's a precious tea with the only 300 kilograms produced per year. Of course, it's nothing compared to what Team Leader Lee had done. The fact that you made the girls of the ACE stars, I won't be able to forget. Oh no, I didn't know this was such a precious tea. Thank you. When Kang-yoon thanked, Director Lee Han-seo smiled slightly. Director Lee Han-seo brewed a tea he acquired with difficulty and had only one packet of to Kang-yoon. This meant that he had truly received a lot from Kang-yoon. Chairman Won Jin-moon. No, even when higher people than him came, he wouldn't put out such a treasure, but he didn't feel any loss. Perhaps due to the good fragrance, Kang-yoon emptied it in an instant. Director Lee Han-seo filled the empty cup again and calmly spoke. After they appeared on canvas, I didn't think Team Leader Lee will prepare for a takeover that fast. Looking at the achievements now, they were mostly supposed to go to you. I was honestly surprised. My work has ended. Even if I keep them, I would only repeat the things I have done until now. If they stabilized, it's natural to send them back to where they were. Director Lee Han-seo honestly exclaimed in his heart. Also, he had a question. The heart to inquire and the heart to appreciate were in one place. As a person with such a style couldn't be seen in the company until now, he was surprised the more he found about this person called Lee Kang-yoon. Whether he knew this or not, Kang-yoon just continued on with his words. As far as I know, Director also cared a lot about the ACE. However, your voice within the company is quite weak. Oh, I'm sorry. I said such. It's all right. Director Lee Han-seo didn't deny Kang-yoon's direct words. Kang-yoon made an awkward smile and continued. Honestly, as far as I know, you have less authority compared to other directors. I don't know what the reason is. Anyway, I think the lack of power and the lack of support from the company affected the planning for the ACE. I should have looked after the weak points and pushed through with the strong points, but I didn't. This is what you mean, isn't it? Team Leader Lee's words are right. I understand now. Now the foothold was made. The other directors now won't be able to do anything to you anymore. Please lead the ACE well for them to sing good songs. Kang-yoon had no more words to say. He felt like he was letting go of the kids that he had raised. However, he thought that Director Lee Han-seo would do well and left no attachments. Director Lee Han-seo waited just in case Kang-yoon had any more words left, but Kang-yoon only enjoyed the fragrant tea. The clean fragrance and the refreshing taste that the Junshan engine gave him made him feel that this was the best tea he had ever drank. While looking at Kang-yoon immersed in the taste of tea, Director Lee Han-seo confidently spoke. Next time, Director Lee Han-seo declared while pouring the tea into his empty cup. I will become your help, team leader. I will wait for such a day. Of course, it's different with President Lee. Okay. While the clean fragrance of the Junshan engine was filling the office, the two enjoyed their leisure. Kim Jin-jaeyoung and Yoon Hae-rin were going through a busy summer. After the duet performance with Lee, Jun-yeol was broadcasted on TV, not to mention music broadcasts, appearance requests for entertainment programs, and even cameos in dramas overloaded them. A commercial was, of course, there too. It was a miracle that Kang-yoon had made not even 3 months after he started working with them. I'm so tired. Kim Jin-jaeyoung was now resting her body on the travel pillow inside a van, not a bongo, which they both got attached to. Jin-jaeyoung, your hair will become messy. Damn it all. Junhyuni, do my hair later. Kim Jin-jaeyoung, who ignored Yoon Hae-rin's advice, fell into sleep just like that. The forced march of 2 hours of sleep every day was not easy for them, as they had nothing to do for a long while. Appa, didn't you see Team Leader Lee yesterday? Yoon Hae-rin asked the road manager who was with them. He was the road manager who worked with them all the way from the time they performed in university, and he drove the bongo. You haven't heard yet? From today onwards, we're under Team 2 instead of Team Leader Lee. What? Yoon Hae-rin's voice became higher, and due to the lightning out of the blue, like sounds, Kim Jin-jaeyoung, who was sleeping on the back, also woke up. What do you mean, Appa? The team what? Even at the slightly rude words, the road manager spoke without much reaction. Now we're back to where we were. I also knew because I was notified yesterday. We're returning to the second planning team. Ah, Yoon Hai-rin was dumbfounded. Kim Jin-jaeung also thought it was absurd as her body was trembling. They had a feeling of assurance when Kang-yoon was around them that they would be fine with anything. However, now they won't be able to enjoy such assurance. From the two people, disappointment and complex feelings could be seen as they sighed. Then will we become as we were before? When Yoon Hai-rin asked again with a slightly higher tone, the road manager shook his head. No way. The schedule is no different than the past. It's just the person in charge changing. For details, go to the team leader. Ah, what the hell is this? From Yoon Hai-rin, the normal smiling face disappeared, and an expressionless face colored her expression. She wanted to fly higher now that they became popular, but now, she was just fed up. Kim Jin-jaeung wasn't that much different. Since even murderous intent was flowing inside the van. Until the van arrived at the destination for the next schedule, no one could talk to those two girls. President Lee Hyun-ji called Kang-yoon to her office after a long time. It was the first time since Kang-yoon had started working with the ACE, so that was 3 months. It's been a while since we met here, right? I never knew the presidential office would look new to me. It's even more now that your hands are empty, Team Leader Lee. As there were no papers waiting for approval, Kang-yoon's hands were empty. The two exchanged brief words and sat down. I heard the achievements related to the ACE. You also prepared the takeover quite fast. Rather, it's the directors who are being surprised. They are all saying whether you have ulterior motives. People act according to their values. Kang-yoon only prepared the takeover at the time he thought was right. Just that was enough to make the directors be noisy. They were strange creatures. Before Team Leader Lee came, Director Lee Han-seo came. He left after promising to support whatever Team Leader Lee does in the future. That's thankful. He said that he did say that he will help, but it didn't seem to get across, so he came back. He was embarrassed to say it himself, so he came to me. Middle-aged men were all shy people, eh? Was the tea time between men good? Yes. I received some precious tea. Director Lee Han-seo's tea love is quite famous. Even the chairman goes and robs them sometime. At the indirect confession just now, President Lee Hyun-ji giggled. Kang-yoon only shrugged his shoulders. When the mood became light, President Lee Hyun-ji coughed awkwardly and switched topics. The work with the ACE you did will give you wings in whatever you do in the future, Team Leader Lee. Not to mention intra-company career, it will even have an advantage. When you work outside, the company also now acquired an advantage that we have a planner with good ability. We might even send you a loan for exterior work, Team Leader. Yes, President. Do you want anything? Not some reward money naturally prepared by the company. If you have anything else, speak about it to me. Money is of course okay. At the wish, Kang-yoon fell into thought for a little. Now, the method to dig him deeper was out of date to be used on him. In other words, this meant for him to say his true wish. May I think for a little bit? Please do. After receiving some time from President Lee Hyun-ji, Kang-yoon fell into thought. I want to use the power to see musical notes more properly, but I can't say this. Kang-yoon thought of the weapons he had in his arsenal. Those were that he knew the future, and that he had the power to see music from a singer or instruments, and how they become when they combine. The experience he piled up until now and the fact that he knew the future and the power to see musical notes. He used these until now, but it was unsure if it would work in the future as well. The future I know and the future to come will be different by a large margin. Min Jin-seo and the ACE and singer or celebrity I will meet in the future have their future changed again. He had no guilt that he was changing the future. He thought that the future was something to be made with one's own hands anyway. He only thought that he was in a slightly advantageous situation. The important thing now was to prepare for the different future than the one he knew. In the end, the conclusion was that he had to use the power to see, but Kang-yoon thought over and over about what the method would be. In the end, songs are about sound. Wait, musical notes are just music. Then, if I learn music. At that moment, there was a streak of lightning that flashed in his head. He subconsciously clapped his hands. It seems you thought of something good. President Lee Hyun-ji urged him to answer while smiling. Then, Kang-yoon calmly spoke of his wish. Music. In other words, harmonics. I want to learn harmonics. What? Harmonics? At the completely unexpected answer, President Lee Hyun-ji was absent-minded for a bit before she burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Homo harmonics? Ha ha ha. President. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry. But my stomach hurts, ha ha. Perhaps she was stupefied by Kang-yoon's words. President Lee Hyun-ji laughed for quite a while. Her laughing chord was quite strange. Like that. She laughed for a long while before stopping. After returning to her calm self, she coughed awkwardly and spoke. Harmonics, it's too unexpected. Oh, sorry for my rudeness. It wasn't like I was making fun of you. Not at all. It's not a difficult request. There is a professor at an arts university that I know. It will be September soon, so the term will begin. How about sitting in on a private lecture? Sitting in? You said. Kang-yoon, who thought it would be video lectures at best, was surprised at President Lee Hyun-ji's scale when she said university. He also wondered if he could catch up university lectures. Moreover, even though it was sitting in, he also doubted that he would be able to attend the class frequently due to him being busy. President Lee Hyun-ji spoke first as though she knew his worries. A good Seonbi of mine is a professor at Hallyo Arts University. He holds a harmonics basics class this semester, so it would be good if you listen to that. I will tell him beforehand, so just sit in, and you can go to him privately if you miss any. Building up relations with the students in an arts university, and personally, it will be a good experience for you. For the fees, I will take care of it, so you don't have to worry. Thank you, President. This investment is a sure thing for someone like Team Leader Lee. President Lee Hyun-ji called straight away and asked that person to accept a sit-in student starting September. The person over the phone seemed to have okayed straight away as the phone call wasn't long. Like that, Kang-yoon would commute to the university, which he had no relations at all with in the past. Hyun, why do you have so much luggage? Kang-yoon was stupefied at the number of luggage that Hyun brought. His sister packed various things while saying, it's necessary, so now the amount was well over 2 travel cases and a full backpack. We're going for 2 days and 3 nights. I only put the ones absolutely necessary as you said. Just the necessary stuff was enough to fill 3 bags? Just how much stuff do women need? Kang-yoon was dumbfounded. The only thing Kang-yoon had was a single backpack. 3 sets of clothes, 3 pairs of underwear, skin lotion, and such basic cosmetics and medical products. That was it. I still have a lot that I've left out. I didn't bring any book to read in the car and... He wanted to ask her if she was moving houses, but he couldn't go there. We're going to a pension house. A pension. There's also a car. You just need clothes or cosmetics and such personal items. Of course, medical products too. Phew. I really did pack only the necessary things. Hyun, are you going to wear this dress at the sea? When Kang-yoon took out a dress full of lace, Hyun looked away. What? You brought an entire bottle of shampoo. I already said that there are such things over there too. Also, how many hats is this? 1, 2, 10. Are you planning to wear all of these? Kang-yoon picked out the useless luggage from the travel case that looked like Hyun brought her entire room over. Starting with the clothes that looked like she had emptied her closet, to other products, he left 3 days amount and took out everything. Of course, Hyun was all over the place saying it won't do. Appa, this will be insufficient. There's everything there. There's even the market. Hyun. In the end, Kang-yoon, who successfully reduced 3 bags into 1, left the dejected Hyun and loaded the luggage into the car. Hyun, who was dejected for a moment, also got in the car. Are we going for real? Then are we going for fake? It's like a dream. A travel. If it's Tongyeong, that's where Hallyo's capital was, right? I heard it was really pretty there. Sick, no money, and such reasons. These made the two not be able to travel. However, today, they would solve such a wish. Let's depart. With Hyun's excited voice, the car that Kang-yoon drove headed to Tongyeong. Chapter 47. Ties bring with it a fraud, too. Now that Hyun's dialysis was done, Kang-yoon and Hyun headed towards the pension house they reserved in Tongyeong. As there was no congestion on the highway, they could have a relaxing journey. Appa on dot. Hyun even put boiled potatoes that they bought at the highway service area into Kang-yoon's mouth while he was driving and talked about her school life. The siblings' car journey was very lively. Recently, Jua keeps calling me. Jua does? What? She said she would release an album soon. Maybe due to that, she keeps asking me if you're free. Even if I ask her why, she doesn't say the reason too. Appa, there isn't anything between you two, right? Stop there. I don't want to get cuffed. At the word something, Kang-yoon snorted as if it was absurd. no matter how early she started her job. Was there any way Kang-yoon would see a girl who's less than 19 years old as a woman? Although he had no clear preferences, he didn't want a girl much younger than him. Hee-yoon seemed to be interested in her brother's preferences as she kept asking, "Aren't there any good women at your company? I'm busy with work. How about you? Don't you have a boyfriend? How would I have something like that? How would I have something like that? Why? How is my dear Hee-yoon? She's pretty. Her body is, oh, not that. Uppa." Kang-yoon slightly dissed her, but the lively car journey was lively as ever. As Kang-yoon was busy with the ACE's album, he couldn't care for Hee-yoon a lot. This always weighed on his mind. Even so, now that they were on vacation like this and could talk to each other a lot, Kang-yoon thought it was fortunate. The car they were on soon got through the toll gate, went to a normal road, and soon, they arrived at a traditional market. "Let's buy something to eat at the pension. Appa, I want Mayantang." Kang-yoon went on a tour through the traditional market with Hee-yoon. Hee-yoon seemed to be curious about the live fish as she kept screaming "Kia Kia," and the store owners also burst out laughing when they saw her. Kang-yoon bought a lot of ingredients for Mayantang and some meat and headed towards the car. "Are we going there right now? Shall we look around for a bit before we go?" Kang-yoon and Hee-yoon went on a drive. Tongyeong was a place with lots of attractions, various tour spots, islands, foods, etc. Kang-yoon and Hee-yoon enjoyed their tour while going around various places. When the two arrived at the pension house after they enjoyed their tour, the sun was setting. After parking the car at the parking lot, Kang-yoon and Hee-yoon were guided by the owner of the house, and they unloaded their luggage. "Wow, this place is so good," Hee-yoon exclaimed while looking around the rooms. Moreover, in front of the house, the sea could be seen, and there was even grass on the yard. It also had 3 clean rooms, a clean sink, and a clean bathroom. Overall, it was a comfortable pension house. The scale was large to the point that it was spacious for just the two of them. "Then please enjoy your time here." The owner didn't speak any useless words and left immediately. He seemed to have misunderstood. Both Kang-yoon and Hee-yoon just laughed it over and started preparing dinner with the ingredients they bought at the market after they put them in the fridge. I'm full." After eating to her heart's content, Hee-yoon tapped on her full stomach. She stretched her arms and looked at the dark sea and thought that this was leisure. As she felt that this was the first leisure, peace subconsciously overtook her heart. Appa said he would sleep. Kang-yoon seemed tired from the driving as he went to sleep right after dinner. In contrast, perhaps due to the excitement of the journey, Hee-yoon was lively. "Should I take a walk?" Hee-yoon, who felt good after listening to the waves, went outside. While walking the quiet seaside while getting hit by the wind, she felt that she had become a poet. "I'm happy." The fresh wind scattered her long hair. She felt like even her heart was being refreshed. For some time, things that she would have never even imagined in the past were happening. Only up to a few months ago, the thought that she would walk on the beach while getting hit by the wind was another person's story for Hee-yoon. However, to think that it had become her story, Hee-yoon was just happy. Hee-yoon was humming due to her happiness when she heard a guitar sound coming from far away. That's a good sound. The guitar sound mixed with the wave sounds flowed into Hee-yoon's ears. She could see a girl sitting on a not far away rock, playing the guitar. Was she attracted to the girl's figure under the faint light? Hee-yoon slowly headed that way. "Even if you don't, come to me. I'm ALRI." The girl playing the guitar seemed to have noticed Hee-yoon's presence as she stopped her hands and put down the guitar. "Who? Oh, it's just..." The sound was so good. The girl and Hee-yoon seemed to be around the same age. She was on guard against Hee-yoon, who was in the dark. Her gaze made Hee-yoon surprised. Looking up close, it was sure that they were close in age. A small face, a small stature, and the cute face shone by the moonlight. The classic guitar she was holding seemed to be bigger than her. "Oh, really?" "Yeah." The girl seemed to be weak to praises as she smiled at Hee-yoon's words. "Sit." The girl, who just dropped the polite speech to Hee-yoon, handed a cardboard box to her. When Hee-yoon sat down on it, the girl started playing the guitar again. "I'm at this place, holding a small flower." Unlike her small stature, her voice was very husky and had power. Hee-yoon was curious as to how such a small body produced such a voice. She had exceptional guitar skills in Hee-yoon's eyes. The graceful hand movements and the melody captivated Hee-yoon in one go. "I'm here." "Wow." When the song ended, Hee-yoon clapped her hands. The girl seemed to be embarrassed as she coughed awkwardly while looking away. You're so good at singing. Anybody can do this nowadays. You look awesome, though. It's like you're a singer. At Hyun's repeated praises, the girl blushed a little. However, the words she spoke were the complete opposite. I said I'm not. I should do something else. Even so, a smile never left the girl's face. Her hand movements seemed to reflect her shyness as it had become even faster. If the previous song was a ballad with a slow tempo, this song had a fast tempo. Hyun clapped and went into audience mode. The moonlight stage was very romantic. When Kang-yoon opened his eyes, the surroundings had already become dark. After he went outside the pension house, he realized that Hyun wasn't here and called her immediately. Yes, Appa. Where are you? The nearby sea. See? Yeah, if you come out for a bit. Kang-yoon immediately started running after he heard where Hyun was. A feeble girl going out on a pitch-black night made him shocked. However, when Kang-yoon went to the sea, he realized that Hyun wasn't alone. There was another person next to a figure looking like Hyun. There was also a light that he could see. Performance. He listened in to find that it was a guitar. Although weak, white light could be seen. Kang-yoon went to that place immediately. Lee Hyun. Appa. As Kang-yoon came here hurriedly, the guitar sound stopped. How can you come out alone? You should have come with me. It's just for a walk. Before Hyun could say anything, Kang-yoon poured all kinds of scolding remarks on her. Starting with, what are you doing when it's so dark, to contact me next time? Kang-yoon didn't seem to see the guitar girl in front of him, as he didn't stop speaking until Hyun accepted it. In the end, when Kang-yoon felt that Hyun had accepted and ended his scolding, Hyun introduced the guitar girl to him. Appa, this is a friend I just met now. A friend. I'm Park So-young, hello. She made a friend in this short time? Kang-yoon was slightly panicked. However, as she was Hyun's friend, it wasn't a bad thing. A friend of the same age was, of course, a good thing for Hyun. Kang-yoon greeted straight away and heard the story of what happened until now. Are you an applied music major aspirant? Composing at that? Yes. It's noisy to practice at home, so I come out like this. Park So-young said the Academy for Music was too far away and lived apart from her family. As she couldn't make any noise at her dorm, she was practicing out here on the beach. Hyun was someone who she met at that time. Composition at. You're walking on a steep path. Yes. They do say repeating 2 or 3 times was the basics, so I should do my best. An indescribable feeling of a musician could be felt from Park So-young. It was a similar atmosphere to the unique aura of a person who does music or arts. There was no way Kang-yoon would not know that indescribable feeling. I wish you luck. Thank you. When Kang-yoon was about to turn back, Hyun grabbed him. Appa, I want to stay a little more. Hyun seemed to like Park So-young's song, as she didn't plan on standing up. There was also that she didn't want to be apart from a friend she had just made. As Kang-yoon had lost to Hyun, he also had to sit down. Although the audience became 2, Park So-young didn't seem to mind and started playing again. Kang-yoon also started seeing the musical notes and the lights. It doesn't harmonize that well. Hyun was clapping in excitement, but Kang-yoon couldn't think of it as that good. It seemed like an original composition, but the musical note coming out from Park So-young and the one from the guitar